unintentionally transported to the realm of Douluo, awakening a twin martial soul, and commencing a journey with a system that promises a life of extraordinary fortune. How shall she embark on a remarkable existence in this unfamiliar world alongside Huo Yuhao? Chapter 1. Crossing into Douluo 2. Gradually emerging from the depths of chaos, the girl slowly sat up. Surrounding her was a forest that unfolded like a picturesque scroll, its ambience both familiar and alien, filling her heart with bewilderment. Where am I? Just as she posed this question to herself, seeking clarity, a cold, mechanical voice abruptly resonated in the air. Instinctively, the girl heightened her vigilance. Who is it? Her inquiry was laced with a hint of unease and curiosity. Host, I am your system, there's no need for fear. The voice echoed again, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Host, then where's this place? The girl remained steeped in confusion. Her voice, though faint in the tranquil forest, revealed her inner quest for understanding. Seemingly sensing her turmoil, the system gently continued. This is the unparalleled Tang, a world within the Douluo continent. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Have I crossed over? What is my martial soul? How old am I? What is my soul power level? These queries erupted from her lips like a rapid succession of firecrackers. Host, could we perhaps address one question at a time? The system's tone bore a hint of exasperation. The girl hastily apologized. I'm sorry, I am just too anxious. Your martial soul is unique, comprising two types. The first is the Qinghuan divine bird, a premier beast martial soul capable of utilizing sound waves as a weapon, revered among divine creatures. The second is the ice crystal butterfly, possessing an extraordinary ice attribute power that can suppress other ice-type martial souls of the same level. Upon hearing the name Qinghuan, the girl exclaimed, Qinghuan? Is that not the divine bird under the Queen Mother of the West? Indeed. As for your soul power level, you currently stand at a level 35 soul master. I have prepared for you a soul ring configuration, 2,000 your soul rings and 1/10 the sand of your soul ring. You are presently 12 years old. May you find joy in your journey here. As the system's voice gradually faded, the girl was filled with awe and anticipation, secretly pondering whether she had indeed embarked on a life of extraordinary fortune. Lin Xinyi, a name that itself resonates like a gentle poem, imbued with a unique charm. She possessed skin as pristine as freshly fallen winter snow, her delicate face reminiscent of jade, as if a gentle pinch could coax forth droplets of dew. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, the rare bluish-green irises resembling the serene depths of a lake reflecting the ethereal blue sky, both refreshing and imbued with an elusive mystique. Clad in a flowing azure gown, she resembled the softest new green of spring beneath the skirt. A white undergarment mirrored the clouds, while her white long socks and black ankle boots added a playful vivacity. Her cascading azure hair flowed like a waterfall, the ends swaying gently in the breeze, with a few stray strands adorning her forehead as if placed by fate itself. Two star-shaped hairpins adorned her locks, akin to twinkling stars that had descended from the night sky to grace the earthly realm. Lin Xinyi was about to turn away. A tantalizing aroma stealthily wafted into her nostrils. This unique scent piqued her curiosity, a marvelous blend of the smoky essence of the grill and the inherent flavors of the ingredients. Instinctively, she caressed her softly rumbling stomach, ultimately succumbing to the allure and slowly making her way toward the source of the fragrance. Before her stood a young man with raven hair, his complexion as fair as jade, exuding an air of gentle warmth and tea. That moment, he was wholly absorbed in grilling fish, the flickering flames illuminating his focused profile, rendering him particularly captivating. Hello, big brother. May I inquire if your grilled fish is for sale? Lin Xinyi asked softly, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness and anticipation. Upon hearing her question, the young man lifted his gaze, a warm smile flickering in his eyes. No need. Allow me to treat you, he replied. Lin Xinyi felt somewhat embarrassed and responded, but how can that be? You've worked hard to prepare this for yourself. What will you eat? Isn't that a bit unfair? The young man chuckled lightly, gesturing toward some remaining fish beside him. There's still plenty left? It's nothing, little sister. Please accept this small gesture. With that, he offered Lin Xinyi a fragrant grilled fish. She accepted it, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Then I shall thank you, big brother. The young man responded with a warm smile. Lin Xinyi sat quietly beside him, gently holding a piece of grilled fish. The aroma wafted upwards, permeating the air with its alluring fragrance, devoid of any fishy scent. Huo Yuhao's gaze fell upon her, unable to resist asking, Little sister, what is your name? What brings you here alone in this star-dove forest? His voice was gentle, laced with curiosity. Lin Chinny lifted her head, her clear eyes meeting his. My name is Lin Chinny. And what is yours? Huo Yuhao smiled slightly, replying, I am Huo Yuhao. It's a pleasure to meet you. A smile graced Lin Chinny's lips. I am equally pleased to meet you. Since that's the case, let us become friends. Huo Yuhao nodded enthusiastically, certainly. As the two conversed, a young man and woman approached from a distance. The girl appeared to be around 15 years old, her long black hair tied up high, resembling an animated ribbon of ink cascading down her back. She wore a blue dress, akin to a refreshing splash of color in the sky. The boy beside her stood over 6 feet tall, seemingly of a similar age, around 15 or 16. His short black hair was neatly styled, and a gentle smile perpetually graced his face, imbued with a sense of languor, as if nothing in the world was to be feared, save for the precious moments at hand. The girl slowly approached Huo Yuhao and Lin Chinny, while Huo Yuhao regarded the newcomers with a hint of vigilance. Lin Chinny was the first to speak. May I ask what you wish to do? The girl smiled warmly and explained, We mean no harm, it's just that the aroma of your grilled fish is simply irresistible. Might we purchase some from you? Lin Chinny waved her hand, saying, This grilled fish is not mine, you should inquire with him. Upon hearing these words, the young girl gazed at Huo Yuhao with wide, sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. Observing her expression, Huo Yuhao replied, There is no need to purchase anything, allow me to treat you to a taste. With that, he handed her a grilled fish. The girl accepted the fish with heartfelt thanks and took a gentle bite, her face instantly lighting up with delight. It's truly delicious, she exclaimed in genuine admiration. At that moment, the young man beside her gently shook his head and approached her, saying, All right, Xiaoya. The girl furrowed her brow slightly, expressing mild dissatisfaction. How should you address me? Then, the young man quickly corrected himself. Xiaoya, teacher, is that acceptable? Only then did the girl nod in satisfaction, a faint smile gracing her lips. Witnessing this exchange, Huo Yuhao took another grilled fish and extended it towards the young man, his youthful voice brimming with sincerity. Big brother, please allow me to treat you as well. The young man, taken aback, responded, But you've already given us so much, what will you eat? Huo Yuhao, however, remained unperturbed, stating, It's quite all right, I have plenty more. The young man chuckled. Well then, thank you very much. At this juncture, the girl inquired, What are your names? Lin Chinny replied, I am Lin Chinny. Huo Yuhao followed suit. Introducing himself, I am Huo Yuhao. The young man then declared, I am Bei Bei, and she is Tang Y. As their names were exchanged, a sense of unfamiliar yet intriguing connection began to weave among the four, who were once strangers. Bei Bei looked at Lin Chinny and Huo Yuhao, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. Chinny, Yuhao, you both appear quite young. Did you come to the Star-Dove Forest alone? Lin Chinny gently shook her head, explaining, I came by myself, I am not with him. Huo Yuhao silently nodded in agreement. To the edge of this mysterious yet perilous Star-Dove Forest, for individuals, initially strangers, found their paths intertwined through a simple grilled fish, and the threads of fate began to weave together quietly. After a while, although Huo Yuhao recognized that Lin Chinny, Bei Bei, and Tang were trustworthy individuals, his vigilance in this unknown environment could not wane. Big brother Bei, sister Tanya, Chinny, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Huo Yuhao said, cupping his fists, his gaze resolute. Bei Bei frowned. Yuhao, this is the Star-Dove Forest. It is far too dangerous for you to venture alone. Tanya echoed. Indeed, Yuhao, the Star-Dove Forest is no peaceful place. Peril lurks at every turn. Chapter 2. Joining the Tang Sect. Lin Chinny spoke with remarkable composure. Addressing Yuhao with earnestness, you must not treat your solitary journey to the Star-Dove Forest as a trivial matter. You are well aware of the perils that lie within, as it conceals countless unknown threats. A warmth surged within Yuhao's heart, grateful for their concern. Yet his gaze remained resolute, his voice steady. Thank you all for your care, but this task is one I must undertake alone. With that, he turned and departed decisively, his figure receding amidst the worried gazes of the others. As Yuhao's silhouette gradually faded, Tanya watched in the direction of his departure, muttering, Is he really leaving just like that? Not even a farewell. Bei Bei let out a soft sigh, hoping for his safety. Beside them, Lin Chinny stood in silence, offering no words. Tang Yu's gaze flitted between the retreating Yuhao and Lin Chinny, and suddenly she exclaimed, If only he could join the Tang Sect. Bei Bei shot her a glance, teasing, Are you perhaps enamored with his grilled fish? Tang Yu hastily clarified in a whisper, Of course not. I merely sense that both Yuhao and Chinny possess remarkable talent. If they were to join the Tang Sect, it would undoubtedly bolster our strength. Her eyes shimmered with recognition of their potential. Bei nodded slightly, remarking that it would depend on their willingness. A flicker of hope danced in Tang Ye's eyes. Shall we follow them? Perhaps we could glean more information. Her words carried an eager anticipation. Lin Qianyi trailed behind Bei and Tang Ye as they entered the ancient and enigmatic expanse of the Stardew Forest. Just as Tang Ye was about to utter a warning, a chilling presence silently approached. Lin Qianyi's acute senses detected the danger. She swiftly sidestepped, revealing a massive serpent, approximately 15 meters in length, that emerged before them, its fangs glistening ominously, exuding a fearsome aura. Tang Ye and Bei turned in response to the sound, with Tang Ye exclaiming, "Qianyi, be careful. That is the mandragora serpent, which has lived for 1,500 years." Without warning, the serpent lunged to attack, but Lin Qianyi nimbly evaded, leveraging her momentum to perform a swift flip, grasping a nearby tree trunk and delivering a powerful kick to the serpent's snout. In that instant, a bird, resplendent with azure feathers, materialized behind her, its plumage shimmering like jade and emerald. As it spread its wings, an aura of majesty emanated forth. First soul skill, Qingtian Thousand Feathers, Lin Qianyi's melodious voice declared. The feathers of the azure bird transformed into white, blade-like structures, launching an assault upon the mandragora serpent. Simultaneously, beneath her feet, a 1,000-year-old purple soul ring gradually materialized. Surprise flickered in Bei's eyes. Qingtian, a top-tier beast martial soul. Tang Ye, feeling a bit sheepish, remarked, "It seems our earlier concerns were somewhat unfounded." Lin Qianyi moved with the swiftness of lightning, closing the distance to the mandragora serpent, delivering a precise kick aimed at its eye. The strike was fierce and direct, hitting its mark. She then stepped back, turning her gaze towards Bei. "It's over to you, Brother Bei." Bei nodded, his eyes reflecting a blend of admiration and confidence. Lin Qianyi slowly approached a nearby tree trunk, gently leaning against it. Tang Ye's gaze followed her movements, deep in contemplation. Although the earlier strike had not been executed with full force, it was sufficient to demonstrate Lin Qianyi's considerable prowess. "Little Qian, did you sustain any injuries?" Tang Ye inquired with concern. Lin Qianyi shook her head, responding succinctly yet assertively, "No." At that moment, Bei began to summon his martial soul, and in an instant, blue and purple electric sparks danced around him like ethereal ribbons, as he engaged in a fierce battle with the Mantua snake. Lin Qianyi, observing this scene, couldn't help but ask, "What is Brother Bei's martial soul?" Tang Ye replied, "It is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus." A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Qianyi's eyes. "Isn't that one of the most formidable beast martial souls?" Tang Ye replied proudly, "Indeed, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus holds a prestigious position among beast martial souls, possessing unparalleled strength." The intense clash between Huo Yuhao and the Mantua snake continued, providing Lin Qianyi an opportunity to recuperate her soul power. When she reopened her eyes, she noticed Tang Ye gazing intently at something. Following her gaze, Lin Qianyi discovered Huo Yuhao, unconscious. "Yuhao? What happened to him?" Lin Qianyi's brow furrowed, her tone calm, yet betraying her concern. Tang Ye, without turning her head, explained, "He's fine. He simply exhausted his soul power. During the dispersal, he fought valiantly to slay a 10-year soul beast for self-preservation." Seeing that Huo Yuhao was not gravely harmed, she redirected her focus to the battle between Bei and the Mantua snake. However, Lin Qianyi did not immediately divert her gaze. She stood quietly to the side, lost in thought as she observed Huo Yuhao. His youthful face appeared particularly serene at that moment, beads of sweat still glistening on his forehead, clearly a remnant of the arduous struggle he had just endured. At that instant, Huo Yuhao gradually began to awaken from his stupor. The scene before him was one of Bei and the Mantua snake engaged in a fierce confrontation, with Lin Qianyi and Tang Ye positioned on either side. An inexplicable surge of energy coursed through his body, and the sensation of fatigue miraculously dissipated. He gently activated his soul skill, and in a heartbeat, everything around him became extraordinarily clear, every subtle movement captured in his sight. Confronting the Mantua snake, Huo Yuhao felt an unprecedented calmness within him, and before long, he managed to incapacitate the snake. "Well done, Bei." Tang Ye's voice floated over as she sat nearby, deep blue vines snaking out from her feet like ethereal serpents. This was the blue silver grass. Bei turned to Huo Yuhao. "Yuhao, you are awake." Huo Yuhao softly replied, "Yes. Thank you for your concern, Brother Bei." Bei waved his hand dismissively. It was a trivial matter. Lin Qianyi was filled with curiosity. Is Sister Tang Ye's martial soul the blue silver grass? Huo Yuhao pondered aloud. Could it be a martial soul akin to that of the legendary Tang San, who possessed the dual divine forms of the sea god and the Shura god? Bei was momentarily taken aback. "You are aware of that?" Huo Yuhao nodded. "My mother often recounted that tale during my childhood." Bei explained, "Sister Ye's martial soul is indeed the blue silver grass. but it differs from the blue-silver emperor of our ancestor, Tang-san. This blue-silver grass is no ordinary entity. Even Sister Yi herself is unaware of its mysteries. Beibei gazed at Huo Yuhao, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Was that your soul skill just now? Huo Yuhao nodded slightly, his voice calm and steady. Indeed. That is my first soul skill, spiritual detection sharing. It allows me to convey the movements of everything around me to those nearby. Lin Qianyi gently remarked. This is certainly a very practical soul skill. Her gaze exuded a sense of composure and tranquility. Huo Yuhao pondered inwardly. Although the girl before him spoke with a hint of naivety, she exhibited a decisiveness and poise far beyond her peers. She was always exceptionally polite to others, yet never hesitated in her dealings. At that moment, Tang Yi slowly emerged from her state of absorbing the soul ring, her expression distinctly relaxed and joyful. She gracefully approached the group, her face adorned with gratitude. I owe a great deal to little Qianqian's assistance just now. Had you not alleviated some of the burden, I would not have absorbed the soul ring so effortlessly. Thank you, Yuhao. Lin Qianyi shook her head slightly. It was nothing. Tang Yi regarded the two with a glimmer of contemplation in her eyes. May I pose a question to you both? Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao responded almost in unison. Of course, please go ahead, Sister Tang Yi. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yi seemed to muster all her courage as she asked, her voice trembling slightly. I want to know, Qianyi and Yuhao, would you be willing to join the Tang Sect? Lin Qianyi paused in surprise, then countered. The Tang Sect, the once illustrious sect? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. However, Tang Yi gently shook her head, a hint of obscured sadness flickering in her gaze. It is no longer glorious. Her voice softened, tinged with melancholy. As she continued, the Tang Sect has now fallen into decline, losing its former luster. Since my earliest memories, it has been just my parents and me. After their passing, I found myself utterly alone. Even with Beibei's joining, it has only been the two of us. Everyone else has long since departed. After a moment of silence, Lin Qianyi resolutely declared, I will join. Huo Yuhao also responded without hesitation, I will join as well. Chapter 3, Shrek Academy. Tang Yi gazed at them in astonishment. Have you decided so quickly? Lin Qianyi smiled gently. The decline of the Tang Sect does not signify its eternal downfall. Just as flowers and trees wilt at times, they also have moments of renewed vitality. Every sect experiences its peaks and troughs. I believe the Tang Sect will one day rise again. Huo Yuhao solemnly nodded. Qianyi is absolutely correct. Tang Yi's eyes glistened with moisture. Her heart stirred with gratitude and emotion. Thank you. Soon, Beibei will impart the Tang Sect's techniques to you. Beibei then proceeded to teach Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao the Tang Sect's martial arts. The ghost shadow displacement technique was as enigmatic as the graceful steps upon the waves, with each movement shrouded in layers of illusion, making it nearly impossible to grasp. In an instant, one could evade an enemy's attack, seemingly merging with the air, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. The purple extreme demon eye technique was categorized into 4 levels: overview, intricate, mustard seed, and vastness. The deeper the mastery, the more unseen phenomena one could perceive, and immunity to illusionary attacks was granted. When perfected, it could even facilitate counterattacks against adversaries. The crane control and dragon capture was a signature technique of the Tang Sect. Those who had mastered it could apprehend objects with bare hands, transforming them into attacks. Imperceptible and elusive, rendering opponents defenseless. Xiantian Gong, revered as the most potent mental discipline of the Tang Sect, seamlessly intertwines with soul power, flourishing continuously alongside the ascension of martial spirit levels, seemingly embodying boundless strength. The mastery of hidden weapons is fundamental to the Tang Sect, which is unparalleled in the art of their creation. The technique known as 100 solutions to hidden weapons complements the use of these concealed armaments. Regardless of the type of hidden weapon employed, this technique enhances its potency to the utmost, enabling surprise attacks with devastating efficacy. Listening to Beibei's descriptions and demonstrations, Lin Qianyi exhibited an exceptionally swift learning pace, quickly forming her own insights and mastering the application of the technique. Huo Yuhao, likewise an intelligent and diligent individual, progressed steadily, albeit at a slower rate. Well done, junior brother and junior sister, Beibei remarked with satisfaction. Your teachings are commendable. Lin Qianyi replied with a smile. I merely offer guidance. Beibei humbly retorted, waving his hand. Tang Yi observed the increasingly remarkable progress of Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. Little Qianqian, little Yuhao, now that you have officially crossed the threshold of the Tang Sect, I have a surprise for you. Huo Yuhao's eyes brightened as he respectfully inquired, what is this surprise? Teacher Tang Yi? Lin Qianyi, filled with curiosity and anticipation, gazed intently at Tang Yi. With a gentle smile, Tang Yi slowly replied, it is the qualification for admission to Shrek Academy without the need for examination. The academy ranked first across the entire continent? Lin Qianyi exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes widening with barely concealed excitement. Bei interjected, indeed, Shrek Academy shares deep ties with our Tang Sect. Even during this period of decline for the Tang Sect, Shrek Academy annually grants a spot for admission without testing. This year, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the two young individuals. It would not be impossible to make an exception and grant an additional spot. Tang and Bei recounted the storied past of Shrek Academy, the weighty history unfolding like a grand tapestry before their eyes. They spoke of the invasion of the Douluo continent by the Sun Moon continent. And while victory was ultimately achieved in that harrowing war, it marked the beginning of the Tang Sect's decline. At that time, although the soul masters of the Sun Moon continent were inferior to those of the Douluo continent, the soul tools they wielded, remarkably intricate weapons powered by soul energy, became pivotal in determining the outcome of battles. Once, the three great empires relied on Tang Sect's hidden weapons to achieve remarkable results in combat. However, this time, the power of these hidden weapons proved inadequate against the assaults of the Sun Moon continent's soul tools, resulting in heavy casualties for the three empires. In this dire moment, Shrek Academy emerged free from the constraints of any empire, with all tidal Douluo mobilized, barely managing to turn the tide of the battle and secure victory. Albeit at a grave cost, one tidal Douluo fell permanently on the battlefield. Since that time, the Sun Moon continent was renamed the Sun Moon Empire. Though the flames of war have ceased, it appears shackled by an invisible restraint. Presently, it lies in silence, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, concealing yet another conspiracy. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy has established itself as an independent entity, no longer beholden to any empire. Within its confines, there is a clear division. The outer court and inner court each bear distinct responsibilities. The inner court represents the true Shrek Academy, a gathering of the most brilliant talents, akin to a constellation of dazzling stars. The Outer Academy is divided into two main divisions, the Martial Spirit Department and the Soul Guidance Department. The former focuses on the cultivation of martial spirits and the enhancement of soul power, while the latter dedicates itself to the creation and utilization of soul-guiding devices. Each department possesses its unique characteristics, collectively forming an essential part of this legendary institution. After Tang and Bei assisted Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao with their enrollment and the acquisition of their uniforms, Tang gently instructed, "You should first store your luggage. We will gather later." Lin Qianyi obediently replied, and then parted ways with Huo Yuhao. As she walked alone, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a reclined chair under the shade of a tree, where an elderly man with snow-white hair rested. She paused momentarily, approached him politely, slightly bowing as she softly inquired, "Good day, sir. Could you please direct me to the girls' dormitory 206? The elderly gentleman slowly opened his eyes, warmth radiating from his gaze. "My dear child, you are indeed very polite. Go to the second floor, turn right, and the sixth room will be yours." Lin Qianyi bowed once more, sincerely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, sir," before turning to depart. The identity of this elderly man was far from ordinary. He observed Lin Qianyi's retreating figure, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an extraordinary aura surrounding the girl, a rare gift indeed. A faint smile graced his lips as he murmured, "How interesting." After stowing their belongings, Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao set off together to find Tang and Bei. At that moment, they overheard Tang Ye's voice tinged with concern. "Why is the homeroom teacher for the new students her? She is notoriously strict." Lin Qianyi, perplexed, asked, "What are you referring to, Teacher Xia?" Bei interjected to clarify, "Your homeroom teacher is Zhou Yi, who is indeed quite severe. The Academy's regulations are so stringent they seem tailored for monsters rather than ordinary individuals. Originally, she taught in the third year, and her teaching style can be described as harsh. Students under her tutelage face severe penalties for even minor mistakes, and the level of seriousness is extreme. However, those who manage to learn from her typically become inner courtyard disciples, which is the advantage of her strictness. As for why she has come to teach you, it could be due to a report against her." Upon hearing this, a chill coursed down Huo Yuhao's spine, cold sweat silently dampening his back, and a wave of apprehension surged within him. In contrast, Lin Qianyi remained unperturbed, her expression calm as she remarked, "Teachers, after all, are strict for our benefit. But if their severity exceeds reasonable bounds, it may become quite unkind. Nevertheless, as long as their intentions are for our good, it is somewhat justifiable." Tang regarded Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao thoughtfully before speaking. "Qianyi, based on the various attributes of your martial spirit, you are more suited for dual cultivation in the martial spirit department. As for Yuhao, you should primarily focus on the soul guidance department." Lin Qianyi nodded silently, refraining from further comment. However, Huo Yuhao, filled with curiosity, asked, "What is the soul guidance department?" At this question, Tang Ye's expression dimmed slightly. Sensing this, Bei quickly elaborated. The Soul Guidance Department primarily studies and creates soul guiding devices. In simple terms, a soul guiding device is an apparatus powered by soul energy. Mastery in this field indeed requires extraordinary talent, from creation to application. The emergence of soul guiding devices should indeed be a cause for celebration. However, it marks a pivotal moment in the decline of the Tang sect's concealed weaponry. Tang Ye's expression grew increasingly somber. Indeed, since the rise of soul guiding devices, the market for Tang sect's concealed weapons has diminished significantly, leading to the rapid decline of our sect. Lin Xinyi gently reassured her, Teacher Xiaoya, the advent of new innovations does not necessarily spell the end for Tang sect's concealed weaponry. Chapter 4. Teacher Zhou Yi Tang Ye softly caressed Lin Xinyi's head, her tone imbued with tenderness yet tinged with concern. You have 3 months of study ahead, followed by a rigorous assessment for newcomers. This examination is exceptionally competitive, as the Academy seeks to identify the most exceptional students. Out of more than 900 candidates, only about a third will remain. Moreover, there is an elimination mechanism each year. At the start of every semester, there will be advancement assessments, making it exceedingly rare for students to enter the inner courtyard. Lin Xinyi spoke with resolve. Rest assured, we will undoubtedly succeed in the newcomer assessment. Tang Ye glanced at the waning daylight and remarked, It is getting late. You should return now. Bei added, Junior sister, junior brother, my dormitory is in room 306. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. Lin Xinyi acknowledged with a nod and departed with Huo Yuhao. Tang Ye watched their departing figures and sighed softly. Xinyi and Yuhao may very well be the hope for the future of the Tang sect. Bei nodded in agreement. Although my time with Xinyi has been brief, her decisive and measured demeanor leaves a lasting impression. She possesses self-belief and trust in those around her. However, her character still requires further refinement. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Xinyi's attention was captured by a distinctive girl. The girl had greenish-blue hair styled into twin braids, her fair skin radiating a refreshing and ethereal aura. While she may not be breathtakingly beautiful, she exuded a pure and endearing charm, her stature slightly diminutive among her peers. At that moment, the girl looked up, her gentle gaze landing on Lin Xinyi. You must be the new roommate, right? My name is Xiao, she inquired softly. Lin Xinyi nodded. Yes, I am Lin Xinyi. Xiao approached with a lively stride, her enthusiasm palpable. That's wonderful. I am delighted to meet you. Do you know? My martial soul is quite impressive. One is the 3 lifetimes soul-settling cauldron, and the other is the 9 phoenixes flute. What about you? What is your martial soul? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lin Xinyi was momentarily taken aback, simply uttering a single word, Qing Wan. She cautiously concealed the secret of her other martial soul, a treasure akin to the most precious gem hidden deep within her heart, not to be revealed lightly. Qing Wan, that is a top-tier beast martial soul. Among newcomers, yours is truly a rare gem. Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Lin Xinyi modestly replied, One cannot say that. Those who have made it here are all exceptional in their own right. True enough, Xiao responded with a smile, then beckoned Lin Xinyi to sit beside her. And thus they began to converse. Xiao's vivacious and loquacious nature gradually eased Lin Xinyi, who had initially felt somewhat reserved, although she occasionally found herself a tad unaccustomed to the other's exuberance. The following morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the window panes. Lin Xinyi awoke early, gently rousing Xiao with a soft yet undeniably firm tone. Xiao, it's time to get up. Today marks the first day of classes, and being late would be rather impolite. The 2 girls, in perfect harmony, began their preparations, donning their pristine new uniforms. The attire, an elegant silver gray ensemble, resembled a finely crafted work of art. Its shoulders were adorned with exquisite embellishments, circular decorations twinkling like stars in the night sky, shimmering faintly in the morning light. The wide cuffs were intricately embroidered with graceful patterns, as if narrating ancient tales, paired with a white short skirt. A golden belt cinched at the waist accentuated their slender figures, while adding a touch of liveliness and playfulness. Once ready, they stepped out of the dormitory in unison, their steps light and buoyant, as if embarking on a new journey brimming with anticipation. Upon reaching the front of the teaching building, Lin Xinyi immediately spotted the familiar figure of Huo Yuhao. Beside him stood a remarkably striking boy. His skin was as pale as snow, his blue-pink pupils reminiscent of profound starry eyes, complemented by equally resplendent hair of vibrant hues, and clad in blue attire that enhanced his graceful demeanor. Xinyi, good morning. Huo Yuhao broke the silence. Good morning. Who is your companion? Lin Xinyi inquired, her gaze lingering curiously on the extraordinary youth. This is my roommate, Wang Dong. Huo Yuhao introduced succinctly. This is my roommate, Xiao, Lin Xinyi replied, and after a polite exchange of greetings, they entered the classroom, taking their respective seats. At that moment, the classroom buzzed with lively chatter, students engrossed in their conversations during the break. However, as the classroom door creaked open, the raucous noise abruptly ceased, as if enchanted, plunging the room into profound silence. A tall figure appeared in the doorway, and teacher Zhou Yi entered with measured steps. Her visage bore the calmness and authority that only time could bestow, her sharp gaze concealed behind slender black-framed glasses. Draped in an elegant white robe that cascaded gracefully over her tall frame, her neatly arranged dark hair was pinned up, exuding an extraordinary poise with every gesture. "Good day, students. I am your new homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi." Her voice, cool and resolute, echoed in the hushed classroom. "I have a few points to clarify. In my class, rules are absolute. In my classroom, commands are paramount. We cultivate elites, not mediocrity." At this proclamation, a murmur rippled through the students. The privileged offspring, having undergone rigorous selection, clearly bristled at the mention of mediocrity. Yet, teacher Zhou's gaze swept across the room, finally resting on a girl named Lin Qianyi, whose expression remained indifferent, as if untouched by the surrounding discourse. "Have there been any incidents of fighting in class recently? Please stand up." Teacher Zhou's voice remained calm. Huo Yuhao exchanged glances with Wang Dong before they both rose. "Are these the only two students?" Zhou Yi inquired, her brow slightly furrowing. "In that case, aside from these two, everyone else will run 100 laps around the playground." A voice of dissent arose. "Teacher, this is unjust. We did not partake in the altercation. I had previously stated that in my classroom, orders equate to rules." Zhou Yi's tone remained unchanged, yet beneath her feet, her soul rings subtly manifested. Too yellow, too purple, too black, silently proclaiming her prowess. Lin Qianyi refrained from uttering another word and turned to leave, an action that surprisingly garnered Zhou Yi's internal admiration. Observing this, the other students followed suit. Failure to complete within an hour will bear its consequences. As the last remnants of commotion faded, only Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong remained, exchanging looks filled with astonishment and contemplation. Zhou Yi retained Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, and after a brief exchange, she remarked, "Very well. You both should also take some time to run." Upon hearing this, Wang Dong, perplexed, inquired, "Teacher Zhou, did you not say that those who engaged in fighting need not run?" Zhou Yi arched an eyebrow and retorted, "Oh, did I say that?" Her gaze bore an undeniable conviction. 100 laps, not a single one less. A surge of indignation welled up within Wang Dong, ready to argue, but he was gently restrained by Huo Yuhao. Upon reaching the playground, Wang Dong could not contain his grievances. "Why did you stop me just now? Her actions are utterly unreasonable." Huo Yuhao sighed, his eyes deep and calm. "Do you think one can reason with her? A soul emperor with 6 soul rings can easily handle the both of us. Moreover, I firmly believe her warning about being expelled is not to be taken lightly." Meanwhile, Xiao, filled with confusion, asked Lin Qianyi, "Qianyi, Teacher Zhou was clearly trying to make things difficult for you. How could you leave so resolutely?" Lin Qianyi replied with a composed yet resigned tone, "There is simply no room for debate. Even if we are justified, what can we do in such a situation? It is better to comply obediently. Otherwise, if we truly face expulsion, we would regret it immensely." 20 minutes later, Lin Qianyi was the first to cross the finish line, completing the 100 laps of physical training. The other students soon followed suit, yet Huo Yuhao continued to persevere, having completed 93 laps, his stamina waning. Suddenly, a blue-golden light flashed, and a pair of resplendent wings of the radiant goddess butterfly unfurled behind Wang Dong. He gracefully soared upward, catching Huo Yuhao just as he was about to collapse. Zhou Yi approached slowly, her gaze imbued with a hint of admiration. The rare radiant goddess butterfly martial soul of the continent truly lives up to its reputation. Chapter 5, Soul Guidance Devices. Wang Dong gently supported Huo Yuhao, aiding him through the final laps. Huo Yuhao expressed gratitude. "Thank you." Wang Dong waved dismissively. "Keep your distance. Your sweat is unbearable. All present, gather." Zhou Yi called out, counting heads before announcing the names of several students. "You few, please pack your belongings and leave the academy." Upon hearing this, shock rippled through the crowd. The students whose names were called looked bewildered. "Teacher, we all completed the task." Zhou Yi scoffed. "Did you really think I was unaware of your little tricks? Using external aids is clearly cheating." One student, unwilling to accept this, pointed at Huo Yuhao. "What about him? He did not finish either." Lin Qianyi immediately countered. "Receiving assistance from others is not the same as cheating." Zhou Yi nodded slightly, affirming the point. "Indeed, in my class, mutual assistance is permitted, yet cunning exploitation is utterly intolerable. You may all gather your belongings and depart." Huo Yuhao lowered his head silently, inwardly grateful for the support of friends. Zhou Yi led the remaining students back to the classroom, leaving behind only the echoes on the playground. As the bell signaling the end of the lesson rang, Teacher Zhou retained Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao. Once the classroom fell into silence, she guided the two into her office. The waning rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows on the wall and adding an air of authority to Teacher Zhou. Huo Yuhao clenched the hem of his garment slightly, feeling a twinge of apprehension. He had heard tales of the strictness of this head teacher, known to instill discipline even in the most mischievous students. In contrast, Lin Qianyi remained composed, though a flicker of subtle vigilance glimmered in her bright eyes. "You both harbor something extraordinary within you," Teacher Zhou stated, her gaze piercing. "I can perceive the martial spirits of other students, yet yours stand apart." Huo Yuhao took a deep breath, meeting the teacher's gaze. "My martial spirit is the spirit I, belonging to the mental category." Lin Qianyi followed swiftly. "Mine is the Qinghuan." Zhou Yi's expression grew serious at once. One is a rare mental-type martial spirit, while the other is the legendary top-tier soul beast. To my knowledge, the only flying martial spirits that wield the voice of wind and clouds, beyond the phoenix and vermilion bird, are the Qinghuan. She rose decisively, her tone leaving no room for debate. "Follow me. There is something I need you to confirm." Without waiting for their response, she stepped out, leaving behind a meaningful silhouette. Zhou Yi led Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao westward, then turned northward. Before them loomed a massive gray structure, marking the end of the outer courtyard. The building emanated a profound aura, its stone walls interwoven with various metallic elements, as if silently narrating the immense power it contained. A sign on one side boldly proclaimed the words Soul Guidance Device Laboratory. Huo Yuhao was filled with confusion, uncertain as to why they were brought to this place. He intended to inquire, but was halted by a glance from Lin Qianyi. She understood that if Zhou Yi chose not to speak, questioning would be futile. It was better to follow in silence. After a moment's contemplation, Huo Yuhao grasped her reasoning and nodded gently in agreement. Zhou Yi guided Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao into the Soul Guidance Device Laboratory, a deep corridor unfolding before them. The tightly shut doors on either side stood like silent sentinels, arranged in orderly fashion, their cold metallic numbers, 1, 2, seemingly concealing countless unknown secrets. Zhou Yi led them deeper within, her steps steady and familiar, as if every intricate pattern here was etched in her memory. At the far end, the large door marked with the number 12 exuded an air of mystery in the dim light. Zhou Yi raised her hand, revealing a hexagonal silver medal that materialized in her palm, emanating a soft glow akin to a sacred relic. She aligned the gold medal at the center of the grand door, and in an instant, the formidable entrance, which seemed to be severed from the world, awakened to life, slowly parting to reveal a narrow crevice. With a sharp click, the metal began to spin, and the door creaked open, emitting a deep, resonant sound that seemed to whisper ancient tales. Zhou Yi raised her hand, signaling Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao to follow. They exchanged a glance, saying little, yet silently trailed behind her into the enigmatic portal. At that moment, a tall middle-aged man, measuring nearly 6 feet, strode towards them with a commanding presence. His robust physique resembled a mountain, clad in simple cloth that accentuated his powerful form. His bare arms exuded strength, and his profound gaze seemed to harbor endless stories. He inquired, "Zhou Yi, what is happening here?" Zhou Yi explained, "Fan Yu, you have long desired a spirit master with a mental attribute, and I have found 2 for you. This is Huo Yuhao, whose martial soul is the spirit eye, and this is Lin Qianyi. Though her martial soul is not of the mental attribute, her talent is undeniably remarkable." Fan Yu's gaze swept across Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianyi, and upon seeing Huo Yuhao, he furrowed his brow slightly. "This lad appears rather frail, yet the young lady seems quite promising." Zhou Yi, somewhat displeased, retorted, "Are you questioning my judgment?" Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao felt a surge of determination, and Zhou Yi added, "Huo Yuhao, show him your abilities." "Very well." Huo Yuhao responded promptly, then unleashed a mental detection share, instantly connecting with Fan Yu, Zhou Yi, and Lin Qianyi. In that fleeting moment, Fan Yu felt as if the world before him had been magnified, revealing intricate details within 50 meters that were imperceptible to the naked eye. Once Huo Yuhao withdrew his spirit power, Fan Yu slammed his hand on the table, startling Zhou Yi, who thought to herself, "Why is he so flustered today? He has never liked this." Fan Yu gazed at Zhou Yi in astonishment. 50 meters? Zhou Yi countered, "Do you still doubt?" A hint of a wry smile appeared on Fan Yu's face, as he realized his earlier demeanor had been somewhat rash. Now captivated by the seemingly frail youth before him, Fan Yu called out to a nearby youth, "Hikaitu." A robust young man approached, towering at nearly 6.5 feet, with an air of simplicity. He appeared to be around 15 or 16, his skin dark like iron, his buzz-cut head framing a clean-cut face. Though clad in modest attire, his well-defined muscles were evident. He was Hikaitu. "Teacher, you called for me?" His voice carried a rustic respect. Fan Yu gestured towards Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao, instructing, "Take them to try out the spirit-guided shooting device." As Kai-Tu's gaze fell upon Lin Qianyi, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. "Is this young lady joining us?" he asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Fan Yu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. All right then, greetings, fellow juniors. I am Kai-Tu. You may simply call me Kai-Tu." He smiled warmly, striving to ease the atmosphere. Lin Qianyi, inherently reserved in nature, especially during formal occasions, spoke little but never compromised on her manners. "This won't do. Such an address is somewhat disrespectful. It is better to refer to you as you and big brother." Her voice was cool, yet remained polite. This sudden transformation astonished Huo Yuhao. The girl who usually spoke so little could respond so quickly and appropriately. "Indeed, addressing you as you and big brother is indeed more fitting," Huo Yuhao concurred. "Very well. Allow me to guide you," Kai-Tu replied, turning to lead the way. His broad back seemed to offer an inexplicable sense of security to the two. Kai-Tu brought Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao to the edge of the testing ground, deliberately maintaining a safe distance. With a light pat on his waist, a uniquely shaped device materialized in his palm, a 5-meter-long black metal tube, thick at the base and engraved with mysterious patterns. Kai-Tu skillfully manipulated the device, gently tapping it twice, causing a 10-centimeter square lid to slowly open. He carefully cradled a gold ingot, placing it steadily in the opening, his gaze focused and earnest, ready. Chapter 6. The Soul Guidance Device. Despite the distance, Lin Qianyi could still distinctly sense the chilling aura emanating from the weapon in Kaita's hand. As a mental attribute soul master, Huo Yuhao was even more acutely aware of everything. He slowly closed his eyes, and in an instant, an invisible mental force silently spread out, tightly connecting the two. When this force reached Kai-Tu, he couldn't help but pause slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Lin Qianyi called softly, and in that moment, her martial soul responded. It was as if an invisible force tore through the surroundings, producing a deafening roar. As a massive azure divine bird's phantom gradually emerged behind her, its profound eyes slowly opening, reminiscent of dawn breaking through the mist. Fan Yu was momentarily stunned. "The Qinghuan?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Yi, catching sight of his expression, couldn't help but smile smugly. "Just a moment ago, someone questioned my judgment in discerning people." Fan Yu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle softly. While the two were conversing, Huo Yuhao and Kai-Tu had already established a tacit understanding. Kai-Tu locked onto the target, and a sharp silver ray shot towards Lin Qianyi like a bolt of lightning. Lin Qianyi swiftly concentrated her soul power, erecting a cerulean barrier in front of her. The barrier bore the mark of Qinghuan feathers, radiating mysterious and dazzling light. Although she successfully blocked the attack, the immense force still compelled her to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Huo Yuhao, concerned, asked, "Qianyi, are you all right?" Lin Qianyi smiled faintly, casually replying, "I'm fine." Kai-Tu murmured to himself, "This is still not enough." Zhou Yi and Fan Yu exchanged puzzled glances, and Zhou Yi inquired, "Huo Yuhao, what is the range of your mental detection?" Huo Yuhao pondered briefly before answering earnestly, "A diameter of 30 meters, but it can be further expanded." "Is this the power of a 10-year soul ring?" Fan Yu's tone was laced with evident shock, and Zhou Yi also wore a look of astonishment. Fan Yu turned his gaze towards Lin Qianyi, who rarely spoke, and slowly remarked, "Lin Qianyi, I must say, your martial soul is remarkable in every aspect, truly leaving me in awe. Among the freshmen at Shrek Academy, and even in the entire Outer Academy, your talent is undeniably exceptional." Lin Qianyi slightly bowed and softly replied, "Thank you for your praise, Teacher Fan Yu." Zhou Yi felt a profound astonishment towards Lin Qianyi. She was well aware that Fan Yu seldom offered compliments unless the individual was genuinely outstanding. Observing the two children, Zhou Yi silently contemplated, "Though I have just met these two, they certainly possess commendable qualities." Huo Yuhao turned his attention to Kai-Tu beside him and gently inquired, "Brother He, could you enlighten us on what a fixed-position soul guide is?" His heart brimmed with curiosity, and his eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. However, Lin Qianyi merely tilted her head slightly, seemingly indifferent, quietly awaiting Kai-Tu's response. Kai-Tu nodded gently, his gaze reflecting a blend of warmth and seriousness. Soul guides are classified into numerous categories, the most common being ranged and melee types. The melee soul guides we utilize in our daily lives are weapons that significantly enhance their power through the infusion of soul power. In essence, they are special equipment driven by soul power. Lin Qianyi thoughtfully interjected, "So, to operate a fixed-position soul guide, one must rely on soul power." "Indeed, you are quite astute." Kai-Tu praised, nodding in approval. The creation of soul guides is intricately linked to soul power, and there are inherent risks involved in the manufacturing process. It is no simple task. Soul masters are ranked from levels 1 to 10, and our academy boasts a level 9 soul master, who is exceptionally formidable. As Hikaitu elaborated, Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao gradually began to grasp a preliminary understanding of soul guides. Even though Lin Qianyi harbored little interest in them, she recognized that acquiring more knowledge could be beneficial, at the very least providing herself with an added layer of security. At that moment, Zhou Yi's voice resonated from a distance. All right, let us return. Hikaitu looked at the two with encouragement in his eyes. You must be the new students. With the talents of you juniors, I believe you will thrive in the academy. Lin Qianyi offered a slight bow. Thank you, brother He. Huo Yuhao promptly echoed. I appreciate your kind words. With that, the three departed together. Zhou Yi led Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao back to the front of the teaching building. Their steps measured and steady. She turned, her gaze gently sweeping over their faces, and then slowly asked, Did you gain any insights from what Teacher Fan Yu shared with you? Huo Yuhao slightly lifted his head, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Teacher Zhou, I merely feel that the power contained within those words is overwhelmingly profound. It is a sensation beyond description. Zhou Yi then directed her attention towards Lin Qianyi, her tone laced with curiosity. Qianyi, what are your thoughts on this? Lin Qianyi's expression was calm and earnest as she softly replied, This is my first encounter with soul guides. Prior to this, my knowledge of such things was indeed quite limited. However, just moments ago, while experimenting with my elder brother, I felt the formidable strength of the incoming attack. Although I managed to block it, I could discern its power, which was indeed comparable to that of a soul master. Zhou Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging that such insight gained in a short span of time was not indicative of dullness. After a brief contemplation, she spoke with a gentle yet earnest tone. Teacher Fan Yu is an exceptionally rare powerhouse among soul mentors. In the realm of soul device research, aside from the deans, none can surpass him. Should you wish to delve deeper into the study of soul devices in the future, he will be your finest guide. With that, she waved her hand lightly, signaling them to proceed to their meal. Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao exchanged thoughtful glances before departing. In the bustling cafeteria, just as Lin Qianyi was about to finish her meal and leave, she spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. It was Tang. Unconsciously, she approached and softly called out, Teacher Xiaoya, what a coincidence to see you here. Upon hearing her name, Tang turned, her lips curving into a gentle smile at the sight of Lin Qianyi. Little Qian, what a delightful surprise, she said, lowering her voice conspiratorially. I plan to take you and little Yuhao to an intriguing place soon. Lin Qianyi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Where are we going? Tang playfully shook her head, infused with a hint of mystery. I won't tell you just yet. You'll find out when we arrive. After a short while, Huo Yuhao emerged from the cafeteria. Tang quickly called out to him, Teacher Xiaoya. Huo Yuhao responded softly, Tang. Tang patted his shoulder warmly, her tone imbued with a touch of intrigue. Little Yuhao, would you like to earn some tuition money on your own? I have a splendid idea. How about you and little Qian come find me this Saturday? Huo Yuhao was filled with curiosity. What plan do you have? Tang merely smiled enigmatically. You'll see when the time comes. Huo Yuhao turned to Lin Qianyi, as if seeking answers from her, but she shrugged helplessly. Don't ask me. I have no idea either. In the dormitory building, Lin Qianyi pushed open the door to find Xiao Xiao lazily reclining on her bed. Upon noticing her entrance, Xiao Xiao's face brightened with a warm smile. What was it about that Zhou teacher calling for you alone? Lin Qianyi replied softly, It's nothing. Xiao Xiao elongated her tone. Oh, I thought something might have happened. After all, Zhou teacher is known for being strict. Did you think I was reprimanded or punished? Lin Qianyi retorted. Xiao Xiao chuckled. I was a bit worried about you. Lin Qianyi's lips curled into a slight smile, her voice imbued with a gentle reproach. Can't you wish for my well-being a bit more? This exchange was laden with the subtlety of their friendship, a mix of mild complaints and tender teasing over occasional misunderstandings. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Lin Qianyi and Xiao Xiao departed the dormitory together, riding their bicycles toward the lecture hall. The morning light bathed them in a soft glow, not at all blinding, but rather enhancing the harmonious beauty of the scene. A gentle breeze caressed Lin Qianyi's azure hair, akin to a lively spirit dancing in the air. Chapter 7. The Selection of the Class Leader. As they passed by the shores of the sea god lake, the surrounding students were captivated by Lin Qianyi. Her fresh and ethereal appearance resembled that of a fairy stepping out of a painting, leaving both male and female students momentarily spellbound, their gazes filled with awe. Beside her, Xiao Xiao teased, our Qianyi has become the center of attention. Lin Qianyi often maintained a detached coolness towards outsiders, yet she radiated warmth among friends. With a slight smile and a hint of playfulness, she replied, That is because you do not comprehend my allure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter resonating in the gentle breeze, adding a vibrant hue to the splendid morning scenery. Within the new teaching building, Xiao Xiao and Lin Qianyi gently took their seats. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances, their lips curling into subtle smiles, a silent greeting shared between them. At that moment, the classroom door slowly swung open, and the previously noisy atmosphere was instantly enveloped in silence, as if cast under a spell. Entering was teacher Zhou Yi, a stern figure regarded as a formidable presence among the students, her authority commanding an immediate hush. Zhou Yi took her place at the podium, her gaze piercing. Today, I shall select a class leader. As her words lingered in the air, her eyes intentionally swept over Lin Qianyi, Wang Dong, and Huo Yuhao. At that instant, Lin Qianyi's expression remained remarkably serene, while her classmates' eyes glimmered with eagerness for the position. She resembled a tranquil lake, unruffled by the ripples of ambition surrounding her. Is anyone willing to volunteer? Zhou Yi inquired again, her attention lingering on Lin Qianyi. Although Lin Qianyi had no intention of stepping forward, she refrained from immediate rejection. Recognizing this as one of Zhou Yi's methods to elicit her potential, with no one volunteering, it was decided that Lin Qianyi would assume the role of class leader, while Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were appointed as vice leaders. As the announcement concluded, a murmur of discussion erupted in the classroom, with several students expressing reservations about Huo Yuhao's vice leadership. Yet, under the weight of Zhou Yi's authority, none dared to voice their discontent. Lin Qianyi, upon hearing her selection as class leader, exhibited no signs of surprise, as if she had anticipated this outcome. As the class bell rang, the classroom buzzed with excitement. Xiao Xiao tugged at Lin Qianyi's sleeve, her face a mask of confusion. Qianyi, why are you so indifferent to teacher Zhou Yi selecting you as class leader? If it were anyone else, they would be overjoyed. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong leaned in with curiosity. Lin Qianyi offered a gentle smile, imbued with a sense of transcendence. The title of class leader might hold significance within the classroom, yet beyond its walls, it was inconsequential. Whether I am chosen as the class leader is of little consequence to me. If chosen, I shall wholeheartedly assume the responsibility. If not, I refuse to confine my broad vision and perspective to such trivial matters. Coincidentally, Zhou Yi, passing by, overheard this exchange and silently nodded in approval. Appreciating Lin Qianyi's liberated and magnanimous spirit, Xiao Xiao exclaimed sincerely, Qianyi, your mind is truly clear. Meanwhile, Wang Dong adopted a nonchalant demeanor, remarking, oh, why think so much about it? After a week of diligent study, Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianyi finally found Tang during their spare time. She led them to a nearby hillside outside the school. There, an object covered with a large cloth piqued their curiosity. Teacher Xiaoya, what on earth is this? Lin Qianyi inquired, her eyes filled with bewilderment, while Huo Yuhao couldn't help but glance at Tang, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. With a mysterious smile, Tang stepped forward and dramatically pulled off the cloth. In an instant, a brand new, silver-gray cart came into view, prominently labeled with the words grilled fish. The cart was ingeniously designed, equipped not only with a professional grill, but also featuring a petite cash register. Huo Yuhao, your grilled fish skills are extraordinary. How about we set up a stall here? We could even earn some tuition fees, Tang said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I've already prepared the ingredients and seasonings, and if we run short, you can just ask the cafeteria for some. There's no need to feel shy. Lin Qianyi, feeling a bit anxious, chimed in, what about me? I don't know how to grill fish. Tang laughed and reassured her, Qian, you just need to handle the cash register. The earnings will be split equally between you two. As night fell, a vast expanse of satin-like darkness enveloped Shrek Academy. Not far from the school, the night market was ablaze with lights, and various food stalls wafted enticing aromas, creating a vibrant tapestry of life. Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, and Tang stood guard over their grilled fish stall. Lin Qianyi deftly managed the cash. Huo Yuhao focused intently on grilling the fish, while Tang assisted nearby, appearing earnest despite being merely a helper. The air was thick with the delectable scent of grilled fish when Huo Yuhao gently asked, Teacher Xiaoya, how much should we charge for a grilled fish? Tang pondered for a moment before replying, considering the labor and the cost of the fish. 5 copper soul coins would still yield a profit. With that, she promptly affixed a label, 5 copper coins for 1 grilled fish. However, despite the mouth-watering aroma, most passers-by hesitated at the sight of the price before ultimately choosing to walk away. Observing this, Tang furrowed her brow and decisively lowered the price to 3 copper soul coins. At that moment, a male student, drawn by the rich scent of grilled fish, approached the stall. Junior, how much do you sell your grilled fish for? He asked curiously. Huo Yuhao looked up, smiling as he replied, 3 copper soul coins. The male student's eyes lit up. That's so cheap. I'll take 1. He then pulled 3 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to Lin Qianyi, who skillfully placed the coins into the money pouch. Got it. Huo Yuhao responded, his movements becoming increasingly swift, and soon, a fragrant grilled fish was placed in the male student's hands. After a while, a golden, aromatic grilled fish was completed. Huo Yuhao presented the meticulously grilled fish to the student, who took a gentle bite. Instantly, the exquisite taste exploded in his mouth. Free of any fishy odor, succulent yet not greasy, perfectly preserving the fish's natural flavor. Delicious, he exclaimed. He could not help but exclaim, his voice resonating like a stone cast into a lake, sending ripples through the crowd, drawing the attention of those around him. The price of the grilled fish had surged from 3 copper soul coins to 5, and while some had previously complained about the cost, now throngs of people surged forward, eager to savor the delectable dish, creating a lively and bustling scene. Absurd. Lin Qianyi gasped at the spectacle before her. However, Huo Yuhao maintained his composure, calling out, "Seniors, please form an orderly line." Amidst the commotion, a girl who appeared as though she had stepped out of a painting quietly emerged, with a graceful figure. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, while playful rabbit ears added a touch of vivacity to her elegance. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her clear eyes captivated the attention of both male and female students present. She was none other than Jiang Nannan, renowned as the most beautiful girl in the outer academy. As Jiang Nannan approached Huo Yuhao's stall, sunlight glimmered upon the tips of her hair. "Junior, how much for your grilled fish?" she inquired, her lips parting gently. Huo Yuhao, engrossed in his task, did not raise his gaze. "Senior, it's 5 copper soul coins." Upon hearing this price, Jiang Nannan's brow furrowed slightly. "That seems a bit steep. Based on my experience, 3 copper soul coins plus a handling fee would still yield a reasonable profit for you." Huo Yuhao continued to focus on the fish on the grill. "I apologize, senior, but my price is fixed." The atmosphere became subtly tense. Just then, Lin Qianyi interjected to alleviate the awkwardness. "Senior, you might not fully understand. This is not merely a matter of handling fees. It also encompasses the cost of ingredients and the time and effort invested. 5 copper soul coins is already quite a fair price." Jiang Nannan nodded thoughtfully. "Very well, I shall return another day to taste it." As she turned to leave, a gleaming gold coin suddenly flew through the air, aimed directly at Huo Yuhao's stall. In a split second, Lin Qianyi deftly lifted a bamboo skewer, intercepting the coin mid-flight. The gold coin landed on the grill, while the skewer embedded itself deeply into the ground. A boy, around 15 or 16, stepped forward from the crowd with a hint of provocation in his gaze. "Kid, do you dare refuse to sell?" Among the throng, a tall and robust youth stood out, his thick eyebrows and striking eyes conveying a sense of arrogance and a unique flair. His emotions seemed to be spiraling out of control, and he angrily questioned, "Kid, how dare you not sell?" With that, the boy reached out to snatch the grilled fish. Huo Yuhao, however, reacted swiftly, pulling the fish away just in time, leaving Su Sanshur grasping only a handful of charcoal. "Are you looking for a fight?" he retorted. Beside them, Tang slammed her palm on the table, admonishing Su Sanshur. "Do you think I'm invisible?" Su Sanshur, refusing to back down, replied defiantly, "Tang, don't think that just because Bei Bei is protecting you. I want to dare to act." Tang scoffed, "Come at me if you dare. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you believe that we from the Tang sect are so easily bullied?" Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Lin Qianyi approached slowly. Just as Su Sanshur intended to seize the opportunity, Lin Qianyi unleashed a surge of soul power, catching him off guard and sending him reeling. Tang was not idle either. She threw a golden needle that accurately struck Su Sanshur at the small of his back. In that fleeting moment, a sharp pain coursed through him, though he masked his discomfort. To his astonishment, Lin Qianyi appeared to be several years his junior, yet her soul power was nearly on par with his own. At that moment, Su Sanshur seized the chance and abruptly snatched the grilled fish from Huo Yuhao's hands. Tang, witnessing this, glared at him in disbelief. "You, Su Sanshur." Just then, a voice pierced through the tension. It was Bei Bei. "Su Sanshur, have you consulted me before bullying my Tang sect juniors?" Su Sanshur froze momentarily, perplexed. "What? They are your Tang sect members?" Before Bei Bei could respond, Su Sanshur interjected. "So what if I took it? I paid for it. This grilled fish is mine." Tang was so enraged she began to stomp her feet. "You." Yet Bei Bei suddenly regained his composure, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Ye's flushed face, secretly amused but maintaining an earnest facade. At this juncture, Tang Ye added, "Bei Bei, you ought to teach him a lesson. If you win, I shall permit you a kiss." Upon hearing this, Bei Bei's expression faltered, and he shook his head in resignation. Feigning seriousness, "Su Sanshur, you've wronged my juniors today. You must give me an explanation. Come with me to the Soul Arena for a duel." Su Sanshur, brimming with bravado, replied, "Let us go. I'm not afraid of you." Afterward, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Nannan, and he extended the grilled fish towards her. "Nannan, you eat first." Jiang Nannan frowned in displeasure. "Su Sanshur, I never asked you to bother me, nor should you vent your frustrations on others." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Su Sanshur awkwardly standing there. Moments later, Su Sanshire had no choice but to return the grilled fish to Huo Yuhao and then grasped Beibei's shoulder, exclaiming, "Let us go, it's time for the match." Tang took the grilled fish from Huo Yuhao, taking a delicate bite. The crisp skin crackled softly between her teeth. "Let us join the excitement," she said, her eyes glimmering with curiosity and anticipation. The Seoul Arena, a hallmark of Shrek Academy, is nestled in the northwest corner of the Wuhuan department, where one can glimpse the bustling sights of Shrek City just a wall away. It is conveniently close to the Seoul Guidance Department, serving as a venue where fervor and glory intertwine. Not only a battleground for students to hone their skills, but also a sacred ground for the exchange of martial spirits. Each competition is overseen by professional judges who uphold principles of fairness and impartiality in their evaluations. Of course, participation incurs a fee, half of which benefits the academy while the other half rewards the victorious students. Each year, students aspiring for advancement or those graduating to the inner academy must endure a series of fierce contests here. The academy certainly knows how to generate revenue, Yuhao remarked, a hint of jest in his tone. However, Lin Xinyi shook her head earnestly. This is Shrek Academy. While it is affluent, how could it sustain itself without a stable source of income? Tang chuckled and patted Lin Xinyi's shoulder. Little Qianqian is quite astute. Beibei and Su Sanshire, the two fellows beside me, have actually known each other for quite some time. Each contest in the arena of souls resembles a clash of equally matched forces, invariably culminating in a stalemate, with the expenses shared equally, as if they could never definitively establish who is superior. Upon their arrival at the arena, they found the audience nearly fully seated, with hundreds of spectators already present. Tang, Lin Xinyi, and Huo Yuhao were fortunate to secure front-row seats due to their early arrival. Gazing at the bustling crowd before them, Lin Xinyi could not help but inquire, "Why is Senior Beibei so popular?" Tang chuckled softly and explained, "Indeed, your senior's reputation as the strongest attacker in the Outer Academy is not unfounded. His martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, boasts a lineage spanning 1,000,000 years, standing as one of the pinnacle beast martial souls. In recent years, this martial soul has consistently held the title of the most formidable attacking beast martial soul. Conversely, Su Sanshire reigns supreme in the realm of defense with his mutated martial soul, capable of manipulating water elements and possessing astonishing defensive capabilities. With one excelling in offense and the other in defense, they are collectively known as the twin stars of the Outer Academy, naturally drawing considerable attention." Huo Yuhao, intrigued, asked, "And who is Zhang Nanan?" Tang playfully flicked Huo Yuhao's forehead, chiding, "At such a young age, you are already preoccupied with beautiful women." Huo Yuhao winced, refraining from further comment. Observing his reaction, Tang continued, "Zhang Nanan is renowned as the most beautiful girl in the Outer Academy. Although she comes from a humble background, she has many admirers within the school. However, she has politely declined all of their advances, except for her rather unkind demeanor towards Su Sanshire. I wonder how that fellow managed to offend her." At that moment, a figure began to emerge from the crowd, her powder blue hair shimmering like the most unique star in the night sky, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Lin Xinyi was the first to recognize this familiar silhouette as Wang Dong. The two exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in greeting. Wang Dong cleared his throat, and upon hearing the sound, Huo Yuhao felt a sudden, inexplicable tightness in his chest, as if some hidden concern had been stirred. "Wang Dong, what brings you here?" Huo Yuhao's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. "The competition between the strongest attacker and the strongest defender is quite lively. I simply wanted to join in," Wang Dong replied, settling beside him. In a hushed tone, he asked, "What did you see?" I saw nothing," Huo Yuhao stammered. "Best that way," Wang Dong said seriously. "Next time you enter the dormitory, you must knock. We're all men, what is there to fear?" Huo Yuhao attempted to respond nonchalantly. "You." Wang Dong was about to retort when Tang interjected, "Little Yuhao? Who is he?" "This young man is quite handsome." Huo Yuhao hastily introduced, "This is my roommate Wang Dong. Wang Dong, this is our senior Tang." At that moment, the air seemed to linger with an unspoken topic, but with Tang's arrival, the atmosphere gradually lightened. Tang caught sight of Wang Dong, and a playful smile crept onto her lips as she remarked, "Little Yuhao, seeing how outstanding he is, why don't we lure him into the Tang Sect?" Wang Dong's eyes flickered with curiosity at her words. "You are from the Tang Sect?" Tang proudly straightened her posture, her eyes gleaming with pride. "Indeed, I am the current leader of the Tang Sect." "Impressive, isn't it? Would you care to join us in the Tang Sect?" She initially thought it was merely a jest, yet to her astonishment, Wang Dong nodded without hesitation and replied, "Very well, I shall join." Tang was taken aback. She could distinctly sense the immense talent Wang Dong possessed, rivaling that of Lin Xinyi. She never anticipated that he would take a joke so seriously. Huo Yuhao, standing nearby, frowned and inquired, "Wang Dong, why do you wish to join Tang Sect?" Wang Dong gazed at them earnestly, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. I have heard that the Tang sect's hidden weapons are exceedingly formidable, and I wish to join to learn their techniques. Tang Ye's eyes widened in surprise. Are you truly not jesting? Lin Qianyi, exhibiting a more composed demeanor, cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness. Wang Dong, this is not a trivial matter. Have you considered it thoroughly? Wang Dong's gaze was resolute as he replied. I am serious. Observing the steadfastness in Wang Dong's eyes, Tang Ye contemplated for a moment before slowly responding. Very well, please wait. I need to deliberate on this. Chapter 9. A Gripping Duel. In the lounge, Su Sancher looked at Bei Bei with a pained expression, his tone laden with exasperation. Your Tang Ye is rather ruthless. As he spoke, he lifted his clothing to reveal a bruise the size of a baby's fist on his right waist, a remnant of the dragon whisker needle's injury. Bei Bei merely chuckled nonchalantly. It's deserved. You brought it upon yourself by bullying my junior brothers and sisters. You'll have to sustain your soul power for a while. And when it's time to compete, you'll be distracted by my attacks. Let us see how you manage to defeat me. Bei Bei regarded him with a teasing glint in her eyes. Bei Bei, how have I not realized over the years that you are so cunning? I beg you to assist me. Maintaining my soul power like this is quite the predicament. Su Sancher pleaded with a face full of flattery. Bei Bei, however, gently shook her head. If you wish for my assistance, it won't be so simple. Su Sancher quickly grasped her meaning and tentatively asked, what are your terms? Bei Bei calmly stated 3 words, Xianshui Dan. Upon hearing this, Su Sancher furrowed his brow. You must be dreaming. The Xianshui Dan is far too valuable, 1,000 soul coins, not a fraction more. Bei Bei crossed her arms and replied leisurely. Do you think I am unaware of the Xianshui Dan's value? It is worth far more. I will not engage in a losing deal. Su Sancher, feeling helpless, muttered, Bei Bei, you truly are devious. Yet, begrudgingly, he produced a Xianshui Dan and handed it to her. Bei Bei accepted the Xianshui Dan and instructed Su Sancher, now, retract your martial soul. Obediently, Su Sancher complied, and as he did, the pain surged back like a tide. Bei Bei gently brushed against his waist, forming a circle, and extracted a golden needle, which curled up in her palm. Su Sancher winced in agony. Ouch, that hurts terribly. He glared at Bei Bei, a flicker of defiance igniting in his eyes. Bei Bei, just wait. When we reach the soul duel arena, I shall show you. Bei Bei smiled slightly, her expression laced with amusement. Oh, you little rascal, you still possess such spirit? How about we make a wager? Su Sancher frowned. What shall we wager? Bei Bei, unfazed, replied, let us wager a Xianshui Dan. You must be dreaming. Su Sancher squeezed out those words as if from between clenched teeth. Do you think the Xianshui Dan is merely a sweet treat found on the streets? Something you can have at will? And I've given you all I have? Bei Bei chuckled lightly. You're afraid now, aren't you? What a joke. Am I, Su Sancher? Someone to fear? Su Sancher retorted defiantly. 2,000 gold soul coins. It's settled then. Bei Bei waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. I cannot give more. I have nothing else. Besides, I've already given you the Xianshui Dan, Su Sancher explained. Yet, Bei Bei seemed to have seen through everything. Don't think I don't know. You still have a vial of Xianshui Dan hidden away, don't you? Stop being so tedious. Let's gamble. If you win, I'll return the Xianshui Dan to you. If you lose, you must give me that hidden vial. Su Sancher gritted his teeth. Fine, let us compete. Who is afraid of whom? You are truly cunning. Bei Bei laughed heartily. Haha, good brother. He then patted Su Sancher on the shoulder, as if they had never quarreled. On the soul duel platform, a man in his 40s stepped slowly to the center. As he moved with a steady gait, the clamor of the crowd gradually gave way to a solemn atmosphere. Clearing his throat, his voice resonated like thunder across the platform. Now, let us welcome Bei Bei from the 4th year and Su Sancher from the 5th year to the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures emerged from opposite directions, igniting the atmosphere of the arena. Thunderclap, Bei Bei, Eternal Monarch Su Sancher. The fervent cheers rose and fell like crashing waves. In the audience, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but exclaim, what a spectacle this is. Lin Qianyi surveyed the bustling crowd and remarked with a calm tone. Both Senior Bei and that upperclassman have earned their titles. They must have engaged in such contests frequently, and this popularity is undoubtedly a result of time and effort. Her expression was neutral, yet a hint of barely perceptible envy flickered in her eyes. Tang Ye stepped lightly to Huo Yuhao's side and whispered, Yuhao, how large is your spirit detection range? Approximately 50 meters in diameter, Huo Yuhao replied succinctly. After a few whispered words from Tang Ye, she gestured towards Bei Bei, who nodded in understanding. Wang Dong turned to Lin Qianyi, curiously asking, Qianyi, who do you think will win this duel? Lin Qianyi frowned slightly, pondering before responding. It's hard to say. One has the strongest offense, while the other boasts the strongest defense. The outcome is unpredictable. Wang Dong nodded in agreement. Indeed. It's already so thrilling even before it begins. The referee's gaze shifted back and forth between Bei Bei and Su Sanshi, his voice steady as he inquired, "Are you ready?" Almost simultaneously, both nodded, their eyes filled with determination. With a commanding voice, the referee declared, "The match begins." In an instant, blue and purple electric currents surged around Bei Bei, and as the light flickered, his body appeared to be reshaped, becoming more robust. On his right hand, strange scales emerged, seemingly imbued with boundless power. As one gazes upon Su Sanshi, he becomes enveloped in a surge of dark soul energy, profound and oppressive, akin to an abyss lurking in shadows. Before him, a black tortoise-shell shield materializes seemingly out of thin air, adorned with enigmatic black patterns, reminiscent of an artifact from ancient times. In the audience, Lin Xianyi distinctly perceives the formidable wave of soul energy radiating from Su Sanshi. Unable to suppress her admiration, this Su Sanshi is truly remarkable. Tang gently pats Lin Xianyi's head, her tone warm yet tinged with pride. "Your senior brother and that fellow are renowned in the outer academy as the twin stars. Your brother excels in pure offense, his strength direct and fierce, while Su Sanshi is renowned for his defensive prowess. Each possesses their own merits. However, in terms of overall strength, your brother holds the upper hand." Lin Xianyi offers a faint smile. Bei Bei, with a swift motion, darts forward like a specter, covering 5 meters in an instant. His arm, cloaked in azure scales, strikes towards Su Sanshi with the speed of a lightning bolt. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Su Sanshi remains composed, taking a deliberate step back and firmly positioning his tortoise-shell shield before him. Yet, confusion fills his heart. Why is Bei Bei, usually so cautious, acting so recklessly today? Nonetheless, he is acutely aware of the formidable nature of Bei Bei's assault, leaving no room for further contemplation. In an instant, a deafening crash resounds as Bei Bei's dragon claw collides heavily with Su Sanshi's shield. At that moment, it feels as though immense force has been unleashed, sending both combatants staggering back a step. Seizing the momentum, Bei Bei gracefully leaps, once more pouncing upon Su Sanshi like a tiger descending a mountain. Su Sanshi exerts all his strength to block the blow, yet the tremendous force propels him backward a step. The first century-old yellow soul ring beneath Su Sanshi's feet glows, and in an instant, black light surges around him, as dark energy flows through the air like a tangible substance. With a fierce thrust of his right hand, a massive black shield unfolds, spanning over 10 meters, resembling a moving fortress of steel. Shimming shock, he bellows, accompanied by a deep roar, as a powerful shockwave erupts like a tumultuous current, resonating with a thunderous sound that causes the entire arena to tremble. Bei Bei, unfazed, reveals 3 soul rings beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. In the blink of an eye, he unleashes his second and third soul skills simultaneously. Blue-purple electricity coils around him like a dragon emerging from the sea, clashing fiercely against Su Sanshi's shimming shock. Just as Su Sanshi prepares to launch another attack, a sudden, excruciating pain strikes him, akin to countless invisible needles piercing his temples, momentarily stunning him. Bei Bei seizes this fleeting opportunity, breaking through Su Sanshi's defenses, determining the victor. Chapter 10, A Matter of Concern. After the referee announces the result, Su Sanshi lets out a cold huff, reluctantly stating, "Let's have another go, you can use bombs." Bei Bei smirks, a hint of mockery in his voice as he replies, "Bombs? Hurry up and bring me the Xian Shui Dan." Su Sanshi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, took out the Xian Shui Dan and handed it to Bei Bei. Bei Bei accepted the Xian Shui Dan with a slight smile, saying, "Thank you, brother." Su Sanshi snorted, feigning indifference. Just wait until next time. I shall make you search for your teeth." At that moment, the audience erupted with cheers for Bei Bei. He waved at the crowd, his face beaming with confidence. Meanwhile, as Tang and Lin Xianyi were about to turn to leave, Wang Dong's concerned voice suddenly rang out, "Huo Yuhao, what happened to you?" Hearing this, Lin Xianyi and Tang paused and slowly turned their heads. Tang gently placed her hand on Huo Yuhao's pulse and, after a moment, quietly stated, "He is not seriously hurt. He merely exhausted his soul power." With that, Lin Xianyi's palm glowed with a soft azure light, as her gentle soul power flowed like a trickling stream into Huo Yuhao's body, providing him with some comfort. Once everyone left the soul fighting arena, Bei Bei had already been waiting quietly not far away. Upon seeing Tang approach, he gently turned around, smiling warmly as he ruffled her hair. However, noticing Huo Yuhao being supported by others, he frowned slightly. "What happened to our junior brother?" Tang explained, "He has drained his soul power. It is nothing serious." Bei Bei nodded in understanding, retrieving 2 exquisite jade vials from his robe, handing one to Lin Xianyi and the other to Wang Dong. He specifically instructed, "This vial should be given to Huo Yuhao to aid in his recovery. This elixir will benefit both of your cultivation." Wang Dong accepted the jade vial with a solemn expression of gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Bei waved his hand dismissively. It is getting late. You should return and rest. Tang and Bei strolled side by side, watching as Lin Xianyi and the others gradually faded from view. Bei softly inquired, what troubles you? You appear quite worried. Tang recounted the events in detail. After listening, Bei pondered, Wang Dong wishes to join the Tang sect? Tang sighed lightly, indeed. Who would have thought my jest would be taken seriously? Nevertheless, his talent is quite commendable. While perhaps not on par with Qianyi, he certainly stands out among others. Bei gazed at Tang, his tone gentle yet resolute, then observed him closely. If he is sincere, he should be welcomed. If he is merely impulsive, it would be prudent to refuse. After all, the Tang sect is not a place for trifles. Tang nodded slightly, as if contemplating some deeper strategy. Lin Xianyi pushed open the dormitory door and looked up at the night sky. The stars twinkled like diamonds, and a gentle breeze caressed her dark hair, as if seeking to merge her with the boundless night. She gazed quietly at the starry expanse, a sense of reflection washing over her. In this vast universe, each star is unique. Even if small and fleeting, they still emit their own light. They resemble the wishes within people's hearts, distant, yet shining brilliantly at the end of darkness. A soft cough interrupted her thoughts. Lin Xianyi turned towards the sound and saw an elderly man reclining on a nearby chair. She asked with concern, Grandfather, are you feeling cold? The old man chuckled softly. Young lady, it seems you carry some worries in your heart. Lin Xianyi paused in surprise, falling into a contemplative silence. The elder spoke slowly. Everyone experiences moments of confusion, akin to facing an endless night. Without delving deep, one can never discern where the exit lies. What is it that has you feeling lost? Is it self-doubt or perhaps something else? The moonlight cascaded into the courtyard, its silvery glow gentle and tranquil. Lin Xianyi replied softly, I cannot quite articulate it. The elder pointed to the sky. Look at that bright moon. Even without the company of stars, it still radiates a unique brilliance. Yet, when it shines alone, it inevitably appears lonely. When more stars illuminate the night, they may outshine the moon itself. People are similar. There is no need to fixate on being the best. It suffices to find one's own place. When you feel lost, consider pausing to reflect. Blindly pressing forward will only deepen your confusion. Lin Xianyi nodded thoughtfully and bowed deeply. Thank you, dear elder. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao, curious, inquired, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Lin Xianyi gracefully settled beside Xiao, a hint of mysterious mirth in her smile. Take a guess. If you guess correctly, I'll tell you. After a moment's contemplation, a spark of brilliance flickered in Xiao's eyes. Did you go to watch the duel between the strongest offense and defense in the outer academy? Lin Xianyi was momentarily taken aback, playfully reproaching. Could you not indulge me a little? Was that guess not incorrect? Xiao chuckled softly, shaking her head, her smile imbued with affectionate indulgence for her friend's playful antics. At that moment, Xiao's gaze was drawn to a delicate jade vial in Lin Xianyi's hand, and she couldn't help but ask, Qian, what is this? Lin Xianyi casually replied, this is the Xianshui Dan. What? Xianshui Dan? Xiao's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Lin Xianyi was slightly startled. You have heard of the Xianshui Dan? Xiao's eyes sparkled with fervor. Do you not realize how incredibly precious this Xianshui Dan is? Even when priced in gold soul coins, it requires an immense fortune to procure. It can cleanse the impurities and filth accumulated during cultivation, enabling practitioners to break through their bottlenecks with newfound vigor. Such a rare spiritual item is seldom found in this world. You must consume it quickly. It will greatly benefit your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianyi felt a shiver of trepidation, while she understood the significance of the Xianshui Dan. She had never anticipated its extraordinary nature. How remarkable it truly was. She whispered softly, gripping the pill that held boundless potential, feeling its weight seemingly increase. Lin Xianyi settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to meditate and regulate her breathing. Gradually, she channeled her soul power to absorb the efficacy of the Xianshui Dan. And in an instant, azure waves of soul power rippled around her. This soul power flowed like a gentle stream, steadily infiltrating her body, quietly expelling the impurities and filth within. Lin Xianyi could distinctly sense her soul power becoming extraordinarily pure and ever more potent. The bottleneck at level 35 felt as fragile as thin ice, and under the impact of this robust soul power, it shattered effortlessly, propelling her cultivation level straight to 36. Xiao stood protectively by her side, observing as an hour passed. Logically, Lin Xianyi should have already absorbed the effects of the Xianshui Dan. Yet she remained in a deep state of meditation, seemingly continuing to probe the limits of her advancement beyond the 36th level. Xiao furrowed her brow, murmuring softly to herself, why hasn't Qian awakened yet? No, I must not disturb her at this moment. After a brief interval, Lin Xianyi gradually began to awaken. She opened her eyes, feeling a renewed surge of soul energy within her, and her entire being radiated freshness. Xiao Xiao hurriedly approached her, concern evident in her voice. Qianqian, are you all right? Lin Qianyi retracted her soul energy, her lips pale from the intense exertion of breaking through the barrier, yet she merely replied softly, I'm fine. Xiao Xiao gently inquired, her tone filled with care. Qianqian, how do you feel? Lin Qianyi slightly lifted her gaze, a hint of surprise and joy in her voice. My soul energy has improved. In those simple words lay an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's eyes glimmered with relief. That's wonderful. The two exchanged a smile, a silent encouragement and blessing shared between them. As dawn broke the following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, and Lin Qianyi slowly opened her eyes. Glancing outside, she realized she still had ample time before heading to class, so she turned to Xiao Xiao and said, Xiao Xiao, you should go to class first. There's no need to wait for me. Xiao Xiao nodded gently in agreement. Lin Qianyi lightly pushed open the dormitory door and stepped outside, walking along the winding path. She traversed a tranquil forest until a shimmering lake suddenly came into view. This was the Sea God Lake. Although man-made, it seemed favored by nature, possessing an enchanting clarity that surpassed even the natural lakes. The azure sky and white clouds reflected upon its surface, creating a dazzling spectacle akin to a brilliant starry river. Chapter 11. By the Sea God Lake. She strolled slowly to the white fence, her delicate fingers grazing the exquisite railing. The gentle breeze acted as the softest brush, caressing her azure hair, which danced gracefully in the wind. A faint blush adorned her fair cheeks, and her cerulean eyes resembled the vast ocean, making her appear as if she had stepped delicately from an ancient painting, exuding elegance combined with a hint of youthful innocence, captivating all who beheld her. Amidst this serene atmosphere, footsteps approached, breaking the tranquility. Lin Qianyi turned her head to see Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao walking towards her, one behind the other. What a coincidence! Qianyi, you're here too, Wang Dong exclaimed, a note of surprise in his voice. Lin Qianyi smiled gently, replying, Yes, it is quite a coincidence. I'm glad you both are here. Wang Dong cast a teasing glance at Huo Yuhao, saying, It's all his fault. Whenever he has free time, all he thinks about is training. His brain is nearly turning to wood. Huo Yuhao, somewhat exasperated, defended himself. It's not as exaggerated as he claims. Lin Qianyi regarded Huo Yuhao with a gentle gaze, concern lacing her words. Yuhao, while diligent training can enhance your strength, one must not rush. You need to prioritize your well-being. After all, your health is fundamental, and training comes second. Lin Qianyi, typically reserved, spoke with precision and depth, her words brimming with concern and caution for Huo Yuhao. Upon hearing her, Huo Yuhao felt a warmth in his heart and nodded earnestly, assuring her, I understand, rest assured. Everything will be fine. Wang Dong gazed intently at the shores of the Sea God Lake, which resembled the delicate visage of a youthful maiden, ethereal and glistening, exuding beauty. How splendid! Wang Dong exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Huo Yuhao, too, was captivated by the breathtaking scenery, agreeing, indeed, it is beautiful. Suddenly, a vivid crimson shadow approached from a distance. Lin Qianyi, with her superior soul power far surpassing that of Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, possessed an acute perceptiveness that enabled her to swiftly activate her purple extreme magic eye, fixating her gaze on the distant figure. Huo Yuhao, what is the matter? He inquired. Noticing her alarm, with a somber expression, Lin Qianyi urged, look ahead. Huo Yuhao promptly activated his own purple extreme magic eye, finally discerning the shadow. What is that figure ahead? Wang Dong asked, still bewildered. However, within moments of their conversation, the shadow had drawn much closer. Perhaps it's a senior from the inner courtyard, Wang Dong speculated. Yet, Lin Qianyi sensed something amiss. Something's wrong, retreat. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were momentarily taken aback. But upon seeing Lin Qianyi's serious demeanor and the rapidly approaching crimson figure, they hastily complied with her directive to back away. The figure that approached was a woman clad in red, her attire enveloping her lithe form with an intensity akin to flames, while a mask obscured her features, revealing only her long, flowing crimson hair cascading behind her. Surrounding her was a swirling aura of black-red flames, pulsating with a power that seemed on the verge of eruption, evoking a sense of dread. Seeing this, Wang Dong instinctively summoned the spirit of the radiant goddess butterfly, grasping Huo Yuhao's arm in a bid to flee. As Lin Qianyi also expressed her desire to escape. However, at that moment, Ma Xiaotao fixed an intense gaze upon Wang Dong, and in an instant, he let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. Ma Xiaotao was revealed to possess 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, emanating the formidable aura of a soul emperor. As this pressure was unleashed, the temperature around them surged dramatically, as if intent on incinerating everything in its path. causing even the surrounding flora to wither and decay. Under the weight of this overwhelming force, Huo Yuhao found it increasingly difficult to breathe, struggling desperately for air. While Lin Qianyi too felt the suffocating pressure, acutely aware of the terrifying strength of the woman before them. She swiftly concentrated her soul power, summoning her spirit, the Qingwan, which manifested with a powerful cry that echoed through the air. This cry seemed to possess a unique enchantment, momentarily causing the red-clad woman to falter. A sudden thought crossed Lin Qianyi's mind. The woman might be exhibiting such alarming behavior due to some uncontrollable circumstances. At that moment, a pair of wings ignited with dark red flames slowly emerged from the woman's back, symbolizing her identity as a phoenix spirit. A sudden sense of oppression spread around like a palpable force. Under this immense pressure, Huo Yuhao's eyes flashed with a hint of pain, ultimately succumbing to it and gradually losing consciousness. Observing this, Lin Qianyi shouted sharply, "First soul skill, Azure Phoenix, 1,000 feathers." In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to be filled with countless azure feathers, each one as sharp as a blade, whistling through the air towards the woman. However, to Lin Qianyi's astonishment, the woman before her stood as an unyielding deity, not moving an inch. She merely lifted her hand, and the sharp azure feathers were effortlessly dispersed by an invisible force, as if they had vanished into thin air. Step by step, the woman advanced, each footfall resonating like a heartbeat in Lin Qianyi's chest. Lin Qianyi was forced back several steps, her footing unsteady. A flicker of determination crossed her eyes, realizing that she could no longer hold back. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to summon her second spirit. The temperature around her plummeted, as though she had stepped into an ice cellar. Behind her, an ice-blue butterfly gradually materialized. As it unfurled its wings, the temperature around them fluctuated dramatically, yet it remained steadfast behind Lin Qianyi, like a loyal guardian. The woman's steps momentarily faltered, and the next moment, a 1,000-year purple soul ring emerged beneath her feet. First soul skill, Butterfly Wing Heavy Strike, Lin Qianyi declared, and the wings of the crystalline butterfly surged with boundless power, darting towards the woman with remarkable speed. Clearly taken by surprise, the woman retreated several steps in haste. Lin Qianyi retracted her crystalline butterfly spirit, and in that instant, her azure phoenix spirit reappeared. The second soul ring beneath her feet glowed brightly. Second soul skill, Phoenix Wind Slash. As her voice echoed, the azure phoenix behind her furiously flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of slicing wind blades that howled towards the woman. Caught off guard, the woman was propelled towards the nearby lake by the overwhelming force. Immediately afterward, Lin Qianyi summoned her soul power to freeze the entire lake into ice. Upon completing her actions, Lin Qianyi felt an immense drain on her soul power. She instinctively crouched down, pressing a hand against her chest as her lips turned pale and her breathing grew rapid, each gasp seemingly exhausting her entire strength. Not far from the sea god lake, several figures approached quietly. One exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, a student is injured." Hearing this, Lin Qianyi turned to see an elderly man in white robes striding towards her, followed closely by a companion. The white-robed elder noticed Lin Qianyi as well, his eyes widening in shock. He had distinctly sensed two waves of soul power. If not for the actions of those two, it was highly likely that this young girl possessed twin martial spirits. Yet, even with twin martial spirits, how could one merely be fatigued by soul power without sustaining serious injuries when faced with an attack from a soul emperor? Lin Qianyi gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and slightly bowed in greeting. The elder's companion spoke up, "Dean, we have found Xiao Tao." The white-robed elder nodded slightly, his gaze returning to Lin Qianyi. "Young lady, did you single-handedly subdue her?" Lin Qianyi hesitated for a moment. She had initially intended to concoct some excuses to deflect the inquiry. However, recognizing the formidable nature of those before her, she replied candidly, "Indeed." Upon her utterance, expressions of astonishment spread across the faces of those surrounding her. Lin Qianyi then recounted the events in detail. The elder in white nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Young lady, your courage is truly commendable." He then turned to another elder, saying, "Zhuang Lao, please provide them with treatment." Once Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong gradually regained consciousness, the elder in white produced 3 jade vials and handed them to the group. "This is for you, but let today's events be as if they never occurred. Now, return to your classes." With that, they turned and departed, leaving the 3 of them exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 12, The Path of Cultivation. Wang Dong could not help but exclaim, "Is that all we get for what just happened? What treasures lie within?" As he spoke, he eagerly opened one of the jade vials for inspection. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Soul Elevation Pill. Well, this compensation is indeed worthwhile. I shall pretend I saw nothing." Huo Yuhao looked perplexed. "What is a soul elevation pill?" Wang Dong, with an air of mystery, shook his head. "I want to tell you. Huo Yuhao then turned his gaze toward Lin Qianyi, who responded with a sly smile. You can guess for yourself. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of their little triumph. Oh, come on, just tell me. Huo Yuhao sighed in exasperation. Wang Dong teased him further. You're begging me. Huo Yuhao scoffed. Don't flatter yourself. Noticing their banter, Lin Qianyi explained. The soul elevation pill is as precious as the Xian water pill. It is exceedingly rare, with a soul master permitted to consume only one throughout their lifetime. It can elevate one's soul power by an entire level, but excessive consumption will hinder progress. Huo Yuhao gasped in astonishment. So powerful, directly boosting a level? Wang Dong affirmed with a nod. Of course. Now, let's head back to class. As the group returned to the classroom, they were met by teacher Zhou Yi, who entered gracefully. She approached the podium, gently placing a stack of documents on the desk. Her gaze swept across every student present, her voice steady and clear. Only a few days remain for the freshman assessment. It is time for you to choose the path of your future as soul masters. We offer 5 major categories for you to select from: assault, control, agility, support, and defense. She paused momentarily, allowing her words to resonate in the air before continuing. I have prepared selection forms for you. Please mark your choices according to your will and submit them to me upon completion. With that, she turned to Lin Qianyi. Lin Qianyi, please distribute these forms. Lin Qianyi nodded and, with a light step, approached the podium to collect the documents, distributing them sequentially to each student. As every student immersed themselves in the serious task of filling out the forms, time seemed to flow silently under the strokes of their pens. After a while, Lin Qianyi gently gathered the completed forms. Clearing her throat, Zhou Yi projected her voice clearly in the tranquil classroom. This freshman assessment will evaluate the results of your 3 months of study. Whether you can remain in the academy for further training depends solely on your individual abilities. I will now elaborate on the rules of the competition. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly grew solemn, as if even the air had become taut. When the bell rang to signal the end of class, its clear chime failed to shatter the prevailing silence. Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao, please stay behind. Zhou Yi's voice echoed once more, resonating in the ears of the 4 students. Upon hearing this, the footsteps of Lin Qianyi and her companions halted in unison. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's expressions shifted slightly, a flicker of tension flashing in their eyes. After all, teacher Zhou was known for her strict demeanor, and every interaction with her felt like an unpredictable trial. In contrast, Lin Qianyi maintained an unwavering calm, leading the way forward, with the other 3 closely following her, their steps somewhat heavy yet resolute. As they approached the podium, the sound of their list being slammed onto the desk reverberated like thunder in the classroom. Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao shuddered, akin to strings suddenly pulled taut. Yet Lin Qianyi remained as tranquil as a still pond, standing silently with no expression on her face. Control system? Zhou Yi's voice sliced through the air with a hint of sharpness, her palm striking the podium heavily once more. The sound seemed potent enough to penetrate eardrums, causing Huo Yuhao and the others to involuntarily swallow, their minds rife with confusion. Why was Qianyi so composed in the face of such reprimand? 4 from the control system. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Zhou Yi's gaze was like a knife, piercing directly through them. Lin Qianyi hastily interjected, Teacher, please allow me to explain. Before she could finish, Zhou Yi's hand lightly rested on her forehead, prompting Lin Qianyi to instinctively rub it, though her movement was delicate, wary of making any abrupt gestures. If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, just wait and see how I will punish you. Zhou Yi crossed her arms, her gaze fixed upon them, as if seeking answers within their eyes. Zhou Yi's eyes darted to Huo Yuhao, her tone laced with displeasure. Huo Yuhao, you speak first. Huo Yuhao felt the weight of Zhou Yi's penetrating gaze, sending a shiver down his spine. He stammered, Teacher Zhou, my martial soul belongs to the spiritual system. It can both control and assist. Thus, I believe pursuing the control path might be more promising. Zhou Yi frowned slightly, seemingly pondering the validity of Huo Yuhao's words. Well, there is some merit in that. Suddenly, she turned her sharp gaze towards Wang Dong, who was hiding behind Huo Yuhao. Wang Dong, why are you hiding? As an assault system student, why are you interested in the control system? Wang Dong slowly emerged from behind Huo Yuhao, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face as he scratched the back of his head and replied, Teacher Zhou, my martial soul is the goddess of light butterfly. It possesses the ability to fly and can also exert a degree of control while attacking. If I use my offensive methods to control, wouldn't that count as a form of control? Zhou Yi nearly laughed in disbelief at Wang Dong's response. You've left me at a loss for words. Praising your cleverness feels unwarranted, yet I cannot deny that you remain, aside from Lin Qianyi, the strongest in our class. Don't think I can't see through you. It's clear you simply do not wish to part from Huo Yuhao. Moreover, when has control and strong offense ever ceased to complement each other? Quickly amend this for me. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong promptly replied, "All right. Thank you, Teacher Zhou." Subsequently, Zhou Yi's gaze shifted to Xiao Xiao, who, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Your martial soul is the soul-settling cauldron. Why do you follow the path of control?" Xiao Xiao smiled faintly, as if concealing a secret, and replied, "In fact, I possess another martial soul." Zhou Yi, Huo Yuhao, and Wang Dong all displayed expressions of astonishment. They were acutely aware of the rarity and preciousness of dual martial souls, while Lin Qianyi had long been privy to this information, standing quietly at the side. Xiao Xiao gently raised her hand, and in an instant, her first martial soul, the three-life soul-settling cauldron, materialized around her. 3 ancient cauldrons hovered in the air, emanating an enigmatic aura. "This is my first martial soul, the three-life soul-settling cauldron. It is capable of offense and defense, as well as support." Xiao Xiao's voice was melodious and clear, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. However, Zhou Yi furrowed her brow and remarked, "Even so, this is still unrelated to the control system." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Xiao waved her sleeve once more, and a surge of soul power erupted. A green long flute appeared in her hand, reminiscent of a graceful azure dragon. "This is my second martial soul, the 9 Phoenixes flute." She gently played a note, and in an instant, an invisible wave of spiritual energy spread like ripples. Zhou Yi and Lin Qianyi instinctively rubbed their temples, closing their eyes to perceive the strange power, as if 9 phoenixes were singing beside them, stirring their very souls. After a moment, Xiao Xiao retracted her martial soul and declared, "This is my ability. It can both assist and control." Seeing this, Zhou Yi, although still harboring doubts, had to acknowledge the uniqueness of Xiao Xiao's abilities, nodding in agreement with a soft sigh. "Very well." Zhou Yi's gaze then returned to Lin Qianyi, her eyes filled with a sense of inquiry. "Your martial soul is the Qing Yuan. Logically, it should belong to the strong offense category. Why then do you excel in the control system?" Lin Qianyi appeared calm on the surface, yet her mind raced to formulate her response. She replied softly, "Teacher Zhou, while the Qing Yuan's martial soul indeed excels in strong offense, it can also utilize sound waves for both attack and control. These two aspects are not mutually exclusive." Zhou Yi gently flicked Lin Qianyi's forehead, causing her to shudder slightly, yet she remained silent. Zhou Yi sighed, "Oh, you are truly a handful. Like Wang Dong, you are a source of concern. Since that is the case, you 4 shall form a team. I command you to secure first place in the freshman assessment. Otherwise, just wait and see how I will punish you." Lin Qianyi resolutely responded, "All right, we will certainly achieve it." Huo Yuhao and the others nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with determination. Chapter 13, Ma Xiaotao. In the hidden chamber of the sea god lake, a faint breath of revival quietly spread. The woman in red slowly awakened, letting out a soft groan as she instinctively raised her hands to shield her unbearably hot head. "So hot, so hot." Her voice was frail and hoarse, as if uttering each word required immense effort. She slowly opened her eyes. Her once blood-red irises now transformed into a soft cherry blossom pink, reminiscent of a delicate flower blooming in the morning light. As she surveyed her surroundings, her finely arched brows instinctively knitted together. "Where am I? What has transpired?" Her figure was alluring, with long red hair cascading behind her like silken flames. Appearing to be in her early 20s, the once drenched garment she wore had inexplicably dried, clinging closely to her graceful form, amplifying her allure. At that moment, a steady yet aged voice broke the silence. "Xiao Tao, why did you not inform me of your predicament with the dark fire? If it were not for an ice element soul master knocking you unconscious today, you could have caused a catastrophic mistake with unimaginable consequences." The woman before him was named Xiao Tao, the very individual who had nearly harmed Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, and Wang Dong. She gently massaged her aching head, her voice tinged with confusion and helplessness. "I only recall the dark fire erupting. Then I was assaulted while I ventured outside. I attempted to resist, but was unsuccessful." The old man's gaze was profound, imbued with reproach and concern. "Why did you not confide in me? Today, you nearly caused a loss of life." A flicker of guilt crossed Xiao Tao's eyes. "I believed I could manage it. I truly did not anticipate it would escalate to this extent." With a heavy sigh, the elder spoke, his voice laden with resignation. "The longer it is suppressed, the more violently it will erupt. Xiao Tao, although you are a rare talent in Shrek Academy, as your teacher, I must prioritize your safety. You must relinquish your cultivation." Xiao Tao abruptly lifted her head, determination gleaming in her eyes. "No, master. You have always taught me to never give up halfway. There must be a way to resolve this. Surely we can find a method to suppress the dark fire." The elder, witnessing her unwavering resolve, understood that persuading her to abandon her pursuit at this moment would be futile. He sighed deeply and began to speak. "In truth, there may be a solution. I have taken the liberty to investigate the backgrounds of those 3 students from the outer academy, and one, Lin Qianyi, has piqued my interest. Master, what is so exceptional about Lin Qianyi? Xiao Tao inquired, her curiosity evident. The elder paused slightly, his tone infused with astonishment. Lin Qianyi, at merely 12 years of age, has already attained the rank of a 36th level soul master, with her martial soul being a Qinghuan, a premier attack-type beast martial soul. Such accomplishments at her age are indeed a testament to extraordinary talent. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that her current strength cannot be solely attributed to her innate gifts. I suspect she possesses dual martial souls. Dual martial souls? Xiao Tao echoed softly, a hint of shock illuminating her eyes. Dual martial souls are exceedingly rare on the continent. If true, her potential would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary individuals, marking her as a prodigy within the academy. The elder nodded. Indeed, I sensed two distinct waves of soul power emanating from her, one of which bore an elusive chill. This leads one to suspect that she indeed possesses dual martial souls, with the second likely being of the top-tier ice attribute. Consequently, she might be able to assist you in suppressing the dark fire. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tao felt a semblance of relief. She looked up at her teacher, resolutely declaring, Master, you can rest assured. The elderly man in white earnestly reminded, remember, as a senior, it is your duty to guide when necessary. Rest assured, teacher, Xiao Tao replied with unwavering determination in her eyes. As night descended, the bustling snack street of Shrek Academy was filled with an enticing aroma. Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao busily sold grilled fish, while Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Tang lent their assistance nearby. Suddenly, Wang Dong turned to Tang and asked, Tang, regarding the matter of joining the Tang sect that I mentioned earlier, have you given it any thought? Tang met his gaze with resolve. If you can secure the championship in the freshman assessment, I will allow you to join the Tang sect. Without hesitation, Wang Dong responded, all right. At that moment, a figure gracefully wove through the crowd, gradually approaching Huo Yuhao. Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, and Wang Dong instantly recognized her as the girl in red, Xiao Tao. Huo Yuhao spoke first. Senior, who are you looking for? Xiao Tao's gaze fell upon Lin Qianyi. I am looking for a girl named Lin Qianyi. Lin Qianyi, puzzled, replied, that's me. Is there something you need, senior? Without further ado, Xiao Tao grasped her arm, saying, come with me. This scene prompted Xiao Xiao to call out, Qianyi. A hint of worry flickered across Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's faces. Observing this, Tang reassured them, don't worry, Senior Xiao Tao won't make things difficult for Qianyi. Though her words were casual, they carried an undeniable strength, as if injecting everyone with a dose of confidence. The ginkgo leaves swayed gently in the autumn breeze as Ma Xiao Tao led Lin Qianyi to a secluded grove. With her back turned, she stood still, seemingly merging with the tranquility of the surroundings. Senior, what do you need me for? Lin Qianyi asked softly. Ma Xiao Tao slowly turned around, removing her exquisite mask to reveal a face tinged with regret. Actually, this is not our first meeting. My name is Ma Xiao Tao. I have long wished to apologize for the harm caused by my uncontrolled soul power last time. Lin Qianyi smiled gently. There's no need to worry, Senior. Since it was unintentional, I have already let it go. However, Ma Xiao Tao's expression suddenly deepened. The air around them seemed to ignite, causing the temperature to surge. A formidable wave of soul power surged forth, catching Lin Qianyi off guard. She instinctively crouched down, letting out a faint groan of pain. In that instant, several silver needles emerged silently from behind Lin Qianyi. With unwavering resolve, she released a pulse of soul power and swiftly turned to shoot the needles, not out of aggression, but in a bid for survival. Yet, Ma Xiao Tao did not evade. Instead, she gently reached out and firmly grasped Lin Qianyi's shoulder. Their eyes met, and rather than threat, there was admiration reflected in her gaze. All right, I won't tease you any longer, Ma Xiao Tao said, releasing her grip with an easy tone. I intended to test you, but I did not expect you to respond with such composure. Maintaining rationality in the face of a stronger opponent. I find this quality quite commendable. Lin Qianyi tilted her head, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes, her voice soft yet laced with speculation. Senior, you cannot merely be testing me, can you? Surely, you have other matters you wish to discuss. Ma Xiao Tao was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Lin Qianyi had so swiftly discerned her intentions. She cleared her throat, attempting to mask her inner unease, her tone feigning a casual ease. Actually, I do have something I would like to consult you about, Qianyi. Would you be willing to assist me? Lin Qianyi's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gently tilted her head, sincerity and concern evident in her voice. Senior, what is it? Please, do tell. Ma Xiao Tao took a deep breath, her gaze piercing as she locked eyes with Lin Qianyi, her voice dropping to a solemn whisper. You possess a twin martial soul, do you not? And your second martial soul bears the attribute of ice? The moment these words escaped her lips, it was as if a colossal stone had been cast into the previously tranquil lake of Lin Qianyi's heart. She momentarily froze, a surge of panic swelling within her like a tidal wave. Her throat felt constricted, as if something were lodged within, and she sought an excuse to deflect the inquiry. Yet, faced with Ma Xiaotao's forthright and resolute questioning, she found herself at a loss for words. The sincerity and inquisitiveness in those eyes rendered her incapable of deceit. And ultimately, she could only nod slowly, her voice as soft as a feather's descent. Yes. Chapter 14, A Request for Assistance. Ma Xiaotao, observing her hesitation, allowed a glimmer of mischievousness to dance in her eyes, teasingly remarking, "You aren't worried that your senior might be unreliable and let this slip, are you?" Lin Xinyi was caught off guard by this unexpected jest, momentarily dumbfounded, and quickly shook her head in protest. "Oh, that's not it at all." Ma Xiaotao gently waved her hand, her expression shifting to one of earnestness and sincerity. "Although I tend to be carefree and somewhat unreliable, I assure you, my lips are tightly sealed when it comes to matters of this nature. You need not worry." Lin Xinyi exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, with a touch of concern, inquired, "Senior, what exactly do you need my help with?" Ma Xiaotao's demeanor shifted, her gaze flickering with helplessness and urgency. "There is a malevolent fire within me, akin to the most ferocious beast, relentlessly consuming me from within. This wicked flame is exceedingly powerful, and only a soul master with ice attributes can suppress it. Xinyi, would you be willing to lend me your strength?" In Lin Xinyi's clear eyes, there was no trace of hesitation. She nodded emphatically, her voice firm yet gentle. "All right, senior. I will certainly assist you." In that instant, a warm and potent light seemed to flow silently between the two, a radiant amalgamation of trust and determination. She raised her hands slightly, palms upward, as if delicately cradling an invisible force. With her movement, her second martial soul, the ice crystal butterfly, responded to her call. In an instant, several ice-blue butterflies materialized behind her, resembling ethereal sprites awakened from a wintry slumber, their wings shimmering with a translucent chill. These ice butterflies gently fluttered their wings, gracefully spinning in the air before coming to a rest around Lin Xinyi, much like guardians encircling her. She closed her eyes in concentration, gradually summoning a faint stream of soul power in her hands, that force flowing like a babbling brook, slowly infusing itself into Ma Xiaotao's body. Each infusion of soul power carried with it Lin Xinyi's profound care and support for Ma Xiaotao. The power of that sinister fire far exceeds one's imagination, clashing with Lin Xinyi's ice attribute soul power, creating a chilling sensation of conflict that sends shivers down the spine. Concerned for Ma Xiaotao's safety, Lin Xinyi's soul power trembles involuntarily in her grasp. Sensing her unease, Ma Xiaotao gently reassures her. "Xinyi, there is no need for your concern. Focus entirely on the situation at hand." Her voice, soft yet resolute, carries a warmth that soothes Lin Xinyi's inner turmoil. Biting her lip, Lin Xinyi regains her concentration. After approximately a quarter of an hour, she gradually withdraws her soul power. Ma Xiaotao exhales deeply, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Xinyi. My sinister fire has finally been subdued." Lin Xinyi replies softly, "It's nothing, senior." Ma Xiaotao beams, waving her hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. Just call me Sister Xiaotao. From now on, you are my little sister, and I will take good care of you." A faint smile graces Lin Xinyi's lips as she gently calls out, "Sister Xiaotao." With affectionate eyes, Ma Xiaotao reaches out to pat her head. Her touch is gentle as a spring breeze caressing the tips of her hair. 3 months pass like a fleeting shadow, and the new student assessment approaches, reminiscent of a cloud on the horizon, quietly drawing near. The dusk descends like a delicate veil, as the four stand shoulder to shoulder in the woods that harbor countless memories. The air is infused with a subtle fragrance of grass and trees, akin to a serene melody composed by nature. Lin Xinyi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao sit together, their expressions focused and solemn. They occasionally whisper, earnestly discussing tactics. At other times, their gazes meet, exchanging insights. Each glance conveys the weight of the impending challenge and the anticipation that accompanies it. As their friendship deepens amidst the tranquil atmosphere of the woods, enriched by the scent of nature. Xiao Xiao, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, looks up at Lin Xinyi and asks, "Xinyi, do you think we can fulfill the promise we made to Teacher Zhou? Achieving first place seems incredibly difficult for us." Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong fall silent, pensive. The setting sun casts long shadows along the forest path, stretching the silhouettes of the four companions. Leaning against a tree trunk, arms crossed, Lin Xinyi's gaze is profound and resolute. Success or failure hinges on this moment, but what matters more is the journey. Teacher Zhou set this goal not to burden us, but to encourage us to establish ourselves at Shrek Academy. She understands our capabilities, which is why she motivates us in this manner. Turning to her three companions, her tone softens. The outcome of the competition is undoubtedly significant, but as long as we remain true to ourselves, we have already triumphed. Wang Dong pats his chest, flashing his characteristic sunny smile. Exactly. Why dwell on such thoughts? We should simply give it our all. Huo Yuhao nods, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Indeed, regardless of the outcome, we must at least fight for ourselves. As the call to assemble rings out across the Shrek Academy square, Lin Qianyi and the other new students gather, the air seemingly thickening with tension. As if a tangible thread of anxiety envelopes each individual. Each student felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping their hearts, causing their breaths to become heavy and hurried. This was far from a mere entrance assessment. It was evidently a selection that would determine their fates. It would decide who could establish roots in this esteemed institution and who would depart with feelings of loss and regret. The harsh reality loomed like a mountain, pressing heavily upon the hearts of the gathered crowd. Out of over 900 students, only 30% would remain, signifying that the majority were destined to confront failure. Each individual was acutely aware of this, and thus, their eyes reflected both aspirations for the future and an undeniable apprehension. Lin Qianyi stood quietly behind Xiao Xiao, resembling a tranquil lake amidst the surrounding tension. The air was filled with murmurs and intermittent sighs from these 12-year-old newcomers, all facing their first significant test in life, the freshman assessment. Each student clenched their hands tightly, their faces etched with anxiety. Yet, Lin Qianyi remained still, fully aware that anxiety and panic would only cloud one's thoughts. What was needed at this moment was calmness and focus. In this crucial evaluation, every ounce of concentration was a precious asset. As the grouping list was announced, Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao were assigned to District 33. The number reverberated in the air, seemingly imbued with a special significance. The four exchanged glances and nodded silently, their eyes conveying mutual determination. On the training ground of Battle Zone 33, a refined man in his 40s approached with measured steps. Clad in a crisp uniform, his demeanor was composed, starkly contrasting with the usual seriousness of teacher Zhou Yi, exuding an aura of refreshing warmth. Greetings, students. I am Wang Yan, your assessor for today. His gentle voice resonated across the training field, prompting the students to stand at attention and reply. Hello, teacher. Chapter 15, Freshman Assessment. Wang Yan smiled slightly. There's no need for such formality. For the time being, I will treat each of you as friends. However, remember that while camaraderie is significant in this special assessment, it cannot serve as an excuse to harm others. Any actions leading to severe consequences will be unforgivable. He paused momentarily, scanning the youthful faces before him. Young people are always full of ambition. Since this is the case, let us commence without delay. With that, Wang Yan opened the folder in his hand, and his clear voice rang out once more, now announcing the assessment roster. Class 1, Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao. Class 3, Chen Junfeng, Ouyang Junyi, Zhao Haochen. Please prepare to enter. As Wang Yan's voice gradually faded into the atmosphere, both teams swiftly took their positions. Lin Qianyi stood at the forefront, resembling a sharp blade ready to strike. Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong flanked her like steadfast shields. Huo Yuhao positioned himself at the rear, centrally located. This was a carefully considered arrangement by Lin Qianyi, as Huo Yuhao was the pivotal core of the team. His formidable supportive abilities akin to invisible threads that bound the entire group together. Positioning him at the rear not only ensures his safety, but also allows Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao to provide protection and achieve a harmonious collaboration at any moment. Meanwhile, the three young men from the new Class 3 entered the arena with resolute strides. Ouyang Junyi led the way, his tall and imposing figure resembling a towering pine standing atop a mountain, exuding an indomitable pride. Chen Junfeng, though slender and seemingly fragile, possessed a tenacity akin to that of resilient bamboo. Zhao Haochen, with a stocky build and a round, earnest face, wore a smile that seemed capable of dispelling any gloom. Wang Yan commanded, "The match begins." Huo Yuhao gently activated his spiritual detection ability, and in an instant, an invisible wave of spiritual energy quietly spread throughout the area. Lin Qianyi, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao simultaneously unleashed their respective martial souls. Behind Wang Dong, the wings of the radiant goddess butterfly unfolded like a dream, the dazzling light causing all present to hold their breath in awe at this breathtaking spectacle, prompting both the referee Wang Yan and their opponents to gasp in astonishment. At that moment, Xiao Xiao summoned her signature 3 lifetimes soul-settling cauldron, 3 ancient and weighty cauldrons hovering serenely in midair, exuding a faint yet commanding aura. However, the most striking appearance belonged to Lin Qianyi. As she slowly activated her martial soul, a deafening yet melodious bird song suddenly resonated, as if transporting the entire world into a mystical ancient era. A colossal green bird gradually unfurled its wings behind her, with 2 purple and 1 black soul rings appearing successively beneath her feet. Wang Yan's gaze was filled with unrestrained astonishment. The azure wand, Such a rare martial soul combined with such an exceptional soul ring configuration. This child is extraordinarily gifted. The three opponents across from her could not mask their shock, clearly shaken by the scene before them. Beneath Zhou Haochen, a bright yellow soul ring quietly materialized. He gently raised his hand, and two tantalizing roasted chicken legs, exuding an enticing aroma, appeared in his palm. As a rare food-type soul master, his meat-based martial soul shone like the brightest star in the night sky, a power that would incite envy in countless others. Food-type martial souls are already as rare as stars, and meat-based ones are the jewels among them, providing soul masters with a formidable enhancement beyond the ordinary. Ouyang Junyi and Qin Junfeng eagerly seized the fragrant chicken legs and almost instantly devoured them, their expressions of delight resembling that of children who have discovered the world's most precious treasure, prompting Xiao Xiao and the others nearby to stifle their laughter. Ouyang Junyi, the boy with the beast martial soul of the sword-beaked hummingbird, when manifesting his martial soul, would extend a sharp spike from his right arm, akin to a lethal dagger. Although he had yet to evolve wings, such talent was already astonishing. Qin Junfeng wielded a soft sword, as supple as a snake and as agile as lightning. Both having entered the century-level soul environment with levels 18 and 19, akin to two stars poised to rise. Even more astonishing was that after enjoying the chicken legs, their speed of action surged dramatically, akin to arrows released from their bows. Their agile forms left Wang Dong, who was spectating, wide-eyed in disbelief. This scene silently showcases the awe-inspiring strength of Zhou Haochen's martial soul, as if an invisible force is proclaiming, "This is the allure of a supreme martial soul." Ouyang Junyi and Qin Junfeng approached Lin Qianyi and Wang Dong from either side, launching their attacks. However, faced with this sudden onslaught, Lin Qianyi exhibited no signs of panic. Rather than hastily employing her soul skills, she relied on her seamless synergy with Wang Dong to deftly parry their assaults. Behind her, her martial soul, the Qingluan, gradually materialized, its elegant and majestic form unfurling its wings, with a powerful yet intangible wave of soul power rippling outward like concentric circles. It forced Ouyang Junyi and Qin Junfeng to retreat several paces. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wang Dong swiftly initiated a counterattack. Lin Qianyi gracefully leapt forward, her form akin to a nimble bird, directly targeting Zhou Haochen. Under her offensive, Zhou Haochen quickly found himself unable to continue the fight. Thus, through the flawless collaboration of Lin Qianyi and Wang Dong, they triumphantly secured victory in this match. The voice of Wang Yin resonated throughout the arena, calmly announcing the results. Xiao Xiao gazed at the duo, a hint of helplessness mingled with admiration in her tone. "You two were incredibly swift. I hardly had a chance to intervene." Lin Qianyi smiled gently, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, there are many matches ahead. Next time, we shall support you, ensuring you display your full prowess." On the examination grounds of the 33rd District, Lin Qianyi and her quartet resembled a dazzling new star poised for ascendance. In the first 5 matches, Lin Qianyi embodied a swordsman possessing boundless power, yet withholding her full brilliance, maintaining an air of composure and restraint. Even so, the fragments of strength that subtly emanated from her fingertips were sufficient to garner numerous accolades and astonished gazes in the arena. As the results for the new round of draws were announced, the atmosphere within the arena seemed infused with a renewed vitality and tension. The youthful faces present reflected a spectrum of emotions, some tinged with nervous tremors, others radiating fervent anticipation. Another stage of more rigorous assessments was poised to unfold amidst this intricate tapestry of emotions. "Now that everyone is here, we shall commence the drawing," Wang Yin declared, clearing his throat, his voice echoing within the hushed gymnasium. Moments later, when the final list of contenders was revealed, the entire venue appeared to freeze for an instant. Class 1, Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong. Xiao Xiao would face Class 7, Huang Chutian, Lan Luoluo, Lan Susu. The gazes of the competitors intersected in the air, the atmosphere thick with tension. The trio from Class 7 burned with fierce determination, while Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong from Class 1 met their rivals' stares with equal resolve. Only Lin Qianyi maintained her characteristic tranquility, standing motionless as if she were a bottomless lake. With the referee's command, both teams stepped onto the arena. A fierce battle about to commence. On the field, Huo Yuhao keenly sensed the distinctiveness of his opponents across the way. The man at the forefront was robust and imposing, exuding an aura of steadiness. The two girls that followed were akin to ethereal twin blossoms stepping forth from a painting, their delicate faces reminiscent of peach blossoms in full bloom during spring. Their long, dreamlike blue hair flowed gracefully, resembling 2 streams of cerulean water. "I am Huang Chutian, and these two are Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu." The leading young man cupped his fists and spoke in a resonant voice, steady and powerful, echoing through the air. Lin Qianyi reciprocated the gesture with a crisp and clean motion, yet her tone was as cold as the winter ice, devoid of warmth. I am Lin Qianyi. And this is Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Chapter 16, Spirit Fusion Technique, Heavenly Net. Huang Chutian's gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Qianyi. He had already taken note of her in the previous matches. Although she had hardly made a move, her formidable spirit and profound soul power rendered her attack methods inscrutable, akin to secrets shrouded in mist. Consequently, he decided to target Lin Qianyi first, intending for Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo to restrain Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, as Huo Yuhao appeared to him as a negligible threat. However, how could Lin Qianyi be oblivious to Huang Chutian's intentions? She remained composed, her eyes subtly shifting as she cast a meaningful glance towards Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, who instantly grasped her intent. At the moment the referee announced the commencement of the match, Huang Chutian roared like an enraged lion, a deafening sound that resonated in the air, as he pounded his chest with force. In an instant, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. He surged to a height of nearly 1.8 meters, his school uniform nearly ripping apart, and his eyes shifted from inky black to a chilling golden hue. Beneath him, 2 yellow soul rings flared to life, radiating a dazzling brilliance. At that moment, the martial spirits displayed by the sisters Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo left Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong momentarily stunned. Their martial spirits were, in fact, the exceedingly rare hair-based martial spirits, a phenomenon seldom seen on the Douluo continent. Lin Qianyi, with her hands folded across her chest, maintained a demeanor as tranquil as a serene lake, quietly observing all that unfolded before her. Huang Chutian charged towards Lin Qianyi with great strides, the 5-meter distance being mere moments for someone so filled with combat fervor. He leapt fiercely, launching a vigorous attack towards Lin Qianyi. Yet, she merely sidestepped gracefully, evading his strike with ease, and swiftly summoned her martial spirit to counter Huang Chutian's onslaught. The powerful clash of forces compelled both to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Lin Qianyi, needing to conceal part of her soul power, refrained from unleashing her full strength, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange with Huang Chutian, neither side gaining a definitive advantage. Watching anxiously from the sidelines, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao were eager to assist. However, the sisters Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo would not allow this. They joined forces to restrain the two, making escape difficult. In a moment of urgency, Xiao Xiao summoned the 3 live soul calming cauldron and launched a fierce assault towards Huang Chutian. The sisters simultaneously unleashed their first soul skill, the intricate net woven from myriad silver threads. The net unfurled instantly, blocking the 3 live soul calming cauldron with unwavering resolve. Though the 3 live soul settling cauldron possesses formidable impact, it is momentarily thwarted by the enchantment net, even rebounding due to its formidable resilience, hurtling straight towards Xiao Xiao. In a critical moment, Wang Dong, with quick reflexes, seized Xiao Xiao and retreated, simultaneously shattering the contracting enchantment net with a powerful punch, barely stabilizing the onslaught of the 3 live soul settling cauldron and averting potential peril. Silver threads cascaded like a waterfall as Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo interlaced their fingers, countless strands of silver pouring down from their fingertips, weaving into a breathtaking yet indestructible enchantment net. Wang Dong unfurled his wings. The first soul skill, Wing Blade, sliced through the air towards the silver thread net. Yet, the razor-sharp light failed to sever even a sliver, instead becoming ensnared within. Not far off, Lin Qianyi was fiercely engaged in battle with Huang Chutian. Just as she intended to assist Wang Dong, Huang Chutian seized the moment to strike back, sending her reeling. Lin Qianyi's delicate form trembled as she took a step back, her brows slightly furrowed. The two resumed their fierce confrontation, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Xiao Xiao anxiously scanned her surroundings. On one side was Wang Dong in peril, on the other, Qianyi in distress. Whom should she aid? At that moment, Huo Yuhao activated his spiritual sensing ability, surveying the entire battlefield with keen awareness. In a flash, he approached the Lan sisters stealthily, employing the ghostly shadow stealth technique, and unleashed a sudden burst of purple light. Soul shock. The 2 sisters stood frozen in place. Wang Dong, second soul skill. Huo Yuhao called out urgently. Wang Dong responded immediately. The light of the butterfly god erupted forth, its brilliance shattering the restraints. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyi observed Huang Chutian entering a frenzied state and contemplated silently. Prolonging this stalemate served no purpose. Thus, she intentionally exposed a flaw, enticing Huang Chutian into a fierce assault. Just as he threw his full might into a punch, Lin Qianyi executed an elegant backflip, evading the strike and cornering him instead. Before the Lan sisters could react, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao had barred their path. Lin Qianyi called out, first soul skill, Azure Phoenix, 1,000 feathers. In an instant, a colossal illusory azure phoenix spread its wings, countless azure feathers raining down, targeting Huang Chutian. As the final feather descended, the referee, Wang Yin, declared, Lin Xianyi's team is victorious. The new student assessment had reached a pivotal point, with only 8 slots remaining. This decisive day would determine who would claim the 8th position. Wang Yin announced loudly, today's battle features the new student class 1, Lin Xianyi's team, facing off against the new student class 9, Ning Tian's team. Lin Xianyi and her 3 companions stepped slowly into the arena, filled with uncertainty. Each step felt as if it tread upon the hearts of familiar readers of this tale, all aware that in the ensuing confrontation, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were meant to shine like dazzling stars, showcasing their awe-inspiring martial soul fusion technique, a moment of glory uniquely theirs. Yet now, with Lin Xianyi's involvement, the entire situation resembled the rippling surface of a lake disturbed by a thrown stone, creating layers of intricate waves. The decision to employ their powerful martial soul fusion technique became a new proposition requiring careful deliberation, one that not only pertained to victory, but also involved the adaptation and cooperation of the newly integrated team member. The 3 opponents, clad in school uniforms, included a girl with short golden hair in the center, her ice blue eyes shimmering with a lively light. The girl to her left possessed fiery red hair, her alluring figure and haughty countenance complemented by a pair of crimson eyes that resembled flames. On her right, the girl had a gentle and fluid visage, with light green locks cascading down to frame her deep green eyes, reminiscent of a refreshing touch in the springtime. The proctor's voice resonated, please have both sides enter. Thus, both parties moved toward the center. Lin Xianyi stood at the forefront, with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao flanking her, while Huo Yuhao occupied the central position. Opposite them stood a golden-haired maiden at the center, flanked by the fiery-haired girl and the one with light green hair on either side. The red-haired girl was the first to speak, her voice cool yet tinged with arrogance. New Class 9, Wu Feng, Level 25 Assault System Soul Master. The other girl quickly followed. New Class 9, Nanmin Yuner, Level 24 Agile Attack System Soul Master. Finally, the golden-haired woman slowly declared, New Class 9, Ning Tian, Level 31 Support System Soul Sovereign. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao felt a jolt of surprise, their faces betraying their astonishment. Only Lin Xianyi maintained her composure, as if everything before her was within her expectation. Huo Yuhao steadied himself and responded calmly. New Class 1, Huo Yuhao, Level 17 Control System Soul Master. A subtle twitch appeared at Wu Feng's lips upon hearing this number, seemingly dismissive of such a disparity in levels. Subsequently, Wang Dong puffed out his chest and declared, New Class 1, Wang Dong, Level 25 Assault System Soul Master. When it was Xiao Xiao's turn, she softly uttered, New Class 1, Xiao Xiao, Level 21 Control System Soul Master. As Lin Xianyi's voice resonated, it was as though a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. New Class 1, Lin Xianyi, Level 37 Control System Battle Soul Sovereign. The 3 opponents exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by her formidable strength, their initial confidence wavering in the face of such prowess. At the referee's command, Wu Feng snorted coldly, her form soaring into the air like lightning. In an instant, the roar of a dragon reverberated throughout the arena, dragon scales of varying sizes shimmering with an enigmatic glow enveloping her. With a clenched fist, she launched a fierce assault toward Lin Xianyi. Lin Xianyi swiftly summoned her martial soul, the ethereal figure of a Qinghuan appearing behind her, elegantly using its wings to deftly block the strike. The collision of their immense powers forced Wu Feng back several steps. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao had also engaged in a standoff with Nanmin Yuner. Just as Nanmin Yuner prepared to unleash her attack, Huo Yuhao's form flickered, and he called out, Mental Disruption. An invisible wave of mental energy instantly disrupted Nanmin Yuner's focus, hindering her offensive. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao coordinated seamlessly to counterattack, compelling Nanmin Yuner to retreat a few steps to regain her footing. Chapter 17, The 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. On the spectator's platform, a somewhat disheveled elder reclined in a lounge chair, his gaze languidly surveying the arena. Wang Yin spoke with reverence. Elder Xian, this is Lin Xianyi. Her talent is truly remarkable. Elder Xian nodded slightly, a glimmer of insight flashing in his murky eyes. I am aware. I will observe for myself. Wang Yin acknowledged with a soft affirmation, then continued, Elder Xian, do observe. Lin Xianyi's combat aptitude and innate talent are indeed extraordinary. Her martial soul is an exceedingly rare top-tier beast martial soul. In terms of talent, it is not merely among the new students, but even within the entire outer academy, few can surpass her. Lin Xianyi astutely sensed the stalemate in the situation. As a strategist, she understood that Ning Tian was the linchpin of the opposing faction. To gauge their true strength, she softly called, Xiao Xiao. Upon receiving her companion's affirmative response, Xiao Xiao summoned the three-life soul calming cauldron, instantly unleashing her first soul skill aimed directly at Wu Feng. Although the latter reacted swiftly, barely managing to block the heavy strike, she was still forced to retreat several steps. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Qinyi gracefully leaped atop the cauldron, using it as leverage to twirl and scatter a flurry of azure feathers. These seemingly delicate plumes swiftly transformed into razor-sharp blades, raining down upon Ning Tian like a torrential storm. Nanmin Yuner and Wu Feng, witnessing this, quickly joined forces to intercept the assault and mount a counterattack. In a splendid backflip, Lin Qinyi landed gracefully while exchanging a significant glance with Huo Yuhao atop the platform. The latter nodded in understanding. From the observation area, Elder Xin slightly nodded, noting the student's ability to assess the situation and act with prudence, demonstrating considerable adaptability. Wang Dong and Lin Qinyi seized the fleeting moment of opportunity, both advancing towards their adversaries. Wu Feng snorted coldly, incanting, first soul skill, Dragon's Flame. In an instant, she was enveloped in searing flames, resembling a fire dragon descending from the heavens, clawing its way towards Wang Dong. Lin Qinyi, quick-witted and agile, abruptly yanked Wang Dong aside just in time to evade the lethal strike. Ning Tian, observing this, chuckled lightly. Lin Qinyi, you are indeed clever. But I shall see just how formidable your true strength is. As her words faded, a brilliant light flashed in her hand, revealing the renowned seven-treasure glazed tower. Huo Yuhao, taken aback by this spectacle, exclaimed, what is that? Lin Qinyi, equally astonished, responded, the seven-treasure glazed tower? The seven treasures yield glaze. One signifies speed. The other signifies attack. With Ning Tian's commanding shout, the seven-treasure glazed tower radiated a dazzling brilliance, cascading like liquid mercury upon Wu Feng and Nanmin Yuner. In an instant, their attacks and speed experienced a qualitative leap, transforming them into formidable war deities, exuding tremendous power. Lin Qinyi's gaze shifted towards Xiao Xiao, who, understanding the cue, nodded gently and summoned her second martial soul, the Nine Phoenix Ritual Flute. As the melodious notes of the flute resonated, her first soul skill, Slow, activated, diminishing the opponent's speed by 20%. Thus, the already enhanced speed of Wu Feng and Nanmin Yuner was further suppressed. At this moment, Lin Qinyi and Huo Yuhao synchronized their efforts, both employing the Phantom Shadow technique to close in on Ning Tian. Wu Feng and Nanmin Yuner attempted to intervene, but were obstructed by Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong. Control the crane and capture the dragon, Huo Yuhao commanded, channeling a fusion of soul power and internal strength towards Ning Tian. Caught off guard, Ning Tian stumbled momentarily, a fleeting vulnerability that Lin Qinyi seized, pushing Ning Tian out of bounds. Wu Feng and Nanmin Yuner suddenly realized they had fallen into each other's trap. At that moment, Lin Qinyi emanated a blue glow, and in an instant, countless azure feathers transformed into sharp blades, hurtling towards Wu Feng and Nanmin Yuner. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dong launched his attack. Wu Feng, noticing this, hastily activated his second soul skill, delivering a powerful punch towards Lin Qinyi. With a deft sidestep, Lin Qinyi evaded the strike, skillfully grasping Wu Feng's arm. Channeling her soul power, she forcefully shook him off, simultaneously pushing Nanmin Yuner out of the fray. Wu Feng was knocked back, crashing to the ground, while Lin Qinyi landed gracefully. Rising from the ground, Wu Feng glared in anger, exclaiming, you are resorting to underhanded tactics. Lin Qinyi did not turn around but cast a disdainful glance over her shoulder, retorting coolly, since when has it been decreed that strategies cannot be employed in the arena? Wu Feng was momentarily speechless, his face a mask of frustration. After receiving a simple treatment from the physician, Ning Tian was not severely injured. At that moment, a young teacher named Mu Jin approached to inquire about the situation. Her expression puzzled alongside two colleagues. After giving a few brief instructions, she departed, followed by Nanmin Yuner. Wu Feng's expression grew grave. Young master, Lin Qinyi dares to harm you and schemes against us. This is utterly unforgivable. Ning Tian waved his hand dismissively, lowering his voice. Fengmei, refrain from calling me Sect master in public. Remain calm. Lin Qinyi is indeed formidable, perhaps even more astute than we had anticipated. We underestimated her this time. She is not to blame. From the outset, she had her sights set on me. Her initial attack seemed like a probe, but in truth, it was a means to observe our reactions. Once she witnessed both you and Nanmin Yuner springing to my defense, her objective was already halfway achieved, creating chaos and revealing our vulnerabilities. One must admit, her cunning is profound. Wu Feng nodded thoughtfully, I see. Then we must exercise even greater caution and meticulously devise countermeasures. We cannot allow her another opportunity. The following day, the audience at the viewing platform was significantly larger than usual, with all the class instructors gathered. Undoubtedly, the most attention-grabbing figure was the elderly gentleman languidly reclining in a chair. His hair was unkempt, his left hand cradling a wine glass while his right gnawed on a chicken leg, appearing disheveled, yet possessing an extraordinarily esteemed identity. He was an elder of Shrek Academy, his status only second to the Sea God Pavilion Master, the next in line to inherit the position. He was also the second most powerful figure in Shrek Academy, a rarity in the entire Douluo continent. This was Elder Xian. Today, he had come specifically to observe Lin Qianyi once more. The previous competition's circumstances and Wang Yan's descriptions had sparked his intense interest in the young girl. He slowly narrowed his eyes, his gaze subtly sweeping across the arena, as if attempting to capture every fragment of information regarding Lin Qianyi from the very air. Zhou Yi stood atop the high platform, overlooking the martial arts arena below. At that moment, Mu Jin approached briskly, lowering her voice to ask, "Teacher Zhou, who do you think will prevail in this competition?" While Lin Qianyi undoubtedly possesses exceptional strength, her opponent is not to be underestimated. Their powers are evenly matched, even if she is clever and has numerous strategies. Zhou Yi furrowed her brow slightly, her tone laced with displeasure. "Mugung, Lin Qianyi is a student I have meticulously trained. I am most acutely aware of her strengths and weaknesses. Your words suggest a doubt in my guidance." Mugung let out a soft huff, a glimmer of provocation flickering in her eyes. "Do not misunderstand, Teacher Zhou. How about we place a wager? I will bet on the victor of our match. The stake shall be a soul bone, and regardless of the outcome, it will be counted." Upon hearing the term soul bone, Zhou Yi visibly paused. Such rare treasures, even the most common of soul bones, are seldom seen in the Douluo continent. Before she could respond, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "All right, I believe in Lin Qianyi's inevitable victory." Zhou Yi and Mugung turned simultaneously to find Fan Yu had approached them unannounced. "Fan Yu, why are you so certain?" Mugung scoffed. Fan Yu's gaze was resolute as he slowly articulated, "With Lin Qianyi leading, this team possesses extraordinary talent. Not to mention, she herself is a standout among the new students. While Xiao Xiao wields dual martial souls, and Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao are both prodigies in their own right. More importantly, Lin Qianyi's seemingly serene demeanor conceals an indomitable tenacity. She is akin to a quietly blooming flower, unassuming yet destined to captivate all." The competition platform had been expanded, and Lin Qianyi's quartet faced 3 male students from the second class of newcomers. The referee announced loudly, "Please introduce yourselves." A plump boy puffed out his chest and declared confidently, "Second class of new students, Xiaohuan Yue." His self-assured demeanor suggested he had already grasped victory in his hands. Next was a slender youth whose voice was somewhat thin, "Second class of new students, Luo Tianba." A hint of stubborn defiance shone in his eyes. The last of the trio, another lean young man, followed suit, "Second class of new students, Luo Tianlong." The trio's names, when uttered together, exuded an inexplicable aura of authority. Wang Dong let out a light snort. "Their names are indeed impressive. I wonder if their abilities can match." Lin Qianyi replied with an air of calm, her gaze as tranquil as water. "First class of new students, Lin Qianyi." Huo Yuhao nodded slightly and steadily announced his name. "First class of new students, Huo Yuhao." Wang Dong maintained an easy composure. "First class of new students, Wang Dong." Finally, Xiao Xiao chimed in with a melodious voice. "First class of new students, Xiao Xiao." At that moment, the 6 participants stood firm, and the air was thick with tension, heralding the imminent clash. As the referee's voice fell, Luo Tianba and Luo Tianlong summoned their martial souls almost in unison, a pair of mantis blades radiating a golden glow. As agility-type soul masters, they adeptly coordinated their attack on Wang Dong. Lin Qianyi had anticipated that the duo would target her first, and she had already heightened her vigilance. However, the speed of the Luo brothers was astonishing, their movements flexible and elusive, making it difficult for her to gauge their next actions. Simultaneously, Xia Huanyue launched his assault, his body quivering slightly as 3 soul rings materialized beneath him. Observing this, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but shake her head, feeling that the Academy's arrangement was somewhat misguided. Xia Huanyue leapt into action, his form coiling like a cannonball, hurtling directly toward Lin Qianyi. At a critical juncture, Xiao Xiao swiftly summoned the 3 lives soul calming cauldron to shield herself. Just then, Huo Yuhao bellowed, "Mental interference. Mental impact." In an instant, an invisible wave of psychic energy momentarily halted Xia Huanyue's movements. Lin Qianyi seized this fleeting opportunity, executing a nimble somersault and delivering a sweeping kick. Xia Huanyue, reacting with remarkable agility, curled into a ball, using the momentum to dissipate the blow, yet was able to push Lin Qianyi back several steps. Caught off guard, she involuntarily staggered back, emitting a soft grunt while instinctively clutching her chest, her complexion slightly pale. Xia Huanyue capitalized on this brief moment, abruptly curling into a spherical shape, launching herself at Lin Qianyi like a cannonball infused with immense energy. Observing this, Lin Qianyi's eyes flashed with concern as she swiftly summoned her martial spirit. A pair of resplendent Qingluan wings unfurled from her back, powerfully beating in the air. Second soul skill, Qingluan protection. Lin Qianyi's cool voice resonated through the atmosphere, and in that instant, the surrounding air seemed to ignite, with countless azure feathers materializing and rapidly coalescing before her, forming a solid barrier. Although it barely withstood Xie Huanyue's assault, the tremendous force still compelled her to retreat a few steps. Qian Qian, Xiao Zhao's anxious voice pierced the air. Her 3 lives soul-calming cauldron, wielded with formidable strength, struck at Xie Huanyue, barely forcing him back. Xiao Xiao hastily supported Lin Qianyi, who offered a slight smile, downplaying the situation with a casual remark, "I'm fine." Yet beneath that seemingly tranquil demeanor lay a hint of defiance, as she added, "Ensure Yuhao's safety." Lin Qianyi's greatest strength was her indomitable pride, a flame that burned within her heart, bestowing her with boundless vigor, yet this very pride could also become her vulnerability. On the high platform, Zhou Yi, though a stern teacher, had astutely discerned this evident flaw in Lin Qianyi after merely 3 months of instruction. As Xie Huanyue charged once more, a dull thud resonated in the air. Xiao Xiao gripped the 3 live soul-calming cauldron tightly and unleashed her first soul skill, Cauldron-S Tremor. The colossal soul guide emitted a powerful shockwave, forcing Xie Huanyue back several steps. However, this adversary rebounded like a spring, relentlessly continuing the assault. Not far away, Wang Dong was embroiled in a fierce struggle against the Luo brothers, visibly fatigued yet persevering. Conversely, Lin Qianyi faced Xie Huanyue's fierce onslaught without yielding an inch. Her obstinate nature seemed to manifest as a tangible force, sustaining her in repeatedly confronting her opponent, maintaining an air of calm throughout. On the high platform, Fan Yu and Zhou Yi observed the battle silently. This child, Fan Yu sighed softly. Her tenacity is both her greatest asset and her most perilous flaw. She never concedes easily, believing that there's always a chance until the final moment. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Qianyi's perceptiveness is undeniable. However, her excessive stubbornness poses a significant risk. As her homeroom teacher, I am acutely aware that sometimes, failing to let go when necessary can lead her into unnecessary predicaments. The enigmatic Xie Huanyu once again unleashed a powerful strike towards Lin Qianyi. Huo Yuhao's gaze sharpened, mental detection. In an instant, he vanished like a wraith, employing the ghostly shadow step to close the distance to his opponent. With a swift maneuver, he executed the crane control and dragon capture technique, forcing Xie Huanyu to retreat several steps. Before the opponent could regain composure, Huo Yuhao had gathered his strength, unleashing a fierce soul shock that struck Xie Huanyu's cerebral domain, momentarily bewildering him. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Yuhao withdrew from the fray, swiftly recalibrating his state. Observing this, Wang Dong unhesitatingly unleashed his second soul skill, Butterfly Goddess Light. In an instant, countless golden specks resembling butterflies danced through the air, their sharp sounds slicing through the atmosphere, targeting Luo Tianlong and Luo Tianba. Just as it seemed the two were on the brink of defeat, the referee intervened, averting the crisis. At this juncture, only Xie Huanyu remained, his offensive escalating in ferocity, intensifying the tension of the situation. Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, buy me 10 seconds. Lin Qianyi's voice resonated with calm determination. Her companions nodded in tacit understanding and swiftly sprang into action. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the air, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xie Huanyu understood he must not allow her to complete her preparations. Just as he moved to intervene, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao joined forces to impede his advance. Xiao Xiao summoned all her soul power, 3 lives soul calming cauldron, the nation's heavy artifact, the cauldron's tremor. As the 3 cauldrons fused into one, a long, ethereal hum resonated. However, the frequent casting took a toll on her stamina, and Wang Dong too felt the strain, causing them to gradually be pushed back. At that moment, the cry of the Qing Luan pierced the heavens, circling behind Lin Qianyi, as 3 soul rings materialized in succession, purple, purple, black. This scene astonished everyone present, even causing the elder on the high platform to drop his goblet. This child is indeed extraordinary. With the Qing Luan's enhancement, Lin Qianyi twirled like a whirlwind, releasing a powerful azure light blade infused with immense soul power. Xie Huanyu, sensing impending doom, signaled for help, but the referee was too late to assist. In the nick of time, the elder intervened, unleashing a light blade that resolved the peril. After the battle concluded, Lin Qianyi assisted Xiao Xiao, while Huo Yuhao hurried to support Wang Dong. Xiao Xiao, breathing heavily, chuckled, "We won." As the competition came to a close, the arena gradually regained its tranquility. Wang Yan's voice called out to Lin Qianyi from behind. "Qianyi, please stay a moment," just as she was about to leave with Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong. And Xiao Xiao, she paused upon hearing her name. Her companions exchanged curious glances, and after receiving her subtle nod, they departed. At that moment, only the teacher and student remained in the arena. "Wang Yan, do you require my presence?" Lin Qianyi inquired, turning to him with a calm yet respectful tone. "Qianyi, please follow me," Wang Yan replied, taking the lead. Although Lin Qianyi felt perplexed, she refrained from questioning further. Her composed demeanor only garnered Wang Yan's quiet admiration. It was indeed rare for a young lady to maintain such poise in such circumstances. He nodded slightly, filled with appreciation. Wang Yan guided Lin Qianyi through several tranquil corridors, eventually arriving before an office deep within the uppermost level. Gently knocking on the door, he pushed it open slowly upon receiving permission. By the window stood an elderly gentleman clad in white, his back facing the entrance. Lin Qianyi instantly recognized him as the dean she had encountered previously. "The person has arrived," Wang Yan said respectfully. "Very well, you may leave," the elder replied gently. After Wang Yan exited the room, the elder slowly turned around. "Ah, young lady, we meet again. I am Yan Xiaozhe, the dean of the Martial Spirit Department." Chapter 19. The First Meeting with Shinlao. Lin Qianyi slightly bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Dean Yan." Intriguingly, she maintained an impeccable distance with everyone, neither obsequious nor impolite. Her every gesture exuding an air of grace. This composed demeanor caught Yan Xiaozhe's attention, prompting him to observe her more intently. What astonished him most was the powerful soul force emanating from her, far surpassing her peers and even rivaling some of the distinguished students from external academies. A glimmer of approval flickered in Yan Xiaozhe's eyes. Gazing at Lin Qianyi, Yan Xiaozhe spoke slowly. "You performed remarkably well in yesterday's competition. Your bravery and sense of responsibility left a lasting impression." Lin Qianyi inclined her head slightly, her tone calm and courteous. "Thank you for your kind words, Dean." Yan Xiaozhe's gaze was profound, seemingly capable of penetrating one's heart. "However, I noticed an underlying tenacity within you. Though you appear unruffled on the surface, that fierce desire for victory stirs like an undercurrent within." Lin Qianyi lifted her gaze, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. "Regarding yesterday's match," Yan Xiaozhe paused. "You chose to persevere despite knowing the odds were against you. This determination is commendable, yet it also reveals your vulnerabilities. Sometimes, the wisdom of knowing when to let go is equally important." Lin Qianyi nodded thoughtfully, as if gleaning insight from his words. After a moment, Yan Xiaozhe led her to an elegant pavilion. Not far away, an elder reclined in a chaise lounge, a chicken leg in his left hand and a wine jug in his right, his attire disheveled and appearance rather unkempt. Yet beneath that weathered exterior lay an indescribable aura of authority. "Shinlao, the person has arrived." Yan Xiaozhe's voice was respectful and steady. The elder slowly lifted his murky gaze, scanning both Yan Xiaozhe and Lin Qianyi before nodding slightly. "Xiaozhe, you may return." "Yes," Yan Xiaozhe responded, his tone imbued with a hint of reverence. He bowed to Shinlao and then respectfully withdrew. At that moment, only Lin Qianyi and Shinlao remained in the pavilion, the air thick with an intricate silence. Shinlao gradually stood up, and in an instant, the wind around them seemed to still under an unseen force. A formidable pressure of soul force radiated from him, weighing heavily upon Lin Qianyi. Lin Qianyi felt a sudden constriction in her breath, her body involuntarily trembling before she half-crouched on the ground. The pressure felt like a massive mountain, suffocating her, yet she bit her lip, determined not to utter a sound. Silently enduring this nearly asphyxiating force, Shinlao's gaze fell upon Lin Qianyi, and witnessing her resolve, he paused momentarily, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. He raised his hand and gently waved. The pressure of his soul force suddenly intensified. Lin Qianyi felt an overwhelming weight upon her, her hands instinctively forming fists, knuckles turning white. At that moment, the azure phoenix emerged behind her, radiating a greenish glow, its wings poised as if ready to take flight, reminiscent of the dawn's first light. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings appeared beneath her feet, purple, and black. Upon witnessing such a soul ring configuration, Elder Xian was instantly stirred within, realizing it surpassed even the highest tier of soul rings. The azure phoenix was indeed a rare and extraordinary spirit, far from ordinary. Observing this, Elder Xian swiftly withdrew his soul force. Lin Qianyi felt as though she had been liberated from an abyss, instinctively clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Elder Xian gazed at her with profound eyes and slowly spoke. "Truly formidable youth." Lin Qianyi, mustering her strength, stood up, albeit slightly unsteady, her gaze resolute. Elder Xian continued, "Your talent astonishes and impresses me. To endure under my pressure for so long is indeed commendable. Lin Qianyi respectfully replied. Thank you for your praise. Elder Xian. Elder Xian snorted lightly and clarified. My dear, I only took an interest in you, prompting that lad Xiaozhe to bring you here. I merely wished to observe your capabilities, yet you have exceeded my expectations. Before long, the new student assessment had progressed to the semifinal stage. The competition arena expanded once more, seemingly providing ample space for the impending fierce duel. This time, the judging instructor was a figure of considerable strength. For the soul skills Lin Qianyi had previously displayed were truly remarkable. On the high platform, teachers from various classes gathered, their gazes firmly fixed on the arena. They understood well that the youths standing on the stage, though not yet at the three-ring soul sovereign level, were anything but ordinary for having reached the semifinals. As both teams entered simultaneously, the atmosphere grew tense. From the new student class 10, Zhou Yi, a strong assault-type soul master, was the first to announce his identity. His voice steady and powerful. Following him, Long Xiangyue declared, new student class 10, agile assault-type soul master. His sharp gaze added intensity to his proclamation. Lastly, Chao Jinxian introduced himself as a control-type soul master, his words resonating like a prelude to the imminent battle. Zhou Yi and his companions were already aware of Lin Qianyi's illustrious reputation, recognizing that both her strength and intellect were formidable, even without showcasing her full capabilities. She commanded respect. At that moment, Lin Qianyi's tone was as tranquil as an unfathomable lake, undisturbed by the chaos around her. New student class 1, Lin Qianyi. Control type, soul sovereign. Her voice, though soft, was distinctly heard by all present. Wang Dong, calm and composed, followed suit. New student class 1, Wang Dong, strong assault-type soul master. Huo Yuhao trailed behind, announcing, new student class 1, Huo Yuhao, control-type soul master. Each name uttered seemed to carve an invisible boundary in the air, separating the two teams and heralding the beginning of this fierce confrontation. As the referee's announcement rang out, a new vitality surged through the arena. Zhou Yi was the first to summon an ancient tome. This is a rather peculiar category of martial soul, and within the realm of martial souls, literary souls are deemed extraordinary and exceedingly rare. Zhou Yi shines like a unique star, illuminating the celestial expanse of martial souls with an extraordinary brilliance. He has remarkably cultivated to the 7th level of innate soul power, unbound by attribute limitations, undoubtedly rendering him an astonishing presence. Chao Jinxuan's gaze momentarily froze, as if everything around him had lost its color and become somewhat blurred. Gradually, a magnificent clock materialized behind him. This clock resembled a work of art, its overall design mimicking the archway of a city gate, rounded at the top and tapering below. The white clock body stood approximately half a meter tall, with a circular dial embedded within, and beneath it hung a pendulum adorned with intricate golden patterns, gently swaying as if whispering the secrets of time. With the emergence of this clock, the 2-century-old soul rings behind Chao Jinxian began to resonate, seemingly perceiving this clock as an inseparable part of his being, enveloping it in a rhythmic dance. Although Zhou Yi's martial soul may not be of the highest quality, its rarity compelled admiration. Conversely, Chao Jinxuan's martial soul, named the time-flowing clock, possessed a quality that rivaled Lin Qianyi's Qinghuan and Wang Dong's goddess of light butterfly martial souls, categorizing it as a veritable top-tier martial soul. The agile assault-type soul master Long Xiangyue wielded a dart as his martial soul, and the trio's stance clearly indicated intentions towards Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao. They understood that Lin Qianyi was formidable. Should she strike first, she would undoubtedly serve as a robust shield, capable of withstanding any potential mental assault from Huo Yuhao. As Long Xiangyue's dart shot towards Lin Qianyi like a bolt of lightning, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong reacted swiftly, with Huo Yuhao employing a mental disruption technique. In an instant, the consciousness of the three seemed to plunge into chaos, becoming somewhat indistinct. Observing this, Lin Qianyi and Wang Dong unhesitatingly collaborated with Huo Yuhao's attack. Having perceived their positioning from the very beginning, Lin Qianyi understood their strategy was targeting her. However, she astutely detected a vulnerability within their formation. After evading Long Xiangyue's fierce assault, she promptly coordinated with Wang Dong to unleash her first soul skill. Sensing impending danger, Long Xiangyue hastily stepped back to evade the oncoming threat. Chapter 20, The Finals. As the boomerang accurately returned to Long Xiangyue's palm, he prepared to amplify its brilliance with his soul power. Yet, neither Wang Dong nor Lin Qianyi intervened. Lin Qianyi gracefully sidestepped, avoiding any possible attack. Meanwhile, the wings of Wang Dong's goddess of light butterfly martial soul unfurled elegantly behind him, releasing a purplish-golden sacred light that surged forth. This radiant beam sliced through the air like lightning, eliciting a muffled groan from Zhou Yi. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Qianyi concentrated her soul power into a sharp blade, effortlessly piercing through Long Xianyue's still unreleased soul technique. Simultaneously, Chao Jinxian, who had been poised to utilize his first soul skill through the time-flowing clock, suddenly staggered in midair, succumbing to unconsciousness. Long Xianyue and Zhou Yiqing exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment and regret as they finally comprehended that all of this was the result of Lin Qianyi's meticulous planning. On the surface, it appeared as though Huo Yuhao was providing assistance, yet she skillfully exploited this FAAD, collaborating with Wang Dong to launch an attack as a guise, quietly neutralizing Chao Jinxian, who was on the verge of unleashing a pivotal soul skill. One cannot help but admire the intricacy of Lin Qianyi's thoughts and the cleverness of her strategy. Suddenly, Long Xianyue's returning boomerang veered sharply just a foot away from Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. Although the fierce soul skill did not directly strike them, it instilled a profound sense of dread. At that moment, the oppressive aura emanating from this unknown force compelled them to remain vigilant. It was far from something they could easily disregard. Observing this, Lin Qianyi unhesitatingly stepped forward. Raising her hands, she concentrated her soul power into a luminous essence within her palms, which instantly transformed into a barrier that stood firm before the two, successfully intercepting the lethal assault and escorting Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong to safety. Although Zhou Yiqing was shaken by this spectacle, the sense of responsibility as the team leader swiftly restored his composure. No longer holding back, he summoned the Earth Bear and the Flame Demon Tiger, both charging towards Lin Qianyi and her companions with cataclysmic force. Meanwhile, Long Xianyue, having learned from the experience, approached with a more cautious demeanor and once again launched an offensive, infusing his darts with soul power in an attempt to break through the defenses. In the face of the relentless onslaught, Lin Qianyi cried out, "Second soul skill, Qingwan Guardian." In an instant, a colossal phantom of a green-hued bird materialized before her, forming a robust barrier against the barrage of attacks. However, under the continuous assault, her feet involuntarily slid back a few steps, yet she quickly stabilized herself, her hands moving fluidly as her soul power surged forth, forcefully repelling Long Xianyue's assault while deftly neutralizing Zhou Yiqing's offensive. Huo Yuhao, witnessing all of this, had already devised a plan in his mind. He and Lin Qianyi shared an unspoken understanding, realizing that his withdrawal at this moment was, in fact, a cleverly orchestrated tactic to lure the enemy. On the surface, it seemed as if he was fleeing the arena in desperation, but in reality, he aimed to create a more favorable opportunity for his companions. After all, despite being only at the first ring, he could play an unexpectedly crucial role at a pivotal moment. Moreover, he and Wang Dong possessed a fusion skill, allowing them to covertly collaborate and be poised to deal a fatal blow to their opponents. Above on the platform, Teacher Zhou Yi's gaze was sharp, having already perceived everything. Though she was typically stern and unsmiling, she couldn't help but nod slightly, murmuring, "This little girl truly understands how to gauge the situation. Quite commendable." Lin Qianyi and Wang Dong, with a tacit understanding, coordinated their soul skills simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of power that surged towards Zhou Yiqing and his companion. Under their synchronized assault, the overwhelming pressure became nearly suffocating. The referee, witnessing this, paled and had no choice but to intervene swiftly, his form flashing to stand before Zhou Yiqing and his partner, diffusing the fierce onslaught. As this contest came to a close, Lin Qianyi's team emerged victorious once more, their names resounding amidst the cheers within the arena. In the dormitory, Xiao Xiao fidgeted restlessly, her nerves palpable as she exclaimed, "The finals are approaching, and I am so anxious. Qianyi, how can you remain so composed? Our opponents are formidable." Lin Qianyi gently approached Xiao Xiao, resting her shoulder against her, her tone tender yet imbued with strength. "Xiao Xiao, why the anxiety? We have traversed so many challenges, facing powerful adversaries along the way. Despite the tension that made our palms sweat, we have always triumphed, haven't we? This time, it's merely the finals, with a slight increase in difficulty. Let go of your worries and do your utmost. Regardless of whether we secure first or second place, it symbolizes our hard work." Lin Qianyi, inherently tenacious, spoke these words to soothe Xiao Xiao's restless heart. As dawn broke, Lin Qianyi, Xiao Xiao, Huo Yuhao, and Wang Dong made their way to the cafeteria together. Huo Yuhao quietly inquired, "Xiao Xiao, have you truly recovered?" Xiao Xiao smiled brightly, confidence shimmering in her eyes. "Of course, I am one who possesses twin martial souls. Such minor injuries are inconsequential. Let us first nourish ourselves and then thoroughly prepare for the upcoming match. We must seize the final victory." The four shared a knowing smile, their hands intertwining as they declared in unison, "We are the champions." At that moment, during breakfast hours, the cafeteria was still relatively empty. Suddenly, a voice laced with provocation pierced the air. "You all are rather deluded, aren't you? The champion's position has long been reserved for our new student class 5. A trio sauntered forth, led by a youth named Dai Huabin, adorned with golden locks, flanked by 2 girls, one of whom, a dark-haired maiden, sneered disdainfully. Upon hearing these words, Huo Yuhao instinctively clenched his fists. However, Lin Qianyi cast a dismissive glance and replied coolly, "Oh, I assent this young master Dai? What is this?" Unable to bear a few words from others, you feel the need to assert your presence? The title of champion cannot be decided merely by boasting. Let us see who prevails when true strength is tested. Don't be surprised if you end up with a rude awakening. With that, she turned her back and led her companions away, leaving behind the dark-haired girl, stomping her foot in frustration, speechless. Afternoon sunlight bathed the campus pathways, lending a serene atmosphere to post-meal moments. With several hours remaining until the competition commenced, the group returned to their dormitory for a brief respite, engaging in training to replenish their energy. At that moment, the assessment area was devoid of its usual clamor, as students attended their classes in silence. The area echoed only with the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze. The academy had thoughtfully arranged such a schedule to ensure the safety of its students. As Yin Xiaozhe conversed quietly with a few classmates, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching from afar. "Duo, you old rascal, what brings you back here again?" He called out half-jokingly, a hint of teasing in his tone. "With that unmistakable stench of copper about you, it's hard not to recognize you." On the stage stood a robust man, towering at nearly 2 meters, his sun-kissed skin radiating health. The individual in question is Duo, the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department. Upon hearing Yin Xiaozhe's words, he responded with a smile, unperturbed. "I have heard that today's competition promises to be extraordinary, so I came to witness it. Old Yin, who do you think will ultimately prevail in this match?" Yin Xiaozhe, upon hearing Duo's remarks, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. The teams of Lin Qianyi and Dai Huabin each possessed their own strengths, making the outcome difficult to predict. However, Lin Qianyi's team indeed showcases numerous exceptional qualities. Wang Dong's martial soul, the bright goddess butterfly, is truly a unique entity within Shrek Academy. Xiao Zhao's dual martial souls hold potential as brilliant as the most radiant stars in the vast cosmos, immeasurable and awe-inspiring. Although Huo Yuhao began his journey later than others, his innate martial soul harbors boundless power, not to be underestimated. As for Lin Qianyi, her top-tier beast martial soul has already propelled her soul power beyond that of most students in the Outer Academy at such a tender age. Her talent is outstanding even among the entire Outer Academy, and she may indeed become a beacon of hope for the Academy's future. Thus, in comparison, Lin Qianyi's team seems to have a slightly greater chance of victory. Chapter 21. The competition intensifies. Duo, listening intently, chuckled and added, "Ah, old Yin. It appears our thoughts align rather well." Yin Xiaozhe jested. "Old Qian, you wouldn't have taken a liking to any of our martial soul students, would you?" Duo quickly clarified, "No, old Yin, they are merely under your department's guidance until the 3rd year. The final decision remains in their hands. Do you wish to monopolize them forever?" Yin Xiaozhe laughed heartily. "Old Qian, if you say that, I shall have to mention it to Liner." Upon hearing this, Duo let out a light huff, his expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. Below the stage, the teams of Lin Qianyi and Dai Huabin had quietly entered. Although Dai Huabin typically exuded arrogance, he now tempered his demeanor, appearing particularly composed. Lin Qianyi's strength, intelligence, and calmness were evident, alongside the formidable Wang Dong, while Xiao Xiao stood out due to the uniqueness of her dual martial souls. Huo Yuhao, though only a first ring, emanated an enigmatic aura, cloaked in an air of mystery that was difficult to decipher. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, especially when his gaze met Dai Huabin's. A surge of uncontrollable emotions welled within him. This was a deeply buried resentment, a simmering rage stemming from the tragic loss of his mother at the hands of Dai Huabin, compounded by his father's abandonment. Such dual blows had firmly rooted this animosity in his heart. Wang Dong, aware of Huo Yuhao's turmoil, sensed the fluctuations within him. Lin Qianyi too perceived the unusual aura radiating from Huo Yuhao, as did Xiao Xiao. "Yuhao, remain calm," Lin Qianyi softly urged, her voice imbued with a soothing quality. "Are you all right, Yuhao?" Wang Dong inquired with genuine concern. Huo Yuhao gently shook his head, as if attempting to cast away the tumultuous thoughts clouding his mind. The referee's voice resonated clearly and authoritatively in the center of the arena. "Competitors, please pay attention. Here are the rules of the match." With a rhythmic cadence, the rules were reiterated one by one. As the final word fell, an atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the air. "Begin," the referee commanded. Lin Qianyi stepped forward first, her voice melodious and clear. "I am Lin Qianyi." Following closely was Huo Yuhao, his gaze unwavering. "I am Huo Yuhao." Wang Dong smiled and performed a respectful bow. "I am Wang Dong." Xiao Xiao softly responded. Xiao Xiao is here. The three opponents also advanced simultaneously, with Dai Huabin proclaiming boldly, I am Dai Huabin. The dark-haired girl, Zhu Lu, spoke with a detached tone. I am Zhu Lu. The pink-haired girl, Cui Yiji, exuded a hint of arrogance. I am Cui Yiji. The referee, pleased with the proceedings, nodded. Please retreat 10 meters. The two teams complied, increasing the distance between them. Yet the palpable tension of confrontation remained unyielding. With the referee's command, the atmosphere in the arena surged with intensity. Almost simultaneously, both sides readied themselves, their martial souls poised for action as an imminent clash loomed. Dai Huabin summoned his martial soul, the malevolent-eyed White Tiger, a legacy of the White Tiger Duke family in the Star Luo Empire. This martial soul not only housed formidable power but also exuded an imposing aura. He moved swiftly, launching his attack towards Lin Qianni and Wang Dong. In response, Lin Qianni hastily called forth her own martial soul, channeling her soul power to barely fend off his fierce strike, though she found herself compelled to retreat a few steps. Concurrently, Zhu Lu and Cui Yiji, refusing to be outdone, summoned their respective martial souls. Zhu Lu's nether spirit cat was a swift assault-type martial soul, a shadow in the night, its speed astonishing. Cui Yiji's martial soul was a fox, with two tails about a meter long swaying gracefully, emanating an air of mystery. Both launched their attacks nearly in unison. Xiao Xiao cried out. First soul skill, the resonating cauldron of 3 lives. As her voice rang out, a force emanated from the cauldron, successfully intercepting Zhu Lu's onslaught. Huo Yuhao employed a mental disruption, causing Zhu Lu to momentarily falter. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dong rushed forward, but Cui Yiji immediately engaged him in combat. Meanwhile, the duel between Lin Qianni and Dai Huabin was fiercely contested, their strengths nearly equal. However, in terms of soul ring configuration, Lin Qianni held an advantage. Nevertheless, Dai Huabin's extraordinary strength and combat prowess compensated for this disparity, making it challenging for Lin Qianni to gain the upper hand. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Is your strength lacking? Dai Huabin taunted as he attacked. Lin Qianni executed a backflip, channeling some of her soul power into her legs, delivering a powerful kick towards him. Dai Huabin crossed his arms, barely absorbing the blow, yet was forced back a few steps. Utilizing the recoil, Lin Qianni performed a backflip to the side, coldly stating, enough of your nonsense. The battle escalated dramatically as Zhu Lu called out. First soul skill, nether stab. In a flash, she dashed towards Huo Yuhao with lightning speed. Wang Dong, filled with anxiety, attempted to break free from Cui Yiji's relentless assault to assist, but her intricate techniques ensnared him, making escape difficult. Huo Yuhao, facing Zhu Lu's fierce attack, remained calm and declared, ghostly shadows, elusive steps. His figure instantly became ethereal, skillfully evading the strike at the critical moment. Xiao Xiao, with swift reflexes, summoned the 3 lives soul-settling cauldron, a brilliant radiance erupting forth to staunch the impending assault from Zhu Lu. Realizing her strike had failed, Zhu Lu swiftly retreated a step, readjusting her stance before launching a fierce counterattack against Huo Yuhao. Meanwhile, Lin Qianni engaged in a fierce battle with Dai Huabin, sensed the perilous situation unfolding nearby. Her momentary distraction, however, provided Dai Huabin with an opportunity. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Lin Qianni's abdomen. Although she activated her defensive shield just in time, the overwhelming force still struck her like a sledgehammer, causing her to stagger backward, clutching her abdomen as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Upon witnessing this, Dai Huabin sought to capitalize on his advantage, causing Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong, and Huo Yuhao to feel a surge of concern. Yet, Lin Qianni was not one to easily concede defeat. She gritted her teeth against the pain. Rising to her feet and employing the ghostly shadow technique to evade Dai Huabin's subsequent assault, she then executed the crane control and dragon capture, an invisible force causing Dai Huabin to falter in his steps. Observing her ally's plight, Zhu Lu rushed forward, intent on providing assistance. Wang Dong, noticing this, shouted, First soul skill, winged guillotine. Cui Yiji nimbly sidestepped, but Wang Dong, seizing the opportunity, landed a punch on her shoulder, forcing her to retreat several paces before hastening to support Lin Qianni in their joint struggle against Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu. Cui Yiji stepped back, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes before she launched another fierce attack towards Huo Yuhao. The battle between Zhu Lu and Wang Dong remained fiercely contested, while Dai Huabin and Lin Qianni's confrontation escalated into a heated exchange, leaving Lin Qianni momentarily ensnared. As Cui Yiji prepared to strike at Huo Yuhao, Xiao Xiao reacted swiftly, the 3 lives soul-settling cauldron appearing just in time to thwart her assault. Following this, Xiao Xiao summoned her second martial soul, the 9 Phoenixes celestial flute. its melodious notes imbued with a peculiar power that diminished Shui Yi's speed. Huo Yuhao seized the opportunity, deploying the ghostly shadow technique to swiftly close the distance to Shui Yi, and from his eyes shot forth a violet beam of soul impact. Shui Yi was suddenly overwhelmed by excruciating pain that radiated through her mind. She let out a muffled groan as her martial soul dissipated, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. This unexpected turn of events left Zhu Lu and Dai Huabin astonished, clearly bewildered by the rapid developments. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qinyi capitalized on Dai Huabin's brief distraction, immediately unleashing her first soul skill, Azure Luan Feather. In an instant, countless azure green feathers swirled around her, transforming midair into sharp feather blades that hurtled toward Dai Huabin. First soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. Dai Huabin exclaimed, summoning a pale yellow barrier that materialized before him. Yet, the force of her soul power was formidable, causing him to stagger backward a few steps. Quickly channeling his soul power, he broke through Lin Qinyi's attack, allowing her to evade the ensuing impact. Zhu Lu hastily retreated to Dai Huabin's side, urging, Huabin, let us use the netherworld White Tiger. Dai Huabin nodded in agreement. Chapter 22, Champion. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them as they nodded in unison. Wang Dong addressed Lin Qinyi and Xiao Xiao, saying, Qinyi, could you and Xiao Xiao stall for us for a while? Without hesitation, Lin Qinyi and Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. Before long, Dai Mubai and Zhu Lu, hand in hand, unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, summoning a massive tiger radiating a dark purple glow before the onlookers. Lin Qinyi exchanged a glance with Xiao Xiao, who promptly activated her most formidable soul skill, the three lives Jinhuan Ding, the national treasure, the three cauldrons united. However, Dai Mubai and Zhu Lu had already completed their fusion, their power immensely formidable. Aware of this, Lin Qinyi realized she must employ her wits carefully. Using her third soul skill, the Luanfeng Likong Slash, a green Luan soared behind her, letting out a piercing cry, as immense wind blades formed around them. Surging toward the ethereal white tiger. The ethereal white tiger, unyielding, withstood this wave of assault. Both sides refused to relent, clashing fiercely. Under normal circumstances, Lin Qinyi would never choose to confront head-on, as the odds were not in her favor. Yet, in this moment, to aid her companions and buy them time, she had to shoulder this responsibility. With a shout, she unleashed the skill from her fiery feathered sparrow's right arm soul bone. The fiery feather stab. The temperature around them surged dramatically as Azure soul power, tinged with flames, swept forth. Simultaneously executing her Millennium soul skill and soul bone skill while bearing such immense pressure drained her soul power significantly, just as she felt on the verge of collapse. A symbol resembling an eye materialized behind Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. Lin Qinyi quickly stepped back. Together, they called out, the withering within the brilliance, the golden path. Almost simultaneously, Zhu Lu and Dai Huabin unleashed their skills. At the moment of collision, Yin Xiaozhe's figure suddenly appeared, his martial soul, a phoenix shimmering with golden light. Awakened as well. Even with the strength of a tidal Douluo, he sustained some injuries. Dean, Lin Qinyi exclaimed in surprise. Yin Xiaozhe waved his hand, indicating that it was of no consequence. Dai Huabin could not help but inquire, Dean, who won this round? Yin Xiaozhe declared, I announced that the champions of this new student assessment are Lin Qinyi's team. Although Dai Huabin and others felt a sense of reluctance, they dared not question further. Yin Xiaozhe then turned to Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, praising, your martial soul fusion technique is remarkable. He shifted his gaze to Lin Qinyi, adding, you too are quite impressive, intelligent and powerful. Very well, the three of you shall henceforth be core disciples. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinyi felt a surge of joy. Yet a hint of concern crept in as she asked, what about Yuhao? Huo Yuhao lowered his head at her words. Yin Xiaozhe explained, he will enjoy the privileges of a core disciple. It is all right. There are members of the top 4 teams who are not core disciples, so do not be discouraged. And continue to strive. Wait for a moment. You shall come to my office, and I will retrieve your rewards. With that, he turned and departed. Wang Dong called out with concern, Yuhao. Huo Yuhao raised his head, forcing a faint smile. It's fine. It's just being a core disciple. It's not a big deal. As night fell, the clamor of the new student assessment gradually dissipated. Huo Yuhao did not sell grilled fish at the lively street corner as usual, but instead accompanied Lin Qinyi, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao to the wilderness. In this tranquil setting, they built a campfire and personally grilled delicious fish. Tang and Bei Bei joined them, and the group sat together, relishing this rare moment of serenity. In the matter of Lin Qinyi and her 3 companions emerging victorious in the freshman assessment, both Tang and Bei Bei had anticipated this outcome. However, they were utterly astonished by the remarkable performances of Huo Yuhao and Lin Qinyi, which brought them unexpected delight. As Tang savored a mouthful of the aromatic grilled fish, Her expression grew serious. Wang Dong, do you still intend to join our Tang sect? Without hesitation, Wang Dong replied, of course I wish to join. Tang Yi chuckled lightly, a playful glimmer in her smile. Well then, in light of your championship victory, we warmly welcome you aboard. Xiao Xiao, would you be interested in joining us as well? Xiao Xiao hesitated momentarily before asking, the Tang sect? Is what you said true? Will the Tang sect impart techniques to me? Tang Yi elucidated, indeed, although the Tang sect may not offer substantial benefits at present, our techniques are unparalleled. A flicker of yearning crossed Xiao Xiao's eyes. All right, I am willing to join. I wish to learn the footwork of Qianni and Yuhao. Tang Yi gazed at the young individuals before her, her heart swelling with joy. Though typically carefree, she could not conceal her excitement at this moment. She recognized their exceptional abilities and felt as if the day when the Tang sect would be restored to glory was beckoning to them. Bei Bei spoke slowly, junior sister. You have previously interacted with soul guides and possess talents in both martial spirits and soul devices. You must have your own insights regarding offensive and control techniques. Our Tang sect has always focused on hidden weapons. I wonder what you and Wang Dong plan to specialize in? Lin Qianni softly responded. Though I have also dabbled in soul guides, my understanding remains superficial. I can pursue either path, but after careful consideration, I choose to focus on the martial spirit system first, to enhance my soul power. Tang Yin nodded gently, her eyes filled with admiration. She greatly appreciated Lin Qianni's composed perspective. Xiao Xiao, appearing somewhat hesitant, remarked, if I choose the soul guide path, my training time will inevitably be limited, and my knowledge of soul guides is quite rudimentary, so I would like to follow Qianni's lead. Wang Dong chimed in, I share the same sentiment as Xiao Xiao. Observing this, Tang Yi playfully flicked Lin Qianni's forehead. Initially, she thought that she and Bei Bei would be displeased by their lack of adherence to advice. But this was not the case. Tang Yi smiled gently. You little ones are indeed making your own plans. We merely offered suggestions. However, Qianni is correct. Enhancing your strength should be your primary focus before considering other matters. I am quite pleased with this. After a moment of contemplation, Huo Yuhao raised his head and spoke earnestly. Teacher Xiaoya, I have decided to pursue the soul guide system. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Tang Yi's eyes. Yuhao, have you truly thought this through? Yes, Teacher Xiaoya, Huo Yuhao affirmed resolutely, meeting her gaze. As my senior brother mentioned, the crafting techniques of soul guides will greatly aid in the production of the Tang sect's hidden weapons in the future. Moreover, after reflecting during this time, I believe that soul guides align more closely with my attributes. Tang Yi nodded slightly, her tone gentle yet filled with concern. Very well. Having your own opinions is a sign of maturity. However, Yuhao, you must comprehend that having chosen this path, it is essential to weigh its pros and cons particularly. With your spiritual attribute martial soul, there may exist certain deficiencies in offensive capability. Thus it is imperative to focus on enhancing your own attack strength. Yes, Teacher Xiaoya, I understand, Huo Yuhao solemnly replied, his eyes brimming with aspirations and determination for the future. Tang Yi continued to elucidate the rewards for the champions of the new student assessment, revealing the extraordinary value of the prize, which was said to potentially be a soul bone. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong, and Huo Yuhao ignited with fervor. Only Lin Qianni remained unperturbed, for she had anticipated that the Academy's rewards would undoubtedly be exceptional. Soul bone, Huo Yuhao inquired softly. Was the skill Qianni demonstrated earlier derived from the power of a soul bone? Tang Yin nodded slightly, affirming, indeed, on the Douluo continent, soul bones are supreme treasures. One must understand that the probability of a soul beast giving rise to a soul bone is exceedingly rare. Consequently, each soul bone is exceedingly precious. With these words, everyone fell into contemplation, filled with both anticipation and reverence for the impending assessment. On the following morning, the plaza of Shrek Academy basked in gentle sunlight. The new students gathered in the playground for the first inspection of the new semester. Numerous teachers stood at the front, and among the familiar faces that Lin Qianni and her companions spotted, only the figures of their esteemed mentors, Zhou Yi and Wang Yin, brought them comfort. It seemed that fate had its own design, as the announced class allocation revealed that their homeroom teacher remained these two familiar figures. The four exchanged glances and smiled, warmth swelling within their hearts. As the list of core disciples was announced, the names of Lin Qianni, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and others were mentioned in succession. When Huo Yuhao's name appeared solely on the list of those temporarily enjoying core disciple privileges, Wang Dong keenly perceived a fleeting shadow of despondency in his friend's eyes. Yuhao, are you all right? Wang Dong softly inquired, fully aware of Huo Yuhao's stubbornness and dissatisfaction. Huo Yuhao forced a faint smile, saying, it's nothing. I am merely a level 17 soul master. To have this opportunity is already a privilege. Lin Qianni gazed at Huo Yuhao, her tone calm, yet resolute. Yuhao, Do not belittle yourself. We all see your efforts. Gold will shine eventually. Why not set your sights a bit higher? Xiao Xiao chimed in. Chinny is right. Yuhao? Be more optimistic. Huo Yuhao looked at his sincere friends, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you all. I will strive harder. Once the class assignments were concluded, Yin Xiaojia instructed Lin Qianni and her companions to follow him to receive the champion's reward for the new student assessment. Stepping into Yin Xiaojia's office, the spaciousness invoked a sense of reverence. Yin Xiaojia smiled gently, saying, "Come, have a seat." Huo Yuhao felt a tinge of apprehension, but Yin Xiaojia seemed to see through his thoughts, softly reassuring him. Huo Yuhao, you need not bear too much burden. Remember, there are non-core disciples among the top 3 teams as well. Moreover, your ability to execute the martial soul fusion technique with Wang Dong is already remarkable. Just strive harder for the next assessment. Wang Dong, unable to contain himself, was about to clarify, Director Yin, it's not that Huo Yuhao assisted me, but was gently interrupted by Huo Yuhao's hand on his arm. With unwavering determination, Huo Yuhao gazed at Yin Xiaojia and sincerely declared, Director Yin, I shall endeavor even more. Thank you for your concern. At that moment, the office was enveloped in a profound silence, with only Huo Yuhao's resolve quietly permeating the atmosphere. Yin Xiaojia was exceedingly pleased with the performance of Huo Yuhao and his companions. He retrieved a brown leather pouch from his soul guide device, its dark patterns swirling with an enigmatic aura. Children, this is the reward for your new student assessment. Yin Xiaojia's gentle voice resonated in the office. Laced with an uncontainable solemnity, Lin Qianni symbolically accepted the pouch with both hands, a gesture imbued with respect. Upon opening the pouch, a small bone appeared before everyone's eyes. It was merely the size of a palm, yet radiated a subtle yellow glow, akin to the most resplendent star in the night sky. The moment Huo Yuhao and the others laid eyes on it, an overwhelming impulse surged within them. The rich fluctuations of soul power felt almost tangible, rendering the air in the office thick and viscous. Is this a soul bone? Wang Dong's voice was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Although they had heard about soul bones from Tang, witnessing one in person was profoundly shocking. Lin Qianni remained as calm as still water, while Huo Yuhao's astonishment flickered briefly. Yin Xiaojia chuckled heartily, his eyes brimming with warmth and anticipation. This soul bone has been specifically selected for you. It is suitable for both assault and control type soul masters. It is a left leg bone known as the clear bright demon leopard's left leg bone. Once fused with it, not only will it enhance the soul master's speed, but it will also grant an attack skill initiated by the left leg. The marvel of a soul bone lies in its ability to generate different skills based on various martial souls, yet it will undoubtedly be the most fitting for you. I now present it to you, along with this pouch, which serves to conceal the fluctuations of soul power. Please fuse with it as soon as possible upon your return. While the academy is quite secure, always remember the wisdom that a harmless person may suffer for possessing something precious. Furthermore, regarding the acquisition of the soul bone reward, you must keep this matter confidential for the academy's sake. I trust you understand the importance of discretion. Lin Qianni and the others respectfully expressed their gratitude to Yin Xiaojia, then departed with a sense of awe and excitement. Holding the soul bone, Lin Qianni stepped outside, where the 4 of them exchanged glances in unison. With a soft sigh, she remarked, This soul bone holds little significance for me. You may divide it among yourselves. With that, she extended the soul bone towards Wang Dong and the others. Wang Dong accepted it, pondering for a moment. This soul bone is not particularly useful to me either. It should go to Yuhao. Xiao Xiao, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Wang Dong then offered the pouch containing the soul bone to Huo Yuhao, who repeatedly shook his head. No, I cannot accept this soul bone. Did you not mention that there will be additional rewards in the next upgrade assessment? This one should be prioritized for Miss Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao hastily interjected. Yuhao, you cannot think this way. During the competition, without your spirit detection sharing, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to discern our opponent's weaknesses. Moreover, your role is of paramount importance. Given your inherently weaker offensive capabilities, absorbing this soul bone would greatly benefit you. Her gaze was filled with sincerity and concern. However, Huo Yuhao shook his head. Xiao Xiao, although this soul bone would grant me a measure of offensive power by enhancing my spiritual attributes, it merely offers me an additional means of attack. As a dual spirit wielder, you are in greater need of it. Besides, ladies first, you should take it. His words were resolute yet gentle. Wang Dong, observing the exchange, teased. Yuhao, it seems you prioritize beauty over friendship. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao retorted playfully, Oh, spare me the theatrics. When it comes to fusion techniques, it's understood that men and women embrace. However, if 2 men were to do the same, that would indeed be prioritizing beauty over friendship. Lin Qianni, overhearing this banter, couldn't help but chuckle. Look, Wang Dong appears rather embarrassed. Wang Dong, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, tossed the bag containing the soul guide device towards Xiao Xiao, muttering, "Don't say such things." Xiao Xiao promptly caught the bag. Feigning annoyance, you. Lin Xinyi, observing Wang Dong's flustered demeanor, jested, "Wang Dong, your face is positively crimson." In exasperation, Wang Dong exclaimed, "Oh, Xinyi." He then turned to Huo Yuhao with a hint of concern in his eyes. "Yuhao, not becoming a core disciple, will that affect you?" Huo Yuhao smiled faintly, his gaze steady and serene. "Rest assured, I have come to terms with it. While becoming a core disciple is indeed significant, what truly matters is our mutual understanding and cooperation. Even without that title, I can still prove myself through my efforts. The Academy's decision is fair." Lin Xinyi's voice resonated with unwavering strength. "Yuhao, it is wonderful that you think this way. The title of a core disciple is but a fleeting honor. You should not confine your vision to the present. Look towards the future, for countless splendid opportunities await you. Believe in yourself. You are already exceptional." At that moment, a familiar voice, once filled with reverence, emerged from behind. "Well said." The group turned to see Zhou Yi standing not far away. Instinctively, they bowed. "Teacher Zhou." Confusion filled their hearts. Was it not said that Zhou Yi was returning to the teaching building with her class? Why was she here? Zhou Yi's gaze swept over them, a faint smile gracing her lips. She refrained from hastily explaining her presence, instead quietly observing these youthful figures, as if contemplating something of great importance. Zhou Yi's penetrating gaze lingered between Huo Yuhao and Lin Xinyi before she spoke slowly. "Yuhao, I came specifically to find you. I am heartened by your profound insights. As Xinyi mentioned, do not limit yourself. The title of core disciple is merely a designation, and it is unwise to expend excessive energy on trivial matters. I am pleased that you have grasped this, a true testament to my esteemed pupil." At this point, a thought struck her, and with a smile, she added, "Ah, you have won the freshman championship. I have rewards for you." With that, she retrieved a brocade pouch from her storage soul guide and presented it to Huo Yuhao and the others. Lin Xinyi inquired with a hint of surprise, "Teacher Zhou, is it another soul bone?" Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao also appeared utterly astonished. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow and replied, "What do you mean by another?" It was at this moment that Xiao Xiao realized her oversight and quickly clarified her unheeded soul bone issue. Zhou Yi nodded, a glimmer of approval flickering in her eyes. "No wonder the Academy rewarded you with a soul bone. How did you decide to allocate it?" Lin Xinyi responded, "It was given to Xiao Xiao." Zhou Yi smiled gently, her expression filled with recognition for their approach. "Well done. Your calm distribution reflects the spirit of teamwork." Chapter 24, A Deeper Understanding of Soul Guidance Devices. Subsequently, Zhou Yi began to elucidate the significance of this unique soul bone. This secret method soul bone is acquired through a method that is both peculiar and cruel. Any soul beast that kills 100 of its kind within half an hour, followed by utilizing a secret technique to activate their soul rings, has a 10% chance of obtaining a piece of this secret method soul bone. Although this approach is relatively simple for acquiring a soul bone, its low success rate and the brutality involved deter most soul masters from choosing it. If one directly merges with this soul bone, it will grant a 5% increase in soul power. Despite the modesty of this enhancement, it remains persistent and becomes increasingly significant as one's cultivation reaches greater heights. Huo Yuhao accepted the silk pouch from Zhou Yi and turned to Wang Dong, who waved his hand dismissively. "Don't look at me. This soul bone is too ordinary for me." Huo Yuhao then glanced at Lin Xinyi, who similarly shook her head. "Don't look at me. You keep it. This soul bone lacks the power and longevity I require." Seeing that both rejected it, Huo Yuhao had no choice but to accept the soul bone. Secretly grateful for teacher Zhou Yi's thoughtful gesture, Zhou Yi then called Huo Yuhao and Lin Xinyi aside. Huo Yuhao looked up with a hint of anticipation. "Teacher Zhou, does teacher Fanyu's approval imply?" Zhou Yi gently nodded, her gaze soft yet profound. "Yuhao, both you and Xinyi are exceptionally gifted talents. Some things need not be explicitly stated. I trust you both understand the gravity of your choices." She continued, "However, I must remind you that the path ahead is like a labyrinth of forks. You must balance your cultivation with the pursuit of soul guidance devices, neglecting neither aspect." Huo Yuhao solemnly nodded, his eyes reflecting determination. Zhou Yi then turned her attention to Lin Xinyi, speaking earnestly. "Xinyi, I must confess, you exhibit extraordinary talent in both soul mastery and soul guiding devices. Even without extensive exposure to various soul guiding devices, should you wish to delve into this field, you will surely make remarkable contributions. Of course, I respect every choice you make." Lin Xinyi, initially prepared with words, found herself momentarily speechless before softly replying, "All right, teacher. I will consider it carefully." Zhou Yi led Huo Yuhao and Lin Xinyi to the laboratory of the Soul Guidance Department. Upon encountering Fanyu, both Huo Yuhao and Lin Xinyi bowed respectfully. "Greeting, teacher Fanyu." Huo Yuhao's respect was heartfelt, his humble demeanor brimming with reverence for his mentor. Although Lin Qianyi was also respectful, her demeanor seemed more like adherence to a predetermined set of formalities, lacking genuine emotion. Fan Yu's gaze shifted between the two, and his initially indifferent expression softened with a hint of warmth. Perhaps it was the unique aura exuded by these two young individuals that moved him, for he took the initiative to speak. I have observed both of your assessments, and I must say, commendable. His tone was calm, yet imbued with undeniable affirmation. Thank you for your praise, Teacher Fan Yu, Lin Qianyi replied softly, her tone maintaining an appropriate level of politeness. Hello, Teacher Fan Yu, came the sincere voice of Huo Yuhao. Fan Yu directed more of his attention toward Lin Qianyi and slowly remarked, it appears your strength has notably advanced, quite commendable. With your qualifications, you are bound to shine brilliantly in both the martial soul and soul guidance departments. This statement, while seemingly a mere acknowledgement of Lin Qianyi's abilities, contained deeper implications, subtly suggesting she considered the soul guidance department. Lin Qianyi discerned the underlying meaning in Fan Yu's words, yet she did not hasten to respond. Instead, she slightly inclined her body and softly stated, I am flattered by your words, Teacher Fan Yu. Her expression remained serene, devoid of any fluster, as though she were weighing something of great importance in her mind. Fan Yu's gaze then shifted to Huo Yuhao, and he began. I have heard of your significant progress in mental detection. Come, demonstrate it for me. Yes, Huo Yuhao replied succinctly. In that instant, the white soul ring beneath him glimmered softly, and his eyes transformed into a pale golden hue, reminiscent of dawn piercing through the fog. He then unleashed his mental detection sharing, transmitting this extraordinary power to Fan Yu, Zhou Yi, and Lin Qianyi. Initially, the range of this power spanned merely a diameter of 50 meters. However, just as Fan Yu was about to offer his evaluation, an astonishing scene unfolded. The scope of the mental detection sharing began to extend outward as if it possessed a will of its own. This change instantly caught the attention of Lin Qianyi and Zhou Yi, who subconsciously directed their gazes toward Huo Yuhao. Zhou Yi, in disbelief, exclaimed, how is this even possible? At last, Huo Yuhao ceased the expansion of his mental detection sharing, which now reached an impressive range of 120 meters. Excellent. Fan Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yuhao, may I ask, does this soul skill of yours allow for an increase in detection range as your soul power grows? Huo Yuhao nodded slightly, affirming the inquiry. In the next moment, with a resounding clap, Fan Yu struck the table, startling Zhou Yi and the others. Lin Qianyi instinctively glanced at Fan Yu, her expression revealing a blend of surprise and confusion. Fan Yu's gaze flitted between Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao, filled with appreciation and anticipation. The talents of these two in the realm of soul guidance shone like the brightest stars, illuminating limitless possibilities in his eyes. Such promising prospects made Fan Yu eager to draw them close, wishing to impart all he had learned. Gently, he patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder, his hand radiating a warmth that seemed to offer encouragement and trust. He then turned and called out, Kaitu, come here. Upon hearing the summons, Kaitu rushed forward as if propelled by the wind. His gaze fell upon Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao, a gentle smile gracing his features as he nodded slightly, greeting them. Hello, it's good to see you again. His voice, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, was soft and warm. Huo Yuhao respectfully replied, it is indeed a reunion with my elder brother. Lin Qianyi, too, politely added, greetings to my elder brother. Though their words were brief, they conveyed a deep respect and familiarity towards Hikaitu. Fan Yu's eyes, deep and contemplative, turned towards Hikaitu as he spoke in a solemn tone. Kaitu, today allow Qianyi and Yuhao to witness the true power of a soul engineer and battle soul master. Do not hold back. Hikaitu's expression sharpened, replying, understood, master. In an elegant display reminiscent of flowing clouds, he struck his waist twice. Though this technique bore similarities to the past, the energy emanating from it was undeniably more potent than before. In an instant, 3 soul rings materialized beneath him, their hues of yellow and purple shimmering in a splendid dance. Huo Yuhao activated his mental detection ability, while Lin Qianyi summoned forth her martial soul. At that moment, the soul cannon in Huo Yuhao's hands seemed to be infused with a soul of its own, merging seamlessly with his soul power, its might suddenly amplified. Akin to a colossal beast awakening, poised to strike. Second soul skill, Qingwan Shield. Lin Qianyi's clear voice resonated, and immediately, a barrier composed of azure-green feathers materialized before her. The faint blue glow resembling stars descending, radiating an enigmatic brilliance. As the soul cannon unleashed its ferocious assault, Lin Qianyi distinctly sensed that this energy far exceeded any previous encounter, a formidable force pressing upon her, causing her soul power to fluctuate erratically, almost as if it were on the brink of vanishing. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, she barely managed to withstand the onslaught. Nonetheless, The terrifying power compelled her to retreat several steps. A deft sidestep allowed her to narrowly evade any subsequent attacks, while Huo Yuhao stood by, acutely aware of the chilling force at play. When Fan Yu's gaze lingered on Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao, both bore expressions of solemnity. Fan Yu softly inquired, "What are your thoughts?" A flicker of astonishment passed through Huo Yuhao's eyes as he slowly responded, "So powerful." Lin Qianyi nodded slightly, exhaling a soft sigh. "That level of strength is truly formidable, far beyond my expectations." Fan Yu's gaze softened as he elucidated. "What you have witnessed is but a fragment of the energy that Kaitu can wield with his current cultivation level regarding the soul cannon. To fully unleash its true potential, the user must cultivate to the soul sage realm." He paused, his gaze earnest as he looked at the two. "If you are willing, I would gladly accept 2 more disciples." Chapter 25, Core Disciples. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyi experienced a wave of internal conflict. She glanced at Fan Yu and cautiously replied, "Master Fan Yu, please give me a moment to consider." Understanding the turmoil within her, Fan Yu merely nodded gently. In contrast, Huo Yuhao appeared to have made a swift decision. Without hesitation, he knelt before Fan Yu, his voice resolute and filled with reverence. "Master." That exclamation seemed to carry boundless sincerity and a vision of the future. Fan Yu regarded Huo Yuhao with eyes full of warmth, responding tenderly, "Good child." When Fan Yu spoke again, his voice bore an undeniable firmness. "If the martial spirit system cannot truly recognize you, that would be their loss. From this day forth, you shall be my esteemed disciple, as well as the pivotal student of the Soul Guidance Department." Upon hearing these words, Huo Yuhao felt an overwhelming wave of joy surging within him, as if this unexpected opportunity were a divine blessing, nourishing his eager heart for growth. With utmost respect, he replied, "Thank you, master." Beside them, Kaitu jested, "It seems I now have a little junior brother." Huo Yuhao promptly addressed him as senior brother. Fan Yu produced 2 exquisite tokens from his sleeve, handing one to Huo Yuhao and the other to Lin Qianyi, stating, "With these, you shall have unrestricted access." The 2 accepted the tokens and nodded solemnly in gratitude to Fan Yu. Zhou Yi stepped forward, softly saying, "Come, I will guide you in familiarizing yourselves with the surroundings." With that, she led the 2 away. Kaitu watched their departing figures and muttered to himself, "From now on, the master need not only torment me." No sooner had he spoken than Fan Yu's voice reached him. "When have I ever tormented you? Now, off you go to work." Upon arriving in front of the teaching building, Zhou Yi paused, her gaze lingering momentarily on Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianyi. She sighed gently, her tone laced with concern. "Yuhao, have you mentioned your martial soul fusion technique with Wang Dong to Ding and Xiaoxia?" Huo Yuhao shook his head, responding with a hint of awkwardness, "Not yet." "This won't do," Zhou Yi frowned, deeming it more appropriate for Wang Dong to address the matter. "Let him speak?" Huo Yuhao inquired, somewhat perplexed. Zhou Yi hesitated briefly, a trace of helplessness flickering in her eyes. "Do you truly not understand? You are a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department. It is best to avoid stumbling on certain issues yourself. You might wonder why a teacher from the Martial Soul Department would lean towards the Soul Guidance Department. Here." Her tone softened. "It is because Fan Yu is my husband. Naturally, I will be more concerned about matters on his side after marrying him." Yet, she suddenly halted, as if in hesitation, before finally revealing, "I hold a secret that only he knows." With that, Zhou Yi gently removed her mask, and in an instant, the appearance of an aged figure vanished, replaced by that of a youthful maiden, her features as exquisite as the finest porcelain. However, in but a moment, she donned the mask once more. Lin Qianyi could not help but inquire, "Teacher Zhou, why do you do this?" Zhou Yi smiled faintly. "My true appearance does not align with the teaching demeanor I wish to project, hence my choice to present myself in this manner. Now, this matter must remain confidential. You both should hurry off to class." Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao walked side by side into the classroom, simultaneously exclaiming, reporting. Wang Yan, without lifting his gaze, responded, "Come in." As they entered, the previously noisy environment fell silent, all students' eyes converging upon them like spotlights. "Qianyi, Yuhao, your timing is impeccable," Wang Yan remarked, shifting his attention from the documents at the podium to them. "We are about to commence the class monitor election. Please take your seats." Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianyi exchanged glances and, in unison, made their way to the 3rd row, which was their designated spot. Wang Dong and Xiaoxiao were already seated there, seemingly having awaited their arrival for quite some time. Huo Yuhao habitually seated himself at the far left, adjacent to Wang Dong, while Lin Qianyi occupied the central position, flanked by Wang Dong and Xiaoxiao on either side. At the podium, Wang Yin slowly commenced. "We will now proceed with the election for class monitor. Our class is divided into 2 major factions, the assault system and the control system. Thus, there exist positions for both a head and a deputy monitor, to be alternately held by each faction." He paused, casting his gaze over the students before him. "Now, I invite everyone to cast their votes. As his words resonated, he inscribed the names of the candidates on the blackboard. Lin Xianyi, Wang Dong, Dai Huabin, Zhou Siqing, Wu Feng, Huang Chutian, Huo Yuhao, Chao Jinxian, Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo. Upon seeing the names of Lin Xianyi and Wang Dong, the majority present expressed no dissent. After all, these two freshmen were members of the championship team from the assessment, having already earned the respect of their peers through their prowess. However, as attention shifted to the name Huo Yuhao, the atmosphere became palpably tense. The students belonging to the freshman class maintained their composure. Yet those from other classes revealed disdainful glances. They murmured amongst themselves. Although Huo Yuhao's team secured victory, he possesses but a single soul ring, and his strength is exceedingly weak. How can he be deemed credible? At that moment, Wu Feng, seated behind Dai Huabin, rose to his feet. His tone laden with skepticism. Teacher, I have an objection. Wang Yin furrowed his brow slightly. Wu Feng, what is your objection? Wu Feng spoke plainly. Teacher, while Huo Yuhao is indeed a member of the championship team, he possesses only one ring, the lowest tier of a 10-year soul ring. Were it not for Lin Xianyi leading the team, how could they have triumphed? Insufficient strength is simply that, insufficient. What qualifications does he have to run for class monitor? Wang Yin responded with poise. Though Huo Yuhao may have started his journey later than others, his capabilities should not be underestimated. He has already demonstrated his potential during the freshman assessment, thus he is qualified to participate in this election. Yet, Wu Feng remained unyielding. Teacher, here we have third-ring soul ancestors and second-ring soul masters. Why is it precisely him? Even if he possesses exceptional talent, you ought to consider our sentiments as well. At this juncture, the air in the classroom seemed to thicken, all eyes riveted upon the unfolding debate. Bang! Wang Dong slammed his hand on the table. His handsome visage marred by displeasure. Wu Feng, a loss is a loss. Why do you still harbor grievances? Lin Xianyi sighed lightly. Her tone calm, yet admonitory. Being class monitor is not solely about strength. Regardless of how formidable one may be, if they lack consideration for their classmates, what significance does it hold? Wu Feng, you should be well aware of the outcome of that match. Wu Feng's face flushed crimson, his voice quivering. You, Lin Xianyi, do not presume that a modicum of ability grants you the right to look down upon others. Do you think yourself so remarkable? Lin Xianyi offered a gentle smile, her gaze clear. Whether or not I possess merit is not for you to determine. If you truly feel aggrieved, you may take it up with Teacher Zhou. Here, no one has the authority to dismiss Huo Yuhao. How is it that you, Wu Feng, remain unsatisfied? Her words, delivered with a measured cadence, struck like a heavy blow, instantly silencing the classroom. All eyes were fixed upon her. Even Teacher Wang Yin could not help but nod slightly, secretly admiring her. Witnessing this, Wang Dong rose to his feet, his eyes sparkling with determination. Why not let me challenge you to a duel? Allow you to witness true strength. His aura of soul power subtly fluctuated, eager for action. At that moment, Teacher Wang Yin spoke in a deep voice. Enough. Everyone, sit down. Though his tone was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. The crowd promptly took their seats, their gazes converging on Huo Yuhao in the corner. He merely shook his head gently. Although Wu Feng appeared unwilling to relent, he ultimately returned to his seat in silence. Recognizing the situation was calming down, Wang Yin turned his attention to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao understood that if he did not accept Wu Feng's challenge, he would struggle to hold his head high in class in the future. His inherently competitive nature could not tolerate being looked down upon. At that moment, Wu Feng's disdainful gaze felt like a thorn in his side, and the murmurs of his classmates reached his ears. Driven by pride, he felt compelled to respond to the challenge, even knowing the odds were slim. Teacher Wang, I am willing to accept Wu Feng's challenge, Huo Yuhao stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in a clamor. Wu Feng sneered. Very well, you do possess some courage. Today, I shall show you what true strength is. Chapter 26, Wu Feng's Challenge. Wang Yin sighed helplessly and accompanied the two to the battle arena, paying the venue fee. Wang Dong anxiously grabbed Huo Yuhao's arm. Yuhao, this is unwise. With your abilities, you are no match for him. Xiao Xiao echoed from the side. Indeed, this is far too dangerous. However, Lin Xianyi spoke calmly. Let him go. What? Wang Dong was perplexed. For Yuhao, this was not merely a contest, but a trial of dignity and self-respect. Lin Xianyi asserted. Even in defeat, as long as he gives his all, he can prove his worth. All we can do is respect his choice. Wang Dong pondered her words thoughtfully. Nearby, Wang Yin nodded slightly as well, feeling a newfound admiration for the girl. In the battle arena, Wu Feng and Huo Yuhao faced each other. The cheers from the audience in support of Wu Feng surged like a tidal wave. As the referee announced the start of the match, both summoned their martial souls almost simultaneously. Wu Feng launched the first attack, a searing fire fist aimed directly at Huo Yuhao's face. However, Huo Yuhao had already discerned Wu Feng's overconfidence. He remained calm and executed a mental disruption, throwing Wu Feng's focus into disarray. In quick succession, he moved with an ethereal grace, evading the attack with ghostly agility. "It seems you are not giving your all," Huo Yuhao observed coolly, his tone tinged with amusement. His mental probing functioned like an invisible net, capturing every movement of his opponent. As Wu Feng pressed the attack once more, Huo Yuhao gathered a barely perceptible amount of soul power in his palm and suddenly unleashed the technique, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, striking Wu Feng's abdomen and shoulder with precision. Following up with an intricate maneuver, mysterious heavenly skill, Wu Feng was caught off guard, letting out a muffled groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Realizing he had underestimated his opponent, a fierce glint flashed in Wu Feng's eyes. She swiftly summoned her martial spirit, and with a burst of her first soul skill, Dragon's Flame, a torrent of raging fires surged toward Huo Yuhao. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists striking with palpable intensity, filling the air with a searing atmosphere. Wu Feng held the upper hand, and Huo Yuhao was knocked to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Surrender." Wu Feng looked down upon Huo Yuhao, her voice laced with an undeniable command. "No." Huo Yuhao gritted his teeth and rose, a glimmer of stubbornness flashing in his eyes. He deftly rolled away from Wu Feng's pursuit, once again employing the ghost shadow mysterious track to turn defense into offense. At that moment, an eerie gray mist began to spread quietly, enveloping the entire battle arena in a shroud of chilling silence. The audience held their breath, while Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao attempted to approach, only to be halted by Lin Qianyi. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao's body began to levitate, a faint gray phantom emerging behind him. The apparition raised its hand, exuding a chilling aura. Wu Feng sensed this formidable power, her expression shifting dramatically as she involuntarily collapsed to the ground, retreating in terror. Moments later, she fainted. As the mysterious gray shadow dissipated, Huo Yuhao descended back to the ground. Gazing at the unconscious Wu Feng, a flicker of confusion stirred within him. What on earth had transpired? At that moment, Wang Yin and the others hurried over, eager to inquire about Huo Yuhao's condition. However, Huo Yuhao was utterly drained of soul power, his injuries substantial, and he felt darkness closing in, his body tipping to the side. Wang Dong, quick-witted, rushed forward to support him. "Take him back to the dormitory. We must return to class," Wang Yin instructed solemnly. Meanwhile, Wu Feng was being carefully placed on a stretcher and carried away. Upon returning to class, Wang Yin promptly recounted the events in detail to Zhou Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's brows furrowed in discontent, and she delivered a stern reprimand to Wang Yin. Her voice was like a cold arrow, reverberating through the classroom, leaving Wang Yin with an expression of helplessness. Though he was a good teacher, his gentleness sometimes seemed inadequate. After her chastisement, Zhou Yi hurriedly made her way to the dormitory to check on Huo Yuhao. When she saw that he was relatively unscathed, she let out a sigh of relief. The two homeroom teachers, one excessively gentle and the other overly stern, indeed complemented each other perfectly. The following day, Huo Yuhao gradually awakened. His vision was met by the concerned figure of Wang Dong, who had evidently just roused from slumber. "Are you all right, Yuhao?" Wang Dong's voice carried a hint of barely concealed worry. Huo Yuhao gently shook his head. "I'm fine." Yet, Wang Dong continued to frown. "Really? Yesterday, Qianyi told me and Xiao Xiao that Mr. Wang was scolded quite fiercely by teacher Zhou over your incident. It seemed as if she was about to instill a psychological shadow upon him." Huo Yuhao smiled faintly. "Qianyi, she doesn't speak much, but when she does, her words are always profound." Wang Dong nodded in agreement. Indeed, just one sentence from her managed to silence the commotion in the classroom. That scene was truly astonishing. "Let us go to class," Huo Yuhao suggested, rising first. Wang Dong hurriedly replied, "Okay, but take it slow." Huo Yuhao teased lightly, "Why are you so concerned about me?" Wang Dong's face flushed slightly as he defended, "Who cares about you? I'm merely concerned that if anything were to happen to you, I would have to bear the blame, considering you are my roommate." Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao gently shook his head, a smile gracing his lips, filled with affection and understanding for his friend's stubbornness. As Lin Qianyi and Xiao Xiao entered the classroom, their gazes immediately fell upon Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao. "Yuhao, are you all right?" Lin Qianyi inquired with genuine concern. Xiao Xiao echoed, "Yes, Yuhao, how are you feeling?" Huo Yuhao subtly shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and then slowly made his way to his seat. At that moment, Zhou Yi and Wang Yin entered the classroom in succession. Wang Yin took his place at the back, while Zhou Yi strode directly to the podium. The previous day's turmoil had subjected Wang Yin to much criticism. Although he felt disgruntled, he could only silently observe as Zhou Yi handled the matters at hand. As Zhou Yi reached the podium, the classroom fell silent in an instant. She gently placed the documents on the table, stood up, and cleared her throat. "Everyone, please stand." The moment her command was issued, the previously murmuring freshmen promptly rose in unison. They were acutely aware that any slackness before this stern teacher could result in severe repercussions. However, not everyone was quick to respond. Huang Chutian, you were slow. Zhou Yi's voice carried an undeniable authority. Huang Chutian attempted to explain, Teacher, I was just a bit slow. It shouldn't be serious, right? Zhou Yi's gaze turned icy as she replied, In my class, punctuality is paramount. Since you have failed to adhere to the rules, I present you with two options. Either leave this class, though you are a core disciple and cannot be expelled. I possess the authority to remove you from my class, or stand at the door as punishment. Seeing no alternative, Huang Chutian reluctantly stepped outside to stand in punishment, leaving the other students in astonishment. Sit down. With Zhou Yi's command, the students quickly settled into their seats. Lin Qianni remained expressionless, silently observing the unfolding drama as if it were a spectacle. Today, we shall elect a class leader. The position of class leader will be held by Huo Yuhao, while the vice class leader will alternate between Lin Qianni and Wang Dong. Before Zhou Yi's words had fully settled, Zhu Lu interjected, Teacher, I have a differing opinion. Although Huo Yuhao was once your student, he currently possesses only first-ring strength. Why should he be class leader? We find it quite unacceptable. Zhou Yi slammed her hand on the desk and admonished, In my class, rules are rules. Those who refuse to comply, please leave. Dai Huabin was equally defiant. Teacher, we are all quite dissatisfied. Must we select Huo Yuhao? Anyone else in our class would surpass him. If it were not for Lin Qianni and Wang Dong leading the team to victory, Huo Yuhao would have been gone long ago. Wang Dong scoffed, What? Still not satisfied after losing? Lin Qianni calmly interjected. Some individuals seemed to misunderstand. Teacher Zhou never stated that objections could not be raised. But what qualifications do you possess to question the choice of class leader? The position of class leader is not determined solely by strength, but rather by who is most suitable for the role. Is this not common knowledge? Her remarks not only restored Huo Yuhao's dignity, but also subtly ridiculed Zhu Lu and Dai Huabin, leaving their faces darkened with discontent. Chapter 27. Unable to expel. Zhou Yi gazed at Lin Qianni, her previously stern expression softening slightly, evidently pleased with her response. If there are any dissenting opinions, please leave the class. The absence of Wu Feng will not change this decision. Although I lack the authority to expel core disciples, I can certainly dismiss you from my class, Zhou Yi declared, her body emanating a faint aura of soul power, which left Wang Yan, standing at the back, utterly astonished. Realizing that a teacher who appeared overly gentle might not necessarily be a boon. Once order was restored, Zhou Yi turned to Wang Yan, Teacher Wang. You may continue with the lesson. Wang Yan, regaining his composure, exclaimed, Oh, right. The classroom fell into a tranquil silence once more. Xiao Xiao quietly remarked to Huo Yuhao, Teacher Zhou truly protects you, and Qianni's retort was quite sharp. Lin Qianni nodded in agreement, while Zhou Yi silently stood by, continuing to monitor the class's dynamics. This incident swiftly reached Yin Xiaozhe's ears. In his somewhat oppressive office, Yin Xiaozhe slammed his palm against the table and began pacing back and forth, his gaze piercing as he directed it towards Zhou Yi. What nonsense is this? You caused such a commotion right after being assigned to a new class. And the academy is considering promoting you to a senior teacher, and this is how you behave? Zhou Yi, however, stood her ground, meeting Yin Xiaozhe's gaze head-on. This is my teaching method. If I am not deemed worthy of a senior teacher title, so be it. You may either allow me to leave, or I shall continue teaching in this manner. Her words were resolute, exuding an undeniable firmness. Yin Xiaozhe pointed at her, harboring thoughts of expelling her. Yet he could not dismiss the fact that most of her students had successfully entered the inner academy, all of them exceptional talents. At that moment, Wang Yan sighed softly from the side. Sigh. Dean Yan, although Teacher Zhou's methods may be somewhat extreme, they are indeed effective. The students in her class were all subdued today. Perhaps you should let it be. Yin Xiaozhe looked at Zhou Yi with a mix of exasperation and admiration. What can I say to you? Can't you be a bit gentler? Zhou Yi smiled slightly. If I were gentle, how could I be considered a strict teacher? As long as Fan Yu finds me gentle, that is sufficient. Yin Xiaozhe sighed in resignation, fully aware that if Zhou Yi remained, he would endure countless frustrations. Yet he could not bear to part with such a talented instructor capable of nurturing many gifted students. Thus, he said, Very well, Zhou Yi. You must ensure that at least 5 inner academy students emerge from your first class this year. Should you fail, do not blame me for being heartless in expelling you. Zhou Yi confidently replied, Rest assured, there will be more, not fewer. With that, she turned and exited the office, leaving a complex expression in her wake. After months of diligent study, the footsteps of summer drew near. Zhou Yi scanned her students with a serious demeanor, earnestly advising, before the start of the new term, You must reach level 20, for an important upgrade assessment will take place upon our return. As her words concluded, she announced the end of class. Upon hearing this news, The pent-up emotions of the students erupted, almost springing from their seats, their faces alight with uncontainable joy, as if they could hardly wait to embrace the forthcoming holiday. Their exuberance reminiscent of a flock of liberated birds. Zhou Yi and Wang Yan retained Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, and Wang Dong for a private discussion. Xiao Xiao bid farewell to the trio, Qian Yi, Wang Dong, and Yu Hao, promising to meet again at the start of the new term. After uttering her parting words, she turned and departed, leaving the three standing before Zhou Yi and Wang Yan. Zhou Yi's gaze settled on Yu Hao, her tone gentle yet tinged with concern. Yu Hao, do you feel confident about acquiring your second soul ring? Yu Hao straightened his back, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. Teachers Zhou and Wang, rest assured. I have faith in myself. Wang Yan interjected. In that case, as the class president and vice president, you will need to return a few days earlier. By then, both Zhou and I should have a fair understanding of the assessment content. Zhou Yi then inquired, will the four of you still be teaming up? What are your thoughts on this? Lin Qianyi pondered for a moment before responding. We believe there is nothing amiss. Although each of us possesses different strengths and weaknesses, we can complement one another. Xiao Xiao may not have the highest soul power, yet her dual martial souls are her advantage. Wang Dong boasts formidable attack power, playing a crucial role in battle. As for myself, I will do my utmost and not hold anyone back. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Since you all are so confident, that is well. You may return now. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyi and her companions respectfully nodded before turning to leave. After a brief packing of her belongings, Lin Qianyi departed from the academy, having recently surpassed the 40-level threshold in soul power. It was time for her to venture into the Stardow forest in search of a suitable soul beast. Before her departure, she exchanged brief farewells with Yu Hao and Wang Dong and set forth on her journey. Her attire today was strikingly unique, a form-fitting black long shirt, the collar and cuffs adorned with intricate embroidery that subtly accentuated her slender waist. Beneath the black long shirt, she wore a deep burgundy short skirt, perfectly complementing each other. White stockings extended to just below her knees, paired with a glossy pair of black long boots that elongated her legs. Most striking was her cascade of aquamarine hair, flowing down her back like a waterfall. To conceal her identity, she lightly draped a sheer veil over her fair cheeks, adding an air of mystery. As she stepped into the outer core region of the Stardow forest, Lin Qianyi's steps grew increasingly cautious. She advanced slowly, her keen eyes scanning every blade of grass and tree, wary of missing any hint of danger. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air, its speed so quick it seemed to materialize out of thin air. Lin Qianyi reacted swiftly, deftly evading the unexpected assault. Glancing back, she beheld a creature, resembling a hawk, its muscular form cloaked in emerald feathers, fixating its sharp gaze upon her. Its eyes radiated both sharpness and cunning. It was the Wind Shadow Falcon, a being that had cultivated for 36,000 years. Lin Qianyi locked eyes with it, and in that instant, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped her. However, she did not falter. Instead, she promptly summoned her martial soul. A melodious cry of the Qing Yuan pierced the air, followed by a graceful arc as the Qing Yuan materialized behind her, resembling a loyal guardian. Witnessing this, the Wind Shadow Falcon let out a thunderous screech, its wings fluttering slightly, unleashing a torrential barrage of razor-sharp wind blades towards Lin Qianyi, their speed blurring the line of vision. Lin Qianyi dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, gracefully traversing the blades of wind with the ethereal steps of the ghostly shadow. In her quest to effectively confront the looming peril, she unhesitatingly activated her purple-gold demon eye, seeking any flaw in the ancient beast before her. At that moment, the Wind Shadow Falcon spun rapidly, enveloped in an intense surge of wind elemental power. Sensing the formidable pressure emanating from it, Lin Qianyi was compelled to retreat several steps to establish a safer distance. Yet, the Wind Shadow Falcon would not let such an opportunity slip away. It abruptly extended its sharp claws, lunging towards Lin Qianyi. Despite her astonishment at the ferocity of the assault, her years of combat experience swiftly restored her composure. With a graceful backflip, she effortlessly evaded the strike and swiftly adjusted her stance, unleashing the skill bestowed by the Flame Feather Sparrow's right arm soul bone, Flame Feather Stab. In an instant, numerous crimson rays shot forth from behind her, hurtling toward the Wind Shadow Falcon. However, the creature, with remarkable agility, deftly evaded the onslaught and quickly positioned itself advantageously, executing another series of wind blade attacks. Lin Qianyi understood that confronting it head-on was futile. She needed to seize upon its fleeting vulnerabilities and moments of opportunity. With a resolute shout, she invoked her second soul skill, Azure Luan Shield. A verdant barrier materialized before her, successfully deflecting the incoming wind blades. This shield not only thwarted the assault, but also afforded her a brief respite to reevaluate her strategy. While appearing to retreat, Lin Qianyi discreetly scrutinized the Wind Shadow Falcon's every move, adopting a strategy of retreating to advance. The falcon's onslaught was fierce and swift. Yet amidst the chaos, Lin Qianyi discerned a sliver of weakness. She abruptly retracted her defensive posture, her form flickering like a specter, the ghostly shadow steps rendering her figure elusive. In a fleeting moment, she leapt into the air, revealing a pair of azure-green wings radiating an eerie glow behind her. With a powerful kick, she struck the wind shadow falcon in its abdomen. The creature recoiled in pain, retreating several steps, quickly flapping its wings to regain balance. Following a nimble turn, it let out a deafening cry, unleashing a colossal wind blade towards Lin Qianyi, while numerous smaller wind blades surged toward her. Lin Qianyi, caught off guard, felt several blades graze her, leaving distinct crimson marks on her arms and legs. Yet, she merely cast a fleeting glance at the wounds, dismissing them. With a fierce cry, she invoked her third soul skill, Azure Luan Sky Splitter. The wings behind her spun rapidly, conjuring a whirlwind of azure-green wind blades that swept towards the wind shadow falcon. Seizing the moment when the force subdued the falcon, Lin Qianyi closed in and struck, rendering it dazed. As the wind shadow falcon crashed heavily to the ground, Lin Qianyi drew the dagger from her waist, poised to strike at its vital points. At that moment, a black soul ring gradually materialized before her. Lin Qianyi sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb the power of the soul ring. As the atmosphere around her seemed to solidify, with her own aura growing ever more potent. Approximately an hour later, Lin Qianyi gradually awakened from the absorption state of the soul ring. At this moment, she could distinctly feel her soul power silently ascending to level 42. While her fourth soul skill, the Qingyuan Storm, emerged in response. This skill could harness the surrounding wind elements, transforming them into a raging storm, capable of exerting formidable pulling and dividing forces on her enemies, causing them to lose their balance and suffer severe blows. However, the drawback lay in the fact that casting this skill required several seconds of charging time. Yet, considering the 3 days she had devoted to finding a suitable soul beast for this rare soul skill, the advantages it conferred undoubtedly rendered all her efforts immensely worthwhile. Just as Lin Qianyi prepared to depart from the Stardow Forest, a faint yet ominous presence stealthily approached. The aura was laced with a strong intent to kill, causing her heart to tighten abruptly. Initially inclined to evade, she reconsidered. In the Stardow Forest, it was quite normal to exude a hint of murderous intent while hunting soul beasts, and hiding would only betray her own fear. Thus, she composedly sat in place, taking the opportunity to silently restore her soul power. At that moment, 3 dark figures slowly drew near, all cloaked in black. "Is this a child?" One of the figures queried in confusion. "This young girl is wearing a veil. She must be quite beautiful," another chimed in, his words laced with ill intent, while the other 2 licked their lips, their eyes glimmering with greed. Lin Qianyi heard every word clearly, and just then, a hand reached out towards her, attempting to touch her. With a sudden jolt, Lin Qianyi opened her eyes wide, swiftly grasping the wrist of that hand and twisting gently, eliciting a shriek from the assailant. Following this, she kicked him away, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you approach me?" "Little girl, we mean no harm," the cloaked figure replied. Though Lin Qianyi could unmistakably sense the thick stench of blood and the murderous intent emanating from them, she already had her answer: evil soul masters. Without hesitation, she summoned her martial spirit, repelling the 3 intruders. "Humph, you seek to drink wine, but end up with punishment instead." The trio charged at her once more. Yet Lin Qianyi showed no fear, having long been gathering her strength in secret. With a graceful backflip, she deftly evaded their attacks. And a greenish-blue magic circle materialized beneath her feet, as the surrounding wind elements began to converge, forming a violent storm. "Allow me to demonstrate my new soul skill, 4th soul skill, Qingyuan Storm." The tempest, imbued with a fierce cutting power, caused the 3 to instantly lose their balance, leaving them battered and shrieking amidst the storm. Lin Qianyi understood well that if she spared them, they would undoubtedly become a malignant tumor, harming many others. 1st soul skill, Qingyuan Feather Spike. Ethereal green feathers manifested behind her, swiftly transforming into sharp feather blades that surged towards the trio. As she retracted her 4th soul skill, the feather blades rained down upon them, and before they could regain their senses, their life forces had already dissipated. Lin Qianyi cast a casual glance and noticed that one of them bore an object resembling a token at his waist. She furrowed her brow and approached to inspect it, sensing it held potential value, and thus, she removed it. Subsequently, she concealed her soul power aura and turned to depart from this perilous place. 4 days prior to the commencement of the academic term, Lin Qianyi returned to the academy. As she stepped into her dormitory and set down her belongings, a fellow student informed her, "Qianyi, Teacher Zhou and Teacher Wang are looking for you." She responded with a soft acknowledgement, "All right, thank you," and began to swiftly organize her things. After a brief tidying up, she made her way towards the office. Upon reaching the door of the office, she gently knocked. As a voice from within beckoned her to enter, she slowly pushed the door open, bowed slightly, and called out, "Teacher Zhou? Teacher Wang?" Zhou Yi and Wang Yin nodded in recognition. Wang Yin spoke gently. "Qinny, I have heard that you have acquired your fourth spirit ring?" Lin Qinny affirmed, "Indeed. I have obtained it." At her feet, the spirit rings illuminated in succession, the purple, black, and black rings casting a radiant glow upon her, instantly capturing the attention of Zhou Yi and Wang Yin. Zhou Yi's expression turned serious. Another 10,000-year spirit ring. It is known that the limit for the fourth spirit ring is typically 7,000 years, yet yours is an extraordinary 30,000-year spirit ring. Your spirit power must have seen an enhancement. Lin Qinny nodded in agreement. Indeed, there has been an improvement. Wang Yin inquired further, "By how much has it increased?" Lin Qinny replied, "Upon completion of the absorption, I gained 2 levels, and after several days of cultivation, I have ascended another 2 levels, now reaching level 44. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Yi and Wang Yin displayed expressions of astonishment. It is noteworthy that within the entire academy, individuals as young as Lin Qinny, who became a spirit master at the tender age of around 12, are exceedingly rare. As Wang Yin and Zhou Yi regained their composure, Wang Yin slowly began, "Qinny, in the past few days, Teacher Zhou and I have familiarized ourselves with the specifics of the promotion assessment." Zhou Yi then added, "Qinny, your talents are well recognized by the dean, and for you, the assessment for advancing to the second year poses almost no difficulty. He wishes to promote you directly." However, Lin Qinny resolutely shook her head. "Teacher Zhou, while I can manage the assessment, I am still a part of this academy, just like the other students. There is fundamentally no difference. We all must face the promotion assessment. I cannot be an exception. It would be unjust to the other students to receive special treatment due to my own strength." Hearing this, Zhou Yi and Wang Yin could not help but smile faintly, their expressions filled with admiration for her steadfastness. Zhou Yi stood up, approached Lin Qinny, and gently patted her shoulder, saying warmly, "In that case, follow your heart." She then proceeded to inform Lin Qinny about the details of the promotion assessment, which entailed defeating a spirit beast within a designated time frame at the hunting grounds. The participants in this assessment included Lin Qinny, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao, among others. Zhou Yi earnestly advised, "Qinny, though you are intelligent and exceptionally gifted, you must learn the art of retreat." Lin Qinny looked at Zhou Yi in confusion. "Retreat?" Zhou Yi continued, "A step back can lead to broader horizons. I understand your unwillingness to yield. In your heart, as long as a situation is not concluded, there remains an opportunity. Yet, sometimes it is wise to learn to let go. This does not signify defeat, but rather a more prudent choice." Lin Qinny pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. "Teacher Zhou, I understand." A few days later, Wang Dong returned, but Huo Yuhao was conspicuously absent. A sense of unease gripped him, compelling him to promptly inform Zhou Yi of the matter. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yi hastily inquired of Fan Yu. It was only at this moment that she realized she had been thoroughly deceived by Huo Yuhao. Earlier, he had informed her that a teacher from the Soul Guidance Department was accompanying him to hunt soul beasts. Yet he turned to Fan Yu and claimed he was accompanied by a teacher from the Martial Soul Department. This was a blatant double deception. Zhou Yi, frantic with worry, was mirrored by Wang Dong, who, troubled, immediately thought of Tang's sect and rushed to find Tang Ya and Bei Bei. Upon their arrival, the two initially stood in astonishment, their eyes wide with surprise, before shaking their heads in resignation, evidently unaware of Huo Yuhao's whereabouts. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with anxiety. At that moment, Lin Qinny gently reassured, "Wang Dong, do not be overly anxious." Wang Dong, upon hearing this, replied impatiently, "Qinny, Yuhao currently lacks even the ability to defend himself. If he encounters any danger..." His voice trailed off, choked with emotion. Chapter 29, Expulsion of Huo Yuhao. Lin Qinny quickly interrupted him, saying, "Nonsense. Yuhao is clever. He will be fine. Perhaps our concerns are unfounded, but this fellow truly has the audacity to deceive both sides. When he returns, I shall ensure he receives a thorough reprimand." Wang Dong, grunting in response, gritted his teeth, declaring, "When he returns, I will make sure he understands my strength, and I will beat him to a pulp." Although Lin Qinny found his words somewhat exaggerated, she concurred, indeed. After a day of turmoil, Huo Yuhao finally rushed back to the dormitory the following evening. Upon entering, he anxiously exclaimed, "I'm going to be late. I'm going to be late." In his frantic packing, he failed to notice Wang Dong's tightly clenched fists and the simmering anger within him. While Huo Yuhao was hastily gathering his belongings, he stumbled and fell. When he lifted his gaze and met Wang Dong's, a pang of shock coursed through him, and a sheepish smile broke upon his face. "Wang Dong, good morning." At that moment, it seemed as if a raging fire had ignited behind Wang Dong, and the emotions he had suppressed for so long erupted. He nearly snarled, "Huo, you, how?" Without a moment's hesitation, He swung a fist that connected squarely with Huo Yuhao's shoulder. Huo Yuhao, momentarily stunned, stood dazed. Wang Dong, hands on his hips, furiously questioned. So you finally decided to come back? Do you have any idea how worried we were? You dare to deceive us, and if you don't clarify the situation, you can forget about staying here peacefully. Huo Yuhao rubbed the spot where he had been struck, his face a mask of remorse. Wang Dong, I was wrong. I will explain everything to you. Wang Dong let out a cold huff. Though he refrained from further violence, his stern gaze remained fixed on Huo Yuhao, seemingly awaiting a more sincere explanation. Wang Dong's eyes narrowed as he remarked, you can explain it all to teacher Zhou yourself. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao felt a tightening in his chest. He was all too aware of teacher Zhou Yi's formidable nature. Her sternness was well known throughout the academy. At that moment, Huo Yuhao felt as though he could already see the storm brewing on the horizon and cast a pleading glance toward Wang Dong. However, Wang Dong merely regarded him with a smirk, silently conveying, don't look at me. I'm not going to help you. Huo Yuhao could only shake his head with a wry smile, a mix of resignation and dejection washing over him. When they arrived at Zhou Yi's office, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. As Huo Yuhao stepped inside, a sharp clap resonated as teacher Zhou slammed her hand on the desk, exclaiming, Huo Yuhao, you finally remembered to return. The sudden outburst struck Huo Yuhao like a thunderclap, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Lin Xinyi stood between Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, observing the unfolding drama as a mere bystander. Witnessing their indifferent expressions filled Huo Yuhao with disappointment, prompting him to shake his head helplessly once more. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the courage to address them. Teacher Zhou, Teacher Fan Yu, I apologize. I have made a mistake. I believe my martial spirit seems to be in a state of fragmentation. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew heavy with concern. Teacher Fan Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, fragmentation of your martial spirit? Lin Xinyi echoed his words, her tone laced with confusion and worry. Huo Yuhao nodded and recounted his experience. At that moment, I felt as though I might be doomed, engulfed in despair, so I ventured north, intending to let fate take its course. However, upon reaching a desolate, icy expanse, I succumbed to the cold and lost consciousness. Just as I was on the brink of awakening, I suddenly sensed an influx of soul power within me, and miraculously, my martial spirit was restored. The group fell silent, clearly taken aback by this unexpected twist. Huo Yuhao continued, next to me lay the corpse of a vivid green scorpion. I believe it is the source of my transformation. Hence I now possess an additional soul skill. As he spoke, he demonstrated the soul skill, causing the temperature in the room to plummet, prompting Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao to shiver involuntarily. Only Lin Xinyi remained unaffected by the chill, accustomed as she was to the frigid temperatures due to her ice attribute secondary martial spirit. At that moment, a spectral image of the ice-green scorpion manifested behind Huo Yuhao, accompanied by a purple soul ring. Ice-green scorpion? Teacher Zhou murmured, her eyes widening with surprise as she exchanged a glance with Teacher Fan Yu, both recognizing the mutual astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Is this your second soul ring? Wang Dong asked curiously. Huo Yuhao corrected him, saying, it is my second martial spirit. The mention of twin martial spirits ignited a mix of confusion and awe among the group. Teacher Zhou elaborated, the ice-green scorpion is an exceptionally powerful martial spirit, unrivaled in its command of ice elements. To have such an extraordinary encounter is indeed a stroke of fortune. After a while, Teacher Zhou signaled for the four to take their leave. Regardless, you have put us through such worry. You owe us a week's worth of breakfast, Wang Dong declared, arms crossed and a frown on his face. Indeed, not a day can be missed, Xiao Xiao chimed in, nodding in agreement. This is your compensation, do you understand? Lin Xinyi emphasized. Seeing their determination, Huo Yuhao quickly smiled and replied, all right, I will treat you. A few days will suffice. The group bantered jovially as they made their way to the cafeteria. Upon entering, they spotted Tangya and Bei Bei seated at a dining table. As soon as Tangya noticed Huo Yuhao, she sprang to her feet, concern etched across her face. Little Yuhao, you have finally returned. What on earth happened to you? Her eyes were filled with concern and uncertainty. Teacher Xiaoya, could you please let me fill my stomach first? Huo Yuhao said, a hint of weariness in his voice. Bei Bei waved his hand from the side. All right, little junior brother is hungry. Xiaoya, let us head back for now and discuss things after he has finished his meal. After dinner, Huo Yuhao jested. Xiao Xiao, I didn't expect you to have quite the appetite. Xiao Xiao chuckled softly, covering her mouth. It's rare for Yuhao to treat us, so I must indulge a bit. After all, we should show appreciation for his kind gesture, shouldn't we? Fair enough, Huo Yuhao replied, shaking his head helplessly. Yet his eyes sparkled with amusement. As the four of them were engaged in jovial conversation, their banter was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of a group of people. Leading the pack was Dai Huabin, flanked by Zhu Lu, Cui Yiji, and Wu Feng. Zhu Lu was the first to speak, her tone laced with evident sarcasm. Oh. Isn't this Huo Yuhao? What are you still doing loitering around the academy? Shouldn't someone who violates the rules have been expelled by now? Wang Dong raised an eyebrow, displeased. What does this have to do with you? How could it not? Zhu Lu raised her voice. We are all students of Shrek Academy. It is everyone's responsibility to uphold the rules. Is a special reason needed to justify rule breaking? At this moment, Lin Qianyi, who had been silent until now, slowly spoke. Her voice icy yet powerful. If what you say holds true, then it should be the teachers and the principal of the academy who judge the matter. Your eagerness to intervene raises questions about who truly belongs to this academy. Zhu Lu's expression shifted, her words caught in her throat, clearly stifled by Lin Qianyi's retort. The atmosphere thickened with tension as Dai Huabin glared at Huo Yuhao. Since you insist on staying, do not blame me for being impolite. Before his words could fully settle, he lunged forward. Xiao Xiao reacted swiftly, summoning her martial soul, the three-life soul-settling cauldron, a brilliant light flashing as it successfully blocked Dai Huabin's attack. Unexpectedly, Dai Huabin used the force against them, redirecting it back towards Huo Yuhao. Yet, Huo Yuhao did not flinch. He stood firm and met the strike with unwavering resolve, his gaze revealing a sense of determination and composure. The sudden turn of events startled Dai Huabin, though he maintained an impassive facade, astonished by Huo Yuhao's rapid growth and strength. Huo Yuhao, how about we make a wager? Dai Huabin proposed suddenly. A wager on what? Huo Yuhao eyed him warily. Let us bet on who scores higher in the upgrade assessment. The loser must surrender the prize for the new student assessment champion. At this declaration, expressions of shock spread among the onlookers. Lin Qianyi astutely noticed that Zhou Yi had just appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. She quickly devised a plan to resolve the standoff. Our reward is a soul bone, and it has already been absorbed by Xiao Xiao, Huo Yuhao replied calmly. Then, if you lose, let Xiao Xiao break her leg bone and give me the soul bone, Dai Huabin stated ruthlessly. Let us change the terms. Huo Yuhao frowned in refusal. No, Dai Huabin remained adamant. Let us compete. Xiao Xiao was about to act impulsively, but was stopped by Lin Qianyi. Lin Qianyi deliberately raised her voice. Well, what if you lose? She aimed to draw Zhou Yi's attention. I would willingly sever a limb as punishment, Dai Huabin arrogantly declared. At that moment, a stern reprimand shattered the stalemate. Silence. It was Zhou Yi who had arrived on the scene. What kind of decorum is this, wagering your body? Dai Huabin, why are you causing a ruckus instead of reporting in? If you truly wish to compete, a mutual bow of apology would be more fitting. Zhou Yi spoke in a low, authoritative tone. Bow. That would be too lenient. They should be made to kneel in apology. Zhu Lu chimed in from the side. Do as you wish, you little brats, Zhou Yi remarked before turning to leave, with Lin Qianyi and the others following suit. Just you wait. I will show you what true humiliation means, Dai Huabin seethed. If you have the ability, then give it a try. If not, that remark is better directed at yourself. Lin Qianyi retorted with a cold smile before departing from the scene. In the classroom, Zhou Yi was engrossed in explaining the lesson. Suddenly, the classroom door creaked open, revealing three figures at the entrance. Standing in the center was teacher Mu Jin, flanked by a male teacher and a female teacher. Taken aback by the unexpected scene, Zhou Yi hesitated. What brings you here, teachers? Mu Jin's expression was grave. It has come to my attention that someone at the academy has violated school regulations. As educators, we cannot stand idly by. Huo Yuhao, please step forward. We all know that teacher Zhou has always led by example and would not condone any misconduct. Her words carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao slowly rose and approached the podium, the two teachers following closely behind him. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. Just then, a clear voice broke the silence. Who dares to take Huo Yuhao away? Everyone turned to see Fan Yu striding in with He Kaitu and Lin Qianyi. Upon spotting He Kaitu, Lin Qianyi's eyes brightened with surprise. Brother He. He Kaitu smiled in return. Junior sister, good to see you again. Fan Yu walked directly up to Huo Yuhao, her gaze sweeping over the two teachers, who instinctively released their grip. Subsequently, Fan Yu retrieved a shining silver medal from her pocket and gently placed it on Huo Yuhao's arm. It was the emblem of a second-rank soul mentor. This scene left everyone present in utter shock. The reason for Huo Yuhao's tardiness is that he has been handling important affairs for the Soul Guidance Department on my behalf. I take full responsibility for everything, Fan Yu proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Afterward, she calmly produced a document. Here is a handwritten verification from Dean Xian Duo and Dean Yin Xiaojia. I wonder if teacher Mu Jin has any further questions? Mu Jin's expression shifted slightly, and after casting a glance at Zhou Yi, she silently turned to leave, with the other two teachers swiftly following suit. Just 2 days later was the promotion assessment, and all students advancing to the second year were required to gather at the Academy's central plaza. Xiao Xiao inquired with confusion. Wasn't it said that the assessment would take place in the beast fighting area? Why are we assembling in the soul fighting arena? Before the last word had left his lips, a voice, laden with sarcasm, suddenly rang out. Oh, are you here to bow down and apologize to us? Xiao Xiao and her companions turned around to see Dai Huabin approaching leisurely with Zhu Lu and Cui Yiji, all wearing provocative smiles. Huo Yuhao's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Dai Huabin, inquiring, "Is the wager you proposed still valid?" Dai Huabin responded with a cold sneer. "Of course it is. The loser must bow and apologize in front of everyone. Huo Yuhao, don't embarrass yourself too much." Lin Qianyi, with her brows slightly furrowed, stepped forward and remarked, "It is still too early to speak of such things. Perhaps it will be you who ends up embarrassed in front of all these people." Zhu Lu scoffed, eager to retort, but was halted by a gesture from Dai Huabin. The three exchanged glances before turning away, leaving behind a lingering air of hostility. At that moment, the soul fighting stage began to descend slowly, with cages on either side containing soul beasts of various forms. A figure emerged in the arena, an older man, robust as a mountain, each muscle seemingly conveying immense strength. His countenance bore an imposing ferocity, reminiscent of a war god from ancient times. Xiao Xiao could not help but whisper, "Who is he? Why does he look so fierce?" Zhou Yi lowered her voice to explain, "He is Elder Gong Changlong, known as the Beast King, possessing the strength of a 92nd level title Douluo. His temperament is unpredictable, and his appearance here as your proctor is likely a whim. Qianyi, you shall go first." Lin Qianyi responded respectfully, "Yes, Teacher Zhou." Taking a deep breath, Lin Qianyi slowly approached the center of the assessment arena. Elder Gong's expression was serious as he announced, "The yellow cage contains 100-year soul beasts, the purple cage contains 1,000-year soul beasts, and the black cage holds 10,000-year soul beasts. Please select your opponent." The girl's clear eyes showed no hesitation. "I choose to challenge the 10,000-year soul beast." Her voice was calm as a gentle breeze over a lake, yet it stirred a tempest in an instant. The students below began to murmur, and even the dean, Yin Xiaozhe, along with several other teachers seated on the high platform, displayed expressions of astonishment. Elder Gong, usually unflappable, momentarily faltered, "Are you certain you wish to select the most formidable 10,000-year soul beast?" After a moment of contemplation, Yin Xiaozhe spoke softly, "Allow her to challenge." With permission granted, Elder Gong ceased further discourse, raising his hands as a flash of light illuminated the arena. The black cage door opened slowly, releasing an ancient and powerful aura that enveloped the entire assessment ground. As the beast cage gradually opened, a soul-stirring roar echoed through the skies. The silhouette of the purple flame leopard emerged amidst flashes of lightning, its purple fur shimmering in harmony with the electric arcs, fierce light blazing in its eyes. This 2,000-year soul beast, while not possessing the utmost offensive capability, was fearsome due to its extraordinary speed and sharp claws. Lin Qianyi stood firm. Having previously slain a 10,000-year soul beast, this experience endowed her with fearless courage. Today, she aimed not only to pass the assessment, but to do so with remarkable flair. Beneath her feet, 2 purple and 2 black soul rings lit up sequentially, drawing the attention of all present. The Beast King of the Bao Dragon was internally astonished. Such a young soul master possessed an extraordinary configuration of soul rings, truly a rare sight. On the high platform, Yin Xiaozhe was also slightly moved. Although he had anticipated this, witnessing the 10,000-year soul ring with his own eyes still left him in awe of her audacity. The purple flame leopard circled Lin Qianyi like a gust of wind, moving so swiftly that it nearly became a mere shadow. Lin Qianyi's purple-golden magic eyes suddenly opened, accurately locking onto her target. Just as the purple flame leopard bared its fangs and lunged at her, she shifted her form, executing the ghostly shadow steps with impeccable precision, effortlessly evading the assault. Following this, her azure phoenix wings unfurled behind her, revealing a dazzling 10,000-year soul ring beneath her feet. With a soft exclamation, she unleashed her third soul skill, Phoenix Sky Splitting Slash. As she called out, the wings of the azure phoenix flared, sending forth a colossal blade of wind that howled through the air. The purple flame leopard, caught off guard, could only hastily activate its soul power shield. However, Lin Qianyi adeptly intensified her soul skill, disregarding its defenses entirely, and delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen. The purple flame leopard let out a piercing cry and collapsed to the ground. The entire process took less than 2 minutes, and Lin Qianyi landed gracefully. The Beast King of the Bao Dragon was astonished. "So swift?" Yin Xiaozhe announced. "Lin Qianyi, you have successfully passed the assessment. With your wisdom and courage, you have completed the challenge unscathed in a remarkably short time, deserving of commendation. Full score, 150 points." Lin Qianyi responded with a slight bow before turning to leave. The Bao Dragon could not help but exclaim, "The youth is formidable." Not far away, Dai Huabin and others exhibited a flicker of jealousy in their eyes. Lin Qianyi cast a glance at them, a hint of disdain playing at the corners of her mouth, before returning to Huo Yuhao's side. Chapter 31, 200,000-Year Soul Rings. Lin Qianyi rejoined Zhou Yi, who gently patted her shoulder and praised. Qianyi, you executed your first battle splendidly. Lin Qianyi lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a blend of humility and joy. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Beside them, Xiao Xiao could not help but interject. Qianyi, your performance at the Full Score Academy is nothing short of stunning. Students who complete their first battle as flawlessly as you are exceedingly rare. You truly did a remarkable job. Lin Qianyi smiled softly, an air of calm radiating from her as she quietly accepted the praise, a warm current surging within her heart. Huo Yuhao slowly descended from the combat platform. His resolute decision to challenge a 100-year soul beast drew disdain and scorn from Dai Huabin and his companions. However, the wheel of fate often turns unexpectedly. In that fleeting moment, an intangible yet heavy pressure, akin to a mountain, quietly spread through the air, reminiscent of the most biting winter winds sweeping by, causing the temperature to plummet. Behind Huo Yuhao, a massive scorpion silhouette, entirely emerald and exuding a chilling luminescence, gradually materialized. Its eyes glowed like two cold lanterns, instilling fear. With the emergence of this ice-emerald scorpion phantom, two blood-red soul rings abruptly appeared beneath his feet, their vibrant hue seemingly stained with blood, revealing the legendary 100,000-year soul rings. Instantly, the entire arena was enveloped in a shocking aura, and all present widened their eyes, incredulously gazing at the scene. Yet, these were not genuine 100,000-year soul rings. Rather, they were an illusion conjured by Huo Yuhao using his second soul skill. Xiao Xiao was astounded to the point of nearly losing her voice. How could Yuhao possibly possess two soul rings of 100,000 years? Zhou Yi, equally perplexed, questioned whether this truly was the ice-blue scorpion. The century-old soul beast, which had been poised to confront them, crumbled under the sudden pressure and fainted, while the surrounding soul beasts trembled in terror. Before Yuhao could recover from this wave of astonishment, he was intercepted by the imposing figure of the bow-wielding dragon, who began to interrogate him. Yan Xiaozhe, recognizing the gravity of the situation, took Yuhao aside to delve deeper into the secrets that lay beneath the surface. Once alone, upon discovering that Yuhao harbored a twin martial soul, Yan Xiaozhe was engulfed by tumultuous waves of astonishment. He realized he had been outmaneuvered by Duo, prompting him to approach Yuhao once more, attempting to extend an olive branch. This unexpected gesture left Yuhao momentarily bewildered, as he witnessed the dean bowing in apology, an almost dreamlike scene. Dean, please don't do this. I cannot bear such honor, Yuhao hastily interjected. Yan Xiaozhe gradually straightened. Addressing Yuhao with sincerity, your talents are better suited for the martial soul department, where you shall receive a more superior education. At that moment, Duo and Fan Yu were eavesdropping at the doorway, growing increasingly anxious. Unable to contain himself any longer, Duo stepped inside. Yan Xiaozhe, what is the meaning of this? Did you not promise to make Yuhao a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department? How can you suddenly change your mind and attempt to poach him? Unfazed, Yan Xiaozhe replied, I merely suggested a different path. Had it not been for your underhanded tactics, would he have become a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department? Regardless, I have already given him my word. Should he wish to forsake the Soul Guidance path and return to the Martial Soul Department, I would certainly welcome him. You are untrustworthy, Duo exclaimed, attempting to pull Yuhao towards himself, while Yan Xiaozhe firmly grasped Yuhao's arm, asserting, you acted deceitfully first. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, with Fan Yu striving to mediate, while Yuhao wore a resigned expression. Just then, a cool, resonant voice pierced through the commotion. How about a challenge? Whoever wins shall claim Yuhao. A woman clad in a flowing white ensemble, her long black hair styled in a bun, entered with an air of competence and authority, none other than the dean of the Soul Guidance Department, Xian Liner. Yan Xiaozhe, are you still intent on stealing students? Xian Liner approached, adding, in that case, let us convene at the Sea God Pavilion for a decisive meeting. Duo sighed in relief, recognizing that Liner had a solution. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Xiaozhe nodded in agreement. Very well, it shall be as you say. Yuhao recounted the unfolding events, as Lin Qianyi, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao listened intently. Lin Qianyi's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise as she gently inquired, two deans nearly came to blows over you? Yuhao offered a wry smile and nodded. Indeed, and then a particularly formidable teacher arrived, stating that we would be attending the Sea God Conference for a final determination. Wang Dong's lips curled into a teasing smile. So, it seems you have become quite the sought-after individual? His words carried a hint of jest, yet could not conceal the awe within, for such treatment was indeed astonishing. 2 days later, the assessment for advancement recommenced. Due to Yuhao's prior unexpected incident caused by his simulated soul skills, his previous score was nullified, necessitating a retest. Wang Dong strode directly towards the center of the arena, his gaze resolute as he boldly chose the Millennium Soul Beast as his challenger. The moment he revealed his martial soul along with the soul rings, Duo on the platform raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued by the exceptional configuration of soul rings. It seemed that this batch of newcomers was quite interesting. The crowd's attention swiftly converged on Wang Dong. At that moment, he faced the bloodthirsty magic bear of a millennium age. This formidable creature, massive in stature, exuded a menacing aura. Not only was its offensive power astonishing, but its ability to burrow underground was also formidable. Most alarming was its potent, bloodthirsty capability. Once struck by its attack, one would be plunged into a state of unrelenting fury, fraught with peril. Yet, Wang Dong stood undaunted, his eyes betraying no hint of fear, as though he had long since prepared for this confrontation. With a roar, the bloodthirsty magic bear lunged at him. In an instant, Wang Dong and the beast exchanged blows, their movements a dance of probing and testing. Sensing its rhythm, Wang Dong keenly discerned the bear's attack patterns and, after several exchanges, swiftly concluded the battle. He achieved a remarkable score of 110 points in this assessment. Next, it was Dai Huabin's turn. Without hesitation, he launched an assault on the soul beast. Inciting the wrath of the beast king, Gong Changlong. Enraged, Gong Changlong thundered, "I have already instructed you to cease. Why do you persist in your lethal intent?" Dai Huabin, unfazed, replied coldly, "The relationship between soul beasts and soul masters is inherently one of life and death. Moreover, I must be prudent regarding the 40 points deducted due to Wang Dong's error. As for the soul beast's demise, I am willing to compensate." Gong Changlong was left speechless with rage. Yin Xiaozhe, standing nearby, slowly interjected, "He has a point." Dai Huabin upgraded his assessment with a score of 145 points. His forceful approach does indeed highlight the advantages of an offensive-type soul master, though his recklessness warrants a deduction of 5 points. You are required to compensate for the losses within 3 days, or you will bear the consequences. Dai Huabin acknowledged, understood. He cast a disdainful glance at Huo Yuhao and the others, his eyes brimming with arrogance. At this juncture, the scores became clear. Zhu Lu earned 100 points. Cui Yiji won 10 points. Dai Huabin won 45 points, and Wu Feng 125 points. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyi achieved a perfect score of 150 points. Wang Dong won 10 points. And Xiao Xiao 98 points, illustrating a stark contrast in scores. Wang Dong expressed his concern. Although we have Qianyi's perfect score, Dai Huabin's strength should not be underestimated. To surpass him, Yuhao, you must attain a perfect score. Huo Yuhao, with unwavering determination, responded steadily, "Rest assured, I will accomplish it." Lin Qianyi's tone was calm, yet laced with concern. "Be cautious." Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong echoed their encouragement. Warmth surged within Huo Yuhao, and he solemnly nodded. "All right. I will." Huo Yuhao resolutely stepped towards the center of the arena. The Beast King, still harboring dissatisfaction from Dai Huabin's previous slaying of a soul beast, remarked, "I hope there will be no risk of soul beast fatalities this time." Huo Yuhao, unwavering in his gaze, replied, "I choose a millennium soul beast." Upon hearing this, Dai Huabin and others on the platform displayed expressions of disdain, as if to say the young man was courting disaster. Zhu Lu and Cui Yiji displayed unabashed mockery on their faces. Zhu Lu scoffed, "Soon, he shall bow and beg for forgiveness." Chapter 32. Kneeling in apology. As the beast cage slowly opened, a lion, resplendent in fiery red, emerged with a regal stride. It bared its bloodied maw, revealing sharp fangs, and suddenly lunged at Huo Yuhao, engulfing the surroundings in a torrent of crimson magma, surging towards him. However, Huo Yuhao did not flinch. Prompting a gasp from Wang Dong on stage, "Yuhao." Lin Qianyi interposed, activating her purple gold demon eye, and after a calm appraisal, she declared, "Yuhao is unscathed." Wang Dong, visibly anxious, inquired, "Is that true?" No sooner had he spoken than the temperature plummeted, and the ground began to exhibit signs of freezing. To everyone's astonishment, Huo Yuhao remained unharmed, with the silhouette of the ice-blue scorpion faintly materializing behind him, an overwhelming pressure that even moved Lin Qianyi. Although her second martial soul was also of the ultimate ice, it paled in comparison to the ice-blue scorpion, though the disparity was minimal. "Ice Emperor's protection," Huo Yuhao called out, a thin veil of icy mist enveloping him, subduing the fiery lion. As he concentrated his soul power, the beast felt as though it were being frozen in place. After a moment, Huo Yuhao retracted his soul power, prompting the fire lion to retreat in disarray. Upon witnessing this, the Beast King remarked, "Last time, a brave young girl dared to challenge a 10,000-year soul beast and scored full marks. It seems this cohort of students is quite impressive." Huo Yuhao, with his exceptional battle acumen and commendable courage, earned a perfect score of 150. The second student to achieve full marks in this upgrade assessment had emerged. The rankings were subsequently announced. First place, Lin Xianyi and Huo Yuhao. Second place, Dai Huabin. Third place, Wang Dong and Cui Yiji. Class 1 boasted a success rate of 95, while Class 2's was 80. Students who failed must undertake a retest. Failure to pass again would result in expulsion. Lin Xianyi, glancing at her score, remarked softly, "Our scores far exceed those of Dai Huabin and his group." Xiao Xiao huffed, pride evident in her tone. "Let us see how they gloat now." On the high platform, Duo beamed with pride, stating, "Xianyi and Yuhao are truly remarkable, living up to their status as core disciples of our soul guidance department." Yet, Yin Xiaozhi dismissively countered, "Old Qian, your opinion on these two children holds little weight." Duo snorted. "Then let the elders of the Sea God Pavilion make the final decision." With that, he turned and departed. After the assessment concluded, Lin Xianyi and Huo Yuhao sought out Dai Huabin and his companions. Lin Xianyi, with her brows furrowed, exclaimed, "Thinking of running after losing, are we?" Wang Dong, equally defiant, added, "Dai Huabin, don't be a sore loser. You lost and must kneel and apologize." Dai Huabin's hand slowly clenched into a fist, his knuckles turning white. Zhu Lu, anxious, tugged at his sleeve. "Huabin, let us go." Yet, Dai Huabin inhaled deeply, solemnly stating, "Since I made a wager, I shall honor it. I accept my defeat." At that moment, a crowd had gathered around them, their gazes fixated on the unfolding scene. Gritting his teeth, Dai Huabin ultimately succumbed, kneeling on the ground and bowing deeply. "I'm sorry." Witnessing this, Zhu Lu's face paled with fury as she exclaimed, "You?" Dai Huabin pushed through the crowd and hastily departed, leaving behind a solitary, somewhat desolate figure. Zhu Lu glared indignantly at Lin Xianyi and the others, declaring, "Just wait." Cui Yiji, equally resentful, retorted, "What does it matter that you won this time? Next time, I shall ensure that you look even worse than now." Lin Xianyi blocked Cui Yiji's path, a cold smile playing on her lips as she replied, "We triumphed this time, which is a source of pride for us. Winning again next time is merely a matter of course. All you can do is make empty threats." With that, Lin Xianyi and her companions turned to leave. Among the crowd, Tang observed Lin Xianyi's retreating figure and softly remarked, "This girl is usually quiet, yet her words are sharp." Bei chimed in, "Indeed." At Shrek Academy, within the inner courtyard at the Sea God Pavilion meeting, as several esteemed elders gathered, a gentle yet aged voice resonated, "Xiaozhi, what significant matter have you summoned us for today?" Yin Xiaozhi respectfully replied, "Yes, esteemed teacher. The purpose of convening this Sea God Pavilion meeting relates to a crucial matter concerning the Academy's centennial development." Before he could finish his statement, Xian Liner abruptly slammed her hand on the table and stood up, indignantly exclaiming, "Nonsense. You distinctly promised before, yet now you go back on your word." Amidst this tense standoff, a composed female voice interjected, "Liner." Although Xian Liner was unwilling to relent, she had no choice but to temporarily swallow her grievances. "Xiaozhi, please continue," she urged. Yin Xiaozhi took a deep breath and began, "Liner is correct. However, I was unaware prior to my promise that Huo Yuhao possesses a twin martial soul, with the second being the ultimate ice. While both Huo Yuhao and Lin Xianyi undoubtedly have talent in the soul engineering department, cultivating their abilities within the martial soul department would yield far more comprehensive development." Upon hearing this, the elders present were taken aback. This was indeed a matter worthy of further discussion. Xian Liner was not one to back down easily, questioning, "Have you forgotten that you expelled Huo Yuhao from the martial soul department?" Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozhi fell silent, the incident weighing heavily on his conscience, rendering him momentarily speechless. Duo, noticing Yin Xiaozhi's sudden loss for words, couldn't he help but chuckle. Huo Yuhao's talents extend far beyond just the martial soul department. He ascended to a second-level soul engineer in merely 8 months, which is truly remarkable. As for Lin Xianyi, her innate talent in soul tools is extraordinary, even if she hasn't devoted herself entirely to this field, should she fully commit. Her achievements would rival anyone's. Elder Xian raised an eyebrow. "Oh? I had not previously considered those details." Duo seized the opportunity to inquire, "Elder Xian, what are your thoughts?" Elder Xian pondered for a moment. While these two children possess distinct potential in both the soul engineering and martial soul departments, the cultivation of soul masters remains paramount. When considering their future accomplishments, I believe the consensus among us is already formed. After all, there are numerous talented students in the martial soul department. You may easily select other suitable candidates from among them. Upon hearing this, Xian Liner grew anxious. Are the two esteemed elders leaning towards the martial soul department? Yin Xiaozhi, upon hearing her words, smiled slightly, thinking to himself, experience holds its weight. Elder Xian's assertions were indeed valid. For the long-term development of these two children, the martial soul department would be decidedly more fitting. In the future, the Soul Guidance Department may select talents from the Martial Soul Department, Yin Xiaozhi concurred. Upon hearing this, Xian Liner immediately stood up in excitement. Elder Mu, Elder Xian I. Xian Liner, hereby pledge to personally devote my utmost effort to nurture these two children. If I fail to help them achieve greatness, I would rather die in atonement. These two children must remain in the Soul Guidance Department. Yin Xiaozhi was taken aback by Xian Liner's resolute declaration. He had not anticipated such determination from her. At that moment, Xian Liner's gaze was steadfast, as if she had resolved to keep Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao in the Soul Guidance Department. Just then, a calm and measured female voice interjected, akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, instantly disrupting the escalating dispute. It was a lady named Kai Meyer, the Vice Dean of the Martial Soul Department, who possessed neatly cropped black hair and a serene, dignified demeanor. Though she appeared to be in her 30s, she had actually surpassed 90 years of age, embodying a grace and wisdom that transcended her years. Given the exceptional capabilities of these two students, our Martial Soul Department will certainly not relinquish them lightly, Kai Meyer asserted with undeniable conviction. Old Yin, you are being untrustworthy, Qian Duo retorted angrily, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction and grievance. You are the one who resorted to trickery, Yin Xiaozhi replied, his tone equally firm, and both sides found themselves at an impasse. The atmosphere charged with tension. In that critical moment, an aged yet authoritative voice resonated. Enough. Upon hearing the voice, Yin Xiaozhi and the others immediately bowed in respect. Teacher, what insights do you have? Yin Xiaozhi inquired reverently. Xian Liner softly called out, Elder Mu. Elder Mu began to speak slowly. Xiaozhi, can you tell me what the motto of Shrek Academy is? The four of them, filled with respect, replied in unison. The motto of Shrek Academy is to accept only monsters, not ordinary people. Elder Mu nodded slightly, his gaze warm yet profound. If that is the case, these two children possess extraordinary talent. Why should we not create a precedent for them? Kai Meyer appeared slightly puzzled. Do you mean to allow these two children to study both the Martial Soul and Soul Guidance departments simultaneously, becoming core disciples of both? Elder Mu's words, though gentle, carried an immense weight. However, there is no precedent for this. Yin Xiaozhi furrowed his brow, still harboring concerns. The absence of precedent is precisely what defines a monster, Elder Mu remarked meaningfully. If these two children receive comprehensive training, they will undoubtedly become the shining stars of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing Elder Mu's words, the four of them felt a sense of relief and agreement. Yes, Elder Mu. After Fan Yu conveyed this news to Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao, both felt their anxious hearts finally settle, simultaneously exhaling in relief. Yet, the backstory was something Lin Qianyi had not anticipated. Wang Dong jested from the side. You two are quite the prize catches. Lin Qianyi sighed softly and shook her head, saying, I did not expect the situation to unfold this way. Wang Dong waved his hand with a smile. All right. Let us consider this an early celebration for your successful assessment in the Soul Guidance Department tomorrow. Xiao Xiao chimed in. Yes, wishing you both all the best. Lin Qianyi smiled brightly. All right, I shall borrow your auspicious words. At this very moment, a few individuals felt a blend of anxiety regarding the forthcoming assessments, coupled with the warmth of camaraderie and mutual blessings. Over the course of these 2 days, the schedules of Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao were meticulously arranged. The studies of the Martial Soul Department had just concluded, seamlessly transitioning into the curriculum of the Soul Guidance Department. For Lin Qianyi, although her exposure to the Soul Guidance segment was relatively brief, her extraordinary intellect sparkled like brilliant stars. Whenever Fan Yu provided detailed explanations, she could swiftly grasp the intricacies, as if the knowledge had already taken root in her mind. When it came time for the assessment on upgrading soul devices, the synergy between Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao was nothing short of flawless. Their trust in one another was profound, every movement and operation executed with precision, devoid of any hesitance. Ultimately, their comprehensive and exceptional performance allowed them to pass the assessment smoothly, earning approving glances from all present, who wholeheartedly acknowledged the duo's capabilities. Upon returning to their dormitory, Wang Dong casually tossed a piece of clothing to Huo Yuhao, saying, Come on, it's been agreed with Qianyi to celebrate your successful assessment. Lin Qianyi chimed in. Aren't we inviting Xiao Xiao? Wang Dong explained. She was invited, but she couldn't make it. We'll bring back some treats for her. Huo Yuhao concurred, finding the suggestion quite agreeable. Thus, the three departed from Shrek Academy together. On the way, Wang Dong curiously inquired. You two must not have had the chance to thoroughly explore Shrek Academy, right? I'll take you to the treasure pavilion. It houses various rare treasures, including soul bones. Huo Yuhao expressed his concern, but I don't have any money. Wang Dong waved his hand dismissively. You can purchase on credit. The academy charges minimal interest and evaluates based on age and soul power. Listening to Wang Dong's introduction, The trio boarded the vehicle heading towards Shrek City. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, Huo Yuhao gazed around with curiosity, his eyes alight with novelty and anticipation. The dazzling array of treasures appeared exceedingly rare. The three approached the counter, filled out the necessary information in turn, and submitted it to the staff. The attendant reviewed the documents, then addressed Wang Dong, Mr. Wang Dong. Based on our assessment, you qualify for a credit limit of 100,000 gold soul coins. Achieving such a feat at your age is indeed remarkable. She handed a card to Wang Dong, who accepted it with gratitude, while the attendant's gaze shifted to Lin Qianni, her eyes widening in astonishment. You are Lin Qianni? Lin Qianni nodded gently, prompting the attendant to exclaim, Miss Lin, at merely around 13 years of age. You have already attained over level 40. This level of prowess is truly exceptional. Within the treasure pavilion, you may select one item each year without regard to its price. With that, she presented a card to Lin Qianni. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao leaned in closer, with Wang Dong playfully remarking, You are indeed fortunate, Qianni. The attendant then turned her attention to Huo Yuhao, revealing that his privileges were on par with Lin Qianni's. Wang Dong gasped in surprise, exclaiming, You too have hit the jackpot. At that moment, a calm yet slightly aged female voice resonated, stating, Such a decision is the arrangement of the academy. The treasure pavilion, as an asset of the institution, is subject to its decree. You should keep your silence and select what you need. Lin Qianni slightly bowed in respect, and the three then proceeded inside. A staff member respectfully called out, Elder Lin. It turned out that the elderly lady before them was indeed one of the elders of Shrek Academy. After carefully selecting their desired items in the treasure pavilion, as they embarked on their return journey, Lin Qianni keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere in the air. She deftly gestured, and Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao seemed to understand. Wang Dong inquired softly, What's wrong? Lin Qianni replied in a hushed tone, Something feels off. Do not draw attention. As they neared the vehicle, a man clad in black robes stealthily emerged. Judging by his somewhat robust figure, it was evident he was an adult male. His eyes harbored a flicker of malevolence, and his demeanor subtly hinted at ill intent. As the vehicle gradually started, the black-clad man suddenly accelerated toward them, a glint of cold steel flashing in his hand as a dagger lunged toward Lin Qianni. In a split second, Lin Qianni adeptly bent down, skillfully evading the lethal strike, and simultaneously thrust her elbow forcefully into his abdomen, pushing him back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the trio swiftly exited the vehicle, their movements synchronized and efficient, devoid of hesitation. The weight of the atmosphere intensified, heralding the onset of an unforeseen crisis. Chapter 34, Pursuit? Timely Rescue. On the street after disembarking, 5 figures clad in black emerged before them, exuding a menacing aura, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Lin Qianni decisively commanded, Wang Dong, Yuhao, you go first. Her voice bore an undeniable firmness. Wang Dong swiftly nodded, coordinating seamlessly with Huo Yuhao in an attempt to escape this perilous trap. Meanwhile, Lin Qianni bravely confronted the adversaries, invoking her first soul skill, Azure Luan Feather Stab. With a fierce cry, a multitude of azure feathers materialized behind her, shimmering with a cold light, transforming into sharp blades aimed at the black-clad assailants. Though she was acutely aware that such an attack might inflict limited harm, she believed that as long as it could momentarily distract them, it would suffice for her and her companions to seek an opportunity to flee. With a graceful leap, she unfurled a pair of emerald wings behind her, resembling a soaring phoenix, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong had fled. Much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Damn it, we've been tricked. After them, shouted one of the men in black. The 6 of them revealed their soul rings, 4 purple and 2 black, 5 purple and 1 gold. Although not the most elite, their soul power was undoubtedly superior to that of Lin Qianni and her companions. 5 soul kings with 5 rings and 1 soul emperor with 6 rings. Wang Dong remarked solemnly, his expression grave. Lin Qianni understood that continuing to flee was not a sustainable strategy. They must find a way to eliminate 1 or 2 foes. As Huo Yuhao noticed they were nearing Shrek Academy, he decisively sent out a distress signal. Lin Qianni flapped her wings, her figure twisting as she fully unleashed her martial soul. A colossal phantom of a phoenix emerged behind her, accompanied by a melodious cry, as 2 purple and 2 black soul rings illuminated beneath her. Before the adversaries could recover from their shock, she shouted, 4th soul skill, Phoenix Storm. Instantly, a verdant tempest erupted around her, swirling with what seemed to be countless blades, surging towards the 2 soul kings. The 2 hastily unleashed their soul power to defend themselves. Yet under the overwhelming assault, their resistance proved exceedingly strenuous, and evading the attack became nearly impossible. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Qianni summoned feather blades that shot forth like lightning, striking the 2 with precision, ending their lives without hesitation before she turned to flee. Upon witnessing this, Huo Yuhao urged Wang Dong to ascend higher, while he spread his arms, causing the temperature to plummet. Domain of eternal frost, he exclaimed, unleashing a wave of chilling power that momentarily halted the remaining foes, allowing the trio to continue their escape. As shadows relentlessly pursued them, Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, and Wang Dong fled in haste, with the gates of Shrek Academy looming ever closer. With a flash of her golden eyes, Lin Qianyi was thrilled to see Bei Bei. Su Sanshi and Jiang Nannan had already entered the academy, standing ready for battle. Just then, a figure in black suddenly leaped out, exuding a terrifying aura. Not good. Bei Bei gasped, as the assailant unleashed his sixth soul skill, the black flame-piercing sword. The shadowy blade lunged forth menacingly. In a moment of crisis, Lin Qianyi raised her delicate hand. Phoenix Shield. A verdant light barrier materialized just in time to block the lethal strike. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong mustered their remaining soul power to execute their martial soul fusion skill, Golden Path, delivering a significant blow to their opponent. However, their strength was nearly depleted, and they were on the verge of falling. Senior brother, junior brothers. Lin Qianyi anxiously attempted to assist, but Su Sanshi surged forward, catching the two with remarkable steadiness. She exhaled in relief as she landed on the ground, joining the others. Junior sister, are you all right? Bei Bei inquired with concern. I'm fine, senior brother Bei Bei, Lin Qianyi replied softly. In that critical moment, a burst of flames descended from the sky, casting a crimson glow upon the gates of Shrek Academy. From the flames emerged a figure. It was Ma Xiaotao. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, the corners of her lips curling into a familiar smile. Sensing the fervent energy, Lin Qianyi could not help but beam in response. Humph! How dare they act so recklessly before the gates of Shrek Academy? Ma Xiaotao snorted, her soul power surging like a tempest. In the blink of an eye, four cloaked figures were sent flying. Oh dear, Su Sanshi remarked, observing the defeated foes sprawled on the ground. Sister Xiaodao seems to have roasted them well. After all, her nickname is the Flame Maniac. Ma Xiaodao, slightly embarrassed, replied, I forgot to leave any survivors. Within Shrek Academy, Yan Xiaozha and several teachers had quietly arrived. They refrained from intervening immediately, eager to witness how far these young students could endure. Yan Xiaozha gazed thoughtfully at the unfolding battle, remarking, Ah, the Xiaodao. Her tempestuous nature remains unchanged. However, I truly did not anticipate Lin Qianyi's ability to slay two Soul Kings. She is indeed remarkable. The performances of Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao have also captivated my attention. He turned to Elder Lin beside him and inquired, Elder Lin, did you discern the nature of that blue light? Elder Lin nodded slightly, responding, to my knowledge, that should be the power of a domain. Initially, when I bestowed these two soul bones upon them, I felt a pang of regret. Yet today's battle has proven that such a decision was indeed worthwhile. Yan Xiaozha acknowledged with a nod, a flicker of cold determination glinting in his eyes. These two children are no ordinary individuals. To dare harm the students of Shrek Academy is an audacious act. We must retrieve those two corpses and conduct a thorough investigation. His words carried an undeniable authority. The following morning, classes resumed as usual. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Qianyi was promptly called aside by Ma Xiaodao, and the two made their way to the shores of the sea god lake before pausing. Lin Qianyi sensed an unusual urgency and unease in Ma Xiaotao's demeanor. Sister Xiaotao, you. Before Lin Qianyi could finish her sentence, Ma Xiaotao had stepped closer, gently pressing her against the wall. In her eyes flickered a glimmer of helplessness and a hint of plea. Yesterday's battle was too intense. My evil fire has erupted uncontrollably. Qianyi, can you help me? Her voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with fatigue and earnestness. Seeing Ma Xiaotao in such a state softened Lin Qianyi's heart. All right, she replied softly, her words imbued with trust and concern. Lin Qianyi summoned her martial soul to suppress the raging evil fire within Ma Xiaotao. To her surprise, this eruption was far more ferocious than usual. Despite her utmost efforts, it took considerable time to merely contain it. Once calm returned, Lin Qianyi felt her soul power nearly depleted, the exhaustion from recent days combined with this overexertion overwhelming her, leaving her lips pale. Chapter 35, The 8 Monsters of Shrek. Ma Xiaotao slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling upon Lin Qianyi's slightly haggard profile, the pallor upon her face silently narrating the hardships just endured. Moved with compassion, she approached Lin Qianyi, gently supporting her, and whispered in her ear, Qianyi. As she spoke, she gently grasped Lin Qianyi's wrist, attentively sensing the rhythm of her pulse. Her tone saturated with concern. You've exhausted too much soul power. Allow me to infuse some into you. Without permitting Lin Qianyi a chance to decline, Ma Xiaotao gradually channeled a stream of warm soul energy into her body. This energy flowed like a gentle current, gradually nourishing Lin Qianyi's nearly parched source of soul power. Moments later, upon returning to the classroom, Lin Qianyi was summoned privately by Zhou Yi. In the office, around 10 individuals were present, including Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong, and Huo Yuhao. Zhou Yi commenced. This is a temporary election event for Shrek Academy, originally designated for students in the 3rd year and above, though the specific reasons shall remain undisclosed. However, it is imperative that several of our classmates secure a position in the top 7. With that, she waved her hand, dismissing everyone except for Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao. Once the others departed, Zhou Yi, turning her back to them, spoke gravely. For this election of the Shrek 7 monsters, it is essential that both of you place in the top 7. Huo Yuhao furrowed his brow and inquired, essential? What if we fail to meet this expectation? Zhou Yi's voice bore an undeniable weight. Then you shall bear the consequences. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flicked over Lin Qianyi, who remained serene, akin to a tranquil and profound lake, undisturbed by the ripples of anxiety. 2 days later, the majority of the students from the outer academy gathered in the central square of Shrek Academy. A few teachers stood at the forefront, with Elder Xian positioned centrally. His disheveled appearance today seemed to carry an elusive depth, inciting a sense of intrigue among the onlookers. Wang Yan stepped forward respectfully, stating, Elder Xian, everyone has arrived. Elder Xian nodded slightly. Well, today's competition need not be overly formal. Let us call it a grand melee. In this contest, you are free to employ your abilities without excessive restrictions, as long as no lives are endangered. Ultimately, the last 7 standing shall be deemed victorious. Without further ado, let the competition begin. As his words echoed, the ground of the square began to descend slowly, transforming into a labyrinthine arena, causing the crowd to disperse. Elder Xian's eyes narrowed, silently contemplating. Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, let me observe what extraordinary qualities you both possess. At that moment, a glint of sharpness flickered in his gaze, seemingly able to penetrate the labyrinth's myriad obstacles, focusing on every corner where fierce confrontations were about to unfold. Within the maze, Lin Qianyi understood the necessity of restraint at this moment. She advanced cautiously, her purple-gold magical pupils slightly opening, casting a deep radiance that rendered the hazy surroundings gradually clearer. She tempered her brilliance, pondering discreetly. Should I engage in combat, it would be best to secure a swift victory to eliminate my opponent. If success proves elusive within a short span, I shall retreat decisively, avoiding unnecessary entanglements. After traversing the maze for a considerable duration, she suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance emanating from a distance. Lin Qianyi swiftly propelled herself forward, akin to a specter, and soon beheld Su Sanshi, Bei Bei, and Jiang Nan Nan. Senior Bei, Senior Sanshi, Senior Jiang, Lin Qianyi called out hurriedly. Upon noticing her, Bei Bei responded anxiously, Junior sister. Haven't you seen Yuhao? Lin Qianyi shook her head, her cool voice resonating in the air. No. At this moment, a multitude of students had gathered around, and the few among them, without the luxury of further exchange, tacitly coordinated to launch an assault. Lin Qianyi, with her agile form, swiftly eliminated 2 opponents in the brief skirmish. Suddenly, a shadow stealthily approached Jiang Nan Nan, intending to launch a surprise attack. Lin Qianyi's eyes narrowed, her soul power surged instantly, forming an invisible barrier to shield Jiang Nan Nan, while a formidable force repelled the assailant. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Nan Nan deftly dispatched her attacker and, with gratitude, turned to Lin Qianyi and softly expressed her thanks. As Lin Qianyi barely managed to deal with her current adversary, the labyrinthine stone walls shifted once more. Utilizing this fleeting moment, she quickly analyzed the labyrinth's patterns. While not entirely precise, she had grasped the essential elements. At this juncture, Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu slowly emerged from another passage. Dai Huabin's gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on Su Sanshi and Bei Bei, the strongest attacker from the outer academy, Senior Su, and the most formidable defender, Senior Sanshi. I have long heard of your esteemed names. Might I inquire if you would be willing to join forces with us? Su Sanshi smiled faintly, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. I am intrigued to see what sparks might fly when the strongest attacker encounters the most robust defense. Bei Bei interjected. Surely, it would be a seamless collaboration. No sooner had the words left his lips than a beam of light from a soul-guiding cannon shot forth from the darkness, prompting Dai Huabin and his companions to scatter in haste. It was then that He Kai-Tu and Xiao Xiao appeared from the direction of the prior attack. So, you are Dai Huabin? He Kai-Tu's voice carried a hint of accusation. And what of it? Dai Huabin retorted defiantly. He Kai-Tu scoffed. I see you are targeting my junior disciple. If you oppose him, you oppose me. Xiao Xiao chimed in. Brother, he has a keen eye. Dai Huabin surveyed the surroundings, noting their numerical superiority, and could not suppress a feeling of triumph. We have the advantage in numbers. Should you insist on confronting us, the consequences would be dire. Just as tensions escalated, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong quietly materialized behind the crowd. We are here too. The two stood side by side, their voices steady and commanding. Lin Qianni, Xiao Xiao, and the others exchanged resolute glances, conveying a message of determination. Lin Qianni was the first to speak. 8 against 12. We are ready for battle. As both sides prepared to engage, the doors of the labyrinth slowly began to close once more. Bei, with a grave expression, cautioned, Qianni, Yuhao, do not let yourselves be drawn into this. Huo Yuhao's gaze was unwavering as he declared, Brother Bei, even without your admonitions, we would choose to fight. A glimmer of wisdom flickered in Lin Qianni's eyes. Perhaps we have a way to contend. Su Sanshi inquired curiously, oh, what is this method? Upon hearing this, the crowd gathered around. Lin Qianni elaborated on the plan she and Huo Yuhao had conceived in unison, prompting Bei to nod in approval. This is indeed an excellent idea. When the doors of the labyrinth reopened, Huo Yuhao and his companions stepped forth before Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and the others. Upon witnessing this, Dai Huabin bellowed, just in time, I will deal with you first. With that, he swung his fist toward Huo Yuhao. Chapter 36. The Shrek 7 Monsters of the Inner Academy. Xiao Xiao swiftly summoned the 3-life soul-controlling cauldron, successfully blocking his attack. In a fleeting moment, Lin Qianni seized the opportunity, stealthily approaching Dai Huabin from behind and delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling, while simultaneously forcing Zhu Lu to retreat. With a graceful backflip, she elegantly positioned herself to the side. Infuriated by the turn of events, Dai Huabin seethed, how infuriating. Seizing the moment, Huo Yuhao initiated his plan. Sharing his spiritual detection with Bei, Kai Tu, Su Sanshi, and Jiang Nannan, the four coordinated seamlessly, deliberately spreading out to draw their opponents into a straight line. At that opportune moment, Lin Qianni called out, Ice Butterfly Domain. As her voice resonated, everyone within a 500-meter radius felt their soul power sluggishly shifting. Taking advantage of this, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, the Golden Road, decisively defeating their adversaries. Only 8 individuals remained on the battlefield. Outside the arena, Elder Xian, witnessing the scene, chuckled heartily. Let it be an exception this once, Shrek S8 monsters. Wang Yin respectfully responded, yes, Elder Xian. As the competition drew to a close, Elder Xian did not leave immediately. Instead, he retained Huo Yuhao, Lin Qianni, and Wang Dong for a private conversation. His gaze was profound and serious as he slowly inquired, I am curious, how did you come up with that strategy just now? Lin Qianni gently parted her lips, her words laced with humility, Elder, it was nothing particularly special. While navigating the maze, I meticulously calculated the time and rules, and with Huo Yuhao's shared spiritual detection, we devised this plan. Huo Yuhao, upon hearing Lin Qianni's words, scratched his head sheepishly, replying, it cannot all be credited to my efforts. Elder Xian was momentarily taken aback, then pressed further, oh? Would you allow me to experience this spiritual detection sharing as well? Without hesitation, Huo Yuhao responded, of course. He gently closed his eyes, and moments later, his formidable spiritual power radiated outward like ripples, enveloping Elder Xian instantaneously. Elder Xian was dazzled, as if he had stepped into an entirely new realm. In this space, everything was magnified, revealing even the minutest details that were usually imperceptible to the naked eye, now vividly presented within his perception. He was astounded, murmuring to himself, how can this spiritual power be so potent? To further comprehend Huo Yuhao's situation, Elder Xian posed additional questions and subtly probed with his soul power, yet found no abnormalities. After several days of Elder Xian's meticulous training, though the methods were somewhat rudimentary, they undeniably yielded results. Huo Yuhao's soul power had broken through to the 26th level, while Xiao Xiao had ascended to the 29th level, and Lin Qianni, through her diligence and innate talent, had remarkably soared to the 44th level. Your performances have been commendable. Elder Xian nodded with satisfaction. Today, I shall take you to meet the Shrek 7 Monsters of the Inner Academy. Upon hearing this, curiosity sparkled in everyone's eyes. They followed Elder Xian to the shores of the Sea God Lake, where Su Sanshi could not contain his excitement, asking, where are they? Haven't they arrived yet? They have arrived. Just as Elder Xian's words fell, ripples began to dance across the surface of the lake, and then 7 figures burst forth like arrows from a bow, swiftly gliding toward the shore. The 7 figures alighted gracefully, standing quietly before Lin Qianni and the other 8. 4 men and 3 women gathered as the venerable Elder Xian gently spoke, let us introduce ourselves. The foremost man stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute, Yao Haoshuan. Level 55 Control Support Soul King. His gaze was steady, and his every gesture exuded a sense of poise. Chun Zifeng, Level 55 Assault Soul King, proclaimed the second man. His voice deep and resonant, revealing an unwavering determination in his eyes. Gonyang Mo, Level 59 Auxiliary Soul King, the third man added, offering a slight smile. his expression warm and inviting. A cool, clear voice interrupted. Ling Luocheng, level 55 Control Soul King. The woman's expression was inscrutable, yet she radiated an imposing aura. Shishi, level 57 Agile Assault Soul King. Another woman chimed in, her smile bright, bringing a refreshing warmth to the atmosphere. Dai Yaoheng stood tall with an air of pride. Dai Yaoheng, level 64 Assault Soul Emperor. His name reverberated in the air, causing Huo Yuhao's demeanor to shift abruptly. A complex emotion flickering in his eyes, as memories surged to the forefront of his mind. The final woman declared with a clear voice, Ma Xiaotao, level 68 Assault Soul Emperor. Her words astonished everyone present, for such formidable prowess was not to be underestimated. Across from them, Bei Bei stood tall and confident. Fourth-year student Bei Bei from the Outer Academy, level 43 Assault Soul Master. He Kai Tu adjusted his glasses. He Kai Tu from the Soul Guidance Department, level 42 Auxiliary Soul Master, a level 5 Soul Engineer. Su Sancher introduced himself with a carefree demeanor. Fifth-year student Su Sancher from the Outer Academy, level 44 Defense Soul Master. Jiang Nanan spoke softly. Fifth-year student Jiang Nanan from the Outer Academy, level 41 Agile Assault Soul Master. Xiao Xiao appeared somewhat bashful. Second-year student Xiao Xiao from the Outer Academy, level 29 Control Soul Master. When it was Huo Yuhao's turn, he maintained a calm expression. Second-year student Huo Yuhao from the Outer Academy, level 26 Control Soul Master. Finally, Lin Xianyi spoke in a steady tone. Second-year student Lin Xianyi from the Outer Academy, level 44 Assault Soul Master. As her words echoed, the expressions of the individuals across the way shifted noticeably. Such remarkable cultivation at such a young age, particularly achieving this level by the second year, was truly impressive. After everyone had introduced themselves, Elder Xian cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the group, to foster a better understanding of one another's combat styles. We shall conduct a friendly match. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng, you will each lead a team. Ma Xiaotao, you shall select 2 main team members and 5 reserve members. Dai Yaoheng, you will select 3 main team members and 4 reserve members. You may proceed with your selections. Ma Xiaotao's team consisted of Shishi, Gangyang Mo, Lin Xianyi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Bei Bei, and He Kai Tu. On Dai Yaoheng's side were Chen Zifeng, Ling Luocheng, Yao Haoshuan, Su Sancher, Jiang Nanan, and Xiao Xiao. After the introductions, Elder Xian continued, to enhance your collaboration and familiarity with each other's combat styles, we will now commence a friendly match. As the elder's voice faded, he began to recite the roster. In Ma Xiaotao's team were Cici, Gangyang Mo, Lin Xianyi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Bei Bei, and Kai Tu as reserves. On Dai Yaoheng's side were Chen Zifeng, Ling Luocheng, Yao Haoshuan, Su Sancher, Jiang Nanan, and Xiao Xiao. Chapter 37, Friendship Match. Yuhao, her voice was steady and resolute. As the lead soul master, you must grasp the rhythm of the battlefield at once. Qianyi and Cici, you two must coordinate your actions and swiftly neutralize Chen Zifeng. He is a significant threat. Lin Qianyi nodded lightly, a glimmer of coldness in her gaze. Cici, however, furrowed her brow. What about Ling Luocheng? Her restraint towards me is quite evident. Ma Xiaotao paused briefly, then calmly analyzed. You are correct. Ling Luocheng has Yao Haoshuan guarding her. We cannot act rashly. Cici, do not force a confrontation. Seeking opportunities is key. Bei Bei, Kai Tu, you two are responsible for restraining the enemy soul masters in the rear, ensuring they cannot disrupt our main assault. At this juncture, Ma Xiaotao's voice turned suddenly cold. As for Dai Yaoheng, humph, since he refuses to follow my commands, let him personally experience what true strength entails. We must win this battle. Simultaneously, on the other side of the arena, Dai Yaoheng was also strategizing with his teammates. Both sides understood that this would be a decisive confrontation. Standing opposed on the battle stage, the elder's voice resonated with authority. The friendship match begins. In an instant, the brilliance of martial souls erupted simultaneously. Dai Yaoheng's malevolent-eyed white tiger surged into the sky, its massive white silhouette revealing blood-red eyes, an intangible pressure spreading like a tide, instilling an indescribable oppression in all present. Chen Zifeng's soul-chasing sword followed closely, transforming into a streak of light in the air, poised to pursue the enemy's trail, ready to deliver a lethal strike. Yao Haoshuan's thunderous ape was equally formidable, swinging its robust arms and emitting a deafening roar, the sound rippling outward like visible waves, both controlling the enemy's movements and subtly assisting its allies. Ling Luocheng's surroundings grew suddenly frigid as her rare ice element martial soul manifested, swirling ice crystals encircling her like a frost spirit, ready to freeze the world at her command. Ma Xiaotao's evil fire phoenix soared high, its flame-like wings creating a searing gust, as if to incinerate everything in its path. Gangyang Mo's 7-colored dragon spiraled in the air, vibrant hues intertwining. This powerful support martial soul emanating a harmonious yet mysterious energy, providing an unending source of assistance to its companions. Cece's lightning leopard moved with agility, leaving behind afterimages, poised like a bolt of lightning. Charge! Ma Xiaotao exclaimed with fearless determination, and in an instant, both sides launched their attacks, ushering in an intense battle. Huo Yuhao quietly initiated his mental detection, and the unparalleled power of his mental sharing surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly washing away the lingering doubts of Gonyang, Mo, and Cece, replacing them with sheer astonishment. At that moment, Lin Qianyi and Cece faced Chen Zifeng directly, and the tense atmosphere enveloped them like a palpable presence. Ling Luoqing exclaimed, "Prison of ice." Instantly, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and a chilling aura crystallized into frost. Almost simultaneously, Huo Yuhao summoned his second martial soul, the ice blue scorpion, causing Ling Luoqing to freeze in place, thereby declaring his elimination. With this, Dai Yaoheng's team lost one of its main members, intensifying the battle between both sides. He Kaitu's soul engine cannon blazed brightly, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the crowd, while Bei Bei collaborated seamlessly with him to confront Su Sanshi and Jiang Nannan. At this juncture, Xiao Xiao shouted, "First soul skill of the 3 Lives Town Soul Cauldron." Quaking Cauldron. The soul skill transformed into a formidable force directed at Bei Bei and Hikaitu. Observing this, Wang Dong executed a nimble leap, instantly deploying his first soul skill, Winged Guillotine, in an attempt to counter the assault. The trio was compelled to retreat a step, with Xiao Xiao and Su Sanshi sharing the same fate. At this moment, Yao Haoshuan called out, "First soul skill, weaken." Suddenly, Ma Xiaodao felt as though a portion of her soul power had been siphoned away, making it difficult to maintain control. For soul rings beneath Lin Qianyi, 2 purple and 2 black, illuminated sequentially, while the azure phoenix circled gracefully around her before emitting a resonant cry. Phoenix Domain. As the domain was unleashed, a warm and potent energy surged into everyone, significantly enhancing their soul power. Dai Yaoheng, taken aback, remarked, "A gifted domain." Observing this scene, Cece mused inwardly. Indeed, each of the reserve members is exceptional. Witnessing the situation reach a stalemate, Dai Yaoheng no longer hesitated. 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. In an instant, countless silver-white orbs cascaded like meteors toward Ma Xiaotao. Huo Yuhao's heart tightened, and he anxiously shouted, "Sister Tao?" Yet, Ma Xiaotao remained remarkably composed, resolutely gazing at Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. "Don't worry about me, Yuhao, Wang Dong. Prepare for the martial soul fusion technique." With that, flames erupted around her. Phoenix Meteor Shower. The flames transformed into meteors, charging toward the White Tiger Meteor Shower. The 2 powers clashed violently in the air, sending shockwaves that forced both sides to recoil. Ma Xiaotao gracefully landed, and Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged a determined glance, grasping each other's hands tightly as they activated their martial soul fusion technique, Golden Road, sending brilliant light toward Dai Yaoheng. Quickly reacting, Dai Yaoheng employed his first soul skill, White Tiger Shield. A white light shield enveloped him in an instant. Yao Haoshuan supported Dai Yaoheng, while Chen Zifeng attempted to assist, only to be thwarted by Cece and others. In that moment, both teams seized the opportunity, and the outcome of the first match was soon settled. Elder Xian swiftly appeared before everyone, calmly issuing commands. Ling Luocheng, return to your team. Dai Yaoheng's group gains another member. Yao Haoshuan will join Ma Xiaodao. Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, and Wang Dong, you 3 shall join Dai Yaoheng's team. As for Jiang Nannan and Su Sanshi, they will be assigned to Ma Xiaodao's group. After delivering his orders, he cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, seemingly ensuring that his commands had been understood. Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, and Wang Dong moved in unison towards Dai Yaoheng. Upon their arrival, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Dai Yaoheng's eyes. He jested, "Junior brothers and sisters, you certainly stood out just now. Do not hide like timid rabbits when you come to my side." His tone, laced with humor, conveyed an undeniable firmness. Chapter 38, Transition to Friendly Match. Huo Yuhao's lips curled slightly, forcing a somewhat strained smile as he responded, "Rest assured, Senior, we shall not." Lin Qianyi nodded in agreement. "Please be at ease, Senior. We will give our utmost effort." Though their words were brief, they exuded a resolute determination. Satisfied by this affirmation, Dai Yaoheng nodded approvingly. "That is good. With you here, our group feels more assured." As Huo Yuhao unleashed his spirit detection sharing, Dai Yaoheng, Chen Zifeng, and the other main team members were left astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. Was this truly Huo Yuhao's soul skill? The delicate strands of spiritual fluctuations intertwined within their minds, enveloping them like an invisible net. Immediately, Su Sanshi and Jiang Nannan reacted, charging towards Huo Yuhao without hesitation. Xiao Xiao called out, "First soul skill, Shock of the cauldron. With a swift movement, a tremendous wave of soul power erupted from the cauldron beneath her. Lin Qianyi did not rush to join the fray, but instead observed the battlefield with a calm demeanor. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, she leaped upward aided by the cauldron, perfectly synchronizing her movements with Xiao Xiao to confront Jiang Nannan and Su Sanshi. He Kaitu, unwilling to fall behind, summoned his soul-guided cannon and unleashed a barrage of attacks towards Lin Qianyi and the others. Ling Luochan softly called out, "Second soul skill, Guardian of Ice." Instantly, a crystalline ice shield spread around her. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao hurriedly retreated to summon his second martial soul, gradually infusing his ultimate ice into Ling Luochan. She instinctively turned to Huo Yuhao, sensing the purity of the ice element, devoid of impurities, as if it could cleanse the world's filth. As she felt the power surging within her, she softly chanted, "Domain of absolute ice." With her words, the temperature plummeted, and the air seemed to solidify. Ma Xiaodao, possessing a fire attribute martial soul, was startled by the sudden drop in temperature. Could it be Yuhao? This ice-based soul skill posed a significant threat to her. She quickly glanced at Ganyang Mo, who understood her plight and immediately unleashed the Land of Flames, an orange soul, to provide Ma Xiaotao with a substantial boost. Empowered, Ma Xiaotao's aura intensified, and with a cold snort, she declared, "Ling Luochan, do you think I fear you?" With that, she formed a seal with her hands before her chest and emitted a sharp cry, Phoenix's roar. Instantly, a colossal phoenix, forged from flames, soared into the heavens, charging towards Ling Luochan with cataclysmic force. At this moment, Lin Qianyi summoned her second martial soul, a vividly lifelike ice crystal butterfly materializing behind her, accompanied by the emergence of a purple soul ring beneath her feet. With a soft utterance, she unleashed her first soul skill, Butterfly Dance Strike. The wings behind her hardened to a razor-sharp edge. With a graceful twist, countless ice blades materialized out of thin air, launching a fierce assault towards Ma Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao swiftly retreated a step, barely managing to fend off the onslaught with her own fire attribute soul power. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Yaoheng launched an attack on Ma Xiaotao, who responded instantly, igniting an intense battle. Lin Qianyi executed a swift split kick, forcing Su Sanshi and Jiang Nannan back, instantly positioning herself in front of Huo Yuhao. Cici's attacks pursued relentlessly, and the two became enmeshed in combat. "How do you know my position?" Cici's voice was icy. "My perception is eternally connected to Yuhao," Lin Qianyi replied steadily, her gaze resolute. "Even a mere thread of distance, I can sense it." Just then, Huo Yuhao's voice rang out, "Mental interference." Cici paused momentarily, granting Lin Qianyi a chance to counter. "Qing Wan Qianyu." Instantly, greenish-blue feathers transformed into sharp blades, raining down upon Cici. Cici deftly performed a backflip to evade, only to find that this was merely the beginning. The feather blades split into two paths, with one segment targeting Beibei. The two sides exchanged blows fiercely, each struggling to gain the upper hand. Ling Luozhan seized the moment, forming the seals for Ice Prison. In an instant, numerous ice walls rose up, ensnaring He Kaitu, Su Sanshi, and the others. Only Cici nimbly evaded the icy confinement. "You think your fourth soul skill can trap me?" Ma Xiaotao scoffed, preparing to unleash her phoenix crying sky strike, only to discover the ice prison remained immobile. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng joined the fray with White Tiger Meteor Shower. The two meteor showers collided violently in the air, their brilliant light illuminating the entire battlefield. However, Ma Xiaotao quickly realized something was amiss. Without Yuhao's mental support, her speed had indeed diminished considerably. Wang Dong, understanding the situation, immediately fought alongside Lin Qianyi. Xiao Xiao called out, "Ding Ji Dang." Activating her second soul skill, a blazing golden light surged forth. Lin Qianyi swiftly directed, "Wang Dong, support Xiao Xiao." Wang Dong nodded in agreement, coordinating seamlessly with Xiao Xiao, Butterfly Goddess Light. The resplendent radiance unfolded like a butterfly's wings, dazzlingly blossoming in midair. Meanwhile, Su Sanshi shouted, "Shimming Shield Shock." The formidable shield released a shockwave, neutralizing the enemy's assault entirely. He Kaitu and Yao Haoshuan seized the opportunity to counterattack, the latter declaring in a deep voice, "Group weakening." In an instant, the enemy's movements noticeably slowed. Lin Qianyi's gaze sharpened, 9 phoenixes descend. Xiao Zhao's first soul skill was unleashed, 9 fiery phoenix apparitions spiraling in the sky, drastically reducing the opponent's speed. Following this, she activated the Luan Feng domain, a powerful aura enveloping the entire battlefield. On another front, Dai Yaoheng and Ma Xiaotao were locked in a bitter struggle. The two exchanged blows fiercely, neither yielding. Blood trickled from the corner of Dai Yaoheng's mouth, yet he showed no signs of retreat. "Ma Xiaotao, do you believe victory is assured?" He successively unleashed 3 formidable transformations, the White Tiger Guardian Shield, the Diamond Transformation, and the Demonic Transformation. In an instant, An overwhelming pressure enveloped the arena. Observing this, Chen Zifeng immediately coordinated with Dai Yaoheng to launch an attack. However, Bei Bei and the others found themselves ensnared, while Su Sanshi and Zhang Nanan were distracted by other foes, leaving Ma Xiaotao to contend with two adversaries. Unfazed, Ma Xiaotao responded with pride, Dai Yaoheng, even if you two join forces, what can you do to me? At the moment she unleashed her malevolent flames, she no longer feared the chilling aura emanating from Ling Luoqing. Without hesitation, she launched an assault on him. Phoenix soars to the sky strike. Simultaneously, Dai Huabin retaliated fiercely, proclaiming, White Tiger Annihilation Strike. The soul powers they released were immensely potent, with Ma Xiaotao as fiery strike, imbued with unparalleled dominance, hurtling towards Dai Yaoheng. Chapter 39. The Dual Soul Spirits. Dai Yaoheng felt an immense force collide with him, and involuntarily, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, with unwavering resolve, he seized Ma Xiaotao's arm and forcefully hurled her towards Ling Luoqing. Reacting swiftly, Ling Luoqing invoked Ice Radiance Circle. In an instant, the temperature on the stage plummeted, as if cloaked by a layer of ice, freezing both Ma Xiaotao and Kai Tu in place. Seizing this critical moment, Lin Qianyi and the others initiated their plan to separate Zhang Nanan and Su Sanshi, shifting the battlefield to a 7-against-2 scenario, compelling Bei Bei and Cici to surrender. Elder Xian declared, victory for Dai Yaoheng's team. At this moment, Huo Yuhao withdrew his soul power, feeling the toll it had taken on his stamina as he half-crouched on the ground. Wang Dong, noticing this, hurriedly called out, Yuhao, and rushed to support him. Xiao Xiao, filled with concern, inquired, Yuhao, are you all right? Huo Yuhao slightly lifted his head and softly replied, I'm fine. Cici, observing the three, pondered aloud. Qianyi, Yuhao, Xiao Xiao, you three are indeed dual soul spirits. They all nodded in agreement, prompting Cici to exclaim, no wonder you are so exceptional. Dai Yaoheng approached with a smile, saying, haha, junior students, your performance today was truly commendable. Ma Xiaotao gazed at Ling Luoqing, her heart brimming with confusion. Ling Luoqing, your soul power is clearly inferior to mine, yet you are able to suppress my flames? Ling Luoqing clarified, this is due to Yuhao's ultimate ice assisting me. His ice power precisely counters your fire. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao understood. Now it makes sense. Back in the room, Elder Xian's gaze was profound as he addressed everyone. Now, you have a clearer understanding of the strengths of both sides. Huo Yuhao, starting today, you will serve as the controlling soul master of the reserve team. Bei Bei will take on the role of captain, and Lin Qianyi, you will be the vice captain. He paused momentarily, his voice growing more solemn. However, I must convey that being a member of the reserve Shrek team is no simple task. Should you harbor any thoughts of retreat, I respect your decision. Lin Qianyi stood tall, her gaze steadfast and resolute. Elder Xian, having become reserve members, we have chosen to embark on this path of glory. Regardless of the trials and tribulations that lie ahead, we will not easily consider withdrawal. The expressions of Huo Yuhao and his companions were resolute as they spoke in unison. Indeed, upon witnessing this, Elder Xian nodded slowly, his gaze filled with admiration for the courage and determination of the youth. The following day, when Huo Yuhao and his companions gathered at the academy's entrance, they acutely sensed an unusual gravity permeating the air. Lin Qianyi stood quietly to the side, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. At that moment, Wang Yin and Zhou Yi also arrived at the scene. Elder Xian began to speak solemnly. Children, I must earnestly inform you that you are not merely the reserve members of the Shrek 8 monsters, but rather the emblem of honor for Shrek Academy, the guardians of its legacy. This is a responsibility that carries a special mission. Su Sanshi chuckled softly. That certainly sounds impressive. However, Elder Xian's expression suddenly turned profound and serious. Impressive? Do you realize that behind those words often lies the cost of one's life? Su Sanshi's smile gradually faded into silence upon hearing this. Do you know why, despite its millennia of history, Shrek Academy consistently has fewer than 100 inner-court students each year? Elder Xian's voice was deep and powerful. Su Sanshi speculated. Perhaps it's because most students graduate and leave? Lin Qianyi thoughtfully added. There might be another layer of meaning to it. Elder Xian nodded. You are partially correct. But what I wish to convey is that those who left before graduating were all good children. Even though they are no longer in the academy, their names will forever be etched upon this land. In the inner court, one must not only acquire knowledge but also shoulder many responsibilities. Some students, upon realizing they could not bear the weight of this pressure, chose to depart and vowed never to return. I respect their decisions. But for those who opt to remain and pursue further studies, they are all heroes, the true heroes of the Douluo continent. Elder Xian's words resonated like a solemn bell within the hearts of everyone present, imparting a profound sense of the weight and honor of this mission. The concept of a hero had once seemed so distant and nebulous to Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. To Lin Xianyi, a hero was someone with the formidable strength to support an entire sky. Yet, after listening to Elder Xian's discourse, she felt as though she had pierced through a veil of mist, glimpsing the deeper essence of heroism, one that symbolizes not only strength, but also a profound sense of duty, a willingness to sacrifice, and a noble spirit of altruism. Every choice made, every step taken, when driven by unwavering conviction, could indeed be deemed a heroic act. Elder Xian's gaze was piercing as he stated gravely, "The Academy has selected you to become members of the reserve team, which signifies that one of your feet has already crossed the threshold of the inner court. However, can you bear the responsibilities that the inner court entails? If you find it overwhelming, you may return at any time to continue your studies until you graduate smoothly. The Academy will certainly respect your choices without any reproach." After speaking, he patiently awaited their responses. Lin Xianyi was the first to step forward. Although her voice was not loud, it was imbued with unwavering resolve. "I am a member of the reserve team. Having chosen this path, I am fully aware that it is fraught with peril. However, I harbor no regrets. Regardless of the peril, I shall forge ahead with unwavering resolve, and I willingly choose to join." In unison, Huo Yuhao and the others echoed, "Indeed, we shall join." A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Elder Xian's eyes as he exclaimed, "Excellent, truly commendable children." Elder Xian spoke slowly, his voice resonating gravely in the air. "This time, we shall venture to the Mingdo mountain range, situated at the border between the Star Luo Empire and the Sun Moon Empire. This will serve as the inaugural mission site for your inspection team, a region notorious for the frequent appearances of malevolent soul masters." He paused momentarily, surveying the crowd with a gentle yet resolute demeanor. "You may wonder, what constitutes a malevolent soul master? The world lacks absolute notions of good and evil. However, certain soul masters, in their relentless pursuit of power, resort to extreme measures, inflicting grievous harm upon innocent civilians. Once you step into the inner court of Shrek Academy, you will shoulder the weighty responsibilities of the inspection team. One of the graduation requirements for the inner court is the completion of 30 inspection missions, a test not only of your strength, but also of your spirit. Chapter 40, Responsibilities of the Inner Court, Inspection Team. Dai Yaoheng stepped forward, his tone imbued with a sense of duty. "Fellow juniors, joining the inspection team is not merely an honor, it is a weighty mission. For countless millennia, innumerable predecessors have devoted themselves to this role, some even sacrificing their lives. In this world, we serve as a sharp blade against those malevolent soul masters. To the common folk, we are their steadfast shield. Have you contemplated the dangers that lie ahead?" Elder Xian's voice resonated once more, tinged with anticipation. "Are you prepared? I require a definitive answer." The 8 students exchanged resolute glances, a spark of determination illuminating their eyes. As they replied in unison, "We shall join." Elder Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, I have not misjudged you." He turned to Wang Yin beside him. "Distribute the equipment to them." Wang Yin slowly produced several rings, distributing them among the 8. Ma Xiaotao interjected, "You must take great care of these rings. A single drop of blood is sufficient to activate them. This is the exclusive insignia of the inspection team, containing various equipment such as our unique masks, cloaks, and emergency signal devices." Her expression grew serious as she surveyed the group. "Now, I shall convey the details of the mission. Our destination is the Mingdo mountain range at the border of the Star Luo Empire and the Sun Moon Empire, with a mission duration of 3 to 4 days. These brigands are exceedingly cunning, fierce, and ruthless. Whenever they pass through the border area, they mercilessly slaughter the villagers, leaving no survivors. You are aware that the relationship between the Sun Moon Empire and the Star Luo Empire is fraught with tension, making coordinated military action difficult. Whenever one side attempts to mobilize forces for an encirclement, these villains cunningly retreat into the territory of the other side." Ma Xiaotao's voice lowered. "The leader of these bandits is known as the Messenger of Death, who commands the so-called Death Legion, pillaging and slaughtering indiscriminately. Therefore, the objective of this mission is to annihilate them entirely, leaving none alive." Lin Xianyi surveyed the crowd, clearing her throat. "Elder Xian, Teacher Wang Yin, Sister Xiaotao, esteemed seniors, I have conceived a plan that may allow us to complete the task with minimal losses." Her tone was calm and her gaze resolute. "Although we possess a map and have arranged for scouts, our understanding of the enemy camp remains limited, and we cannot guarantee that there are no ambushes. It would be wiser to set a trap and use bait to draw them out. When they let their guard down, we can strike suddenly. Of course, this requires us to position our ambush ahead of time and create some noise to lure them out. After all, we are unfamiliar with the terrain and the enemy's situation. Recklessly venturing into perilous territory, even if successful, would be a matter of life and death. It is far better to draw the enemy out and confront them in a familiar environment." Wang Yan's eyes lit up. "This is a wise choice. Ma Xiaotao clapped her hands in praise. Qianni, you are truly remarkable. We hadn't considered so many details, yet you have thought of everything so thoroughly. Lin Qianni smiled slightly. You all flatter me. Upon hearing Lin Qianni's plan, Ma Xiaotao and the others nodded in agreement. They had originally intended to return to the Shinlao military camp for a map, but they had not expected her to devise such a meticulous strategy. You few possess lower cultivation levels and may slow our pace. Ma Xiaotao observed the group with a gentle yet firm tone. Dai Yaoheng, you will take Wang Dong. I will take Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianni. Ling Luocheng will accompany Xiao Xiao. Lin Qianni felt a flicker of doubt within her. Having reached level 44, keeping pace with the team should not pose a challenge for her. My cultivation level is not low, she softly countered, a hint of defiance in her voice. Ma Xiaotao, seeing her reaction, laughed heartily. Silly girl, while your cultivation is commendable, you are still young. Allowing your sister to lead you is for the sake of prudence. Her laughter was filled with affection, like a spring breeze brushing against the heart, causing Lin Qianni's cheeks to flush slightly. Although she still felt a twinge of unwillingness, she refrained from further protest. Once their arrangements were complete, the group prepared to set off. On the road to the academy, Dai Yaoheng spoke gently to Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, I am aware that there have been some unpleasantness between you and my brother. If he has offended you in any way, I hope you can bear with it. I have already admonished him. He is simply a bit too proud. Huo Yuhao's heart sneered coldly, yet his expression remained as calm as water as he replied. Senior, there is no need for concern. I do not mind minor matters. Dai Yaoheng nodded with satisfaction. That is good to hear. From now on, we are all partners. Feel free to approach me with any difficulties you encounter. Senior, may I inquire what exactly constitutes an evil soul master? Huo Yuhao suddenly asked. Dai Yaoheng paused briefly, then began to explain earnestly. Evil soul masters are also a type of soul master, yet they often instill terror in others. The origins of evil soul masters trace back to the era of the first generation of the Shrek 7 monsters, who, like Tang San's ancestors, had encounters with them. An evil soul master is one who possesses a malevolent martial soul. Is it true that martial souls can be divided into good and evil? Huo Yuhao asked, puzzled. At that moment, Lin Qianni interjected. It is not the martial souls that are divided into good and evil, but rather the distinction lies within the hearts of men. Dai Yaoheng regarded Lin Qianni with approval. The junior speaks quite rightly. The essence of martial souls is devoid of inherent good or evil. If cultivated through legitimate means and utilized to assist others, even a martial soul with a malevolent attribute can belong to a virtuous individual. Conversely, if the methods of cultivation are ruthlessly extreme, regardless of the martial soul's nature, that person is undoubtedly malevolent. Listening to Dai Yaoheng's discourse, Huo Yuhao gradually gained a clearer understanding of evil soul masters. The group soared through the skies for a considerable time until a hint of orange-red illuminated the horizon. Huo Yuhao scanned his surroundings and selected a sheltered valley as their resting place. Ma Xiaotao, with a twinkle in her eye, cheerfully urged Huo Yuhao, come on, show us your skills. Confused, Huo Yuhao asked, show what? What else could it be but grilled fish? Ma Xiaotao placed her hands on her hips, adding, you have no idea, this guy used to earn his tuition by selling grilled fish at the academy. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao chuckled and replied, all right. He then began preparing the ingredients. The others promptly joined in to assist. Before long, enticingly fragrant grilled fish emerged, fresh and delectable. Gonyang Mo inhaled deeply, exclaiming, it smells divine. Chen Zifeng savored a piece and marveled. This fish has no trace of fishy taste. It is tender and leaves a delightful flavor in the mouth. Gathered together, they relished this exquisite feast. After finishing the grilled fish and taking a brief respite, the group resumed their journey. The following morning, they finally arrived at the military camp of the Star Luo Empire. Shinlao gracefully descended to the ground, saying, all right, you may enter. Wang Yin hesitated and inquired, Shinlao, are you not coming? Shinlao waved his hand and replied with a nonchalant smile. This old bone of mine lacks the leisure to deal with those dignitaries. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished like a fleeting light. Let us go, Wang Yin commanded, and his companions immediately followed his lead. As they approached the military camp, a fully armed squad of soldiers confronted them, barking, who goes there? Dai Yaoheng stepped forward with composure, his familiar visage instantly easing the soldiers' vigilance. The soldiers sheathed their weapons and respectfully bowed. Young master. Dai Yaoheng nodded slightly. These are my companions from the Shrek Academy inspection team. Please inform my father promptly. His voice was steady and authoritative, resonating with solemnity in the austere military camp. A moment later, a tall and robust man emerged with deliberate steps. He stood with the stature of a pine tree, his countenance resolute and valiant, exuding the unique dignity and sense of responsibility characteristic of a general. Dai Yaoheng respectfully saluted, Father. Indeed, the imposing figure before them was Duke Dai Hao. the father of Dai Huabin and Dai Yaoing. Huo Yuhao's expression turned complex and profound at the sight of him, a flicker of barely perceptible animosity flashing in his eyes as his hands instinctively clenched into fists. This subtle change did not escape the notice of Wang Dong and Lin Qianyi. Yuhao, do not act impulsively, Wang Dong gently reminded. Stay calm, Yuhao, Lin Qianyi added with concern. Huo Yuhao slightly turned his head and softly replied, I am fine. These are my teachers and teammates from the Shrek inspection team. Dai Yaoing introduced them to his father. Wang Yin was the first to bow respectfully. I pay my respects to Duke Baihu. With a bright smile, exclaimed, no need for formalities. I have long heard of the extraordinary reputation of Shrek Academy, and it certainly lives up to its name. The students nurtured by your esteemed institution possess remarkable talents, destined to achieve greatness in the future. His words conveyed genuine admiration for Shrek Academy. However, Ma Xiaodao furrowed her brow and stepped forward to inquire. Duke, may I boldly ask, is it impossible for women to achieve great accomplishments? The atmosphere momentarily froze at her question. Clearly taken aback by such an inquiry, Dai Hao paused before hastily clarifying, of course not. While individuals of exceptional talent, like yourself, are rare, they serve as a testament that women, too, can attain extraordinary feats. His tone carried sincerity and a hint of apology, endeavoring to rectify the oversight in his earlier remarks. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Duke Baihu arranged accommodations for everyone to rest temporarily. As the soldiers guided them to their destination, a table laden with sumptuous dishes instantly captivated the attention of all present. The eyes of Xiao Xiao, Huo Yuhao, and others sparkled with surprise and anticipation. All right, everyone has had a long day, let us dine. Wang Yan's gentle voice broke the momentary silence. The group took their seats at the dining table, with Lin Qianyi sitting right beside Ma Xiaodao. Ma Xiaodao frequently served her dishes with great care. Sister Xiaodao, this is too much, Lin Qianyi softly protested, a hint of shyness in her voice. Ma Xiaodao chuckled and shook her head. Oh, you are still just a 12-year-old girl. Why do you let yourself become so thin? Look at your delicate wrist. You must eat more and gain a bit of weight to be adorable. She turned to Shishi for support. Don't you agree, Shishi? Indeed, junior sister. Shishi nodded in affirmation. Xiao Xiao joined in the persuasion. Yes, do eat a bit more. Lin Qianyi smiled faintly, a blush adorning her cheeks. I'm not as thin as Sister Xiaodao claims. Her voice, though soft, radiated warmth, while Ma Xiaodao's affectionate smile rendered the meal particularly heartwarming. At that moment, an injured soldier, supported by his comrades, staggered back to the military camp. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yin and the others instantly grew somber, the atmosphere turning grave. What happened? Wang Yin asked with a furrowed brow, his voice tinged with urgency and concern. The soldier, gasping for breath and enduring his pain, pulled out a bloodstained map from his bosom and handed it over. This is the map we managed to bring back. It is all we could accomplish. His voice was weak and trembling, yet he still strove to maintain clarity. Wang Yin accepted the map, scanning it swiftly before making a decisive statement. Very well, we shall set off to the Mingdo mountain range at once. Bei Bei hesitated for a moment and softly inquired, should we not inform Elder Xian? Wang Yin sighed, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. Elder Xian has important matters to attend to. There is no time to lose. We must depart immediately. With that, the group exchanged glances and, united in purpose, left the military camp, embarking towards the unknown, leaving a cloud of dust swirling in the wind. As night enveloped the Mingdo mountain range, an eerie chill permeated the surroundings. While navigating through the faint moonlight, they stumbled upon a fallen Wanlan tree lying on the ground. Though the trunk of this tree has succumbed to partial decay, it still emanates an aura of resilience. This is the Wanlan tree, Wang Yin explained in a hushed tone. It thrives in the dim recesses of the forest, its wood exceptionally dense, typically remaining uncorrupted for decades. For the cold-based soul masters, it is an invaluable treasure. Ma Xiaodao furrowed her brow in confusion. What does the teacher mean by this? Lin Qianyi's sharp gaze scanned the ground. Pensive, does teacher Wang imply that the enemy is nearby? The signs of decay on the trunk are quite recent, indicating that someone has meddled here not long ago. And these scattered footprints? Wang Yin pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. Indeed, it seems we are closing in on our target. Everyone, stay alert. The group arrived at a concealed valley, where Wang Yin spoke in a low voice. We shall act according to Qianyi's plan. Recklessly charging into the cave will only lead to the casualties she forewarned. Even if we accomplish our mission, we will split into two teams. One to draw the enemy out, and the other to observe. The Harbinger of Death will not show himself directly, but will first send his subordinates to scout. Xiaotao and Kai, you are responsible for this group. Ma Xiaotao nodded in understanding. Understood. She was acutely aware of the dangers ahead. Yet there was no hint of fear in her eyes. Lin Qianyi bit her lower lip in contemplation. But from where should we create a distraction? Wang Yin looked at her, You can use your martial soul to stir up some noise. Leave it to me. Lin Qianyi took a deep breath and quietly departed from their cover. The surroundings were eerily silent, setting off alarm bells in her mind. After summoning her martial soul, she cautiously manipulated the wind, gently toppling a dead tree that produced a dull thud, before swiftly retreating behind a massive stone. Chapter 42. Lin Qianyi's Remorse. As anticipated, a group of malevolent soul masters emerged at the sound, warily scanning their surroundings. Wang Yan issued a low command, and Ma Xiaotao nodded in comprehension. The 7 of them materialized simultaneously, like phantoms, launching themselves towards the enemy. The sudden assault caught the adversaries off guard, throwing them into disarray. At that moment, Wang Yan led the reserve team into covert action. Huo Yuhao activated his spiritual sensing ability, and in an instant, the surrounding scene unfolded before them without reservation. However, what lay before their eyes was a grotesquely bloody tableau. Once vibrant civilians had been reduced to desiccated corpses, their faces contorted as if narrating the boundless agony and despair of their final moments. Xiao Xiao and Zhang Nan instinctively turned their heads, unable to bear the sight of such a harrowing scene. Su Sancher's eyes were wide with shock, a primal reaction to the unknown horror. Bei Bei seethed with rage, his eyes aflame with fury, and Lin Qianyi, typically composed and emotionless, could no longer conceal her indignation. She clenched her fists tightly, striking the adjacent trunk with force, the dull thud echoing her inner tumult and ire. In that moment, she seemed to truly grasp the immense weight of responsibility. Wang Yan's steady voice shattered the brief silence. We must understand that only by thoroughly eliminating these malevolent beings can we safeguard the people of this land. The 8 nodded in unison, their gazes resolute. Wang Dong gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "These individuals are utterly despicable." As Ma Xiaotao and the others launched their offensive, the reserve team members closely followed Wang Yan, poised for action. Wang Yan turned to Yuhao, his gaze imbued with concern and a hint of admonition. "Yuhao, keep your mental detection shared at all times. Our safety relies on it. You must all ensure your own protection." The group nodded in unison, their expressions grave and resolute. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yan declared in a low voice, "Prepare for battle." Lin Qianyi quietly led the others to approach the target from the rear, her mind alert to the notion that these corpses seemed to harbor unknown secrets. They must not be allowed to remain completely dead, lest it trigger a greater crisis. Suddenly, a powerful aura of malevolence surged like a tidal wave, startling Lin Qianyi, who swiftly grasped Xiao Xiao's hand and stepped back. Ma Xiaotao and the others sensed the unusual atmosphere as well, cautiously retreating a step and scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes, the atmosphere growing tense. Not far away, a figure clad in black stood, exuding an air of lewdness and eeriness, his face obscured, rendering it difficult to discern his true identity. This was the harbinger of death. "Who dares disturb my tranquility? How audacious to trespass on my territory!" he bellowed, his voice chilling as if it emerged from the depths of an ice cellar. Immediately commanding the malevolent spirits to attack. The bodies of the evil spirits emitted a series of ominous beeping sounds, the warning of explosives. Kai Tu's expression shifted, soul-guided bombs. These rascals. Lin Qianyi swiftly summoned her second martial soul, casting a glance at Ling Luoqing, with whom she seemed to share a tacit understanding, nodding gently. In an instant, an ice crystal butterfly materialized behind Lin Qianyi, its wings fluttering as the temperature around them plummeted. "Ice staff," Ling Luoqing shouted. As he uttered the incantation, the ice crystal butterfly released tendrils of frigid air, freezing a portion of the evil spirits. Lin Qianyi urgently grasped Xiao Xiao's hand, insisting, "Retreat, we cannot be trapped for long." Ma Xiaotao, realizing the situation, urged, "Let's go," while pulling Lin Qianyi along. Although she recognized Lin Qianyi's capacity to escape, she instinctively held on to her, as if it would provide her with additional reassurance. The group scattered in flight, yet the evil spirits pursued them relentlessly as if ensnared by a spell. Observing this, Cici swiftly dashed towards several of the accomplices, dispatching them in the blink of an eye to buy precious time for her companions to flee. "Ha ha! I shall see how long you can evade me," the harbinger of death cackled. Amidst the maniacal laughter, Lin Qianyi keenly sensed Cici's precarious situation. Without hesitation, she turned and surged towards Cici, pulling her close while urgently intoning, "Second soul skill, Qing Luan Guardian." In that moment, a formidable force erupted from Lin Qianyi, momentarily repelling the evil spirits like a surging tide. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the two swiftly escaped the scene. However, the harbingers of death were not so easily deterred. They continued to manipulate their sinister powers in pursuit. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao turned, his gaze sharp, and shouted, "Mental impact." The sound reverberated like a thunderclap, startling the unsuspecting harbinger of death, who instinctively rubbed his head, his expression one of utter astonishment. Observing this, Wang Dong swiftly unleashed a surge of luminous power, creating a radiant barrier that stood resolutely between the crowd and their pursuers, successfully halting their advance. The Harbinger of Death appeared to be manipulating the malevolent artifact in his grasp, exerting control over the corrupted soul masters. With a maniacal laugh, he proclaimed, "You have nowhere left to flee. The time has come for the game to commence." As his laughter echoed, the soul bombs within the corrupted soul masters detonated in succession, sending shockwaves crashing forth like a tumultuous tide. Though Chen Zifeng and Ganyang Mo reacted swiftly, attempting to shield themselves with their soul power, they were still doomed to suffer grievous injuries. Lin Qianyi darted towards Xiao Xiao, Huo Yuhao, and Wang Dong at remarkable speed, guiding them away from the perilous zone. Witnessing this, Ma Xiaotao did not hesitate to unleash her fifth soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. Dai Yaoheng followed suit with his fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower, and then his sixth soul skill, White Tiger Annihilation Kill. Even though the two exerted their utmost effort, they could only barely withstand the onslaught, sustaining injuries in the process. Ling Luoqing summoned an ice wall, managing to fend off some of the assault, while he turned to assist the wounded Chen Zifeng, and Cici hurried to support Ganyang Mo. However, the explosive force only seemed to intensify. In a bid to protect Ganyang Mo, Cici resolutely pushed him aside, suffering grave injuries in the process. Ling Luoqing quickened his pace, but at that moment, a malevolent soul master suddenly seized her ankle. In a critical instant, she decisively propelled Chen Zifeng to safety. Just as Ling Luoqing closed her eyes, expecting impending doom, Yao Haoshuan stepped forward, placing himself in front of her and granting everyone precious moments to escape. Amidst the fiery explosion, Yao Haoshuan's figure gradually blurred, ultimately vanishing from sight. Lin Qianyi approached to support Ling Luoqing, and at that moment, a myriad of emotions surged within them. Yao Haoshuan had sacrificed his life for their survival, a poignant act that deeply moved them. Chapter 43, Yuhao is captured. Huo Yuhao gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, while Bei Bei clenched his fists, and Su Sanshi and Jiang Nanan instinctively reached out, as if to grasp something. Xiao Xiao covered her mouth, terror evident in her eyes, and Wang Dong fixed his gaze on the arrogant harbinger of death. Even the typically stoic Lin Qianyi could not restrain her fury, striking a nearby stone with her fist. In this moment, they recalled the words of Elder Xian. Understanding the weight of their responsibilities as members of the Shrek 8 monsters, and the mission bestowed upon them by the Academy. Yet sorrow did not halt their progress. As the Harbinger of Death erupted in manic laughter and commanded the Soul Masters to initiate another wave of assault, Lin Qianyi unhesitatingly pushed Xiao Xiao to safety. Simultaneously invoking her second soul skill, Qinghuan's protection, resolutely blocking the incoming attack. Despite sustaining injuries herself, she endured the pain and led her companions onward, fleeing from the oppressive atmosphere of death. Just as they teetered on the brink of collapse, the shadow known as the Harbinger of Death stealthily launched another assault, silently creeping up behind Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao. Suddenly, a hand, as fierce as an iron claw, clamped around Huo Yuhao's neck. It was Elder Xian. Consumed by rage, Elder Xian's grip bore down with a weight akin to a mountain. The Harbinger of Death laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "What of the title Douluo? What can you do to me?" Almost as soon as the words left his lips, he mysteriously vanished into thin air, leaving behind an explosive projectile aimed at Elder Xian. Elder Xian summoned his soul power, his martial spirit responding to his call, barely managing to ward off the incoming strike. However, in the ensuing chaos, the Harbinger of Death seized the opportunity to abduct Huo Yuhao. Yuhao is missing," Wang Dong exclaimed in alarm, while Jiang Nanan and Su Sanshi looked on in shock. Unsure of how to react, Elder Xian spoke solemnly. "Xiao Yan, how are the injuries?" Wang Yan replied. "Chen Zifeng and Ganyang Mo are gravely wounded and will require at least a year of recuperation. Cici is also injured. Ma Xiaotao Dai Yaoheng and Ling Luoqing have sustained internal injuries, though the reserve team is largely unharmed." After speaking, Lin Qianyi staggered towards Ma Xiaotao, gently supporting her. Despite having been affected by the explosion herself, she disregarded her own wounds, her eyes filled with concern. Ma Xiaotao softly patted her hand, seemingly offering comfort. "All right, I shall search for Yuhao," Elder Xian declared with a low voice, his martial spirit enveloping him as his stature grew towering, horns appearing at the sides of his forehead, before he vanished in an instant. As they tended to the injured, Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, and Jiang Nanan busily cared for Ma Xiaotao and the others. Lin Qianyi, filled with profound guilt, spoke softly, "Teacher Wang, I." Wang Yan reassured her, "Qianyi, do not blame yourself. Your plan was meticulously devised." Thankfully, the injuries were severe but did not result in lifelong disabilities. Although classmate Yao Haoshuan tragically perished, you have minimized the losses. Under such circumstances, your plan is commendable. Sacrifices are an inevitable part of war. Do not be overly hard on yourself. Tears welled in Lin Xiao's eyes. Teacher Wang, please do not say that. Although the losses were mitigated, it was still executed according to my plan, and I am indeed at fault. Please punish me. I accept it. Ma Xiaotao grasped her hand gently, saying, Little Qiai, you have done remarkably well and shown great courage. How could we punish you? We haven't even had the chance to praise you yet. Dai Yaoheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is thanks to the junior sisters' plan that we avoided worse outcomes. The evil soul masters were indeed cunning, and your strategy was already quite thorough. Ling Luochan comforted her. You are very brave. There is no need for self-reproach, Qiai. Jiang Nanan softly added, Yes, junior sister, this cannot be blamed on you. Bei supplemented, Junior sister, if we are to assign blame, we all share responsibility. Do not be too hard on yourself. Kai Tu chimed in, Junior sister, considering so many aspects is already an impressive feat. Xiao Xiao gently patted her shoulder. And Wang Dong also consoled her, Qiai, do not speak like that. This is not your fault. You have thought of everything, which is truly commendable. The enemy is unfathomable. No one can predict every eventuality. Their words were like a warm spring breeze, gradually dispelling the gloom in Lin Xiao's heart. She lifted her gaze to meet theirs, the resolve in her eyes slowly replacing her self-reproach. After a long wait, Elder Xian and Huo Yuhao finally returned. Wang Dong hurriedly approached, concern etched across his face. Yuhao, are you all right? He asked anxiously, his eyes filled with care. Huo Yuhao smiled faintly, his voice somewhat weary yet resolute. Thank you for your concern. I am fine. Wang Yin furrowed his brow and gazed at Elder Xian, inquiring, what exactly is happening? Elder Xian slowly began to speak, his tone laden with gravity. The death messenger fell victim to Yuhao's mental assault, and was ultimately vanquished by the very corpses he had controlled. Well done, Yuhao, Wang Yin remarked, his eyes brimming with admiration. Their injuries cannot be delayed any further, Elder Xian stated solemnly. I must take them back to the academy. The elite team can only rely on the reserve team for this Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Children, it is now up to you all from Shrek Academy. Remember, do not fear failure. It is inconsequential to lose, for all responsibility lies with me. Lin Qianyi lowered her head, overwhelmed with guilt. Typically resolute, she rarely bowed her head. Yet at this moment, she struggled to mask her remorse. Elder Xian nodded with appreciation, letting out a gentle sigh. Qianyi, your ability to voice such sentiments signifies your growth in responsibility. The sacrifice of Yao Haoshuan was unforeseen by all. This is not your fault. The fact that you managed to contain the damage to a severe injury is already the most favorable outcome. If you continue to chastise yourself, I may have to impose a penalty. Understood, Lin Qianyi replied. Having spoken, Elder Xian departed with Chun Zifeng, Gonyang Mo, and Cici, leaving the rest in a solemn silence. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and each heart felt heavy. Elder Xian returned to Shrek Academy with the injured Chun Zifeng, Gonyang Mo, and Cici, while Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yaoheng, and Ling Luoqing, the 3 main team members, along with the 8 reserve team members, remained at the Shinlao military camp to recuperate. In a corner, Lin Qianyi sat cross-legged, the surrounding soul powers subtly fluctuating. She focused intently on her breathing, attempting to calm the chaotic soul energy within her. Not far away, Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yaoheng, and Ling Luoqing also sat in meditation to heal, rendering the room enveloped in tranquil silence. Qianyi. Xiao Xiao spoke softly, but was silenced by a glance from Lin Qianyi. It's all right, she responded calmly. What shall we do about the upcoming competition? Ma Xiaotao slowly rose. Her brow furrowed. We 3 require time to recover, and we must rely on the reserve team to step up. Bei sighed, but we are unaware of our opponent's strength. Without the main team, do we stand a chance? Su Sanchi's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Wang Yin interjected. Elder Xian mentioned the possibility of assistance from the inner academy students, but we are unsure if they will arrive in time. This complicates matters further, Hikaitu muttered. Jiang Nanan displayed a worried expression. Can we truly manage? Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong, and Huo Yuhao exchanged glances, acutely sensing each other's anxiety, suddenly breaking her silence. Lin Qianyi declared, if we have yet to take the stage and already doubt ourselves, then we have truly lost. However, just as Wang Dong was about to speak, Lin Qianyi interrupted, what of certain defeat? The situation is indeed challenging, but the competition has not yet commenced. Victory or defeat remains uncertain. Since Ma Xiaotao and the others cannot participate, it is our turn to step up. If we lack even this modicum of confidence, then we are indeed destined to fail. A flicker of appreciation crossed Ma Xiaotao's eyes as she approached and gently patted Lin Qianyi's shoulder. Well said. Qianyi, your words remind me of my own past. Wang Yin nodded beside her, secretly admiring the seemingly fragile girl whose courage and responsibility in the face of adversity surpassed that of her peers. Within the solemn assembly hall of Shrek Academy, Elder Xian gravely announced the convening of the Sea God Conference. Elder Mu, With a furrowed brow, inquired Elder Xian. Why have you chosen to initiate such a significant meeting at this juncture? With a tone imbued with profound remorse, Elder Xian responded, esteemed colleagues. The responsibility for this matter rests squarely upon my shoulders. Although this incident did not result in a lifelong disability, we have lost one student forever, and 6 others have sustained serious injuries. As the vice leader of the Shrek Inspection Corps, I have failed to safeguard the Academy's children. Thus, from this day forth, I have resolved to withdraw from the Sea God Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the assembly was struck like thunder, leaving everyone astonished. Yan Xiaozhe promptly rose, his expression tinged with anxiety. Elder Xian, how can you bear the entire blame for this? This occurrence was purely accidental. Moreover, Lin Xianyi's approach was the best possible choice under desperate circumstances. Preventing lifelong disabilities among our students is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Those malevolent soul masters are exceptionally cunning. How can you shoulder all the blame? Yet, Elder Xian merely smiled bitterly. Xiaozhe, I appreciate your sentiments, but my decision is resolute. After a brief pause, he added, I must also visit Yao Haoshuan's family to comfort them. Thus, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. With that, he turned to depart. At that moment, Elder Mu commanded in a low voice, return. Elder Xian hesitated momentarily, his tone becoming somewhat subdued. Elder Mu, I truly cannot remain any longer. Did you not hear me summon you back? Elder Mu's voice bore an undeniable authority. Reluctantly, Elder Xian turned back to his original position, and the assembly fell into silence, the air thick with the complexity of their intertwined gazes. Elder Mu regarded Elder Xian with a penetrating gaze. His tone mingled with reproach, yet rich with concern. You are nearing 200 years of age. Encountering a setback and contemplating withdrawal is unbecoming. Do you not fear tarnishing your reputation? Upon hearing this, the previously tense atmosphere shattered, replaced by a chorus of light laughter. Xian Linner could hardly contain herself, nearly erupting into laughter. Elder Xian's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat, preparing to defend himself. However, Elder Mu waved his hand dismissively. Very well. You cannot bear all the blame. Should you mention withdrawal again, I shall not let it slide easily. This incident was indeed unfortunate, yet it is a stroke of luck that no one has suffered grave harm. Regarding the sacrificed individual, Elder Mu's voice dipped to a somber tone. While Lin Xianyi possesses analytical prowess, she could not foresee the malevolent schemes of the Soul Masters. Her actions merely minimized the damage. Had we delved deeper, the consequences would have been dire. Elder Mu then turned his gaze to Yan Xiaozhe, Qian Duo, Kai Meyer, and Xian Linner, stating sternly, the 2 departments must unite. Yan Xiaozhe furrowed his brow slightly, replying, Teacher, while the studies of the Soul Guidance Department are indeed remarkable, the full potential of its soul guiding devices requires at least a 7-ring cultivation level, and the advantages of the Martial Spirit Department. Xian Linner shot Yan Xiaozhe a disapproving glance, interrupting, Elder Mu, why do you express it this way? Elder Mu's expression grew grave as he slowly articulated. If I am not mistaken, a decade hence, the continent will descend into chaos. A few years ago, I visited the Empire of the Sun and Moon, where the architecture is truly unparalleled. There was even a soul guide device that once made me feel my life was in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Yan Xiaozhe widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, What? Teacher, you are already a peerless Douluo at level 99, yet there exists something that can threaten your life? Elder Mu nodded in affirmation, stating, Thus, I assert that the martial spirit system and the soul guide system must coexist harmoniously. The curriculum should incorporate soul guide courses into the martial spirit system, and in the future, we must implement a dual cultivation system. In unison, Yan Xiaozhe and the others responded, Yes, Elder Mu. At that moment, they all understood that although the path ahead was fraught with uncertainties, under Elder Mu's guidance, they would undoubtedly forge ahead together to face the challenges that awaited them. Elder Xian inquired softly, Elder Mu, regarding the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Kai Meyer could not help but interject with concern. Indeed, relying solely on the reserve team to claim victory seems nearly impossible. Although those children are exceptional, they still fall short when compared to the top-tier experts. Yan Xiaozhe contemplated for a moment before slowly replying. There are indeed several capable students in the inner academy who could fill the gaps. Elder Xian followed his gaze towards Elder Mu, suggesting, if we begin preparations now, we should still have time to adjust the lineup. However, Elder Mu resolutely shook his head. No need. Let the reserve team take the stage. Xian Linner gazed at him in disbelief, her eyes wide. Elder Mu, you know that while the reserve team possesses remarkable talent, the odds of winning in such a high-level competition are exceedingly slim. Elder Mu's expression deepened with kindness. Is winning truly that significant? What I value more is the growth of these children. These 8 youngsters may very well be the future shining stars of Shrek Academy. Allowing them to hone their skills in the competition is far more valuable than any training. Yin Xiaozhe furrowed his brow. But our Shrek Academy has been the foremost institution on the continent for millennia. This reputation. Elder Mu interrupted him, his tone calm, yet imbued with strength. Xiaozhe, we have long been constrained by this first position. While rankings are important, is the relentless pursuit of status truly meaningful? If this defeat can yield growth and experience for the children, it could very well be a blessing in disguise. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition is on the verge of commencing, an event that not only stirs the soul but also ignites a fervent spirit among numerous students. Contestants from various academies gathered in the capital of the Star Luo Empire, and the members of Shrek Academy rented several hotel rooms as their temporary abode. Chapter 45. The Preliminary Round of Shrek Academy. Upon entering the hotel room, the opulent decor immediately captured their attention. The soft bed appeared as inviting as a cloud, the vintage carpet laid beneath their feet, and the exquisite decorations surrounding them added an air of elegance. Wang Dong, unable to contain his admiration, exclaimed, "Ah, this bed is both large and soft. It looks so comfortable." Before he finished speaking, he eagerly dove onto the large bed, sinking into its plush embrace. Huo Yuhao frowned slightly, reprovingly stating, "What? Have you already disregarded your image so quickly?" Xiao Xiao chuckled in response. It seems he truly has. Lin Qianyi jested from the side. Indeed, when Wang Dong saw this bed, it was as if he had encountered an old friend, momentarily forgetting his demeanor, which is quite understandable. Wang Dong lay on the bed, overhearing the trio, and exclaimed in discontent, "You three, all you do is mock me." Shortly thereafter, teacher Wang Yin arrived at their location. Lin Qianyi turned around first and respectfully called out, "Teacher Wang." Wang Dong also got up from the bed and, along with Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, approached him. Wang Yin said in a deep voice, "Let us go. We have a meeting in the conference room." Just as they were about to follow, a cold snort unexpectedly came from the side. A young boy casually walked in, none other than the grandson of Jing Hongqian from the Sun and Moon Empire, Xiao Hongqian. With a hint of disdain in his gaze, he coldly glanced at the group and remarked, "Shrek Academy? Humph." He then made a gesture laden with provocation. Seeing this, a flicker of anger crossed Wang Dong's face as he was about to confront him, but Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao simultaneously held him back. Wang Dong indignantly said, "This person is too much." Lin Qianyi sighed softly and advised in a low voice, "Let us remain calm. Our current strength is indeed inferior to his. I can sense that his soul power has already reached the Soul Emperor level. Acting impulsively now would only play into his hands. He is clearly testing us. We must be patient." Huo Yuhao nodded in agreement. Qianyi is right. Once our strength increases, there will be ample opportunities to show him what we are capable of. The group exchanged glances, ultimately suppressing their discontent, and followed teacher Wang Yan's figure as they departed. Yet, the feeling of unwillingness lingered deeply in each of their hearts. Upon entering the conference room, Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luocheng, Dai Youhong, Bei Bei, Kai Tu, Su Sanshi, and Zhang Nannan were already seated. Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao took their respective seats. The atmosphere in the conference room felt somewhat tense, with each gaze displaying a hint of anxiety and anticipation. Wang Yin cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "Students, the Advanced Soul Master Duel Tournament for the entire continent will officially commence in 2 days. Your first match will be the elimination round against the Douluo Academy. Due to limited personnel, the reserve team will need to step up to buy time for the academy." Bei Bei furrowed his brow and asked, "Teacher, do you mean that we only have a chance if we get through the elimination round? That seems a bit bleak. What if we don't make it?" However, Lin Qianyi stood up with unwavering determination. "Senior brother, there is no what if, only 10,000. No matter how slim the hope is. As long as we Haven T taken the stage, there are infinite possibilities. Since this responsibility rests upon our shoulders, regardless of whether the academy sends support, we must win." A glimmer of admiration flashed in Ma Xiaotao's eyes as she gently patted Lin Qianyi's shoulder. "Well said. In truth, it is not us who should be tense, but them. Shrek Academy has a legacy of 10,000 years, always holding the top position, and has become a legend. The ones truly under pressure are our opponents." Wang Yin nodded, looking at his students with approval. "Indeed, you must have faith in your strength. The reason Shrek Academy remains undefeated is not solely due to strength, but also because of this indomitable spirit." Lin Qianyi looked up at Ma Xiaotao, her gaze filled with admiration. Ma Xiaotao, amused by her earnest and determined demeanor, chuckled lightly and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "That's the spirit. One must possess this indomitable will." Wang Yin gently surveyed the 4 members of the reserve team, Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, Zhang Nannan, and He Kaitu. "I am not yet familiar with your soul spirits. Why not take this opportunity to introduce yourselves?" Bei Bei spoke first, pride evident in his tone. "My soul spirit is the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex." Su Sanshi smiled slightly, adding, "My Xuanwu tortoise spirit is rather unique. especially my fourth soul skill, which is guaranteed to astonish you. Jiang Nanan softly explained, my soul spirit is the soft-boned rabbit, akin to the senior Xiao Wu from the original Shrek 7 monsters. However, she follows a strong attack route, while I lean towards agility. Wang Yan's gaze fell upon the final youth. Hikaitu, I have heard from Fan Yu that you are not only an outstanding soul mentor, but also possess a rare food-type soul spirit. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate? With a gentle call, Hikaitu conjured for vividly colored lollipops that floated into view. This is my soul spirit. It requires soul power to create food. My first soul skill is spirit amplification, followed by soul power amplification, strength amplification, and attack amplification. Wang Yan's eyes gleamed with astonishment. Such a unique soul spirit has indeed been overlooked by the soul spirit system. Dai Yaoheng could not help but commend. What a genius-level food-type soul master. Hikaitu humbly waved his hand, saying, not at all. I have heard that there is a student from the Jiubao glazed sect in the second year whose soul spirit is truly formidable. Not quite, Wang Yan patiently clarified. The Jiubao glazed pagoda requires continuous consumption of soul power, whereas your soul spirit only consumes it during creation. Let us have everyone experience the effects of Keidu's soul power amplification. Once arrangements were made, Huo Yuhao and the others were about to leave when Wang Yan called out. Wait, Chinny, you need not participate in the preliminary round. Lin Chinny widened her eyes in surprise. Why not? Wang Yan's tone was gentle yet firm. You are still quite young, yet you have already reached over level 40. If such strength were to be revealed, it may not be safe for you. Ma Xiaotao stepped forward and gently grasped Lin Chinny's hand. Little Chinny, it's all right. I understand your desire to contribute to the academy, but concealing your strength is the greatest assistance you can offer. You will be our trump card. Lin Chinny pondered thoughtfully and nodded. All right, Sister Xiaotao. Ma Xiaotao tenderly patted her head. Go prepare, we all believe in you. Wang Yan stood by the window, facing away from everyone, and said, Xiaotao, let us keep the academy's decision not to send students to compete under wraps for now. Dai Yaoheng frowned and inquired, Teacher, is that truly wise? We ought to provide the team with some explanation. Chapter 46, 600,000 Years. One-on-one. As the host's voice fell, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly tightened. Shrek Academy faced off against the Yunluo Soul Road Advanced Soul Master Academy in a one-on-one contest. Please, both sides prepare yourselves. Wang Yan turned to face the rear, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve. Chinny, you shall proceed. Lin Chinny straightened her back, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes, responding with a clear and crisp. Yes, she was acutely aware that this battle transcended personal honor. It was intrinsically linked to the prestige of Shrek Academy. As Lin Chinny stepped into the arena, the audience, perceiving a seemingly delicate young girl, could not help but manifest a hint of disappointment. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that as a representative of the esteemed Shrek Academy, even at a tender age, she must possess exceptional capabilities. Opposite her approached a boy of earnest demeanor, and the referee's voice resonated across the arena. The rules of the individual elimination match are clear. Upon defeat, one must exit immediately, and remember, do not take a life. Do you both understand? Both competitors nodded gravely. My name is Ma Yingjun, the boy said, clasping his hands in a respectful salute. I kindly ask for your mercy. Young lady. Lin Chinny's gaze was unwavering, her voice resonant and powerful. Shrek Academy. Lin Chinny. Ma Xiaotao sighed, her eyes clouded with concern. What else can we do? Morale is low, and it is indeed unwise to act recklessly. She reflected that Chinny's earlier words had hit the nail on the head. Even in the face of inevitable defeat, merely stepping onto the stage opened a realm of infinite possibilities. Yet, they could only place their faith in their peers. Wang Yan turned, his tone calm, yet resolute. How long will it take for the three of you to recover from your injuries? Ling Luocheng was the first to respond. I will need 10 days. I require 16 days, Ma Xiaotao murmured. Dai Yaoheng, on the other hand, stated. I will need 19 days. Wang Yan nodded thoughtfully. Very well. Xiaotao, what are you contemplating? Why do you keep gazing at me? Ma Xiaotao hesitated. Teacher, why do you not send Chinny to participate in the elimination match? If she competes, her chances of victory would be greater. Wang Yan gently shook his head. This child, Chinny, appears calm and detached, yet inherently possesses a stubborn tenacity that resists defeat. If this character trait is not tempered, it may ultimately hinder her in the future. As a senior, you must guide her, helping her to understand this truth. Ma Xiaotao nodded solemnly. Understood, Teacher Wang Yan. 2 days later, the elimination round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition officially commenced. The audience roared with excitement, and the lights of the arena illuminated the venue as brightly as day. The stands were filled with eager spectators, chanting the name of Shrek Academy, their cheers rising in fervor. What was intended to be a morale-boosting roar only intensified the nervousness of Huo Yuhao and his companions. Seeing this, Ma Xiaotao softly reassured them, "Everyone, there is no need to be anxious. We face such scenes in our time. You must summon your courage, for we are Shrek Academy." With that, they stacked their hands together, unitedly proclaiming a powerful mantra, "Shrek shall prevail." Subsequently, they strode confidently onto the stage. The host's exuberant voice echoed throughout the arena. "Welcome to the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Now, let us welcome the Royal Academy of Spirit and Shrek Academy to enter the arena." As the words faded, both teams summoned their martial spirits. The most breathtaking moment unfolded as 6 crimson soul rings gradually emerged beneath Huo Yuhao's feet, representing the 600,000-year soul rings simulated by his second soul skill. This spectacle struck like thunder, leaving all present in a state of astonishment, while the opponents stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing an unimaginable miracle. The reaction from the Sun Moon Royal Academy was particularly intense. Huo Yuhao, composed, issued the command, "Attack," without allowing the opponents a moment to recover from their shock. He seized this fleeting opportunity, seamlessly coordinating with Wang Dong to instantaneously unleash their martial soul fusion technique, decisively concluding the match. The host, brimming with excitement, announced, "Shrek Academy emerges victorious." Cheers reverberated throughout the venue, marking a perfect conclusion to this splendid contest. As the smoke of the elimination rounds began to dissipate, the weary figures of participants from various academies seemed to linger on the battlefield. Except for Shrek Academy, the competitors from other institutions had paid a heavy price, some injured, others severely impaired, evoking a sense of pity. At this moment, they welcomed a precious 3-day respite. In the solemn and austere conference room, Wang Yan's steady voice shattered the silence. "Esteemed colleagues, although the elimination rounds have drawn to a close, a more intense round-robin phase is poised to commence. Our group will face 8 teams, participating alongside 67 others in this circular battle, divided into 8 groups, with a round of competition every 2 days. I deduce that by the 7th round, Ling Luoqing and his companions will gradually regain their combat prowess. At the onset of the matches, we must strive to refrain from allowing Yuhao to take action. After all, in the first match, he demonstrated an astonishing feat by manifesting 600,000-year soul rings through his simulated soul skill, a spectacle already remarkable enough to draw attention. If he refrains from engaging, he may retain an air of mystery. The round-robin matches will comprise 3 formats: 1v1, 2v2, and team battles. Should we draw a 1v1 duel, Qianni, you shall take the field first." With determination in her gaze, Lin Qianni softly replied, "Understood." Wang Yan's eyes swept over the 8 members of the reserve team as he slowly continued. "As for the 2v2 battles, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, your synergy with Xiao Xiao and Lin Qianni has become quite harmonious. Should the need arise, Lin Qianni may temporarily assume Xiao Xiao's position. Su Sanshir will team with He Kaitu, while Bei will partner with Jiang Nannan. Additionally, Qianni, you and Nannan may also form a duo." Doubt began to creep into Lin Qianni's mind. She was well aware that her first martial soul, the Phoenix Featherching Wan, was far from ordinary, possessing swift and fierce offensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Jiang Nannan's soft-boned rabbit martial soul was equally remarkable in speed and agility. However, both lacked in defensive capabilities. Why were they to be paired together? Seemingly sensing Lin Qianni's perplexity, Wang Yin continued, "Though both of you may have slight deficiencies in defense, it is precisely this that allows your cooperation to complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. Qianni, your Phoenix Featherching Wan excels in speed, enabling you to launch unexpected attacks, while Nannan's soft-boned rabbit possesses remarkable agility, adept at evading danger and seeking counterattack opportunities. Together, you will undoubtedly achieve unexpected results." With a wave of his hand, he concluded, "All right, you may now go and prepare." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and subsequently exited the room, each setting out to prepare for the impending battle. As dawn broke on the following day, the instructors of the academy gradually brought the students forth. The echoes of the elimination rounds had barely faded when the round-robin matches commenced. Chapter 47, The Advanced Soul Engineer Academy of Yunluo. On this day, the core region of the Star Luo Empire was already teeming with eager spectators on both sides. The 8 young competitors from the reserve team donned their dark green competition uniforms, stepping into the arena with spirited confidence. Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luocheng, and Dai Yaoang, needing to recuperate from their injuries, chose to remain absent. The Shrek Academy team sat quietly in the rest area, their eyes reflecting a mix of regret for their absent teammates and a steadfast belief in their impending battle, patiently awaiting their moment to fight. On the soul fighting platform, the host announced in a booming voice, "Welcome to the Continental Advanced Soul Master Soul Fighting Competition. Today, we will witness the first duel of the first round of the round-robin matches, featuring Shrek Academy against Yunluo Advanced Soul Engineer Academy. Let both team captains come forth to draw lots. Wang Yin, with a tranquil gaze, softly urged, "Go ahead, Bei-Bei." Bei-Bei nodded resolutely and strode confidently towards the center of the stage. Opposite him emerged another captain, and the two faced each other. As the host's voice faded, the drawing commenced. A small ball, bearing their fate, was cast into the air, and in an instant, both Bei-Bei and his opponent reached out simultaneously, grasping the ball with precision. With the referee's command, Lin Qianyi moved like lightning, launching her assault in an instant. Ma Yingjun barely had time to react before she decisively claimed victory with blinding speed. Astonishingly, she did not grant her opponent a chance to wield their soul engineer device. As the battle concluded before even her martial soul was fully unleashed, lightly landing, Lin Qianyi gracefully inclined her head to her opponent, saying, "Thank you for the match." Throughout these rounds of competition, Lin Qianyi remained undefeated. Even more astonishing was that she had effortlessly resolved 2 battles without fully releasing her martial soul. On the high platform, the crowd from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy began to murmur among themselves. Xiao Hongchen's eyes sparkled with intrigue, remarking, "This girl is remarkable." Beside him, Ma Rulong nodded in agreement. Indeed, her martial soul has yet to reveal its full brilliance, yet she handles herself with remarkable composure. Such strength and poise are indeed rare. Dream Hongchen furrowed her brow slightly. Brother, while she should not be underestimated, her true capabilities remain to be seen. Meanwhile, from the Yunluo Advanced Soul Engineer Academy emerged a tall woman wielding dual blades, exuding an air of elegance, Shan Yue. Lin Qianyi responded calmly, "Shrek Academy, Lin Qianyi." No sooner had her words fallen than Shan Yue's dual blades surged with brilliance, transforming into twin beams of light that hurtled towards Lin Qianyi. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lin Qianyi deftly performed a backflip, using her hands for leverage, and delivered a powerful kick towards Shan Yue. Both retreated a step, allowing Lin Qianyi the opportunity to produce a hidden weapon, the Shadow Pursuer. Instantly, a purple mist enveloped the area, concealing fine silver needles within. Shan Yue swung her long blades to defend, but inadvertently inhaled some of the purple smoke, causing her to weaken and collapse to the ground. Lin Qianyi sheathed her weapon and stated coolly, "She merely fell asleep. She will awaken after a day." The referee nodded in acknowledgement, declaring that this round went to Shrek Academy. The captain of the Yunluo Soul Guidance Academy, Situ, strode confidently into the arena, his imposing stature radiating an intense aura of combat. Sunlight cascaded upon his bronze visage, accentuating the resolute contours of his face. Yunluo Soul Guidance Academy, Situ. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing across the martial field. Lin Qianyi slightly lifted her gaze, her cool demeanor sweeping over him. Sensing the outward surge of his soul power, she replied in an unruffled tone, "Shrek Academy, Lin Qianyi." Situ's expression sharpened. "I understand you are holding back. As the captain of Yunluo Academy, I wish to engage in a fair contest with you. Should I be defeated, we will concede the subsequent matches, and you will do the same." Lin Qianyi nodded gently. "Agreed." At the referee's command, both combatants retreated 3 paces. In that moment, their energies were starkly contrasting. Situ exuded a formidable presence, his lethal intent unabashed, while Lin Qianyi resembled a tranquil pool of autumn water, her surface seemingly undisturbed, yet her profound gaze hinted at a chilling sharpness. This confrontation was destined to be extraordinary. In the Shrek Academy's resting area, dappled sunlight filtered through the foliage onto the ground. Bei-Bei furrowed his brow, a hint of concern in his tone. "Teacher Wang, the captain of Yunluo Soul Guidance Academy clearly possesses strength that surpasses our junior sisters, and they seem to be concealing some unknown soul devices." Wang Yin sighed softly, a contemplative look in his eyes. The fact that Qianyi agreed indicates her confidence. Although I mentioned that her unwillingness to submit is often concealed and masked by her composure, it serves as both her strength and her weakness. He paused, continuing, "In contrast to Situ's overt bravado, she embodies steadiness, which may prove to be her advantage." Jiang Nanan nodded gently, her eyes filled with trust. "Indeed, let us place our faith in our junior sister." Beside them, Su Sanshur patted his chest with a tinge of regret. "What a pity. I have no chance to showcase my abilities this time." Wang Yin turned to Su Sanshur, a glimmer of encouragement in his gaze. "Do not worry. Your opportunity will surely come." At the precise moment the referee announced the commencement of the match, a vision reminiscent of a 1,000-handed Avalokiteshvara suddenly erupted behind Situ. Accompanied by a thunderous and jarring mechanical roar, his physique rapidly expanded, revealing the terrifying silhouette of a long-range, soul-guided bomb. Witnessing this, Lin Qianyi's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of gravity as she swiftly summoned her martial soul. For soul rings illuminated beneath her feet, purple, purple, black, black. The emergence of such a soul ring configuration was akin to a heavy bomb dropped into a placid lake, leaving the spectators aghast, their expressions marred by disbelief. This was an exceptionally formidable soul ring configuration, each ring narrating the immense potential of its master. Behind her, a Qingluan materialized silently, exuding a chilling aura, before unleashing a soul-stirring cry that resonated like celestial music, yet bore an undeniable authoritative power. Yu, upon witnessing this, felt a tumultuous wave rise within him, his face painted with astonishment. At this moment, in the lounge of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, their mentor's gaze grew solemn as he spoke slowly. Such an outstanding configuration of soul rings. Shrek Academy truly conceals its depths. Even the reserve team members possess such formidable strength. At her current level, a typical Soul King, unless exerting their full power, might not stand a chance against her. Just as Yu's soul cannon was prepared to unleash its assault on Lin Qianyi, she blossomed on the battlefield like a blue lotus, her immense soul power surging forth in an instant. With a commanding shout, she declared, Second Soul Skill, Azure Phoenix Protection. In a heartbeat, a turquoise barrier unfurled before her like rippling water, creating a serene sanctuary around her. Chapter 48, Unusual Movements. She understood that prolonging this stalemate was not a viable strategy. She must seek an opportunity for close combat to turn the tide. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Yu stealthily maneuvered behind her to launch a surprise attack. Yet how could Lin Qianyi be so easily caught off guard? She deftly pivoted in midair, revealing a pair of resplendent azure phoenix wings that not only deflected the fierce assault, but also sent Yu staggering back several steps. In that split second, Lin Qianyi seized the ephemeral opportunity and called out, Phoenix Domain. With her summoning, it was as if the entire space was enveloped by a mysterious force. And Yu felt his soul power sinking into a quagmire, his movements becoming sluggish. Lin Qianyi swiftly closed the distance, standing resolutely before him, her gaze clear and unwavering. You have lost. Yu was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a wry smile. I concede. You are indeed formidable. Lin Qianyi bowed slightly and replied gently, You flatter me, senior. The referee's voice then rang out. The Yunluo Academy of Advanced Soul Engineers concedes the ongoing match. Lin Qianyi of Shrek Academy is victorious. As the match concluded, Wang Yin eagerly urged the reserve team students to leave first, leaving only seniors Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yaoing, and Ling Luocheng behind. However, Lin Qianyi hesitated, tugging at her garment, and spoke. Teacher Wang, this is a match of the Sun and Moon Advanced Soul Engineer Academy. If we could remain to observe and learn, it might greatly benefit our future development. Ma Xiaotao turned towards her, her expression gentle. Little Qianyi, your primary focus should be on diligent cultivation. Enhancing your own strength is the path to follow. Leave this to us. Dai Yaoing nodded in agreement. Indeed, we will take care of things here. You all should return. Gazing into the determined eyes of her three seniors, the 8 members of the reserve team, though still filled with doubt, ultimately bid farewell with a sense of regret and departed slowly. Sitting on the hotel sofa, Lin Qianyi held her cup momentarily suspended in the air, her expression grave as she remarked, Teacher Wang's behavior today seems rather unusual. Upon hearing this, those present gathered around her. Jiang Nan inquired softly, Junior sister, what makes you say that? Lin Qianyi slowly set her cup down and explained earnestly, I suspect that Teacher Wang may be concealing something from us. Huo Yuhao nodded thoughtfully, as if he had already discerned a fraction of the situation. Consider this, Lin Qianyi continued. Why did Teacher Wang prohibit us from watching the opponent's matches and instead instructed us to return for training? It is indeed perplexing. Wang Dong furrowed his brow, suggesting, perhaps the teacher has other plans and wants to allow us time to recuperate? Huo Yuhao shook his head. No. Teacher Wang's tone was markedly different from usual, and his hurried demeanor felt rather suspicious. Observing the matches to understand our opponents is crucial for the upcoming contests. Moreover, this is a round-robin tournament. Watching the matches now would aid us in comprehending our rivals better. Lin Qianyi added, given Teacher Wang's usual approach, he would never easily forego such a valuable opportunity. There must be an underlying reason. Wang Dong pondered for a moment before proposing, shall we sneak out to assess the situation? Su Sancher chimed in. Could it be that our upcoming opponents are exceptionally formidable? Lin Qianyi nodded gently, a hint of concern etched on her face. Kaitu, after a moment's contemplation, remarked, this guessing game is futile. While we cannot see clearly from here, perhaps we can from a distance. Bei raised an eyebrow in confusion. Oh, Kaitu, do you have a plan? At that moment, Kaitu was fiddling with an object on his person, and soon a finely crafted telescope appeared in his hands. Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. A telescope? This is a soul-guiding device. Here, Xiao, take a look. Kaitu extended the telescope towards her. Xiao nodded gently. stepping forward to peer through the device, and indeed, the direction of the Soul Arena came into clear view. He Kaitu then turned to Lin Qianyi. Qianyi, you should also take a look. Lin Qianyi complied, slightly nodding before activating her purple gold magic eye to gaze through the telescope, and the scene within the Soul Arena unfolded before her. Just as the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch, she noticed a team comprised entirely of Soul Kings with 5 rings. She slowly withdrew from the telescope, and Bei leaned in eagerly. Sister, what did you discover? Lin Qianyi's expression grew grave. A team of Soul Kings, all with 5 rings. Their soul rings may not be the most elite, but they must not be underestimated. Huo Yuhao, upon hearing this, leaned closer to take a glance, and nodded thoughtfully. So, Teacher Wang didn't allow us to watch because he feared it might undermine our confidence. Lin Qianyi's gaze was resolute. Regardless, this is not the time for discouragement. Even if we face setbacks, it is not necessarily a negative thing. Rather, it can motivate us to strive further. Su Sancher agreed. Junior sister makes a valid point. Bei, you aren't truly feeling disheartened, are you? Bei shot a fierce glare at Su Sancher, while Zhang Nan similarly cast him a displeased look. In the hotel lobby, soft lighting cascaded over everyone. Bei scanned the faces of his teammates, his voice steady and firm. We have barely managed to endure the round-robin matches, and our key players are gradually regaining their form. However, the opponents we face next will only grow stronger. We must prepare thoroughly. If we draw the combination of 2-2-3, then Xiao, you will team up with Qianyi. Kaitu, you will partner with Su Sancher, and finally, it will be myself, Yuhao, and Wang Dong. He paused momentarily, his gaze shifting to Lin Qianyi and Zhang Nan. Qianyi, you and Nan could form a pair. Your synergy is remarkable. One of you controls the wind direction while the other excels in agility, and your speed advantage should not be underestimated. Zhang Nan responded softly. All right, I have no objections. Lin Qianyi slightly nodded. Senior brother, I understand. Huo Yuhao's voice carried a hint of concern. Elder brother, third brother, if Qianyi truly encounters such a situation, what are our chances? Bei furrowed his brow in contemplation before slowly replying. Perhaps around 30 to 40%. A flicker of worry crossed his eyes. Su Sancher interjected. My situation is quite similar to Bei's. However, Lin Qianyi held a differing perspective. If I exert my full strength, I believe I could achieve a 50% chance. Chapter 49, The Auction House. Upon hearing this, Bei gently patted Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianyi on the shoulders. Junior brother, junior sister. You may not fully grasp our true capabilities. We each possess hidden strengths that will surely surprise you. Su Sancher nodded in agreement. Indeed. We will certainly bring everyone unexpected delight. After a while, everyone returned to their respective quarters, immersing themselves in intense training. Lin Qianyi could distinctly feel her soul power steadily increasing. This practical experience was indeed beneficial for her. In just a month, her soul power had remarkably risen by 2 levels, reaching level 46. After a while, the 3 of them awoke from their training almost simultaneously. My soul power has reached level 46. Lin Qianyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly shared the good news. Zhang Nan smiled and congratulated her. Congratulations, junior sister. Xiao chimed in. I am also on the verge of breaking through to level 30. Night fell. Wang Yin took the 8 members of the reserve team to a certain location. Teacher Wang, where are you taking us? Bei inquired. With only a day left until the second round, shouldn't we be training? Upon exiting the hotel, they were enveloped by a bustling crowd. Wang Yin replied, just follow along. You will know soon enough. I want you to relax a bit. Lin Qianyi questioned, relax? Wang Yin lightly tapped her forehead. Do you not believe me? After a while, they arrived at a peculiar building with a massive hammer model suspended from its rooftop. Su Sancher was the first to react. Is this the auction venue? Indeed. Wang Yin affirmed. Wang Yin nodded, remarking that they also needed some suitable equipment. Today, a soul guide auction was being held here, which would greatly assist them in their upcoming assessments. As they entered the bustling auction hall, the atmosphere was vibrant, with numerous attendees. The members of the preparatory team found a spot to sit as each item was presented one by one. Suddenly, a short blade appeared, radiating a mesmerizing turquoise light, adorned with delicate turquoise feathers. Lin Qianyi felt a subtle stirring in her right hand, and the previously dull blade flickered with a faint glimmer. The starting bid for this exquisite item was 150,000. Wang Yin, perceiving Lin Qianyi's unspoken thoughts despite her attempt to conceal them, simply shook his head. 250,000. He called out. The bids escalated to 260,000, and Wang Yin raised his offer to 300,000, successfully acquiring the blade. Lin Qianyi glanced at Wang Yin, at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the auction hall surged with excitement as each treasure was unveiled. When the short blade graced the stage, Its deep turquoise glow and the mysterious allure of its feathered embellishments captivated all. Lin Qianyi felt an inexplicable itch in her palm, as if an unseen force was beckoning her. The blade, once devoid of luster, now shimmered faintly in response to her gaze. The auctioneer announced the starting price of 100,000 for this rare treasure, and Wang Yin astutely noticed Lin Qianyi's interest. Although she tried to mask her feelings, the fleeting expression of wonder did not escape his notice. He gently shook his head, perhaps reminding himself to remain composed, yet ultimately declared 250,000. As the bidding reached 260,000, Wang Yin decisively raised it to 300,000, claiming the blade for himself. The group from Shrek Academy navigated through the lively auction, meticulously selecting soul guides beneficial for their needs. At that moment, a box shrouded in black cloth was slowly lifted by a servant. Even from a distance, Lin Qianyi sensed a pungent, metallic scent seeping from within. She and Huo Yuhao, driven by curiosity and caution, instinctively attempted to peer into the box using their purple-gold magic eyes. However, a formidable force seemed to sense their scrutiny, repelling their gaze. Lin Qianyi instinctively covered her eyes, while Jiang Nan hurriedly inquired, "Junior sister, are you all right?" With a lingering sense of dread, Lin Qianyi replied, "The malevolent aura from that object is overwhelming. It is almost unbearable to behold." Noticing the puzzled expressions from the crowd, the auctioneer quickly explained, "Ladies and gentlemen, this item is known as the Bloodthirsty Spirit Blade, starting at 100,000 gold soul coins, with a minimum increment of 5,000. It is said to have been forged by a murderous powerhouse, and any wielder's lifespan will be significantly reduced, often by a decade or more, making it exceedingly perilous." As the attendees displayed their apprehension, Huo Yuhao unexpectedly called out, 100,000. His words plunged the auction hall into silence, with all but Lin Qianyi staring in astonishment at the young disciple. Beibei could not help but inquire, "Junior brother, what is your assessment?" Huo Yuhao calmly elucidated, "Teacher Wang, I have just employed mental detection and observed that while there are potential risks, they are not insurmountable. If you could capture it, I am confident in my ability to rectify its flaws." Wang Yin initially contemplated a refusal, but Huo Yuhao added, "Please take the shot first. If it proves unmanageable, we can seek assistance from Teacher Fan Yu to cleanse the impurities." Seeing this, Wang Yin, though still harboring doubts, reluctantly nodded in agreement, ultimately succeeding in capturing the blood-devouring spirit blade. As dawn's first light gently illuminated the center of the Star Luo Plaza, the members of Shrek Academy had already arrived, prepared to face the challenges of the second round of elimination matches. Due to the need for recovery, Ma Xiaotao and her companions were unable to rejoin the team, leaving the preliminary squad to take their place in the upcoming battles. Notably, one of their opponents was a Soul King, which undoubtedly added considerable pressure to the team. However, Lin Qianyi's presence provided them with a glimmer of hope. Although she was merely a soul master, her martial soul and soul ring configuration were nothing short of exceptional. Dual 1,000-year soul rings and dual 10,000-year soul rings, with her second martial soul possessing extraordinary attributes and accompanied by a 1,000-year soul ring. Chapter 50, Advanced Soul Master Academy of Dueling. Her two martial souls, the Supreme Qingluan martial soul and the Ice Crystal Butterfly martial soul, were among the rarest in existence. Therefore, as Wang Yin assessed the situation, he felt no undue concern. He believed that with Lin Qianyi's prowess, she could skillfully stall for time even against a higher-ranked Soul King, thereby granting the team additional opportunities. Wang Yin mentioned that their forthcoming adversaries were from the esteemed Dueling Advanced Soul Master Academy. Renowned for its illustrious reputation, this academy consistently ranks among the top 3, having nurtured countless exceptional soul masters. Wang Yan's gaze fell upon Lin Qianyi, who appeared serene, like a tranquil pool, undisturbed by the tumult around her. He spoke gravely. "In this battle, regardless of whether it is a 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 format, as long as the opposing team fields a Soul King, Qianyi, you shall take the stage." Lin Qianyi slightly parted her crimson lips, her tone cool and resolute. "Understood, no problem." Those succinct words seemed to convey her readiness, revealing no trace of fear regarding the impending conflict, only a quietly burgeoning belief in her victory. The time for the match finally arrived. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire sat high upon the platform, his gaze intensely focused on the arena of Shrek Academy, his expression imbued with an indescribable expectation and curiosity, as if awaiting the curtain to rise on a thrilling spectacle. "We invite the captains of Shrek Academy and Dueling Advanced Soul Master Academy to the stage for the drawing of lots," the host's resonant voice echoed throughout the arena. Beibei stepped forward first, and the opposing captain, a young male student of about 20, stood tall and graceful, resembling a drawn sword, his cold features betraying no emotion, as if sculpted from ice. The two faced each other in silence, a palpable tension enveloping the air. The drawing ceremony concluded swiftly, and the referee proclaimed with authority. Shrek Academy will face Douluo Royal Academy in a team battle. Both teams may enter the arena. Wang Yin had long awaited this outcome. This time, Beibei did not appear on the roster. Instead, Lin Qianyi took her place. Beibei was well aware that Lin Qianyi possessed the strength to face this challenge. As both were outstanding members of the reserve team, formidable in their own right, Wang Yin's actions were intended to conceal their true capabilities, aiming to catch the opponents off guard. As both sides stepped onto the arena, Lin Qianyi lifted her gaze towards Beibei. Beibei gently patted her shoulder. "Junior sister, go forth and give it your all." Lin Qianyi smiled brightly. "Rest assured, senior brother." At that moment, the members of Shrek Academy and the Advanced Soul Master Academy of Douluo took their positions. Huo Yuhao raised his hand slightly, his simulated soul power cascading like radiant light upon Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Lin Qianyi. In an instant, the trio's demeanor transformed dramatically, as if the Soul Emperor had descended upon them. Surrounding Huo Yuhao were 6 soul rings of 100,000 years each, shimmering like 6 splendid rainbows, captivating the onlookers. As for Lin Qianyi, she was encircled by 2 purple and 4 black soul rings. Such a unique configuration was akin to the most distinctive hue in the starry sky. Unprecedented and astonishing. This scene left the spectators on both sides with wide eyes, their disbelief evident. The Emperor of Shinlao, observing from his high seat, marveled inwardly. Truly, Shrek Academy, each member is a dragon among men. The students from the Advanced Soul Master Academy of Douluo were utterly stunned. Even the usually composed captain found his heart stirred, though he quickly masked his surprise, returning to a state of calm. The team from the Advanced Soul Master Academy of Qianling stood in a distinctive formation. Their captain, Shen Su, stood at the forefront, exuding an aura that seemed capable of shattering all obstacles. Behind him were 2 young women, like twin pillars, the one on the left, Fei Yuyan, with fiery red hair resembling burning flames, radiated a scorching brilliance in the sunlight, while the one on the right, Enlunya, with her flowing black hair, emanated a chilling presence. Both young women, around 20 years of age, had already begun to make their mark in the world of soul masters. Behind them stood 4 robust young men, akin to 4 towering mountains, Yang Ming, Song Hu, Bai Chun, and Yi Mao, each exuding an unassailable aura. On Shrek Academy's side, Huo Yuhao stood at the center, his gaze imbued with depth and determination. Lin Qianyi positioned herself at the front left, having meticulously designed this formation, deliberately leaving a flaw to secure victory, as Wang Yin had once stated. For shields unite to form a golden barrier, ice and fire in dual control. The spear of myriad mechanisms. She understood the intricacies of this strategy. Wang Dong guarded the right side, like a brilliant beacon. Xiao Xiao occupied the flank, providing diverse support alongside Kai Tu. Su Sanshi stood at the rear, a loyal guardian, while Jiang Nan quietly positioned herself behind Lin Qianyi, ever ready to lend assistance. Captain Shen Su of the Qianling team wielded the Qianji spear, adept in both ranged and close combat, unpredictable in its transformations. The 2 young women, Fei Yuyan with her soul of the blazing tiger, radiated intense power, seemingly capable of igniting everything around her, and Lunya's soul, the frost magic bear, enveloped her in a chilling aura. Both were control-type soul masters, known as the dual controllers of ice and fire, showcasing their unique strengths in the interplay of cold and heat. At the moment the referee announced the commencement of the match, both sides exchanged brief yet courteous salutations before swiftly engaging in battle. Lin Qianyi, He Kaitu, Jiang Nan, and Su Sanshi were the first to strike, their onslaught surging towards their opponents like an unstoppable tide. In the face of this sudden assault, the 4 defensive soul masters on the opposing side advanced with composure, forming a tight formation. Their imposing figures were complemented by identical golden shields that manifested in their hands, representing their martial soul, the spirit shield. Each shield radiated a reassuring glow, as if capable of withstanding all attacks in the world. Simultaneously, Shen Su gripped his spear tightly, and his martial soul, the 1,000-strike spear, emerged in response. The spear, extending 2 zhang in length, bore peculiar patterns that hinted at extraordinary power within. At the moment he unleashed his martial soul, 2 contrasting radiances suddenly erupted from either side of him. The left exuded a profound, icy blue crystal, while the right blazed with a fervent crimson flame. The intertwining of these 2 elements created a breathtaking tableau, accentuating Shen Su's resolute silhouette, evoking deep emotion. In the rapidly shifting dynamics of the battlefield, Captain Shen Su was the first to launch an offensive. However, Lin Qianyi, maintaining her serene demeanor, instantaneously unleashed the Phoenix Domain. As the domain expanded, an invisible force surged forth like a tidal wave, quietly suppressing the opponent's soul power. Shimming exchange. Su Sanchi's steady voice resonated as he exchanged positions with Huo Yuhao. This repositioning, akin to a masterful move in chess, placed Shun Su squarely at the center of the Shrek Academy students' encirclement, while Su Sanchi stood at the forefront. Lin Qianyi offered no respite. And as their opponents were still reeling in astonishment, she and Jiang Nannan executed a fierce, coordinated assault, advancing with precision. The shocking of the tripod. The Sansheng Town Soul tripod in Xiao Zhao's hands trembled violently, unleashing a formidable force directed at Shin Su. Despite his valiant attempts to withstand the barrage, he was compelled to retreat under the relentless pressure of the attacks. All of this unfolded according to Lin Qianyi's meticulous calculations. She had already discerned that the 4 defensive team members would employ their first soul skill for defense at the onset, yet this was not her ultimate objective. The 1,000-machine spear was primed to unleash its immense power, further amplified by the dual control of ice and fire from Enlengye and Fei Yuyan, resulting in exponentially greater potency. Had Ma Xiaotao and others been present, they might have had a greater chance of victory. However, in their absence, Lin Qianyi recalled Su Sanchi's mention of the 4th soul skill and decisively instructed him to deploy it at the very beginning of the battle, completely eliminating any opportunity for the opponents to retaliate. Jiang Nannan and He Kaitu executed their fierce onslaught in perfect harmony against the other team members. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyi sought to delay as much as possible, attempting to create an opportunity for her teammates. Beneath Enlengye's feet, her soul rings shimmered brilliantly as she cast her 2nd soul skill, Ice Seal. In an instant, a wave of chilling air swept across the arena, gradually slowing the pace of Jiang Nannan and the others. This alteration effectively neutralized the acceleration effect of Lin Qianyi's domain, rendering it less effective in providing speed enhancement to her teammates. The battle between Shun Su and Lin Qianyi remained intensely contested. At the moment of stalemate, Shun Su seized a fleeting opportunity and skillfully extricated himself. Concurrently, Su Sanchi bellowed, 1st soul skill, Xianming Shield Shock. Utilizing the tremor characteristic of his defensive soul skill, he successfully interrupted Enlengye's rhythm of attack, swiftly returning to the team to assist Lin Qianyi in fending off Shun Su's onslaught. You are quite astute, realizing that delaying me allows your comrades to create openings. As Shun Su spoke, he seized Lin Qianyi's arm and forcefully flung her aside, causing her to involuntarily stagger back a few steps. Seizing this moment, Shun Su rejoined his team. Fei Yuyan followed closely, unleashing his 1st soul skill, Blazing Ring. This searing fire ring, imbued with potent fire attributes, not only provided defensive capabilities but also assisted in single-target assaults. With the enhancement of the Blazing Ring, Shin Su's Millennium Soul Ring suddenly illuminated, resembling the most resplendent star in the night sky. He activated his 3rd soul skill, the 1,000-mechanism spear, and a flicker of flame emerged from its rear. This flame, akin to the rising sun, gradually grew bright and dazzling, overshadowing the surrounding light. Sensing the situation, Fei Yuyan synchronized his 2nd and 3rd soul skills. The 3rd soul skill, Wings of Blaze, unfurled with the aid of the flames. Although Enlengye's frost power sought to slow his pace, Shin Su's eyes burned with fervent battle intent, his resolve unwavering. Huo Yuhao, Lin Qianyi, let me witness your true strength. Shin Su roared, his voice reverberating throughout the arena, the force of his strike formidable. The strategy of the Advanced Soul Master Academy was abundantly clear. Once a flaw was detected, they would unleash their full power. And even if they ultimately fell to Shrek Academy, they would face victory or defeat with pride. This was not only a mark of respect for their opponents, but also a testament to their own perseverance. However, Huo Yuhao whispered, mental interference. In an instant, a dreamlike wave surged forth, enveloping Shin Su, who felt a momentary daze as his attack veered off course. Lin Qianyi's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of confidence and composure. At that moment, Huo Yuhao's mental detection shared closely monitored every move on the battlefield, and the 7 members of the reserve team were acutely aware, as if they had foreseen everything. Huo Yuhao then called out again, Soul Impact. With a muffled grunt from Shun Su, Su Sanchi swiftly exchanged positions with Huo Yuhao, successfully blocking this wave of assault. Shun Su crouched low to the ground. The tip of the 1,000-mechanism spear aimed directly at the shield formation of the 4 opponents. Although their defense appeared flawless, they struggled to respond to the internal coordinated attacks. Lin Qianyi merely smiled slightly, fully aware that being eliminated was not about harming others. Thus, her martial soul manifested behind her, skillfully utilizing her wind wave ability to forcibly redirect the 1,000-mechanism's spear's attack, accurately targeting the weak points in their defense, instantly cornering the 4 and forcing them to withdraw from the fray. Witnessing this, Enlengye suddenly unleashed her soul bone skill, Frost Tornado. In an instant, a massive ice tornado surged forth from the center of the arena, roaring like a colossal icy serpent as it charged towards Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianni. Wang Dong, in a state of urgency, shouted, Yuhao Qianni. Yet Lin Qianni remained resolute, her gaze embodying an undeniable pride, confronting the encroaching ice. I shall see whether your ice is purer or mine. Her voice was cold and filled with a fierce determination. Huo Yuhao's expression turned grave as he slowly spoke. To wield ice as a blade. This is the gravest mistake you have made today. Lin Qianni let out a sharp cry, activating her first soul skill, Butterfly Wing Strike. Beneath her, a Millennium Soul Ring radiating a chilling purple light materialized, followed by a torrent of razor-sharp ice blades cascading toward the icy tornado. Huo Yuhao raised his hand slightly, declaring, Domain of Eternal Frost. As his words echoed, the temperature of the entire space plummeted to freezing point, causing the frost tornado that had been advancing toward them to instantaneously crystallize into massive ice blocks, altering its trajectory. At that moment, Enlungia emitted a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, before she collapsed weakly to the ground. Only Fei Yuyan and Shun Su remained on the field. Faced with such a dire predicament, they had no choice but to surrender. The referee announced loudly, Victory to Shrek Academy. Shun Su sighed deeply. This defeat is one we accept with grace. Lin Qianni smiled slightly, acknowledging the victory. At the Sun Moon Royal Academy, Xiao Hongchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianni were formidable, both possessing twin martial souls with the attribute of ultimate ice. This only heightened the anticipation. Meng Hongchen snorted softly, Brother, you're getting excited again. Xiao Hongchen raised his chin slightly, his eyes ablaze with fervor. How could I not be thrilled with such opponents ahead? It feels as if an exhilarating duel is on the horizon, igniting a tempest of emotions even before it begins. After the conclusion of the second round of the elimination matches, everyone returned to their quarters. Lin Qianni sat upon her bed, beginning to cultivate her soul power. Chapter 52. Creation of a unique soul skill. At this moment, icy blue soul power flowed around her like a gentle stream, enveloping her in an ethereal veil. Suddenly, a mysterious force seemed to beckon her from afar. Lin Qianni cautiously extended her spiritual presence, revealing an extraordinary sight. Countless ice blue and emerald green light points intertwined, gradually coalescing into form. This luminous display appeared almost alive, gracefully dancing in the air and radiating an enchanting brilliance. To her astonishment, the two martial souls within her began to resonate subtly at that moment, an indescribable power surging through her meridians. When she instinctively reached out to touch those light points, she was abruptly met with a powerful, invisible repulsion, causing her spiritual presence to be forcefully drawn back into her body. The shock made her physical form tremble slightly, shifting her body to the side. Qianni, are you all right? Zhang Nannan asked with concern upon witnessing this. Nannan, I am fine, Lin Qianni replied softly. Yet her heart was filled with confusion over the earlier spectacle. Seeing Lin Qianni unharmed, Zhang Nannan finally relaxed, releasing a gentle sigh. She inquired with concern. What happened just now? Why do you seem a bit weak after your cultivation? Nannan, do you know about the resonance of twin martial souls? Lin Qianni retorted. Resonance? Zhang Nannan responded, puzzled. Lin Qianni then recounted the events that had transpired. As she narrated, Zhang Nannan's expression grew increasingly serious, her eyes filled with astonishment and worry, leaving her momentarily stunned. Should we consult Teacher Wang Yan? Zhang Nannan suggested anxiously. There's no need, Lin Qianni replied, shaking her head. If these two martial souls can resonate, I would like to seize this opportunity to create a soul skill of my own, which would greatly aid us in the upcoming tournament. No, that's too dangerous. You cannot take such risks, Zhang Nannan insisted, gripping Lin Qianni's hand tightly, her voice unwavering. Sister Nannan, it's fine. Trust me. I assure you, nothing will happen, Lin Qianni said, her gaze imbued with determination and confidence, as if an invisible force could soothe the heart. Zhang Nannan looked at her and, after a moment of reluctant contemplation, nodded. All right, but you must be extremely careful. That night, Lin Qianni practiced alone in her room, while the outside world had returned to tranquility and everyone else had succumbed to slumber. Yet she remained undeterred, fervently seeking the delicate moment of resonance between the martial souls, attempting to create her own soul skill. Her soul power danced like an ethereal sprite, exploring within her. But each time it was met with an unseen force that rebuffed her, merely sending her staggering back without inflicting any substantial harm. A fierce tenacity surged within Lin Qianni. Once more, she summoned her soul power for another attempt. Just then, a knock shattered the silence. Qianni, are you still there? I'm coming in. Wang Yan's voice called from outside. However, Lin Qianni was at a critical juncture and had no time to attend to the door. Seeing no response from within, Wang Yan's heart suddenly filled with an ominous premonition, prompting him to push the door open. He stumbled upon the sight of Lin Qianyi being rebuffed by her own soul power once again, but this time it appeared more severe. Her body swayed slightly, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Wang Yin hurried over to assess her condition, gently placing his fingers on her pulse, his brow furrowed. What happened, Qianyi? This is clearly a result of your reckless probing after discovering the resonance of the martial souls. Why didn't you inform me? Lin Qianyi weakly replied. I thought I could manage it. Wang Yin gazed at her, his eyes a mixture of helplessness and concern. He understood her stubborn nature all too well. Once she set her mind on something, she charged ahead like a determined little beast, never bowing easily. My dear child, you excel in many ways. But when will you learn to temper that indomitable spirit? Wang Yin sighed softly, his tone laced with reproach yet brimming with affection. Fortunately, your injuries are not severe. However, you must understand that the probability of twin martial souls resonating is exceedingly low. Reckless experimentation like this yields no results. You must facilitate the fusion of your soul powers. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Lin Qianyi replied respectfully, a hint of remorse flashing in her eyes. Wang Yin lightly flicked her forehead. If you hadn't told me, how long were you planning to keep this from me? You're truly a source of worry. I'm sorry, teacher, Lin Qianyi murmured, her head bowed with a touch of regret. I will guard you while you continue your practice, Wang Yin said gently. All right, teacher, Lin Qianyi lifted her head, ready to follow his guidance. Following Wang Yin's instructions, Lin Qianyi gradually began to merge her soul power. As she stood there, the silhouettes of the azure phoenix and the ice crystal butterfly gradually emerged behind her, creating a subtle resonance between the two. Wang Yin gazed at this scene, unable to suppress his admiration. This child consistently brings forth surprises. Merely 3 hours later, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Lin Qianyi was enveloped in shimmering green and blue lights, and her once azure eyes underwent a wondrous transformation. Her left eye morphed into a vibrant green, symbolizing the azure phoenix martial spirit, while her right eye took on an icy blue hue, resembling a pair of extraordinary eyes. The azure hair cascading down her back displayed a stunning gradient of blue and deep blue. As she channeled her soul power, numerous petite ice crystal butterflies fluttered from her hands, spiraling gracefully across the ground. Subsequently, utilizing the unique windstorm ability of the azure phoenix martial spirit, a tempest divided into 3 parts suddenly formed. The ice crystal butterflies within the storm transformed into frost, coalescing into sharp ice blades to launch their assault. Each strike seemed imbued with an uncanny ability to lock onto its target, rendering typical defenses nearly futile. Lin Qianyi retracted her soul skill, and Wang Yan's gaze reflected approval. Is this a soul skill of your own creation? Lin Qianyi respectfully replied. Yes, Teacher Wang. This is a unique soul skill I devised by merging my 2 martial spirits. By employing the windstorm to decelerate speed, I can execute ice blade attacks in an unexpected manner, ensuring each strike accurately targets its mark. Wang Yan nodded. Excellent. Have you considered giving it a name? A flicker of determination shone in Lin Qianyi's eyes. Let us call it the dance of the phoenix and butterfly. Wang Yin expressed his satisfaction. Very well. However, consider this a stroke of luck. Should a similar situation arise again, do not conceal it from me, or I shall not be lenient. Lin Qianyi promptly acknowledged. Understood, teacher. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the conference room floor, Wang Yin surveyed the 8 youthful and resolute faces before him. A wave of warmth surged within him. Chapter 53, The Spirit of Shrek. He began to speak slowly. Children, I truly must thank you. Even I did not anticipate that you would secure 2 victories, preserving the honor of Shrek Academy. This achievement fills me with both pride and solace. Lin Qianyi was the first to break the silence, her eyes reflecting resolve. Teacher Wang, you flatter us. As students of Shrek, it is our duty to uphold the Academy's honor. The essence of our training lies in this. We must demonstrate our growth through our strength. Please outline the tactics. We stand ready to embrace new challenges. Bebe nodded in agreement. Junior sister speaks rightly. As members of Shrek, defending our honor is our inescapable responsibility. Regardless of the obstacles we face, Jiang Nan clenched her fists tightly. Indeed, we must show everyone that the strength of Shrek Academy is no mere fade. Hikade's eyes sparkled with intensity. Though our opponents may be formidable, our reserve team is not to be underestimated. Let them witness the true spirit of Shrek. Xiao Xiao added. The reserve team possesses boundless potential, and we must affirm this. Wang Dong spoke with a steady tone. We are the 8 monsters of Shrek, entrusted with the duty of safeguarding our academy. Huo Yuhao's voice resonated with power. Precisely. The glory of Shrek Academy requires each of us to defend it together. Su Sancher ultimately expressed, it is our greatest honor to contribute to the academy. Observing the resolute faces of the students, Wang Yin felt an overwhelming sense of gratification. The brief competition over the past 2 days seemed to have catalyzed rapid growth in these young individuals. Particularly notable was Lin Qianyi, once a stubborn and unyielding girl, who has now matured significantly. Having endured the trials of these 2 matches, she appears to have grasped the essence of victory and defeat, as well as the importance of teamwork. This experience signifies not merely a victory in competition, but embodies the transformative growth of these youths. They have exemplified the true spirit of Shrek through their actions. Wang Yin spoke gravely. Our opponents should not be underestimated. They reached the quarterfinals in the previous competition, narrowly losing to the Sun and Moon Academy in the round of 8. Among their 7 key players, 3 are Spirit Kings and 4 are Spirit Ancestors, showcasing formidable strength. Notably, their captain possesses exceptional prowess. I suggest we consider forfeiting this match. Such a decision might preserve our strength for future opportunities. Although our adversaries do not dare to underestimate Shrek Academy, their fighting spirit is fierce, and they will likely exert their utmost before the finals, which may prove overwhelming for you. Lin Qianyi's gaze was resolute, her voice calm, yet powerful. Teacher Wang, injuries on the battlefield are inevitable. But this is no reason for retreat. Even knowing we may lose, we must give our all. Shrek Academy has never been known to flee before a fight. Su Sanshur clenched his fists and declared, "The junior sister is right. We shall never be cowards who retreat in the face of adversity." Wang Yin gazed at the determined yet youthful faces before him, a flicker of appreciation crossing his eyes. Very well. If that is the case, we shall take a gamble. If we draw a team battle in tomorrow's lottery, it will be our opportunity. If not, we shall devise another strategy. Remember, this match is not solely about victory, but also about proving the spirit of Shrek. Wang Yin calmly articulated his strategy, his gaze sweeping over the group, emphasizing the importance of safety regardless of the outcome. Lin Qianyi and the others nodded earnestly, reassuring him, "Rest assured, Teacher Wang." Wang Yin approached Lin Qianyi, gently patting her shoulder. His tone gentle yet tinged with concern. "My greatest worry is you. If you place too heavy a burden on yourself, you might risk everything and never easily concede." Lin Qianyi wished to retort, but gazing into her teacher's caring eyes, she found her voice trapped within her throat, ultimately falling into silence. Nearby, Wang Dong, Huo Yuhao, and others chuckled softly, while Zhang Nanan stepped forward, playfully patting Lin Qianyi's shoulder. "Don't worry, Teacher Wang. We will diligently keep an eye on this little junior sister." "Nan," Lin Qianyi exclaimed with a hint of reproach. Xiao Xiao added with a laugh, "Haha, let us go." As she pulled Lin Qianyi's hand forward, Su Sanshur called out urgently, Nan, wait for me. I'll accompany you." However, Zhang Nanan retorted, "Go away." Bei and Kai too, witnessing this, laughed as they pulled Su Sanshur's shoulder, with Bei teasing, "Oh dear, is this what humility looks like? You smelly Bei." Su Sanshur retorted defiantly. Wang Yin gazed at the group of young individuals before him, a tender smile gracing his features as he gently shook his head. The following morning, when the draw results were revealed, everyone was taken aback. It was the least desirable format, a chaotic 2-on-2 and 3-on-3 battle. Teacher Wang Yin furrowed his brow and spoke in a solemn tone, "Let us concede this round." However, Lin Qianyi, typically composed and self-restrained, exhibited an unusual urgency. "Teacher, the match hasn't even begun. No matter how formidable our opponents may be, there is always a chance for victory." Her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Wang Yin sighed. "This format indeed puts us at a disadvantage. If we lack an advantage, we must create one." Lin Qianyi interjected passionately, "We are students of Shrek Academy. The words to concede have never been in our vocabulary, unless we are truly cornered, which we are far from at this moment. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, there is a possibility for a comeback. Please allow us to take the field. If we truly lose, I am willing to accept any punishment." Bei chimed in, "That is right, teacher. We cannot falter before the battle has even begun. Even if this match requires all our strength, we shall not retreat." He turned to the other team members, fellow juniors. "Do you wish to concede without a fight?" The 6 team members shouted in unison, "We will never concede." Wang Yin surveyed the fervent students before him, a flicker of pride in his eyes. "Very well. If that is the case, then let us fight." As the host announced the imminent commencement of the match, the atmosphere from Shrek Academy grew somewhat tense. Lin Qianyi softly addressed Bei, "Senior brother, let me take the first match. Although both of their players are at the Soul King level, I am confident I can buy us some time, considering I possess a strength of level 47. Bei shook his head, concern evident in his gaze. "Junior sister, I have decided to place you in the 3-on-3 confrontation. I know you have the capability to deal with them, and your presence will alleviate some pressure from us and help us avoid unnecessary risks. However, it would be wise to reserve your strength for a critical moment. Let Su Sanshur and Zhang Nanan handle this round." Su Sanshur patted Lin Qianyi on the shoulder, reassuring her, Don't worry, junior sister. With your third senior brother here, victory is assured. Besides, with the enchanting Jiang Nan by my side, our cooperation will be flawless. As he finished speaking, Jiang Nan shot him a glare, retorting, silence. Lin Qianyi nodded, imploring, senior brother, senior sister, please be cautious. Jiang Nan responded, rest assured. We will give it our all. Chapter 54, Angelic Martial Soul. At the very moment Su Sancher and Jiang Nan stepped onto the arena, a boy and a girl appeared opposite them. Su Sancher introduced himself with calm assurance. I am Su Sancher, and this is Jiang Nan. The boy across politely replied. I am Yang Yifan. The girl's cool voice followed. I am Yumengdi. Among the competitors, there were 3 Soul Kings and 4 Soul Ancestors. According to the rules, this round would feature 1 Soul King and 1 Soul Ancestor, and judging by their positioning, it was highly likely that the girl named Yumengdi was the Soul King. Su Sanchi's expression grew particularly grave, fully aware of the significance of this match. In a soft voice, he addressed Jiang Nan, saying, Nan, that girl is entrusted to you. I shall create opportunities for you. As for that boy, you need only observe my actions. Although Jiang Nan typically critiqued him incessantly, she surprisingly lowered her head in this moment and gently responded with a soft To Su Sancher, this simple reply sounded like celestial music. Accustomed to being scolded by her, he found her rare compliance to be a sweet surprise, and a wave of affection surged within him. Bebe, I truly adore you. Nevertheless, he did not allow this joy to manifest on his face, maintaining a serious demeanor while focusing intently on the adversary ahead. As the competition commenced, both sides summoned their respective martial spirits almost simultaneously. Yang Yifan, a swift attack-type soul master, gripped a pair of gleaming daggers, his martial spirit, which emanated a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the very air around him. In contrast, Yumengdi exhibited a pure and radiant force of light, akin to the first ray of dawn piercing through the darkness. Lin Qianyi, situated in the Shrek Academy's resting area, distinctly felt the tremor of this power. Her gaze was fixed on the breathtaking scene before her. An angelic figure with twin wings slowly materialized behind Yumengdi. Encircled by 5 soul rings, a flawless configuration that had already reached the realm of Soul King. An angelic martial spirit, Wang Yin remarked with a hint of nostalgia, noting its lineage to the 6-winged angel martial spirit of the ancient battle at Jialing Pass a millennium ago. Though only possessing 2 wings, it was already among the highest echelons of existence. With a flourish, Yumengdi unleashed her second soul skill, the Holy Radiance Cross Slash, sending forth a dazzling beam towards Jiang Nan and the others. As a swift attack-type soul master, Yang Yifan would not show weakness. He swiftly moved to launch his own attack. Su Sancher initially intended to use his 4th soul skill, the mysterious Void Exchange, but reconsidered, knowing it had been revealed twice in previous matches and that their opponents would be on guard. Indeed, the adversaries easily countered their assault, and Yang Yifan seized the opportunity to target Jiang Nan. Remaining composed, Jiang Nan activated her 3rd soul skill, instantaneous movement, causing her figure to vanish from sight. However, Yumengdi's strike followed closely behind, compelling Jiang Nan to summon her 4th soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. Despite this, the overwhelming force inflicted several wounds upon her. While she struggled to withstand Yang Yifan's relentless onslaught, Su Sancher, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of pain in his heart, his fists clenched tightly, and an invisible weight seemed to shroud him, rendering the air stifling. At that moment, a deep black light emanated from Su Sancher, lingering ominously above the arena. A colossal black tortoise, his martial spirit, gradually appeared behind him. Instantly, the tortoise transformed into its true form, exuding a formidable pressure. As Yang Yifan prepared to attack, Su Sancher erupted with a fierce declaration, enough. This roar resonated with boundless power, propelling Yang Yifan back several steps. He rushed forward to catch the injured Jiang Nan, and upon seeing her pale visage, an overwhelming tide of empathy surged within him. Cautiously placing her aside, he turned to gaze at Yang Yifan, the fury in his eyes blazing like an inferno. Suddenly, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from Su Sancher, a force akin to a tumultuous tide that instantaneously swept across the arena, forcing Yang Yifan out of the contest. Witnessing the injury of his beloved, his rage became uncontrollable, and in a fleeting moment, he expelled another opponent from the battlefield. This stunning counterattack, transforming defeat into victory, left everyone present in awe. As Su Sanchi's soul power waned, he could barely maintain his footing, his swaying figure resembling a candle flickering in the wind. Despite her wounds and exhaustion, Jiang Nan persevered, striving to act. Lin Qianyi hurriedly stepped forward to support her, softly expressing her concern. Sister Nan, are you all right? Jiang Nan offered a faint smile, shaking her head and replying, I'm fine. Observing this, Bebe promptly assigned. Next up, Xiao Xiao and Kai Dao. Exchanging a resolute glance, Kai Dao and Xiao Xiao nodded solemnly and declared in unison, "You can rely on us." Lin Xianyi, with worry etched on her face, cautioned the duo as they prepared to enter the arena. "Xiao Xiao, second senior brother, please be careful." Xiao Xiao gently patted her hand, reassuring her with kind words. "Don't worry, Xianyi, we will be cautious." Kai Dao added, "Rest assured, junior sister, we will be fine." With unwavering determination, the two advanced toward the arena. The male students dispatched by the Zhengtian Academy were Tang Xiaolei and Shui Lang. Following them was the appearance of Shrek Academy's representatives, Kai Dao and Xiao Xiao. With the referee's command, the match officially commenced. Upon seeing Xiao Xiao's distinctive soul ring, the two from Zhengtian Academy momentarily faltered. However, Kai Dao showed no hesitation. He quickly crouched, expertly maneuvering the colossal fixed soul guidance cannon, which instantly raised alarm in their opponents. They could not allow him to fire that cannon. Both adversaries unleashed their martial souls and soul rings, one being a 5-ring soul king and the other a 4-ring soul sect, launching a fierce assault on Kai Dao without hesitation. Observing this, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, 3-life town soul cauldron. First soul skill, Cauldron's Quake. She utilized the 3-life town soul cauldron as a shield, fending off the relentless attacks. After several exchanges, though Xiao Xiao valiantly resisted, her stamina began to wane. Tang Xiaolei and Shui Lang, seizing the opportunity, intensified their onslaught, forcing Xiao Xiao to retreat repeatedly. Her hands tightly gripping the 3-life town soul cauldron, exerting every ounce of strength to prevent them from getting near Kai Dao. "Don't mind me, just hurry." Her voice resonated with undeniable resolve. Kai Dao felt a pang in his heart at her words, yet could only grit his teeth and persist in gathering his power. Chapter 55, Xiao Xiao's Injury. 3-life town soul cauldron, Cauldron's Quake, Cauldron's Stir. A national treasure, the Cauldron's Tremor. Xiao Xiao fused 2 soul skills, barely managing to block the enemy's assault. However, the prolonged pressure and the fierce clash of soul powers caused minuscule cracks to appear on the 3-life town soul cauldron. Unable to withstand the force, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and as the cauldron shattered, Xiao Xiao was violently propelled away. Just as the crowd believed that the Zhengtian Academy was on the verge of victory, Kai too let out a furious roar. And the colossal soul-guided cannon behind him gathered a formidable energy, launching a lethal strike against the enemy. Tang Xiao and Blood Wolf attempted to ward it off with their soul power, yet they could not escape the inevitable fate of elimination. The referee announced loudly, "Victory for Shrek Academy." Kai too glanced at the fallen opponent beside him and quickly approached Xiao Xiao, gingerly lifting her up and returning to the viewing area of Shrek Academy. As Kai too carried the injured Xiao Xiao back, the crowd swiftly gathered around them. Lin Xianyi's gaze flickered between the wounded Xiao Xiao and Kai too, her eyes brimming with compassion and concern. "I failed to protect Xiao Xiao." Kai too's voice was heavy with guilt. Lin Xianyi sighed softly, offering reassurance. "Second brother, do not blame yourself. The arena is ever-changing. No one can achieve absolute certainty. You have done exceptionally well." Huo Yuhao echoed from the side. "Indeed, brother, there is no need for excessive self-reproach. It will soon be our turn to compete." Bei Bei regarded his junior disciples with a serious expression, advising, "Junior brothers and sisters, exercise utmost caution when it is your turn." Lin Xianyi responded resolutely, "Rest assured, brother." Huo Yuhao nodded earnestly. Wang Dong declared with spirited confidence, "Fear not. Shrek shall prevail." The group stacked their hands together, chanting in unison, "Shrek shall prevail." As the echo of their voices faded, the three turned, their strides resolute and determined as they approached the arena, their silhouettes seemingly imbued with boundless faith and courage. The competitors from both sides entered the arena, with the 3 students from Zhengtian Academy forming a straight line. The central figure, a striking young man with piercing eyes, was Yi Wuqing. To his left stood a gallant youth who clasped his fists in greeting, Shangwan Kan. On the right was a sharp-eyed girl whose voice rang clear, Yanair. From Shrek Academy, Lin Xianyi was the first to step forward, standing firmly in the center of the arena, her tone as cold as winter's ice, Shrek Academy. Lin Xianyi. Huo Yuhao followed closely, steady and resolute, Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao. Wang Dong made his entrance last, composed and unflappable, Shrek Academy, Wang Dong. With the referee's command, prepare for the match to begin. The words barely escaped his lips when both sides simultaneously summoned their martial spirits. A contemptuous smile curled at the corners of Yi Wuqing's mouth. Humph, Shrek is Shrek. Have you come to deliver yourselves to death? The world's foremost academy. Let me see just how poorly you can lose. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Xianyi's eyes as she moved like lightning, soaring into the air, her right leg carving a graceful arc aimed directly at Yi Wuqing's face. Yi Wuqing crossed his arms defensively over his chest, barely managing to block the thunderous strike. Yet Lin Qian used the momentum to flip and land securely, declaring, "You will never witness the defeat of Shrek Academy in your lifetime." Simultaneously, the depths of Huo Yuhao's eyes sparkled with brilliance, mental detection shared. In an instant, his perception rippled outward, enveloping the entire battlefield in unprecedented clarity. The clear, melodious chime of a bell pierced the air as Shangwan manipulated a delicate bell in his hand, producing a series of tinkling notes. This sound, seemingly gentle, carried a soul-stirring power that surpassed even Huo Yuhao's mental assault. Lin Qian instinctively covered her ears, despite her soul power being slightly superior. The oppressive sensation from the mental attack still left her feeling uncomfortable. Yi Wuqing, noticing her distress, promptly summoned her martial soul to launch an assault. But Lin Qian swiftly dodged with a flicker of her form. She and Wang Dong displayed impeccable synergy, their combined efforts forcing their opponent to retreat. However, a sharp command from Huo Yuhao cut through the air, mental shock. Yi Wuqing was instantly struck, staggering back several steps. This moment of vulnerability presented an excellent opportunity. Yet Lin Qian refrained from acting rashly, fully aware that Shangwan Can's terrifying mental assault could strike again at any moment. Wang Dong seemed to sense something amiss and cast a questioning glance at Lin Qian. Upon receiving an affirmative nod, he unhesitatingly joined the fray. At that moment, Lin Qian exclaimed, "First soul skill, Qingwan Xinyu." Countless greenish-blue feathers materialized behind her, cascading forth like a torrential downpour. Yin Air, recognizing the imminent danger, swiftly evaded the onslaught. Wang Dong then unleashed his second soul skill, Butterfly Goddess Light. In an instant, brilliant radiance transformed into sharp blades of light, slicing towards their adversary. Regaining her composure, Yi Wuqing gathered her soul power in both hands, erecting a barrier before her to barely withstand this wave of attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qian and Wang Dong retreated to reassess their stances. "You are quite the remarkable young lady. Such a soul ring configuration indeed surpasses my initial estimation," Yi Wuqing acknowledged, albeit with a hint of disdain. "However, I am eager to see what prowess you possess to secure victory. It is not too late to recognize my strength," Lin Qian coldly retorted. Some individuals, upon gaining a modicum of power, begin to boast and indulge in arrogance. Do not forget, even when you held the advantage, you still lost 2 matches. We never boasted after our victories. Do you now regard us as formidable? Her words flushed Yi Wuqing's face with anger, leaving her momentarily speechless. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense, foreshadowing an inevitable fierce confrontation. Lin Qian, unusually confident and proud in her speech, aimed to provoke Yi Wuqing further. As the team captain, Yi Wuqing, despite appearing steady as a mountain, could not conceal the deep-seated pride and confidence that shone through her disdainful attitude towards Shrek Academy. Lin Qian seemed to have seized upon this weakness, subtly stirring Yi Wuqing's emotions. Ultimately, Yi Wuqing could no longer restrain herself and launched an attack. Shangwan Can's bell jingled, unleashing a mental assault upon the group. In response, Lin Qian, channeling her Qingwan martial soul, emitted a long and resonant cry, a sound imbued with an invisible force that effortlessly suppressed Shangwan Can's attack. Third soul skill, Wanfeng Liakong Slash. As Lin Qian's cool voice resonated, a powerful blade of wind surged forth. It appeared to target Yi Wuqing, but in her hasty defense, it cleverly missed, redirecting its assault towards Shangwan. Seeing this, Yaner hurriedly stepped forward, constructing a defense with her soul power. At that moment, Huo Yuhao executed Ghostly Shadow Disappearance, swiftly following up with the unexpected move, controlling the crane to catch the dragon, to launch an attack against the enemy. Wang Dong, not to be outdone, initiated his first soul skill, Winged Guillotine. He spun his body, joining the fray with a fierce assault. Under the combined efforts of the three, Yaner ultimately could not withstand the onslaught and was eliminated. Despicable, Yi Wuqing questioned angrily. Lin Qian smirked slightly, responding coldly, "Even if it is despicable, did it not lead to the elimination of your teammate?" Yi Wuqing was momentarily at a loss for words, while Bei Bei in the audience couldn't help but exclaim. Qian's wit has certainly sharpened. Yi Wuqing unleashed her third soul skill, a formidable force surging forth like a raging tide, instantly forcing Lin Qian backward. Unsteady on her feet, Lin Qian staggered back several steps, unable to adjust her stance before Yi Wuqing's assault approached once again. Realizing evasion was futile, Lin Qian gritted her silver teeth and decisively activated her second soul skill, Azure Phoenix Shield. In an instant, a layer of azure light radiated around her, akin to a divine bird poised to take flight, enveloping her in protection. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety and were about to rush in to assist when Lin Qian's voice rang out, "Stay back. Focus on your preparations." Although reluctant, The two understood that only by adhering to their plan could they hope to turn the tide, and thus they nodded in response. They clasped their hands tightly, closed their eyes, and concentrated intently on activating their martial soul fusion technique. At that moment, Yi Wuqing, undeterred by Lin Qianyi's defense, snorted coldly and struck her abdomen with a powerful punch. The impact was tremendous, causing Lin Qianyi to feel a sharp pain radiating from her stomach, sending her flying backward like a kite severed from its string, blood involuntarily spilling from her mouth. Yet, her eyes revealed no trace of fear. Instead, a resolute glint flashed within them. With a graceful flip in midair, she executed a swift lateral kick, cleverly maneuvering Yi Wuqing into a position more advantageous for herself. Withering amidst devastation, the golden path, accompanied by Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's powerful shouts, a dazzling light erupted forth, instantly ensnaring Yi Wuqing and Shang Wan Qian with its formidable force, rendering them immobile. The trio understood that such control would not last long. Huo Yuhao slowly stepped forward. Wang Dong anxiously cautioned, "Yuhao, your soul power is nearly depleted." Huo Yuhao's gaze remained resolute, his tone filled with determination. "This control won't last long. If we wish to win, we must give it our all." With that, he activated the Ice Emperor's Fury from his Ice Blue Scorpion Soulbone skill. Seeing this, Lin Qianyi did not hesitate to lend her support. She raised her hands, gathering soul power in her palms, and in an instant, numerous ice blue butterflies fluttered forth. A surge of powerful wind and ice rapidly spreading. "Phoenix Butterfly Dance," Lin Qianyi exclaimed. The two extreme forces of ice intertwined, creating an astonishing power, and together, Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianyi forced Yi Wuqing out of the competition. However, this fierce battle had drained their strength. Only Wang Dong remained on the field. While Lin Qianyi felt a wave of weakness wash over her, crouching to the ground, and Huo Yuhao collapsed from exhaustion. Wang Yan and Bei Bei rushed forward to offer their assistance. Wang Yan supported Lin Qianyi, examining her closely and discovering that she was largely unharmed, merely fatigued from an excessive expenditure of soul power. However, Huo Yuhao had completely depleted his soul energy. Wang Dong gazed at the two, his heart brimming with both anger and sorrow, before his attention shifted to their remaining adversary, Shangwan Can. In Shangwan Can's hand, a bell rattled, and in an instant, a mist enveloped the arena, interspersed with cold, serpent-like blades of light that slithered menacingly toward Wang Dong. Wang Dong let out a few muffled groans, blood erupting from his mouth as he crouched on the ground, yet he exhibited no intention of retreating. Shangwan Can coldly declared, "Surrender. Your soul power is almost expended." "Who says one cannot defeat you without soul power?" Wang Dong gritted his teeth and roared as he began to fervently concentrate his soul energy. Moments later, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, and a colossal hammer materialized in his grasp, an embodiment of the world's most formidable attacking weapon spirit, the Haoyan Hammer. Wang Dong's gaze was resolute and fervent as he shouted, "Mighty Haoyan Hammer, revered Haoyan Sect." The Haoyan Hammer expanded instantaneously, wielding unmatched strength as it surged toward Shangwan Can. Shangwan Can, taken aback by this sudden transformation, turned pale and sought help. The referee, witnessing the unfolding scene, did not remain idle and rushed to assist, yet even so, the effort proved arduous, and he inwardly lamented. Indeed, the world's foremost weapon spirit, truly, Shrek Academy's reserve team is composed of extraordinary talent. As the referee proclaimed Shrek Academy the victor, Wang Dong succumbed to unconsciousness from overexertion. Wang Yin hurriedly caught him and respectfully addressed Emperor Shinlao and the assembled crowd, saying, "Your Majesty, esteemed guests, it is essential to note that the participants in this match were indeed the reserve team of Shrek Academy. The strongest among them is merely at level 47. Prior to the soul fighting competition, our academy undertook a mission, resulting in injuries to all primary team members, necessitating the reserve team to take their place in battle. They defended the honor of Shrek Academy with their own abilities. They are commendable children, rare heroes, and I am profoundly grateful to them." Upon hearing these words, Emperor Shinlao and the audience were deeply moved, breaking into applause. Although Lin Qianyi had not fully succumbed to unconsciousness, she could not help but smile at the sight, then weakly leaned against Jiang Nanan's shoulder. Jiang Nanan, despite her own serious injuries, did not pull away. Instead, she glanced at her companions, ultimately resting her gaze on their youngest member, a small junior sister. Filled with responsibility, yet lacking in eloquence, feeling a tumult of emotions within her. In her unconscious state, Lin Qianyi slowly opened her eyes. As she attempted to rise, a gentle yet firm feminine voice stopped her. Turning her head, she was met with the concerned face of Ma Xiaodao. "Sister Xiaodao," Lin Qianyi softly called, her voice tinged with weakness. "Do not move yet. Lie down. Your injuries have not fully healed," Ma Xiaodao said, her brow furrowed with worry. Although Lin Qianyi's injuries were not severe, forcibly using soul techniques while nearly drained of soul power was exceedingly perilous. Lin Qianyi parted her lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Ma Xiaodao gently grasped her hand, her tone tender yet filled with strength. Qianyi, thank you. If it weren't for your unwavering efforts in securing that battle and creating opportunities for us, our victory would have been exceedingly difficult to attain. Chapter 57. The Yearning for Affection. Lin Qianyi shook her head, her gaze resolute. Sister Xiaodao, you speak as if it were not our shared duty. Each member of Shrek Academy is responsible for safeguarding its glory. Upon hearing these words, Ma Xiaodao felt a flicker of emotion, tightly embracing Lin Qianyi. Instinctively, Lin Qianyi lifted her hand, gently resting it on Ma Xiaodao's back, as if drawing newfound strength from this warm embrace. In that moment, words were unnecessary. Their hearts resonated with unspoken trust and gratitude, crystallized in the silence of their hug. Ma Xiaodao gently released Lin Qianyi, gazing with concern into her eyes. Qianyi, are you truly all right? I transferred some soul power to you earlier, Lin Qianyi, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied. Sister Xiaodao, your soul power has yet to fully recover. How can you give it to me? Ma Xiaodao smiled tenderly, her eyes brimming with affection. Silly girl, my soul power will soon be restored. Besides, even if it takes a bit longer, I must first ensure that you are well taken care of. Remember, I have always regarded you as my younger sister. And I hope you can see me as your elder sister too. You can always come to me with anything. Do not hesitate to seek help. Hearing these heartfelt words, warmth enveloped Lin Qianyi's heart, causing her eyes to glisten. Tears began to swirl in her eyes, ultimately cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. In the years since she arrived at the academy, she had never shed a tear, regardless of the challenges faced. Yet, at this moment, simply due to that one warm statement, tears flowed freely. Ma Xiaodao, noticing, chuckled softly as she tousled Lin Qianyi's hair. Oh dear, you're crying. She playfully dipped her finger into a tear, remarking, look at this tear, so crystal clear, resembling a pearl. Lin Qianyi nestled into Ma Xiaodao's embrace, savoring the rarity of such warmth. Ma Xiaodao gently patted her back, reflecting on the strength of this little girl. Though she often presented an air of independence, deep within, she still longed for love and companionship. If anyone ever bullies you, remember to tell your sister, Ma Xiaodao said softly. I promise to stand up for you and ensure that no one harms you. Lin Qianyi, her tears subsiding into laughter, replied, who says I would be bullied? Ma Xiaodao playfully pinched her cheek. You clever little thing. Surely you have the ability to protect yourself. Nevertheless, I must insist that you come to me at once with any issues seemingly struck by a thought. Ma Xiaodao turned to fetch a bowl of medicinal soup, delicately offering it to Lin Qianyi. Here, drink this. Though your injuries are not severe, your soul power is depleted and requires proper recuperation. Lin Qianyi glanced at the bowl of medicine, grimacing. Sister, is it possible to avoid drinking it? Xiaodao, look at this potion. It's dark and surely bitter. Ma Xiaodao chuckled lightly, teasing. You, who fearlessly face the world, now fear a bit of medicine? Lin Qianyi pouted defiantly. So what if I'm afraid? You must have feared it when you were younger, and you laughed at me for it. Ma Xiaodao affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, I confess, I was afraid too. Yet you are aware that good medicine is often bitter to the taste. Once you have taken this remedy, dear sister shall reward you with sweets. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qianyi hesitated momentarily before ultimately accepting the bowl of medicine and downing it in one go. As soon as she finished, her brow involuntarily furrowed. The taste of the medicine was overwhelmingly potent, striking straight to her senses. Ma Xiaodao, noticing her reaction, burst into laughter and promptly offered her 2 candies. Lin Qianyi, with the candy nestled in her mouth, expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Sister Xiaodao. Lin Qianyi softly remarked, with the candy from Sister Xiaodao, my heart feels sweet now, and the bitterness has faded. She gently leaned against Ma Xiaodao's shoulder. Amused by her, Ma Xiaodao chuckled, tenderly stroking her hair. Only you can bring joy to your sister. With a younger sister like you, my life has become infinitely more delightful. I shall protect you well, forever and ever. Lin Qianyi tilted her face upward, her eyes sparkling. Will you always accompany me? Ma Xiaodao playfully pinched her nose. Silly girl, of course I will. Lin Qianyi pouted in playful defiance. Who asked the silly girl? I am on the verge of turning 13. We are merely 6 years apart. Ma Xiaodao laughed heartily. Even so, in your sister's eyes, you shall always be a child. Isn't that so, little one? Lin Qianyi felt a tinge of shyness from her words, prompting another burst of laughter from Ma Xiaodao. Having spent quite some time within the tent, Lin Qianyi felt a sense of restlessness and slowly rose to stroll out into the open air. At that moment, she spotted Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong not far away. Their eyes met, exchanging glances filled with concern, and they greeted one another simply. Lin Qianyi parted her lips. Yuhao, Wang Dong, How are you both recovering? Her voice bore a hint of worry, akin to ripples spreading across the surface of a tranquil lake. Huo Yuhao smiled gently. I am nearly fully recovered. Wang Dong concurred. Indeed, these minor injuries are nothing to fret over. A shadow of concern flickered in Lin Qianyi's gaze. What about Xiao Xiao? Huo Yuhao reassured her. With second senior brother taking care of her, Xiao Xiao will be just fine. But you, Qianyi, have also been injured. We ought to be more concerned for you. Wang Dong, filled with genuine care, asked, Is your injury severe? Is it serious? Lin Qianyi beamed, her smile radiant like blossoms unfurling in spring. If it were truly grave, would I be standing here bantering with you? It is merely superficial wounds. Huo Yuhao cast a glance at Wang Dong, a mischievous smile creeping upon his lips, hinting at unspoken amusement. Lin Qianyi joined in the laughter, her voice ringing clear and melodious. Wang Dong, observing this, gently patted Huo Yuhao's back, feigning annoyance. All you do is laugh. Yet his tone lacked any real reproach. Nevertheless, Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianyi laughed even more heartily, their laughter seeming to reach the heavens. Wang Dong, amused, stomped his foot, calling out their names. Yet there was an undertone of affectionate exasperation. Lin Qianyi stepped forward, lightly patting his shoulder, and spoke softly, All right, enough of the antics. The trio strolled together, when suddenly Lin Qianyi sensed a powerful and oppressive aura. Instinctively, she shielded Wang Dong behind her, her eyes flashing with alertness. Huo Yuhao also sensed something amiss. He gently raised his hand, and the azure-green soul power unfurled like ribbons, rippling through the air, attempting to unveil the concealed presence. Before long, an elderly man emerged from a short distance, his pace unhurried, as if he were leisurely admiring the scenery. Yet, the profound gaze he bore exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Who might you be, senior? Lin Qianyi broke the silence first. The man's expression grew serious. I am Cheng Gang, the guardian Douluo of the Star Luo Empire. Huo Yuhao, I have sought you for quite some time. Huo Yuhao's heart jolted. May I inquire what business you have, senior? Chapter 58, Concerns for Tomorrow's Match. Cheng Gang furrowed his brow. You shone brilliantly on the competition stage today. Yet during your use of soul skills, I detected a hint of a sinister presence. Which malevolent entity are you? Huo Yuhao expressed his confusion. I do not grasp your meaning. Cheng Gang snorted coldly. If you do not understand, I shall make you. With that, he flashed to Huo Yuhao's side, gripping his arm tightly. The force was immense, intermingled with a suppression of soul power that left Huo Yuhao in indescribable discomfort. Wang Dong, witnessing this, exclaimed urgently, Senior, Huo Yuhao and I have shared meals and lodgings for a long time. He is certainly not the person you allege him to be. There must be some misunderstanding. However, Cheng Gang merely cast a dismissive glance at Wang Dong, unleashing a wave of soul power that sent Wang Dong reeling, causing him to spit blood. Seeing this unfold, Lin Qianyi hastily summoned a thread of soul power, attempting to construct a domain to alleviate a fraction of the soul power fluctuations in aid of Huo Yuhao. Yet, Cheng Gang was not one to allow her success. He released his soul power, effortlessly repelling her, and Lin Qianyi, unable to withstand the impact, also coughed up blood. Cheng Gang, realizing his probing had yielded no results, regarded them with a flicker of doubt. It seems there truly are no ferocious beasts. You shall consider this matter as if you know nothing. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, he released Huo Yuhao and turned to depart. Wang Dong quickly steadied the swaying Huo Yuhao. Are you all right? Huo Yuhao shook his head. I am fine, let us go. Yet, his heart was rife with confusion and bewilderment. Just as Cheng Gang turned to leave, Shinlao suddenly appeared before him. May I inquire which esteemed elder from Shrek Academy you are? Cheng Gang asked respectfully. Shinlao's gaze was piercing. A title Douluo dares to bully 3 children, each averaging a strength of around level 47? Senior, I merely thought that Huo Yuhao. Cheng Gang hastily explained, but before he could finish, Shinlao interrupted him. Without activating his martial soul or soul power, he struck Cheng Gang with his bare fists, leaving him bruised and battered. I have erred, Senior, Cheng Gang groaned, covering his face, his voice tinged with pain and regret. Apologize to Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, and Wang Dong. Shinlao's authoritative tone brooked no dissent. Yes, yes. Cheng Gang replied repeatedly, hastily departing. He returned to the previous spot, expressing his contrition to everyone and demonstrating his respect. Yet, as he approached Lin Qianyi and the others, he seemed to lack the courage, merely casting a fleeting glance before vanishing without a trace. Lin Qianyi found herself enveloped in a haze of confusion as she gazed toward the direction in which Cheng Gang had departed. His actions were utterly inscrutable, and the fleeting silhouette paired with his somewhat distorted visage left her feeling particularly strange. That night, Lin Qianyi sat alone in her chamber, meditating and refining her skills. As her soul power gradually restored to a significant extent, she rose and approached the window, gently pushing it open. The night breeze caressed her cascading emerald green locks, ruffling them softly. Leaning against the wall, her brow furrowed slightly, she murmured to herself, "What shall I do about tomorrow's competition? The only ones who can participate besides myself are Yu Hao and Wang Dong, yet none of us have fully regained our soul power." The Lin Chinny of Ur, who remained composed in the face of adversity and never allowed difficulties to ensnare her in confusion, now found herself lost in uncertainty. This bewilderment enveloped her heart like fog in the night. At that moment, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Feeling perplexed? She spun around abruptly, hastily shutting the window. The visitor was Wang Yan. She offered a slight bow, greeting him, "Teacher Wang." Wang Yan waved his hand, his gaze warm, yet laced with curiosity. "Do share. What troubles you?" Lin Chinny hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's nothing." Wang Yan gently patted her head, his tone tinged with playful reproach. "Still claiming there's nothing? You little rascal." Instinctively, Lin Chinny touched her head where he had patted her, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. She watched Wang Yan silently, awaiting his next words. His gaze was profound and earnest. "If only the three of you can compete, and your soul power is insufficient to sustain the entire match. While the main team members cannot recover in time, what will you do?" Lin Chinny lifted her chin slightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. "There are no other options. Since it's just the three of us, we must give our all to try. Regardless of the outcome, whether we win or lose, even if it exhausts our soul power, we must see it through to the end. Knowing we might fail cannot deter us. When it's time to step up, we must do so, standing on the field with dignity, even if defeat is inevitable." Wang Yan nodded gently, his tone turning serious. "It is commendable that you possess such resolve. However, I wish to impart a piece of advice. Learn to cultivate true tranquility. The calm you exhibit now is merely a facade. You must learn to accept and settle your inner self." The usually gentle teacher appeared particularly earnest at that moment, his words bearing a profound weight. Lin Chinny nodded thoughtfully. Though she had yet to fully grasp the depth of his message, she sensed the significance behind it. That night, Lin Chinny scarcely closed her eyes. Wang Yan's words haunted her mind like a specter, her thoughts tangled and chaotic, ultimately leading her to surrender the effort to think. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into her room, Lin Chinny exchanged a brief glance with Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong before silently looking toward Xiao Xiao, who was being meticulously cared for by Kai Tu, which allowed her to feel a measure of relief as she departed. On the way to the competition venue, Wang Dong broke the silence first. "Now it's just the three of us who can take to the field. I wonder how the other main team members are faring in their recovery. Who do you think should take the stage?" His eyes held a flicker of unease, which he endeavored to mask. Lin Chinny chuckled lightly and teased, "What's the matter? Why does it seem like you might be a bit afraid when you ask that?" "Who is afraid?" Wang Dong retorted defiantly. "I am not afraid." Huo Yuhao and Lin Chinny exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions reflecting both indulgence towards their friend's bravado and a shared resolve to stand together in battle. "Not afraid at all, right?" Lin Chinny teased, though her tone carried a hint of seriousness. Huo Yuhao nodded gently, affirming, "Indeed, regardless of who takes the field, we must give our all." Wang Dong found himself momentarily at a loss for words, only able to mutter, "You too." Haven't finished speaking, yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, clearly affected by the camaraderie and trust that surrounded them. Despite her calm exterior, Lin Chinny's heart was rife with uncertainty. How could they possibly compete under such circumstances? The opposing team had a full lineup of 7, while they could barely muster 3, their soul power not yet restored to optimal levels, and with other teammates injured. She was at a loss for a solution. Chapter 59, The Return of Ling Luoqing. Just then, a cold voice pierced the heavy atmosphere like a blade of ice. "I will take the field." The trio turned towards the voice, and a familiar figure emerged before them. "Senior Ling," Lin Chinny exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy in her tone. Indeed, it was Ling Luoqing. She nodded and approached Lin Chinny, gently patting her shoulder, her voice softening slightly. "I will take the field. You and Yu Hao will join me." Lin Chinny had intended to inquire about Wang Dong's condition, but upon seeing him shake his head in a sign of reassurance, she swallowed her questions. "All right, Senior Ling," she replied with determination. Huo Yuhao also nodded, stating steadily, "In that case, let us consult with Teacher Wang Yan about our strategy." As they stepped onto the arena, the draw results revealed that Shrek Academy would face Changning Academy in a team battle. The members of Changning Academy immediately sensed that Shrek Academy appeared significantly weakened, their eyes glinting with barely concealed excitement, as if victory were already within their grasp. At that moment, only Ling Luoqing, Lin Chinny, and Huo Yuhao slowly advanced to the front of the arena. Bei couldn't help but voice his concern. "Senior, are there only the 3 of you?" His tone was laced with worry and doubt. Ling Luoqing nodded resolutely. "Yes, do not worry. I am confident." Her gaze was piercing, unwavering as it fixed upon the horizon, exuding an undeniable determination. Bei remained hesitant, well aware of the challenges that lay ahead, his heart a tumult of emotions. Lin Qiandi softly urged, "Senior brother, please trust us." Her eyes brimmed with faith and courage. Huo Yuhao solemnly nodded, "Rest assured, senior brother." Ling Luoqing's voice resonated with strength and assurance. "I will never joke with Shrek's honor." Her words struck each heart like a hammer, stirring deep emotions. Bei took a deep breath. "All right, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them strode towards the arena with resolute steps, their silhouettes appearing particularly steadfast in the sunlight. Approaching the competition area, the referee frowned upon seeing only 3 participants from Shrek Academy. "This is a team battle, not a 2-on-3 match. May I ask?" Ling Luoqing's unwavering gaze met the referee's. "No need, we 3 are sufficient." Her tone radiated an undeniable confidence. The members of Chongning Academy, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, were filled with excitement and anticipation, as if they could already envision the possibility of overcoming the formidable Shrek Academy. The battle commenced. With the referee's voice echoing, both sides summoned their martial souls almost simultaneously. Lin Qiandi and Huo Yuhao swiftly infused their soul power into Ling Luoqiang, and in an instant, the powers of 2 exquisite ice forms converged within her, akin to the arrival of the purest ice spirit, allowing Ling Luoqiang to feel her ice martial soul attaining an extraordinarily pristine state, as flawless as a crystal. Just as the members of Chongning Academy were about to launch their attack, Ling Luoqiang called out, "Ice Radiance Ring." A dazzling ice ring erupted, radiating brilliant light, and within the blink of an eye, it incapacitated the opposing 7, the entire process swift as lightning and executed with precision, leaving both the referee and the audience in a state of astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Observing this, Lin Qiandi calmly remarked, "Referee, please announce the result." Coming to his senses, the referee declared, "Victory to Shrek Academy." Ling Luoqiang then stated, "I am a primary team member." With that, the trio turned to leave, Lin Qiandi casting a mere glance at the members of Chongning Academy. Meanwhile, not far away at the Sun Moon Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, Xiao Hongchun gazed at the departing figures of the Shrek Academy trio and slowly spoke. "The individuals from Shrek Academy are indeed remarkable for dual martial souls, all of top-tier caliber, particularly that young girl, barely around 12 years of age, yet her soul power approaches the realm of a soul king, and she can even match a 5-ring soul king in prowess. Such talent and strength are truly rare." And then there's Huo Yuhao. Although his cultivation level is not particularly high, the threat posed by his dual martial souls should not be underestimated. Meng Hongqun consoled, "Brother, take it easy. The competition has not yet begun, and we may not necessarily lose." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Hongqun replied, "Meng, we may not emerge victorious. Even if we do win in the end, it will come at a significant cost. Such a victory would not be a true triumph." After several days of recuperation, the primary team members returned to their ranks, and even more exhilarating news arrived. Xiao Xiao had broken through to level 30 following the arduous battle, while Su Sanshi and Zhang Nanan were gradually recovering from their injuries. Wang Dong successfully ascended to level 32, Huo Yuhao reached level 28, and Lin Qiandi had advanced to level 48, now just 2 levels shy of 50. When the entire team gathered in the conference room, Teacher Wang Yin spoke with calm authority. "The list of opponents for the elimination round has been finalized. We will face our old rivals, the Douluo Royal Academy, in the round of 16. Upon hearing this news, the expressions of the 3 key team members, Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yaoheng, and Ling Luoqiang, instantly grew solemn. Xiao Xiao inquired curiously, "Is Douluo Royal Academy very strong?" Ma Xiaotao nodded gently. "Yes, they were one of the top 4 in the last tournament. Their strength far surpasses that of the Zhengtian Academy. Teacher Wang, how should we approach this?" Teacher Wang Yin furrowed his brow slightly. Their lineup includes 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Ancestors, making their overall strength formidable. Douluo Royal Academy is a dark horse in this tournament, posing a significant threat to our Shrek Academy. It is particularly noteworthy that their 5-ring Soul King excels in the use of soul-guiding devices. Once this unique ability is unleashed, it may undoubtedly pose significant challenges for us. At that moment, Lin Qiandi stood quietly by the side, her countenance devoid of any expression, as though all of this had long been anticipated. However, her mind was silently contemplating countermeasures. Wang Yin continued with a calm demeanor, "Yet, this dark horse student has chosen to forfeit the group competition and directly advance to the elimination round." Lin Qiandi, perplexed, inquired, "Teacher Wang, could this pose a problem? As seasoned competitors, their strength cannot be underestimated, and they must surely understand the importance of the group competition. Why then would they relinquish such an opportunity to showcase their abilities?" Wang Yin furrowed his brow slightly. his gaze imbued with contemplation. This has been a question I have pondered as well. Perhaps this is part of their strategy, a means to conceal their true strength. Nonetheless, let us first familiarize ourselves with the rules of the elimination round. With that, he cleared his throat and began to elucidate the details of the elimination rules. This elimination round differs from previous iterations. During this 16-8 phase, 3 matches must be conducted in a single day. When facing competitors, one must sequentially complete individual battles, team battles, and a 2 versus 3 confrontation. Only by achieving victory in all can one truly advance. Chapter 60, The Royal Academy of Soul Combat. Wang Yin paused, his gaze settling on Lin Qianyi. Qianyi, you are the trump card of the reserve team. You need not take to the field unless absolutely necessary. This time, I will arrange for you to participate in the 2 versus 3 battle, and for the finals, I will devise an appropriate strategy for your appearance. Lin Qianyi replied resolutely, Yes, teacher. In Wang Yan's words, there lay a cautious consideration of the situation. Each arrangement resembled meticulously placed chess pieces. Lin Qianyi felt the trust and significance her teacher placed in her, a warm current surging within her heart, silently vowing to live up to everyone's expectations. Wang Yan's gaze shifted to Bei Bei and Su Sanshi, his tone laced with concern. Su Sanshi, how is your recovery? Are you both able to harness the strength you displayed previously? Bei Bei stood tall, her eyes resolute. Teacher, I am completely fine on my end. Su Sanshi nodded in agreement, his voice steady. I have also recovered sufficiently. There are no obstacles to using that power. Wang Yin nodded slightly. Excellent. In this match, Bei Bei, you will substitute for Qianyi. He then turned to Lin Qianyi, his gaze profound. Qianyi, I have assigned you a task. Lin Qianyi's eyes widened in curiosity. Teacher, what task? Wang Yin replied slowly. In this 16-8 elimination round, the Sun and Moon Royal Academy will undoubtedly allow previously unfielded students to participate. You, along with Xiao Xiao and Jiang Nannan, will go investigate the situation. Lin Qianyi responded with utmost seriousness. Understood, teacher. The following morning, the group made their way to the competition venue. Lin Qianyi, Xiao Xiao, and Jiang Nannan did not compete, but stood aside, attentively observing the duels of other contestants. Finally, Ma Xiaodao awaited her turn to compete, excitement bubbling within her. Sister Tao, please be careful, Lin Qianyi gently cautioned. Ma Xiaodao gently caressed her head, reassuring her. Do not worry. Your impetuous nature surely longs for a chance to prove yourself. I have not even spoken yet. Lin Qianyi pouted slightly. Ma Xiaodao chuckled playfully. Am I not familiar with your temperament? However, watching the matches of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy is also a form of experience. Dai Yaoheng interjected. Indeed, Junior, by observing attentively, you can grasp the strength of your opponents and prepare for the upcoming contests. Rest assured, Sister Xiaodao and Senior, we will handle it. Lin Qianyi solemnly promised. Ahead, Wang Yin glanced at Lin Qianyi's words, noticing that the once fiercely competitive girl had seemingly matured, learning to be composed and restrained. No longer the reckless young girl driven solely by ambition. Observing her mature demeanor, Wang Yin silently nodded in approval. On the arena, the judge's clear voice rang out, announcing the official commencement of the match. The 7 members of Shrek Academy strode confidently into the center of the field. Ma Xiaodao's gaze was fervent. Dai Yaoheng's expression was solemn, while Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, and Wang Dong wore calm faces, and Huo Yuhao's eyes reflected depth and steadiness. Opposing them were the 7 members of the Douluo Royal Academy, led by their captain, Guzhu Jian, whose tall figure radiated an aura of strength. His martial soul, the purple splendid bamboo, faintly shimmered behind him, showcasing his identity as a formidable rank 57 attack system soul master, with the other team members glaring attentively. Slightly off to the side of the arena, a position that was inconspicuous yet provided a full view of the entire scene, Lin Qianyi, Jiang Nannan, Xiao Xiao, and Kai Tu stood silently, their eyes firmly fixed on the competition area of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, their expressions filled with keen observation. As the judge's whistle sounded, both sides unleashed their martial souls like birds breaking free from their cages. Guzhu Jian's lips curled into a cold smirk as he waved his hand, and purple mist spread like a phantom, enveloping the entire arena in an instant. Noticing this, Huo Yuhao's heart sank. He quickly formed hand seals, initiating a mental probe to ensure his companions would not become lost within the fog. Guzhu Jian and his team launched fierce attacks, each strike lethal, while Ma Xiaodao found herself ensnared in the midst of the fray, struggling to assist her comrades as the battle stalemated. However, this seemingly balanced situation was exceedingly unfavorable for Shrek Academy. Just as Guzhu Jian's onslaught intensified, Dai Yaoheng shifted his form, rushing forward with lightning speed to engage him in close combat. A sudden ambush erupted from the shadows. Huo Yuhao's eyes narrowed as he unleashed both mental interference and soul attacks, narrowly evading peril in a critical moment. Wang Dong, sharing an unspoken understanding with him, communicated seamlessly through their exchanged glances, and together they managed to barely fend off the onslaught. Bei Bei and Su Sanshur cautiously scanned their surroundings, erecting a robust defense for their teammates at the rear. Gu Zhujian observed everything with an increasingly profound smile. The true spectacle of the evening lay in the clash between the Sun and Moon Royal Academy and the Imperial Academy, Xiao Xiao remarked softly, her gaze fixated on the arena. Lin Qianyi furrowed her brow slightly. The outcome of this match is unpredictable. The Sun and Moon Royal Academy still has 3 trump cards hidden away, Xiao Hongchun, Meng Hongchun, and their captain. Should they continue to withhold their strength, it may spell disaster. However, since this is a knockout competition, one can hardly expect them to hold back easily. She paused momentarily, her tone growing increasingly cold. The Imperial Academy has yet to taste defeat, and they always find the need to provoke after a victory, even with the utmost composure. It is impossible to swallow this indignation every time. Zhang Nannan sincerely praised. The junior sister's observations are indeed profound. Kai too concurred. The junior sister is truly remarkable. Yet, Lin Qianyi gently shook her head. It is merely conjecture. However, she suddenly halted, a glint of brilliance flashing in her eyes. The Imperial Academy's aggressive demeanor has piqued my curiosity. This spectacle is growing ever more intriguing. Just then, the Imperial Academy won yet another round. Publicly taunting, the Sun and Moon Advanced Soul Master Academy has not a single capable contender. You truly are unworthy. This statement pierced the hearts of the Sun and Moon Soul Master Academy's members like a sharp blade. Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun glared at him, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent, as if they were ready to consume him whole. Ma Rulong, witnessing this, felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Declaring, I shall take the lead. His voice rang out with determination, his gaze fixed intently on their leading instructor. The instructor nodded slightly, reminding him to remember to temper his fervor. Ma Rulong earnestly nodded, clapping Xiao Hongchun on the shoulder before striding boldly toward the arena. As Lin Qianyi had stated, as long as one of the 3 revealed their trump card, victory would be secured. Throughout these matches, Ma Rulong's formidable prowess had left many of the Imperial Academy's students gravely injured, and soon, the Sun and Moon Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy reversed the tide, clinching the championship in the round of 16. Chapter 61, Suppressing the Sun and Moon Academy. This scene left Xiao Xiao, Zhang Nannan, and Kai Tu in a state of astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, Lin Qianyi remained unfazed, secretly reveling in the situation. She welcomed the prospect of them showcasing more of their abilities, as it would provide her with greater strategies. Xiao Xiao could not help but inquire, they are so strong. Do we have a chance if we encounter them? Lin Qianyi's gaze was resolute. We do. Shrek Academy has historically subdued the Sun and Moon Academy. As long as we possess the capability, there will be an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao and the others felt as though they had been infused with newfound strength, nodding in unison with a newfound determination in their eyes. Upon their return to Shrek Academy's observation area, Wang Yan's gaze swept over them. How did your observations fare? Lin Qianyi detailed the prowess of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Wang Yan's expression turned grave. They are indeed formidable to such an extent. Lin Qianyi bit her lips slightly. The competition is not over yet. Wang Yan's brow furrowed. Indeed, it is not over. Little Tao and the others are trapped within, and it will take time for them to extricate themselves. In the arena, Dai Yaoheng and the others found themselves ensnared within a purple mist, all sustaining injuries. The purple mist clung to them like a curse, making escape a daunting challenge. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao exchanged glances, their thoughts instantly aligned. And together they unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, the Golden Path. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, akin to dawn piercing through the darkness, forcibly tearing apart the mist emitted by the Guizhu sword. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Dai Yaoheng shouted, Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. He conjured a formidable blade, the White Tiger Blade, exuding a chilling aura of death, and lunged fiercely at his opponent. At that moment, Ma Xiaodao had also evaded the assault. Upon witnessing her teammate's injury, a surge of fury ignited within her, her eyes reddening as she nearly lost her composure and unleashed her 5th soul skill. Had it not been for Wang Yan's quick intervention, her power would have been irrevocably revealed. The referee announced loudly, Victory to Shrek Academy. As the crowd dispersed from the arena, Lin Qianyi hurried over to support Ling Luoqing and the others. Ling Luoqing shook his head slightly, his voice faint. It's nothing. Lin Qianyi, filled with concern, inquired, Senior, are you all right? Ling Luoqing replied softly, I'm fine. Ma Xiaodao approached Lin Qianyi and said, Qianyi, please come with me. Without hesitation, Lin Qianyi responded, all right. Upon returning to the hotel, Ma Xiaotao's steps faltered, and she collapsed onto the floor. Lin Qianyi gasped, Sister Xiaotao? What happened to you? Ma Xiaotao's complexion flushed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she urgently exclaimed, quick, Qianyi, help me suppress this malevolent fire. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao's soul power surged fiercely, and Lin Qianyi could sense that the force was on the verge of breaking free from its restraints. She quickly stepped back, nodded, and summoned her second martial soul, the illusory ice crystal butterfly. The ethereal butterfly appeared behind her, gradually merging with her soul power, sending tendrils of icy energy towards Ma Xiaotao, successfully subduing the malevolent fire shortly thereafter. As Ma Xiaotao slowly regained her composure, she apologetically said, thank you, Qianyi. I was too hasty earlier and forgot that your soul power hasn't fully recovered yet. Lin Qianyi tilted her head, puzzled, and asked, Sister, when did you say my memory stopped? I distinctly recall my soul power being mostly restored, just not yet at its peak. Ma Xiaotao playfully pinched her cheek, chiding, you silly girl, are you mocking me? Lin Qianyi beamed a radiant smile, and Ma Xiaotao looked at her with affectionate indulgence. However, Lin Qianyi's smile soon softened as she remarked, Sister Xiaotao, your earlier actions were somewhat revealing. I suspect Teacher Wang will scold you. Ma Xiaotao responded with a carefree smile. It's all right. I acted impulsively, and I deserve the reprimand. In the soul fighting arena, Ma Xiaotao had made a mistake due to a moment of emotional impulsivity. Wang Yan's stern rebuke reverberated in her ears like thunder. Yet, at that moment, Ma Xiaotao felt as if she were enveloped in a void. The words a mere whisper of the wind that stirred no ripple in her demeanor. She stood there numbly, allowing the reprimands to dissipate into the air. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyi concluded her training. As she slowly opened her eyes, the first sight that greeted her was the gentle figure of Jiang Nannan. Sister Nannan, Lin Qianyi called softly. Jiang Nannan smiled slightly. I've been here for a while. Seeing you so engrossed in your training, I couldn't bear to interrupt. Lin Qianyi nodded in response. Sister Nannan, do you have something to discuss? Jiang Nannan gazed at her with warmth and concern, while watching the match between the Sun Moon Academy and the Dao Academy. I noticed a hint of worry on your face. There's no need to conceal it from me. I can sense your tension. Lin Qianyi let out a gentle sigh and said, Sister Nan, I must admit I feel somewhat anxious. This is not a matter difficult to voice. Jiang Nannan softly settled beside Lin Qianyi, tenderly grasping her hand. Qianyi, am I not familiar with your temperament? You consistently toil quietly, seldom revealing your true feelings. Though your heart is already in turmoil, you still maintain a faade of resilience. While securing a position as a core team member is undeniably challenging, how could your little tricks possibly elude my notice? Lin Qianyi paused momentarily, then sighed softly. Sister Nan, I realize that nothing escapes your perception. I understand that being anxious is futile. All we can do now is give our utmost effort. With the finals approaching, we must protect the honor of Shrek Academy. Jiang Nannan nodded firmly, her eyes glimmering with determination. Indeed, this is a shared responsibility among the 8 of us. Elder Xin trusts us and has placed this heavy burden upon our shoulders. We cannot afford to disappoint him. Jiang Nannan gazed at Lin Qianyi, concern evident in her eyes. Qianyi, if we truly face the Sun Moon Academy in the finals, how confident are you? Lin Qianyi furrowed her brows slightly, contemplating seriously. 50%. Why so? Jiang Nannan softly probed. Lin Qianyi slowly articulated, her voice imbued with calmness and rationality. The outcome is inherently a matter of chance. While their soul-guiding devices are indeed formidable, we are not lacking in soul power, which accounts for half of our odds. Furthermore, they have 3 team members yet to take the stage. Even their captain has not exerted full strength. Our lack of knowledge regarding those 3 members shrouds the situation in uncertainty, thereby augmenting the variables at play. Thus, the probabilities of victory and defeat stand at an even 50-50. Jiang Nannan nodded, silently admiring Lin Qianyi's analysis. Chapter 62, The Soul Bone of the Ice Blue Scorpion. At that moment, an untimely growl emanated from Lin Qianyi's stomach, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Sister Nan, shall we go for a meal? I am quite hungry. Jiang Nannan chuckled lightly. All right, little glutton. As Jiang Nannan and Lin Qianyi exited the hotel, they fortuitously encountered Ma Xiaotao on the street. Lin Qianyi softly called out, Sister Tao. Ma Xiaotao approached at a leisurely pace, her gaze gently landing on the two, her tone warm yet tinged with a hint of reproachful concern. So, you finally decided to come out? Even while training at the hotel for the competition, you must not forget to relax. Do not wear yourself down. Lin Qianyi obediently nodded. Sister Tao, you are right. I will remember that. Have you not been with Teacher Wang Yin all this time? Ma Xiaotao sighed lightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Could I remain there indefinitely? It was merely a reprimand, nothing of great consequence. Lin Qianyi gazed at her with worry. Are you truly fine? Noticing her concern, Ma Xiaotao teasingly remarked, Oh, you little girl, are you wishing for me to be in trouble? Lin Qianyi hastily tugged at Ma Xiaotao's arm, her eyes sparkling as she replied, How could that be? I have always wished for my sister to be safe and sound. Ma Xiaotao exchanged a knowing smile with Jiang Nannan. All right then, how about I treat you both to a meal? Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyi's eyes sparkled with delight. Hee hee. Wonderful. Let us hurry. Ma Xiaotao feigned displeasure as she playfully poked her forehead. Look at you, acting as though my treating you is a grand occasion. Lin Qianyi beamed back. To me, it truly is a joyous affair. The following morning, the group from Shrek Academy received an invitation to the Starlight Auction. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yin nodded in agreement. As they entered the resplendent Starlight Auction House and took their designated seats, a graceful and stunning woman came into view, Princess Su Jujio of the Star Luo Empire. Today's auction featured an array of exquisite items, most of which were soul bones beneficial for martial soul cultivation. At that moment, an item was presented on stage, and Su Jujio elegantly parted her lips to introduce it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a right leg bone of the wind tiger, dated back 25,000 years. This soul bone embodies the extraordinary speed of the wind tiger and its fierce wind attribute attacks, with a starting bid of 10,000 gold soul coins. Her voice was melodious as silver bells, yet it conveyed the extraordinary value of the soul bone to all present. Wang Yan's gaze sharpened, and he thought to himself, this soul bone is indeed perfect for Qianyi. He gently addressed Lin Qianyi beside him. Qianyi, this soul bone is well suited for you. I shall procure it on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyi's eyes glimmered with surprise, and she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, teacher. With that, Wang Yin called out in a deep voice, 150,000 gold soul coins. This bid was akin to a thunderclap in a still sky. The attendees had anticipated a gradual increase from the initial 10,000, yet Wang Yan's immediate offer of 150,000 rendered the auction hall silent. All eyes turned towards the Shrek Academy table, and thus, the precious soul bone was successfully secured for Lin Qianyi. Moments later, a pale hand slowly presented another soul bone. This was a left arm soul bone, emanating a chilling green luminescence. Yet it was enveloped by a dim and profound aura. This was a soul bone from the ice emerald scorpion, approximately 70,000 years old. Su Jujio gazed at this soul bone and spoke slowly. This soul bone originates from the supreme ruler of the ice emerald scorpion clan in the far north. It has stringent requirements for its absorber. Only those possessing the utmost ice attribute can fully integrate it. Casually, she cast a glance towards Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao. At that moment, the dormant ice emerald emperor scorpion within Huo Yuhao sensed the presence of its kin's soul bone, and a surge of anger welled up within it. As the leader of the ice emerald scorpion clan, how could it not see that the sight of its kin's soul bone being treated in such a manner? This ice emerald scorpion soul bone possessed formidable ice explosion capabilities. For Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianyi, whose second martial souls were both of the utmost ice attribute, absorbing this soul bone would undoubtedly enhance their powers significantly. Although Ling Luoqing was also renowned for his ice-type martial soul, Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao evidently held an advantage in absorption potential. Aware of this, Lin Qianyi silently opted to withdraw from the competition, while Huo Yuhao understood her intention to leave the opportunity for him. As Ling Luoqing listened to Huo Yuhao's explanation, he realized that only those who truly possessed the ice-blue scorpion martial soul could safely absorb this soul bone. Others who recklessly attempted to do so would face immense risks, gradually dispelling any notions of trying. At that moment, the voice of the ice-blue emperor scorpion resonated within Huo Yuhao. This soul bone can only be absorbed by you or that young girl. Regardless, it must be returned to our kin. The young girl's martial soul is the ice crystal butterfly, belonging to the same realm of ultimate ice, and her power is comparable to ours. For her, this soul bone is indeed a rare opportunity. However, she may well understand that she may not be able to fully harness this power. Therefore, you must find a way to secure it. Huo Yuhao nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Huo Yuhao sought out the management personnel of the Starlight Auction House, and, with a grave expression, detailed the situation regarding the ice blue scorpion's left arm bone. Although this soul bone is a treasure of unparalleled rarity, it harbors hidden dangers. Only soul masters with the ultimate ice attribute, or those possessing the ice blue scorpion martial soul, can absorb the power contained within. Emperor Shinlao, listening to this, spoke slowly. Indeed, ordinary ice attribute soul masters who recklessly attempt to absorb it may encounter unforeseen and grave dangers. His gaze was profound, as though he had made a significant decision. In that case, this soul bone shall be awarded as a prize for the champion of the finals. If your Shrek Academy ultimately claims victory, this soul bone shall be granted free of charge. Upon hearing this, The members of Shrek Academy nodded silently, feeling the weight of their responsibility while being filled with a yearning for victory. They understood the significance and value behind this soul bone, as well as the acknowledgement and challenge it represented regarding their strength. Shrek Academy, along with Shinlao Royal Academy, Sun and Moon Academy, and Dao Academy, had all advanced to the semifinals. Now, Shrek Academy was set to face Shinlao Royal Academy in a match that promised to be fiercely contested. Shinlao Royal Academy boasted formidable strength, and their captain, Su Jiujio, was not to be underestimated. The martial soul she possessed, the Star Crown, was an ancient martial soul with a long lineage. This martial soul was incomparable to ordinary auxiliary soul rings. It not only possessed powerful supportive capabilities, but also harbored fierce offensive power. This dual nature allowed her attacks to often catch opponents off guard, making them difficult to withstand. Nevertheless, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong harbored a modicum of confidence. In the conference room, Lin Qianyi gazed intently at Teacher Wang Yan. Teacher Wang, our opponents are formidable. May I take the stage? Chapter 63, The Star Crown Martial Soul. Wang Yan shook his head gently and replied, no. Lin Qianyi was momentarily taken aback. Why not? Wang Yan's tone was gentle yet resolute. Qianyi, you are young, yet your soul power is nearly at the Soul King level, which is exceedingly rare. On one hand, I wish for you to conserve your strength and unleash a surprise in the finals against Sun and Moon Academy. Lin Qianyi was about to retort when Jiang Nannan subtly grasped her hand, as if she understood something. Biting her lip, she ultimately nodded. All right. Seeing this, Wang Yan smiled with satisfaction, and the group resumed their discussions regarding countermeasures. As the meeting concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed like a receding tide. Yet, Lin Qianyi lingered in place, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly ensnared by intangible thoughts. Wang Yan noticed her hesitation and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. He knows her too well. This excessive consideration is both her greatest strength and the very knot that binds her heart. Qianyi, what are you thinking? Wang Yan's voice was gentle and filled with concern, like a spring breeze caressing the soul. Lin Qianyi slowly lifted her head, her eyes revealing traces of worry. Teacher Wang, as you know, we only have one chance in the semifinals. If we deliberately conceal our strength, we may preserve our position temporarily, but it will be difficult to ensure final victory. Although Shrek Academy has held the top position for many years, the circumstances this time are indeed unique. Our three main team members can barely compete, yet their injuries remain unhealed. These few days may not suffice for them to return to their optimal state. The priority must be to proceed with caution. Wang Yan listened quietly to her words, his gaze as gentle as a serene lake. In the conference room, only the two of them remained, the air thick with contemplation and gravity. You are correct, he said softly, patting her shoulder, as if to convey warmth. However, at such a crucial moment, one cannot solely focus on the path beneath one's feet. Learn to endure and maintain the belief in victory. Overly meticulous considerations may become the shackles that hinder your progress. It is not that I wish for you to abandon thought, but rather to understand when to relinquish certain concerns. True strength does not lie in foreseeing every possibility, but in possessing the courage to confront the unknown. Like the brightest star in the night sky, even amidst overwhelming darkness, one must dare to shine one's light. Lin Qianyi absorbed Wang Yan's words. Her lips pursed in contemplation. Though his tone was gentle, it was imbued with guidance and a hint of critique. He criticized her clarity of thought. She was perhaps too perceptive, often opting for caution even when unburdened by doubts. His guidance sought to teach her to let go appropriately and to embrace the prospect of defeat, rather than stubbornly clinging to a faint hope in the face of potential failure. As she turned to leave, Wang Yan's words echoed in her mind, her footsteps feeling heavier. Upon returning to her hotel room, Lin Qianyi immediately noticed Jiang Nannan engrossed in something, her meticulous demeanor exuding an air of mystery. She tiptoed closer, playfully calling out, Sister Nannan. Jiang Nannan was startled by the sudden voice, instinctively turning her head with a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Qianyi, why did you come in without a sound? You were so absorbed. You can't blame me, Lin Qianyi replied, blinking innocently, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Jiang Nannan lightly flicked her forehead, feigning annoyance. You little rascal. Lin Qianyi covered her forehead, laughing carefree. Sister Nannan, what are you doing? Jiang Nannan revealed the object in her hands, a string of azure hand beads adorned with delicate silver butterflies and a translucent snowflake pendant. Lin Qianyi's eyes sparkled with delight. This bracelet is beautiful. Sister Nannan, you are truly talented. Jiang Nannan smiled gently, taking Lin Qianyi's wrist and delicately placing the bracelet upon it. Bathed in the soft moonlight, the bracelet seemed to merge seamlessly with Lin Qianyi's wrist, enhancing her beauty with an added touch of grace. Jiang Nannan softly inquired, do you like it? Of course. I love it. Lin Qianyi replied joyfully. Then it's a gift for you, Jiang Nanan said tenderly. Lin Qianyi joyfully embraced Jiang Nanan's arm. Nuzzling against it like a playful kitten, Jiang Nanan affectionately stroked her hair, saying, "You are forever so childlike." Lin Qianyi looked up, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Hee. Nanan Jia is the best. The following morning, a group from Shrek Academy, led by teacher Wang Yan, set out for the competition venue. As the referee's voice echoed, "Please welcome Shrek Academy and Shinlao National Academy for the semifinals." Both teams entered in succession. With the referee's command, both sides unleashed their respective martial souls in unison. Su Jojo's iconic star-crowned martial soul sparkled like the brightest star in the night sky, radiating an undeniable brilliance. Huo Yuhao swiftly initiated mental detection sharing, accurately transmitting information to each teammate. In an instant, the battle commenced. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng took the lead. Ling Luochen controlled the rhythm of the fight. Su Sanshur established a robust defense, while He Kaitu provided long-range fire support from the back. As the core of the team, Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao were fully protected by Su Sanshur. However, amidst the fierce battle, due to Ma Xiaotao inadvertently revealing the characteristics of her soul skills previously, Shinlao National Academy was well prepared. Su Jojo astutely seized this opportunity, decisively restricting Ma Xiaotao's movements. Instantly, it felt as though Shrek Academy had lost a vital weapon, and the situation grew increasingly challenging. Noticing the sudden tension, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged a glance, silently coordinating to perform their martial soul fusion technique, Golden Road. Although they had practiced this move countless times, it seemed that Shinlao Academy was already prepared. Su Jojo deployed her soul skill to counter, completely neutralizing the dazzling golden light. Nevertheless, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong shared a subtle smile. The Golden Road not only possessed formidable control, but also concealed the ability to diminish soul power. Before Su Jojo could revel in her success, the duo gathered their strength once more, ready to unleash another martial soul fusion technique. At this moment, Dai Yaoheng, Ling Luochen, and others sensed their intent and swiftly intervened to buy time. In this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, wielding the Haotian hammer. It was the grown-up Huo Yuhao. He, alongside his younger self and Wang Dong, shouted in unison, "The heat of the extreme freeze, hammer of the heavenly emperor." This move was unparalleled in power, delivering a dual impact of biting cold and searing heat, instantly breaching the opponent's defenses. Su Jojo and her companions were caught off guard and were sent flying backward. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Ma Xiaotao broke free from her restraints, leading Shrek Academy to turn the tide of battle. Thus, the victory in the semifinals belonged to Shrek Academy. Chapter 64, A Formidable Opponent. After this match concluded, there were originally plans for 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and 3-on-3 contests. However, Su Jojo had already acknowledged the strength of Shrek Academy. She understood that even if those two matches continued, victory was not guaranteed for her side, and thus she tacitly accepted Shrek Academy's triumph. This victory seemed to carry a hint of cleverness, yet also appeared to be sheer luck. Had it not been for the hidden cards held by Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, victory would likely have changed hands. The technique employed by Ma Xiaotao to breach Su Jojo's defenses came at the cost of her own sinister flames. Observing this, Lin Qianyi hastily accompanied Ma Xiaotao back to the hotel to help her suppress the malevolent fire. Meanwhile, the others gradually dispersed following the intense confrontation. This victory felt like a serendipitous encounter. Huo Yuhao mused internally, his gaze reflecting a mixture of relief and a hint of trepidation. A fleeting glance exchanged with Wang Dong conveyed an unspoken understanding of the release that followed their shared tension. "We cannot always rely on fortune, next time. We must be stronger," Wang Dong whispered. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao, afflicted by the sinister flames, felt a bittersweet joy in her triumph. Overshadowed by the agitation and unease wrought by the fire, Lin Qianyi firmly grasped her hand, as if to transfer her strength, assuring her, "Do not worry. I will be by your side." Her words, though softly spoken, bore the weight of 1,000 assurances, providing Ma Xiaotao with immense comfort. The departing figures moved with varying paces, their silhouettes gradually fading into the twilight, leaving the battleground to quietly recount the fierce conflict that had just transpired. The final showdown of the prestigious Soul Master Academy tournament across the continent had at last arrived. Shrek Academy had fought valiantly through numerous challenges, ultimately facing the formidable Sun Moon Academy in the finals. The atmosphere in the conference room was both tense and warm. Teacher Wang Yin cleared his throat and cast a gentle gaze over each team member present. "Thank you all. During the recovery period of the primary team members, the 8 of you from the reserve team have supported the entire group with your efforts." Ma Xiaotao, Dai Yaoheng, and Ling Luochen were the first to nod in acknowledgement. their eyes brimming with sincerity and gratitude. Lin Xinyi stood on behalf of the reserve team, bowing slightly in respect, her voice resolute and filled with reverence. Teacher Wang, Sister Xiaotao, Senior Dai, Sister Luochan, we are the reserve team members personally selected by Elder Xian, and we are an indispensable part of Shrek Academy. The Academy has provided us not only with knowledge, but also with the warmth of a family. It is our unyielding duty to contribute to the Academy. Huo Yuhao interjected. Indeed, that is our responsibility. Wang Dong concurred. Yes, that is our mission. The five of them spoke in unison, filling the room with an inspiring energy. Ma Xiaodao felt her eyes moisten. This genuine camaraderie deeply moved her. Teacher Wang Yin looked upon these young individuals with a sense of pride and satisfaction. In that moment, they were not merely teacher and students, but rather a family, mutually supportive as they faced the challenges that lay ahead. Lin Xinyi perceptively caught the glimmer of tears in Ma Xiaotao's eyes, unmistakably tears touched by profound emotion. Sister Xiaodao, are those pearls of joy beginning to fall again? She teased. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang Yin's lips curled into a faint smile, though he gently shook his head. Ma Xiaotao playfully tapped Lin Xinyi's forehead, chiding. You little clever one. Lin Xinyi promptly took refuge behind Ling Luochan, playfully sticking out her tongue. Sister Luochan, look at how Sister Xiaodao is bullying me. Ling Luochan's typically aloof expression softened into a rare smile upon hearing Lin Xinyi's words, though she playfully remarked, I won't assist you. Her tone conveyed a blend of exasperation and affection. Nearby, Jiang Nannan sighed softly, her eyes brimming with tenderness. This girl has an uncanny ability to elicit smiles from others. Xiao Xiao chimed in. Indeed, our youngest junior sister is filled to the brim with childlike innocence. Ma Xiaotao wiped the remnants of tears from her eyes. Unable to suppress a laugh. You little rascal, are you now resorting to tattling? In this manner, Lin Xinyi's vivacious spirit drew everyone closer together. Their laughter resonating in the air, and even Ling Luochan's rare smile blossomed in that moment. That night, Lin Xinyi pondered the impending final battle that Ma Xiaotao would face the following day. She understood well that the arena was fraught with unpredictability. Should Ma Xiaotao unleash her sinister flames, the resulting power could easily become a double-edged sword against them. Lin Xinyi recognized that the first match was crucial, and she might not even take the stage, as per their predetermined strategy. She, Huo Yuhao, and Wang Dong were intended to remain as trump cards, to be unveiled in the final round. At this moment, Lin Xinyi sat cross-legged, the temperature around her subtly dropping. Gradually, an ice crystal butterfly materialized behind her. As its wings fluttered gently, a blossom of ice unfolded before her. Lin Xinyi slowly channeled her soul power, separating a petal from the ice flower, and infused it with a drop of her own blood. In an instant, the already pure essence of the ultimate ice melded with her blood, becoming even more sublime. She concentrated her soul power, drawing in the surrounding energy to coalesce upon this ice flower. Moments later, the ice flower transformed into a smooth, warm jade pendant. This process drained a considerable amount of her soul power, and upon forcibly extracting the ice flower, Lin Xinyi felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. She instinctively leaned to the side, pressing her hand against her chest to catch her breath for a moment. Once she regained her composure, Lin Xinyi firmly grasped the jade pendant, imbued with her heartfelt dedication, and made her way to the hotel room where Ma Xiaotao was staying. Arriving at the door, she gently raised her hand and softly knocked. Sister Xiaotao, are you resting? May I come in? A quick response echoed from within. Ah, Xinyi, come in. As she entered, Ma Xiaotao was seated on the sofa. She looked up at Lin Xinyi, concern evident in her gaze. Xinyi, is something the matter? Lin Xinyi slowly produced a jade pendant radiating a faint glow of ice flowers from her bosom, presenting it to Ma Xiaotao. Sister, during the finals, the Sun and Moon Academy will undoubtedly devise ways to target you. I fear you might resort to using the sinister flames, and I worry about the potential backlash and danger. This pendant, crafted from my soul power, will help suppress the flames if you wear it. Ma Xiaotao took the pendant. Noticing Lin Xinyi's slightly pale complexion, and her heart tightened. Xinyi, did you sacrifice something to help me? If so, Lin Xinyi hurriedly interrupted. Sister, where are your thoughts wandering? I'm merely fatigued from expending too much soul power. There is no danger, so please do not worry. Chapter 65, The Union of Three Techniques. Upon hearing these words, Ma Xiaotao felt a sense of relief, having not anticipated that Lin Xinyi would expend such soul power in consideration of her. Overwhelmed by emotion, she tightly embraced Lin Xinyi and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Xinyi. Lin Xinyi smiled gently, replying, It's nothing, sister. Ma Xiaotao gazed intently at Lin Xinyi and solemnly vowed. Xinyi, I will protect you diligently from now on. The following day, Shrek Academy was set to face off against Sun Moon Academy in the grand finals. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, the competitors entered the arena in succession, a fierce battle imminent. With the sound of the match whistle, both teams swiftly summoned their respective martial souls and launched into intense assaults. Initially, Sun Moon Academy gained a slight advantage due to their formidable soul-guiding devices and seamless coordination. Yet Shrek Academy did not falter in response. They could have opted to conserve their strength for subsequent 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or 3-on-3 matches, but that would require more time for strategic positioning. Su Sanshur and Bei Bei, a golden duo, exhibited remarkable synergy, one focusing on offense while the other on defense, barely managing to hold their ground. At that moment, Dai Yaoheng seized the opportunity, bellowing, fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Instantly, countless radiant points of light erupted from him, cascading down like a meteor shower across the night sky. Ma Xiaotao followed suit, exclaiming, fifth soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. A colossal phoenix, formed from flames, soared from her back, harmonizing beautifully with the White Tiger Meteor Shower and swiftly eliminating several adversaries from the match. Observing this, Xiao Xiao was not to be outdone. With a flourish of her hands, the three lives Zhenhuan Ding manifested. An ancient, weighty cauldron floated in midair, its deep resonance emanating a formless power that momentarily disrupted the enemy's onslaught, although it did not completely shatter their attack. However, when the adversary activated their soul-guiding devices, the overwhelming firepower escalated the tension of the situation. Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng were compelled to retreat a few steps to re-establish their formation. Seeing her teammates in peril, Jiang Nanan unhesitatingly unleashed her fourth soul skill, Invincible Golden Body, extending its duration even under extreme conditions. In a flash, she darted into the enemy ranks, swiftly eliminating two opponents with astonishing speed. Though this maneuver shifted the tide of battle, it drained her soul power entirely. She barely managed to teleport away from the battlefield, maintaining a combat-ready posture despite her weakened state. Ling Luoqing timely released the ice prison in an attempt to ensnare the foes. Yet, the potency of the Sun Moon Academy's soul-guiding devices was indeed formidable. Amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, the situation once again became precarious. Particularly, the long-range soul-guiding cannons covered a vast area, forcing Dai Yaoheng to summon the White Tiger Shield for defense. Nevertheless, under the relentless bombardment, he found himself retreating repeatedly. Just when everyone feared the worst, the sinister Fire Phoenix martial soul behind Ma Xiaotao suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance. Taking a deep breath, she intoned solemnly, three techniques combined. Black Fire Phoenix. In an instant, a pitch-black phoenix radiating scorching red light burst forth, surging towards the enemy ranks with boundless might. Seizing the moment while the enemy was daunted by their formidable power, Dai Yaoheng and his companions resolutely launched a counterattack, ultimately securing victory in the team battle. As the referee announced the results, the members of Shrek Academy retreated to the resting area. It was heartening to see Ma Xiaotao, adorned with the ice flower jade pendant gifted by Lin Qiandi, successfully suppressing the tumultuous evil fire within her, thus avoiding any loss of control. After an intense skirmish, Shrek Academy emerged triumphant. Following this, the grand finale awaited, a one-on-one duel between Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Academy. In the first match, Su Sanshur took to the stage. Confronted with the fierce assault of his opponent, he gritted his teeth and held on for several rounds, managing to win 3 consecutive matches. However, the relentless onslaught of Sun Moon Academy's powerful soul-guided devices surged forth like an unyielding tide, leaving him exhausted and battered as he eventually retreated to his team, bruised and depleted of soul power. "It's your turn now, Bei Bei," Wang Yin stated solemnly. Bei Bei nodded in response, striding confidently toward the arena. After contending with 2 opponents, a girl named Meng Hongqian from Sun Moon Academy stepped forward. A hint of disdain and mockery danced upon her lips as her cold voice echoed across the arena. "Please, Senior, enlighten me." Behind her, an ice-blue ice-toad spirit gradually materialized, its eyes glowing with a sinister fiery red. The soul she wielded was not an ordinary ice attribute, but a unique ice-poison attribute. A fusion of ice and fire that could transmit this virus to her enemies through her spirit. In their confrontation, Bei Bei inadvertently fell into her trap. Feeling a tumult within him, his steps involuntarily retreating as if all strength had been siphoned away. Lin Qiandi, standing outside the arena, gently supported Bei Bei. Her gaze swept over Meng Hongqian's spirit. After exchanging a glance with Wang Yin, she spoke gravely. "Zhu Qing Ice Toad." Wang Yin was momentarily taken aback. "Qiandi, you are familiar with this spirit?" "Yes, I have some knowledge," Lin Qiandi replied, her expression serious. The Zhu Qing Ice Toad's spirit is born of a blend of cold and heat, and while its power is formidable, it also bears the risk of backlash. To confront her, it seems only Rain Hao and I can manage. Xiao, perplexed, queried. Why is that, Qiandi? Wang Dong echoed. Indeed, Yu Haven T fully explained. Lin Qiandi elucidated. Both Rain Hao and I possess the ultimate ice attribute. Even if her soul power exceeds ours, the ice poison will not affect us. Teacher Wang. Allow me to take this one, she asserted, and Wang Yin nodded in agreement. Very well, since you are confident, proceed, but do exercise caution. Lin Qiandi solemnly nodded, determination gleaming in her eyes. She understood the gravity of this battle, yet she possessed unwavering confidence in her abilities. For the sake of victory, she must give her all. Huo Yuhao had intended to inquire about the Zhuqing ice toad from the Ice Emperor Scorpion residing within him. Yet he was surprised to find Lin Qiandi spontaneously revealing the essential details. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor Scorpion mused within. This young lady is quite knowledgeable, impressive indeed. Beside them, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm chuckled. Ice, while her Ice Crystal Butterfly spirit also belongs to the ultimate ice category and wields extraordinary power. It still pales in comparison to yours. After speaking, she attempted to approach the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, but it brusquely pushed her away, ignoring her completely. This commotion left Huo Yuhao both amused and exasperated. The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion then addressed Huo Yuhao. Yuhao, I believe this young lady's ultimate ice martial soul is quite akin to yours. Perhaps you could collaborate for mutual benefit. Huo Yuhao nodded slightly in response, saying, all right. Chapter 66. The Finals Within the Soul Arena. Lin Qiandi stepped onto the stage with unwavering resolve. The referee's voice echoed throughout the venue. Shrek Academy has substituted a player. Lin Qiandi will compete against Dream Hongqian from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. As the referee's words faded, an aura enveloped Lin Qiandi, and a greenish light surged forth from her being. Behind her, the ethereal silhouette of a green phoenix slowly materialized. Phoenix Domain. Lin Qiandi called out, and in an instant, an invisible force rippled outward, subtly suppressing Dream Hongqian's soul power. Dream Hongqian, however, merely smiled with indifference. With a gentle lift of her hands, an eerie purple haze enveloped the surroundings, and an array of uniquely shaped weapons appeared out of thin air. With a slight sway, she approached Lin Qiandi with an air of grace and mystery. As her fingertips lightly grazed Lin Qiandi's wrist, the ice toad's toxin silently infiltrated Lin Qiandi's body. Startled, Lin Qiandi stumbled back several steps, while Dream Hongqian maintained her enigmatic smile. Nevertheless, Lin Qiandi remained composed. She swiftly retracted her green phoenix martial soul, and her second martial soul, the ice crystal butterfly, gracefully emerged beside her. The icy blue soul power coalesced in her hands, resembling a multitude of shimmering cold stars. This energy intertwined with her internal strength, gradually dissolving the terrifying toad poison. Your poison is ineffective against me, Lin Qiandi declared, her voice cold and her gaze resolute as she confronted Dream Hongqian. With that, she propelled herself forward. The ice crystal butterfly's first soul skill, Ice Wing Slam, was unleashed. The wings of the ice crystal butterfly transformed into indomitable blades, striking Dream Hongqian before she could fully react, forcing her to stagger backward. Green Phoenix, 1,000 feathers. Lin Qiandi called out again, as countless emerald feathers shot forth like sharp projectiles toward Dream Hongqian. Though Dream Hongqian barely managed to fend off this barrage, Lin Qiandi did not grant her a moment's respite, launching a punch directly at Dream Hongqian's abdomen. This punch, infused with the oscillating power of the green and icy blue energies, combined the impact of extreme ice with the unique wave properties of the green phoenix martial soul, causing Dream Hongqian to emit a muffled groan as she tumbled helplessly to the arena floor, ultimately losing consciousness. Upon witnessing this, the referee promptly declared, Shrek Academy wins. Lin Qiandi gradually returned to her team, where Ma Xiaotao expressed her concern. Qiandi, are you all right? Lin Qiandi shook her head and replied earnestly, Sister Xiaotao, I did my best. Ma Xiaotao gently patted her shoulder, offering soothing words. You performed wonderfully, little Qiandi. Lin Qiandi, with a look of apprehension, attentively warned, Sister Xiaotao, please be careful. Ma Xiaotao gently patted her shoulder, their gazes meeting in a silent exchange that conveyed an unspoken understanding and trust. With resolute steps, Ma Xiaotao approached the arena, prepared to face the crucial 2-on-2 confrontation ahead. A victory in the next 2 matches would determine the outcome. However, the members of Shrek Academy were considerably drained of their soul power. Lin Qiandi had intended to join Ma Xiaotao in the arena, but having expended a significant amount of her own soul power, she could only watch as Ma Xiaotao faced the challenge alone. Though Ma Xiaotao was formidable, the risks of a 2-against-1 situation could not be overlooked. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy was notoriously cunning, and it was prudent to expect underhanded tactics. Ma Xiaotao discerned the concern in Lin Qiandi's eyes. Despite her usual reticence in expressing emotions, She felt her sister's deep-seated worry at this moment. Ma Xiaodao was well aware of Lin Qian's apprehensions. However, she was unwilling to place her sister in peril. Xiao Qiani, Ma Xiaodao said softly, do not worry. Your sister is strong. I will be fine. Lin Qiani gazed into her sister's steadfast eyes, and although doubt lingered in her heart, she ultimately nodded, silently offering her prayers. Once on the stage, Ma Xiaodao faced the opposing team, led by their captain, Ma Rulong, accompanied by another teammate. In the midst of the battle, Ma Rulong suddenly produced a soul tool, a sword exuding an ominous dark aura, known as the Sword of Judgment. Channeling his soul power, he unleashed the formidable energy of the Sword of Judgment upon Ma Xiaodao. Fully aware that evasion was futile, Ma Xiaodao opted to confront the attack head-on. The onslaught of dark energy surged violently, awakening the dormant dark power within her. Simultaneously, the extreme ice attribute energy from the ice flower jade pendant at her waist exerted its utmost effort to suppress this darkness. From the sidelines, Lin Qiani sensed the urgency of the situation and discreetly mobilized her soul power to strengthen the ice flower's defense for Ma Xiaodao. However, the overwhelming dark force of the Sword of Judgment proved too potent. The ice flower was ultimately shattered, unleashing the malevolent fire within Ma Xiaodao, which began to spiral out of control. In that critical moment, the wave of soul power reverberated back to Lin Qiani, causing her throat to constrict painfully, as if struck by an unseen force, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jiang Nannan was the first to notice the alarming situation, exclaiming, Qiani. Xiao Xiao hurried over, her tone filled with urgency. Qiani. Ling Luocheng, standing beside Lin Qiani, swiftly turned to support her, channeling soul power into her. Wang Yan, alerted by the commotion, also approached. At that moment, Shinlao, who had been lurking in the shadows, swiftly appeared by Lin Qiani's side, infusing her with soul power, which provided her some relief. Thank you, Shinlao, Lin Qiani said weakly. You foolish girl. Despite your immense soul power depletion, you still insisted on enhancing the ice flower's energy, Shinlao remarked with a hint of exasperation. I couldn't just stand by and watch my sister be harmed by the malevolent fire, Lin Qiani replied, her voice frail. On the stage, Ma Xiaodao felt the malevolent fire within her spiraling into chaos, a torment akin to being consumed by searing flames. The dark power emanating from the Sword of Judgment seemed specifically designed to awaken the malevolent fire within her, with every wisp of darkness acting as a key to unlock her inner turmoil. Wang Yan observed with a heavy heart, wishing to concede in order to shield Ma Xiaodao from further torment. Teacher Ma, perhaps we should surrender, he suggested, but was abruptly interrupted by Ma Xiaodao. No, Teacher Wang. I am the captain of the Shrek 7 monsters, bearing the honor of Shrek Academy. How can I easily admit defeat? Her voice resonated with determination, yet her body was racked with immense pain. At that moment, the oppressive voice of Ma Rulong echoed. Embrace your judgment, Ma Xiaodao. As his words fell, she felt an escalation of the malevolent fire within her. Her once vibrant wine-red hair gradually turned to a dark crimson, and her emerald eyes became flooded with a blood-red hue, resembling a demon descending into hell. Chapter 67, The Sacrifice. With gritted teeth, her gaze was filled with defiance and fury. Judgment? You are unworthy to judge me. A phantom of a black-red phoenix materialized behind her, letting out a piercing cry that surged forth with overwhelming might toward Ma Rulong and his companion. Despite their desperate attempts to resist, they could not withstand the ferocity of the attack and ultimately collapsed, grievously injured. However, Ma Xiaodao, having exhausted her energy and suffering from the backlash of the malevolent fire, fainted. The adjudicator declared, victory goes to Shrek Academy. Elder Xian swiftly caught Ma Xiaodao, carrying her back to the resting area. Huo Yuhao gazed at the unconscious Ma Xiaodao, concern flickering in his eyes. I will help Sister Xiaodao suppress the malevolent fire. Elder Xian shook his head, saying, that won't do. If your soul power were on par with hers, there might be a chance, but your soul power differs greatly. Lin Qiani, listening from the side, suggested, what if the two of us join forces? Upon hearing this, Elder Xian's eyes brightened slightly. Perhaps there is hope. Lin Qiani resolutely replied, well then, hope is what we need. Although Ma Xiaodao had lost consciousness, it seemed she heard Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Lin Qiani's words before succumbing to darkness. With her last ounce of strength, she looked toward them and whispered, Xiao Yuhao, Wang Dong, Qiani, I leave the rest to you. The honor of Shrek Academy is entrusted to you. Lin Qiani clenched her fist, declaring, rest assured, we shall uphold the honor of Shrek Academy, sister. Ma Xiaodao gave a slight nod before completely losing consciousness. Elder Xian slowly turned his gaze to Lin Qiani, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and the others, his tone filled with concern and care. Children, perhaps we should concede. There will be other opportunities. Sacrificing this one match is insignificant. but I cannot allow you to fall into danger. Lin Qianyi straightened her back, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Elder Xian, you have previously stated that the responsibilities of Shrek Academy never permit us to retreat. Even in the face of uncontrollable malevolent fire, Sister Shouthouse steadied the match's momentum, securing our victory. She made a sacrifice, and we too can make sacrifices. We, the 8 of us, were personally chosen by you as the Shrek Reserve team. Bearing this honor, I am the vice captain and fully understand my responsibilities. Even if our eldest brother cannot compete, and neither can the others. As long as one of us stands, we shall never concede. Even in defeat, one must lose with dignity. To flee in the face of battle would render us unworthy of being the reserve team, unworthy of your selection. Huo Yuhao asserted firmly, indeed, Elder Xian, we shall fight. Wang Dong clenched his fists, affirming, absolutely. Even if we must lose, we will do so gracefully. Wang Yan, observing from the sidelines, could not help but commend their spirit. What great ambition. Dai Yaoheng nodded in agreement, truly worthy of the Shrek Reserve team. Elder Xian wished to offer further counsel, but upon witnessing their resolute expressions, he ultimately sighed. Very well, take the stage, but do not be reckless. Should any of you sacrifice for the championship, I will personally impose punishment. Lin Qianyi and her companions solemnly nodded before resolutely advancing towards the arena. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong flanked Lin Qianyi, and the trio entered the competition grounds with steady steps. Opposing them, Meng Hongqian and Xiao Hongqian also made their entrance, signaling the imminent clash. The referee cleared his throat, poised to announce the commencement of the match. Today, here and now, all would come to an end. Xiao Hongqian's gaze burned fiercely as she fixated on Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianyi, eager to witness their true capabilities. Lin Qianyi arched an eyebrow, a surge of defiance welling within her. Then keep your eyes wide open and observe closely. At that moment, an invisible tension enveloped the arena, the air thick with anticipation as both sides stood poised, ready to unleash chaos. With the referee's crisp declaration, the match officially began. Both teams summoned their respective martial souls almost simultaneously, and a palpable tension blanketed the scene. As Meng Hongqian unleashed the poison of the ice toad, her thoughts drifted back to her previous encounter with Lin Qianyi, wherein Lin had effortlessly countered her assault, leaving her unable to unleash even the ice toad's venom. A complex emotion stirred within her. Noticing her contemplation, Xiao Hongqian exchanged a glance with Meng Hongqian, an unspoken understanding passing between them, and without hesitation, they summoned their soul-guided devices to launch an attack. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong silently gathered their strength, preparing for the imminent execution of their martial soul fusion technique. Lin Qianyi faced the two opponents alone, her gaze unwavering and composed, fully aware that her role was to delay time, allowing Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong to successfully unleash their formidable skill that could turn the tide of battle. With a swift motion, she advanced towards Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian. With a commanding shout, her martial soul responded. A spectral figure of the Azure Phoenix gracefully materialized behind her, and as she infused her soul power, a long sword of emerald green coalesced in her hands. The hilt was intricately etched with feather motifs, and the azure gemstone embedded within sparkled brilliantly in the light. This blade was known as the Azure Feather. Facing Xiao Hongqian and Meng Hongqian, Lin Qianyi wielded her sword with the agility of a spirit bird, her swordplay flowing seamlessly. Despite the disadvantage of facing two opponents whose soul power exceeded her own, she did not falter. The tip of her sword radiated a powerful confluence of wind and sound energy, intertwining and emanating a formidable aura. Indeed, it is no simple matter. A 2-against-1 scenario can still lead to a stalemate. However, as Xiao Hongqian spoke, he suddenly thrust Lin Qianyi away, declaring her unworthy. Lin Qianyi deftly executed a backflip, evading the attack, and coldly retorted, "A soul emperor and a soul king managing to draw with a soul sect. Do you not feel a sense of shame?" Her words incited fury in the pair. Lin Qianyi had her own strategy in mind, fully aware of their possession of a spirit fusion technique, intending to deplete their soul power through this method. Meng Hongqian was rendered speechless with rage. Xiao Hongqian scoffed, "I shall see how long you can endure. With your current strength, you cannot afford to train for another 10 or 8 years. Lin Qianyi disdainfully glanced at them, her sword pointed directly at the two. "Do I need to expend another 10 or 8 years to deal with you?" At this moment, the atmosphere among the three grew increasingly tense, as a more intense battle seemed imminent. In the Shrek rest area, Elder Xian gazed deeply, murmuring, "Lin Qianyi is deliberately provoking the Hongqian siblings. Her intent lies not in the fight itself, but in diminishing their combat power. This girl's thoughts are so intricate. She is indeed an opponent not to be underestimated." Chapter 68, The Body Sect. On the competition stage, the atmosphere suddenly grew taut. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao, in perfect harmony, were poised to unleash their spirit fusion technique. Naturally, the Hongshan siblings discerned their intentions, and under the duress of Lin Qianyi's assault, they swiftly adjusted their strategy, advancing towards Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao. Faced with the unexpected onslaught, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances, instantly reaching a consensus. A brilliant golden light erupted as the golden road spread from beneath their feet. Although their soul power had yet to peak, this maneuver successfully forced the Hongshan siblings back several paces. At this juncture, Meng Hongshan and Xiao Hongshan exchanged a knowing look, simultaneously executing their proud spirit fusion technique, Hongshan's affection. Two powerful forces intertwined and collided in the air, stirring a tempestuous wind. Seeing this, Lin Qianyi wisely retreated to the side, avoiding entanglement in the fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances once more, unhesitatingly unleashing their third spirit fusion technique. Mindstorm. This force surged forth like a tumultuous wave, its might so formidable that even Lin Qianyi, observing from the sidelines, was compelled to activate her protective soul power for self-defense. The potency of Hongshan's affection was indeed formidable. Just as everyone believed Shrek Academy was on the verge of defeat, Lin Qianyi stood calmly at the edge of the arena, her demeanor as tranquil as a serene lake, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Meng Hongshan and Xiao Hongshan were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend her reluctance to intervene. At that moment, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong unleashed their fourth spirit fusion technique. Light's cloak. Just then, a girl with long blue-pink hair emerged gracefully from the enchanting illusion. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her azure-pink eyes resembling profound stars. Clad in a short skirt of the same hue paired with white stockings, a blue belt cinched her slender waist, and every movement exuded the elegance of a peerless beauty, leaving onlookers utterly dazzled. As the silhouette of the young girl gradually transformed into a colossal blade of light, it surged toward the Hongshan siblings. Despite their valiant efforts to resist, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the disparity in strength, sent flying and collapsing helplessly to the ground. The referee's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Congratulations to Shrek Academy for becoming the champions of this final. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao slowly withdrew their soul power. Both utterly drained, Lin Qianyi hastily stepped forward to support them, her eyes filled with concern. The teachers and students of Shrek Academy flooded onto the arena, with Elder Xian expressing his satisfaction. Children, you have done exceptionally well. Wang Yin nodded in approval, stating, your performance has been outstanding. The award ceremony was about to commence, and a precious soul bone was to be bestowed upon Huo Yuhao for his significant contributions today. Just as the members of the Sun Moon Academy prepared to depart in dejection, Elder Xian suddenly interjected. Hold on. The leading teacher from Sun Moon Academy quickly turned to pay his respects. What instructions do you have, senior? Elder Xian's expression turned grave. The dark aura emitted by the judgment sword possessed by your academy has caused the malevolent fire within our student Ma Xiaotao to spiral out of control, putting her life in jeopardy. I require your assistance in finding a solution. One of the students from Sun Moon Academy scoffed dismissively. This is an 8th-level soul engineer's device. It cannot be easily entrusted to others. This remark not only failed to defuse the situation, but also incited Elder Xian's wrath. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure of a limit Douluo enveloped the area, rendering the members of Sun Moon Academy immobile. Is a young life in your eyes as insignificant as mere weeds? Elder Xian intoned solemnly, his voice imbued with an inexorable authority. The onlooking students from various academies cast disapproving glances, murmuring about the actions of Sun Moon Academy. Ultimately, Sun Moon Academy had no choice but to surrender the judgment sword. Lin Qianyi accepted the contentious artifact, her heart heavy, and silently departed with the Shrek Academy group. Upon returning to the hotel after leaving the arena, the members of the body sect stealthily approached the students of Shrek Academy. Wang Yan, fully aware of the formidable power of the body sect, lowered his voice, tinged with reverence, and inquired, May I ask what brings you two here? One of the men spoke slowly. We are here to find Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao paused momentarily, taken aback. You seek me? What guidance do you have, esteemed seniors? The man stated bluntly, you are Huo Yuhao, and your martial soul is the body martial soul. I wish to ask if you would be willing to join the body sect. Know that the resources of the body sect are not inferior to those of Shrek Academy. This was clearly an attempt to poach him. Wang Dong, witnessing this, was about to retort, but was discreetly restrained by Lin Qianyi, who cast a halting glance his way, prompting him to swallow his words. All eyes turned to Huo Yuhao, awaiting his response. Maintaining a calm demeanor, but with resolute eyes, Huo Yuhao replied, I apologize, but I have forged deep emotional ties with Shrek Academy and do not wish to join the body sect, thereby disappointing your kind intentions. The man's expression darkened, and his tone grew stern. Do not be so hasty in your conclusions. Do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. With that, the two of them unleashed a formidable pressure of soul power. Lin Qianyi instinctively shielded the nearby Xiao Xiao, and the atmosphere around them instantly grew tense. At that moment, a more formidable pressure suddenly descended, heralding the arrival of Elder Xian. He leisurely gnawed on a chicken leg, effortlessly suppressing the soul power of the two individuals. When you seek to abduct from the body sect, you ought to consider whether I am present, he declared. Return and inform that venomous elder. If he desires Huo Yuhao, let him come in person. I am ever ready to oblige. Otherwise, kindly take your leave. Though Elder Xian's words were delivered with a casual tone, they resonated with an unmistakable authority. The two men, despite their reluctance, could only depart with a sense of resignation. After the conclusion of the soul fighting competition, the group returned to Shrek Academy. Upon seeing the familiar grand gates, Lin Qianyi and her companions were enveloped by a profound sense of returning home. As they stepped into the hall, they found Yin Xiaozhe and several esteemed elders from the Sea God Pavilion already awaiting their arrival. Wang Yin quickly approached, respectfully greeting the esteemed elders with a demeanor imbued with awe and sincerity. Observing this, Lin Qianyi gracefully lifted her skirt and, alongside the others, performed a courteous bow, exuding poise and elegance. No need for such formalities, Yin Xiaozhe chuckled lightly, his gaze warmly sweeping over Lin Qianyi and the other seven. You little ones are truly the pride and glory of our academy. You have defended the honor of Shrek Academy, and I am sincerely grateful to you all. Director Yin, it is our duty as members of Shrek Academy, Lin Qianyi replied with unwavering clarity. The very existence of our reserve team is to safeguard the academy's honor. Her words resonated with conviction, filling the hearts of Yin Xiaozhe and the others present with immense pride and reassurance. The sound of her voice seemed to carry an intangible force that reverberated through the air, instilling a profound sense of responsibility and mission in all who heard it. Chapter 69, The Lifelong Shrek 8 Monsters. Yin Xiaozhe addressed the 8 members of the reserve team, stating, as a token of gratitude for your valiant defense of Shrek Academy's honor, the Academy wishes to reward you by designating you as lifelong Shrek 8 monsters. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao were taken aback by the proclamation. Lifetime, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Yin Xiaozhe affirmed. As long as you 8 remain alive, you will forever hold the title of lifelong Shrek 8 monsters. Wang Dong exclaimed with excitement. This is indeed the greatest honor. Huo Yuhao echoed his sentiments. Yes, a tremendous honor. Yin Xiaozhe continued. My young friends, I shall escort you to the Sea God Pavilion. Although the rules stipulate that only inner courtyard students are permitted to enter that sacred realm, given your extraordinary contributions, an exception has been made to allow you to experience its mysteries ahead of time. As these words sank in, the group was once again engulfed in shock, their eyes reflecting uncontainable delight and reverence. Under the guidance of Yin Xiaozhe and the other elders, they stepped into the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. A golden tree stood majestically in the center, emanating a rich and pure light of power that seemed to carry the warmth of life, creating an inexplicable affinity with Wang Dong. Perhaps this connection stemmed from Wang Dong's martial soul, the goddess of light butterfly. As a being of light, it was only natural for him to feel drawn to this radiant energy. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Yin Xiaozhe and the esteemed elders respectfully bowed. Teacher, we have brought the guests. A gentle and aged voice resonated slowly. Xiaozhe, you may step outside for now. Yin Xiaozhe and the others once again bowed respectfully before quietly retreating. Although it was Shrek Academy that secured the championship of the prestigious Soul Master Battle competition across the continent, 3 of the main team members faced certain repercussions due to their arrogance. It was a silent reproach, akin to a heavy stone pressing upon their hearts, making them profoundly aware of their missteps. As only Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao remained within the Sea God Pavilion, a voice, aged yet commanding, reverberated once more. Children, come here. This voice echoed through the spacious loft, causing Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao to feel a sudden tightness in their chests. They had never encountered the master of the Sea God Pavilion and held no concept of this enigmatic figure's appearance or temperament, inevitably stirring a sense of inexplicable anxiety and fear within them. In contrast, Lin Qianyi appeared remarkably composed. Xiao Xiao, seemingly apprehensive, gently tugged at Lin Qianyi's sleeve, to which Lin Qianyi let out a soft sigh, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. The aged voice, laced with both jest and warmth, continued, You little heroes, who fearlessly confront the battle competition, how could you possibly fear this old man? As the words fell, he gradually turned around. When the crowd beheld the figure before them, astonishment washed over them. Was this not the grandfather they often saw near the dormitory? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Qianyi's heart jolted. She never imagined that the seemingly ordinary elder would be the formidable master of the Sea God Pavilion. As the true visage of the Sea God Pavilion's master was revealed, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao could not help but display their surprise. Huo Yuhao was the first to break the silence. Why, you are the grandfather we always see in front of the dormitory? Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong exchanged glances and chimed in unison. It's you? Master Mu chuckled heartily, his laughter bearing a touch of carefree spirit. Indeed, it is I. I have never been fond of formalities, so I often rest in front of the new student dormitory, enjoying the vibrant energy of you young people. Upon finishing, he gently gestured for Lin Qianyi to come closer. Lin Qianyi walked over softly, then obediently crouched down. Master Mu regarded her with a kind gaze before turning to Huo Yuhao, his tone filled with appreciation. In front of this new student building. Only this little girl, and you have taken notice of me. Huo Yuhao respectfully replied, Master. Seeing their deference, Master Mu chuckled lightly. No need for such formality. Though I am the master of the Sea God Pavilion, I have always preferred simplicity. Just call me Master Mu. He then fixed his gentle gaze on Lin Qianyi and said, Little girl, do you know that among the new students, you have left a particularly deep impression on me? Back then, you were naive and reticent, yet your eyes held an indomitable spirit and clarity. Now, seeing you again, you have evolved from merely resisting to understanding the importance of yielding at the right moments. This transformation brings me great joy. Master Mu subsequently offered a few words of advice to Huo Yuhao. Lin Qianyi, upon hearing these remarks, could not help but exclaim softly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Master Mu chuckled at her reaction. After a brief conversation, he slowly stated, You four shall practice here in the Sea God Pavilion for the next few days. There are hundreds of training rooms here, equipped with facilities for every attribute. Having finished speaking, he sequentially assigned positions to Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Just as Elder Mu was about to rise from his recliner, Lin Qianyi hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. With a smile, Elder Mu said, You should go too. The third room on the left is yours. Lin Qianyi, with concern, inquired, Shall I help you up? Elder Mu chuckled lightly. If you help me up now, I will only sit back down again. You should go. Lin Qianyi slightly bowed and softly replied, All right. She then proceeded to the location indicated by Elder Mu. Upon entering her designated cultivation chamber, as she pushed open the heavy stone door, she was startled to find the door had vanished. Before she could ponder this phenomenon, a chilling wind surged towards her like a blade. Reacting swiftly, Lin Qianyi executed a graceful mid-air spin, deftly evading the fierce onslaught, her azure green wings unfurling behind her. However, the corporeal wind blades did not relent. Instead, their assault intensified. Lin Qianyi continued to evade, but gradually, the speed of the wind blades increased, making her dodges more strenuous. At last, one of the wind blades grazed past her, yet peculiarly, she felt no pain whatsoever. She gently descended to the ground, and as another wind blade approached, she withdrew her soul power, allowing the blade to strike her. Closing her eyes, she merely took a subtle step back, discovering to her astonishment that she remained unscathed. A hypothesis blossomed in her mind. Could this be an illusion? Just as this thought flickered through her consciousness, all the wind blades abruptly ceased their attack and gradually dissipated, replaced by the familiar appearance of a cultivation chamber. While Lin Qianyi sat in meditation, Elder Mu's voice resonated within her heart. Qianyi. She could distinctly sense that it was Elder Mu's spiritual essence communicating with her, to which she respectfully replied, Elder Mu, you must listen to me first and respond afterward. Elder Mu's voice was steady and magnetic. Your initial reaction during the wind blade assault was indeed commendable. You instinctively knew to protect yourself. When you realized the blades posed no real harm and could swiftly discern the illusion, then calmly retracted your soul to allow the blades to strike again, that courage, tenacity, and composure are exceedingly rare. However, Qianyi, I must ask you, have you ever truly examined your own heart? Lin Qianyi fell silent, her previously closed eyes now fluttering slightly, as if contemplating Elder Mu's words. Take your time to think. Focus on your cultivation, and one day, you will understand. Elder Mu's words gradually faded away until they vanished completely. Within the mysterious golden tree's secret chamber at Shrek Academy, for unique cultivation spaces were unexpectedly benefiting Lin Qianyi. Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao, immersed in her own space. Lin Qianyi quietly felt the soul power of her martial spirit flowing gently within her like a meandering stream. Suddenly, she keenly sensed an unprecedented purity emanating from the depths of her soul power, as if an unseen force were quietly urging her martial spirit to evolve towards a higher realm. With a flicker of intent, Lin Qianyi formed a mystical hand seal, and in an instant, a shimmering azure light emanated from behind her, followed by the gradual emergence of a colossal azure phoenix illusion. As the ethereal silhouette of the azure phoenix unfurled its magnificent wings, spanning several yards in width, each feather emitted an aura that was both chilling and sacred. With a gentle flutter of its wings, a melodious and resonant cry reverberated throughout the entire space, imbued with boundless strength and vitality, causing even the very fabric of space to quiver slightly. Standing within the sea god pavilion, Yin Xiaozhi cast a gaze laden with complexity towards the reclining Mu Lao. He understood that although Mu Lao appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, he was acutely aware of everything transpiring within the room. Master, do you not find this suspicious? Yin Xiaozhi spoke in a low tone. Lin Xianyi is merely 13 years old, yet on the verge of breaking through to the Soul King realm. Such a pace of cultivation is astonishingly rapid. Moreover, Huo Yuhao, who arrived at school with only a single martial soul, awakened a second one upon returning from a 2-month break. Surely this merits a thorough investigation. Mu Lao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as profound and tranquil as an ancient well. It is natural for you to harbor doubts, he replied softly. But mere appearances do not suffice as grounds for suspicion. Each individual possesses their unique opportunities and talents. Perhaps they have merely encountered their own fortuitous circumstances. Xian Liner interjected. Yin Xiaozhi, consider this. If the Sun Moon Empire truly intended to send spies into our academy, would they select the most outstanding genius students for such a perilous task? Were I the decision-maker, I would never allow such exceptional talents to take that risk. Furthermore, given the operational style of the Sun Moon Royal Academy, it is far more plausible that they would opt for clandestine cultivation and secretive deployment. Yin Xiaozhi paused, seemingly struck by her insight. Indeed, who would willingly sacrifice their most promising talents to act as spies? He murmured to himself. Xian Liner continued. Thus, rather than indulging in baseless suspicion, it would be wiser to extend a measure of trust towards these two children. Their performances have sufficiently demonstrated that they are merely ordinary yet promising students. Listening to Xian Liner's words, Yin Xiaozhi felt as though he were enduring an awkward lecture. Despite his inner resistance, he found himself at a loss for suitable rebuttals. I am simply concerned for you, Liner. Is there an issue with that? His voice carried a hint of helplessness and confusion. Xian Liner huffed lightly. There is no issue. I merely think your mind is rather simplistic. Your straightforwardness is quite amusing. As Yin Xiaozhi opened his mouth to respond, he found himself choked for words, managing only to utter, Liner, you. His tone was rife with exasperation and frustration. Unable to bear the exchange any longer, Mu Lao intervened with a smile. All right. You two are bickering like children. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaozhi turned his head away, choosing not to look at Xian Liner, though his shoulders trembled slightly, betraying his suppressed discontent. Meanwhile, Xian Liner wore a smug smile, her expression seemingly declaring her victory in their verbal sparring, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. After 3 hours of seclusion, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Huo Yuhao slowly pushed open the door to the secret chamber. Stepping into the outer room with hearts full of insights and revelations, Mu Lao listened with warmth as they shared their experiences, nodding in appreciation at the points of brilliance they conveyed. Is Chinny not out yet? Xiao Xiao inquired softly, her tone laced with concern. The kindly gaze of Elder Mu fell upon the three individuals, as Lin Xianyi was engaged in the arduous and challenging process of her second awakening of the martial soul. You may return for now, he advised. In response, Huo Yuhao and his companions turned their eyes towards the tightly shut door of the secret chamber, as if they could perceive Lin Xianyi undergoing her metamorphosis within. Silently, they offered their encouragement and well wishes for her transformation, before bowing respectfully to Elder Mu and departing. Although their footsteps grew fainter, their deep concern for Lin Xianyi lingered. Meanwhile, Lin Xianyi remained completely absorbed in the process of her martial soul's second awakening. The soul power surrounding her emanated like a gentle stream, gradually expanding outward. The soul energy in her hands transitioned from an initial azure hue to a pure cerulean shade, reminiscent of a silent ritual of transformation. Behind her, the azure phoenix, symbolizing her strength, began its own transformation, its form swelling gradually. The originally teal feathers seemed infused with newfound vitality, gradually taking on a pristine azure tint, sparkling like the finest gemstone under the sun. Simultaneously, the wind attribute and sonic assault capabilities within her were undergoing a profound qualitative leap. At this moment, her sonic abilities transcended mere mental disruption, becoming powerful enough to reach into the depths of the soul, augmenting the potency of her attacks. Furthermore, her innate domain underwent an unprecedented transformation propelled by this formidable force, as if an entirely new world, brimming with infinite possibilities, was unfolding before her. After a while, Lin Xianyi's body began to float gently, her soul power rippling outward like waves. Elder Mu, sensing this surge of energy from outside the chamber, could not suppress a smile of satisfaction. Transformed by the evolution of her martial soul, Lin Qianyi emerged renewed, her azure hair now adorned with gradients of deep blue, evoking the mystery of the deep sea beneath the night sky. Delicate blue feather hair clips nestled among her tresses seemed to be the dwelling of ethereal spirits from the sky and ocean. Her eyes underwent a remarkable transformation as well. Her left eye turned azure, with feather-like patterns subtly emerging, as if bearing the mark of the heavens. In contrast, her right eye became ice blue, within which danced a delicate ice blue butterfly, enchanting and lively. She descended to the ground as if stepping out from a dream, akin to a celestial being. As her martial soul completed its breathtaking metamorphosis, evolving from the noble azure phoenix to the even rarer and mightier divine feather azure phoenix, Lin Qianyi distinctly felt her soul power surging forth like a wild stallion, yet ascending in an orderly manner under the guidance of an enigmatic force. In mere moments, her soul power, infused with boundless vitality, leaped 2 levels, achieving the remarkable milestone of level 50. Consequently, she became the youngest soul king in the Academy's history. Emerging from the chamber suffused with extraordinary energy, she was greeted by the sight of Elder Mu lounging lazily in a recliner. Yet the concern and scrutiny in his eyes compelled her to remain vigilant. Lin Qianyi bowed respectfully and softly called out, "Elder Mu." Upon noticing her, Elder Mu's face broke into a gentle smile, and he waved his hand lightly, signaling her to relax. "Come closer, Qianyi." His voice was deep and resonant, echoing in the somewhat spacious surroundings. Lin Qianyi responded with a soft acknowledgement, her gaze sweeping around to ensure it was just the two of them. Gradually, she approached, half squatting before Elder Mu, maintaining a posture of humility. "Pray tell, what unique insights have you gleaned from this breakthrough? And regarding the question I previously posed to you, have you contemplated how to respond?" Elder Mu's gaze held an inquisitive depth, as if he sought to penetrate the innermost recesses of her heart. After a prolonged silence, a flicker of determination crossed Lin Qianyi's eyes as she softly spoke. "Elder Mu, through this evolution of my martial soul, I have gained clarity regarding my future path. I intend to pursue the path of strong offense. My divine feather Qingyuan embodies the attributes of wind and sound waves, while the ice crystal butterfly represents the pinnacle of ice. This choice is not merely a pathway, but a journey of self-affirmation. I do not seek the most perfect road, nor the most spectacular one, but rather a path uniquely my own. Even if success eludes me in the end, I shall steadfastly adhere to my convictions." Elder Moon nodded with a sense of relief and solemnly retrieved a soul bone emanating a chilling luminescence from his soul guide, presenting it to Lin Qianyi. "Qianyi, this is the left leg bone of the ice crystal vermilion bird, aged 60,000 years. Quickly absorb its power." Lin Qianyi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Can I truly possess a soul bone?" Her voice trembled with disbelief. Elder Mu's gaze was gentle yet resolute. "Why not? You deserve all of this." With that, he raised his hands slightly, a wave of gentle soul power emanating from his palms, enveloping Lin Qianyi's body and guiding her to absorb the soul bone's power. The soul power flowed like a warm current, carefully escorting the strength of the ice crystal vermilion bird into Lin Qianyi's being, as if expressing boundless hope and trust in this younger generation. Just as Lin Qianyi turned to leave the sea god pavilion, Elder Mu's expression abruptly shifted. He acutely sensed a presence imbued with supreme majesty subtly spreading through the air, its formidable power seemingly solidifying the surrounding atmosphere. Instinctively, he extended a hand to steady Lin Qianyi. At that moment, she too became aware of the anomaly. The oppressive weight of soul power surged toward her, heavy upon her chest, nearly rendering her breathless. Alarmed, she recognized that this pressure was far from ordinary, likely exceeding her own soul power several-fold. As she delved deeper into her perception, her pupils constricted slightly, realizing that the fluctuations of this aura bore the unmistakable characteristics of a limit de law. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao had just quelled his dispute with Dai Huabin and was about to turn away when the overwhelming soul power pressure halted him once more. Yin Xiaozhe, not far off, was the first to notice the disturbance. He swiftly exchanged glances with Wang Yan, who understood the cue and immediately began gathering the students to return to their respective classes. Zhou Yi's brow suddenly furrowed, as if recalling something urgent. "Wait, where's Qianyi?" Her gaze anxiously darted toward Huo Yuhao. Sensing her concern, Huo Yuhao quickly reassured her, "Teacher Zhou, do not worry. Qianyi is with Elder Mu." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yi let out a sigh of relief, her taut heartstrings finally relaxing. Old Mu chuckled softly, remarking that it seemed an unexpected guest was about to arrive. Shinlao snorted disdainfully. "Humph, I shall confront that fellow." At that moment, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao stealthily slipped into a tranquil grove, seeking refuge from any potential powerful observers. Above them, Shinlao, accompanied by the venerable elders of the Sea God Pavilion, hovered in mid-air, facing the members of the Body Sect, among whom stood the sect leader, Dubusi. The Body Sect, a most enigmatic and formidable organization, remained shrouded in an aura of mystery. Their unique martial souls were derived from various organs of the body, with the rarity and preciousness of these organs directly correlating to the strength of the resultant martial souls. Organs such as the heart, blood, and skin became wellsprings of power in their hands. Xianzi, I advise you to hand over Huo Yuhao. Dubusi's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. In response, Shinlao erupted into hearty laughter. If you wish to claim Yuhao, you must first seek my consent. As his words echoed, Shinlao's martial soul surged forth, with soul rings illuminating the atmosphere. Dubusi, not one to be outdone, summoned his own martial soul, enveloped by swirling soul rings. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and an intense battle commenced, showcasing the prowess of both masters, their soul power rippling like a tempest. Watching the fierce duel above, Huo Yuhao and his companions felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon their hearts. In the face of the extraordinary confrontation between two unparalleled experts, they truly grasped the insurmountable chasm that lay between themselves and such formidable beings. Dubusi unleashed his martial soul's true form, his stature multiplying several times. Resembling a majestic mountain, Shinlao, equally undaunted, expanded his form, exuding a formidable aura. As the two clashed, the winds howled and energy surged. Although Shinlao possessed but a single 100,000-year soul ring, his profound foundation and extensive combat experience allowed him to maintain his ground against the pressure of Dubusi's 300,000-year rings. Even with their soul power levels on par, the mastery over the nuances of strength was evident in every clash. Is this the true form of a martial soul? Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong exclaimed, gazing at the battle above. At that moment, Old Mu's gentle voice broke through. This is not the true form of a martial soul, but rather its manifestation. The sect leader of the Body Sect has come for you, Yuhao. Old Mu was eager to discern Huo Yuhao's thoughts. With unwavering resolve, Huo Yuhao replied, Old Mu, all my accomplishments today are due to the nurturing of Shrek Academy. Here, I have felt a warmth akin to that of family, surrounded by profound affection and sincere friendship. Shrek Academy is like a big family to me. I have long regarded it as my home. No matter how powerful the Body Sect may be, I shall not depart, for Shrek Academy has bestowed upon me great kindness. And how could I forget my roots? Old Mu nodded with satisfaction, affirming, Yuhao, you speak most wisely. Amidst the fierce skirmish between Shinlao and Dubusi, the two exchanged barbs. After many years apart, Xuanzi was taken aback by the noticeable progress of Dudu, who remarked, you have really improved. This prompted Shinlao to retort, and you, old monster, have you not made any advancements? Besides, how is it that you, an old man, are still alive? Dudu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. In a fit of anger, he shot back, you, old man, are still alive too. You can't be more than 20 years my senior. So if I'm still here, how could you possibly perish? I could easily live for another 100 years. Shinlao scoffed. Then you might as well live for 1,000 or 10,000 years, like a tortoise. You would suit that role quite well. You are courting death. Dudu exclaimed in exasperation. The two then began to brawl fiercely. At that moment, a gentle golden light suddenly appeared, seemingly soothing yet remarkably swift, soaring into the sky in an instant. In a flash, the fierce aura surrounding Shinlao and Dudu dissipated like snow under the warm sun, vanishing without a trace. The oppressive atmosphere in the sky crumbled into nothingness. This stream of golden light appeared almost alive, tenderly enveloping the Shrek Academy and quietly expanding to embrace the entire Shrek city. At that moment, Shrek City resembled a golden city favored by the deities. Radiating an awe-inspiring and captivating glow, from afar, the scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Dudu noticed a slight change in his expression and inquired, the light of the sea god? Did you not? A voice, gentle yet undeniably powerful, interrupted, did you think I was dead, allowing you to act recklessly and trouble Shrek Academy? Not so. Mu Lao's voice remained as calm as a still pond. I still vividly remember your brother's temperament from years past. Had he been able to remain in this world, things would undoubtedly have been different. Dudu's expression shifted dramatically, his fingers trembling, disbelief and turmoil evident in his voice. You. Dudu hesitantly asked, is that little fellow your disciple? Mu Lao nodded, indeed. Do you believe you are more qualified to guide him than I? With a long sigh, Dudu broke the silence. If that is the case, I shall not trouble him further. The dragon god Douluo may protect him for a time, but cannot ensure his safety for eternity. As long as he remains within Shrek Academy, he shall be under its protection. However, should he leave one day, he will have to rely on his own abilities. I admit that in terms of strength, I am inferior to you, yet you may not easily overcome me either. For today, we shall part ways. The mountains remain unchanged. The waters flow eternally. We shall meet again." With that, Dudu turned and waved his hand, leading the members of the body sect away, their figures gradually receding, leaving an air of profound significance lingering in the space. Back in the Sea God Pavilion, Shinlao felt somewhat dejected and remarked, "Mu Lao." Mu Lao smiled slightly and replied, "Are you uncomfortable being suppressed? But do not dwell on it. Losing one match is nothing. If it weren't for my good fortune in defeating him then, there would be no dragon god now." Upon hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes glimmered with an unusual light, as if something deep within her had been stirred. She instinctively turned to look at Mu Lao. Noticing this, Shinlao quickly interjected, "Mu Lao, please do not be so humble. To Shrek Academy, you are as indispensable as the stabilizing needle of the sea." Elder Mu sighed softly, his voice imbued with the weight of time. "In the great war of yore, I sustained injuries that compromised my very essence. My spine shattered. And I was poisoned by my elder brother, the former leader of the poison sect, who inflicted upon me his own lethal venom. Though I survived, I was condemned to a life of perpetual stoop. However, that brush with death ultimately became the catalyst for my subsequent breakthroughs, allowing me to evade a dire fate. Alas, his fortune did not mirror mine. Shortly after our clash, he succumbed to his grievous wounds. It is indeed a pity, for he was once a formidable hero." A flicker of melancholy crossed Elder Mu's eyes as he continued, "Every life has its beginning and end. Even the mightiest, like the title Douluo, cannot escape the inexorable passage of time. I cannot shield Shrek Academy and you, Xuanzi, indefinitely. Your temperament is fiery, lacking a touch of composure. Henceforth, you must learn to approach matters with calmness and prioritize the greater good." His words resonated with a sense of sorrow and reluctance. "Elder Mu," Shinlao involuntarily called out. While Lin Qian and the others turned their gazes towards him, their eyes filled with concern. Elder Mu gently waved his hand, offering reassurance. "Do not worry. This old body can withstand for a while longer." He then beckoned Lin Qian and Huo Yuhao to come closer. The two exchanged a glance, reading each other's uncertainty and unease, before kneeling beside Elder Mu, one to his left and the other to his right. At that moment, the air was thick with an indescribable heaviness. Elder Mu's presence loomed like a towering tree, and the impending fall of this great tree cast a shadow over their hearts. Elder Mu slowly raised his gaze, fixing it upon Huo Yuhao. Within his eyes lay endless warmth and kindness. "Your response pleases me greatly. Yuhao, your character is sufficiently resolute, yet your mindset requires refinement." Huo Yuhao fell into silence upon hearing this. Memories of his tragic past flooded his mind, losing his parents, wandering aimlessly. These experiences had rendered Shrek Academy his sole sanctuary and home. "You speak true," Elder Mu sighed softly. "Shrek Academy is not only your home, but also a shared haven for us all." He paused momentarily, as if recalling the first time he encountered Huo Yuhao. "I remember the bitterness and sorrow reflected in your eyes during our initial meeting. Now, I am delighted to observe that much of that gloom has dissipated, perhaps owing to the warmth and care that enveloped this place." Next, Elder Mu's gaze turned to Lin Qian. She had always been one who eschewed superficiality and struggled to articulate her innermost feelings. Yet, at this moment, a barely perceptible worry creased her brow. Chapter 73, Seeking Guidance from Elder Mu. Elder Mu gently patted the back of her hand. The seemingly tender gesture concealed a measure of strength. His tone gentle and benevolent. "My dear child, you have always been exceptional. You possess conviction, and you remain humble and composed. I have witnessed your performance in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Your resilience and determination are etched in my memory. However, you are too driven." Lin Qian lifted her head, a hint of stubbornness glimmering in her eyes. "Master Mu, it is not that I cannot accept failure. Rather, I believe that life is fleeting, and I have too many regrets already. If I concede so easily, I will only feel more remorse. I wish to exert my utmost effort to strive and to attempt. Even if the eventual outcome is failure, I am willing to accept it." Master Mu smiled gently, his gaze imbued with profound wisdom. "Learning to let go is the first lesson in life, my child. The tighter you cling to something, the more you may lose. At times, relinquishing certain obsessions at the right moment is the wisest choice." Master Mu gently grasped Huo Yuhao's right hand and spoke earnestly. "From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I sense that you carry many stories within you. Your gaze is unlike that of others. Although your eyes are clear as water, they conceal an indescribable pain. Recently, however, I have been delighted to observe that this pain seems to be gradually dissipating. You are correct. Shrek is your home, and it is a shared sanctuary for all of us. Earlier, during my conversation with Dushi, I mentioned that you are my disciple. He indicated that as long as you remain at Shrek Academy, he would not take any action against you. I am acutely aware of the implication behind his words. Once you formally graduate from Shrek, he may very well plot against you. Lin Qianyi understood the meaning, while Huo Yuhao remained oblivious. Silly boy, hurry and pay your respects to your master, Shinlao urged. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao respectfully knelt down, bowing his head to say, Master. Master Mu gently helped him rise, speaking with earnestness. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my closed-door disciple. He then turned his gaze toward Lin Qianyi, Xiao Xiao, and Wang Dong. Qianyi, you and Xiao Xiao shall study under Shinlao. As for Wang Dong, you shall be my registered disciple. Wang Dong, feeling a bit timid, playfully hesitated to agree, trying to charm Master Mu into reconsidering. However, far from being annoyed, Master Mu appeared quite pleased. Observing Wang Dong's demeanor, Master Mu felt a sense of satisfaction, as if he were witnessing the young man's indomitable spirit, and thus gladly accepted Wang Dong as a disciple. With a jovial expression, Master Mu remarked, Xuanzi, did you see? My disciples have suddenly doubled. Shinlao chuckled, admitting to a tinge of envy. If I had the chance today to take in 2 disciples, that would be splendid. Seeing this, Lin Qianyi and Xiao Xiao both knelt respectfully before Shinlao, exclaiming in unison, Master. Shinlao, witnessing this scene, could not help but burst into hearty laughter, quickly aiding them to their feet, exclaiming, Good, good, good. While the group was engaged in conversation, after sending away one douchey, another presence suddenly arrived. Master Mu's eyes flickered slightly as he said, Oh, what a delightful day it is. Another has come. Let him enter the Sea God Pavilion. Shinlao interjected, Master Mu. This. Master Mu merely smiled in silence, and Shinlao understood the implication, snorting, I shall go and meet him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Lin Qianyi seemed to suddenly comprehend the profound implications of Elder Mu's words. She gradually crouched down, her gaze gentle yet resolute as she addressed him. Elder Mu, I understand your concerns. The Sea God Pavilion is a sacred ground that should not be trespassed by outsiders. Such uninvited guests must not be allowed to enter lightly. Oh, why is that? Elder Mu inquired, seemingly eager for Lin Qianyi's response. In a soft voice, Lin Qianyi analyzed, Elder Mu. The person who has come this time is undoubtedly a formidable being of the title Douluo level. Just as the sect leader of the body sect departed, another has arrived. And I suspect this individual might be an important figure from the Sun Moon Empire, although I do not know him personally. During the grand finals of the Advanced Soul Master Tournament, Sister Xiaotao's malevolent fire was triggered by the Judgment Sword and went out of control. Elder Xian even insisted that the other party surrender the Judgment Sword. Thus, it is highly likely that this person is a high-ranking official from the Sun Moon Academy. We must remember that the Sun Moon Empire harbors hostility towards the 3 empires on the continent, and they also cast a covetous eye on our Shrek Academy. If we recklessly allow this person to enter and an unforeseen incident occurs, we will have no one to blame but ourselves. Moreover, the intentions of this individual towards Sister Xiaotao remain unclear, and we must exercise caution, as the Sea God Pavilion is a crucial location for Shrek Academy. We cannot permit outsiders to tread upon it lightly. Upon hearing this, Elder Mu smiled slightly, expressing his admiration for Lin Qianyi's analysis. Indeed, what if the teacher harbors ulterior motives? Huo Yuhao chimed in. Certainly, those from the Sun Moon Academy do not come with good intentions. Wang Dong added with a dismissive sneer, his tone rife with animosity. Xiao Xiao also nodded in agreement. Haha, you little ones are truly clever, Elder Mu said, stroking his beard, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. However, Qianyi is correct. Sister Xiaotao is currently in a precarious situation with the potential for the malevolent fire to erupt, and allowing someone with ulterior motives to approach her is indeed ill-advised. Let us keep him at bay. At that moment, Elder Xian led a man of formidable presence, albeit with an unmistakable air of age, into the hall. This man was Mingda, the master of the Dream Red Hall. Elder Mu's gaze sharpened, instantly piercing through the man's disguise. His tone calm, yet undeniably authoritative. Since you are here, why conceal your true self? It would be better to reveal your identity. Jing Hongqian felt a chill run down his spine as he raised his eyes to the elderly man reclining in the chair. The profound and restrained aura he had sensed earlier emanated from this very individual. In that instant, Jing Hongqian could not help but reevaluate the seemingly languid elder before him. With no choice but to drop his disguise, Jing Hongqian transformed from an old man into a handsome figure, his fair skin and silver hair strikingly attractive, though laced with cunning. My appearance lacks intimidation, so I resort to disguise. I am Jing Hongqian, master of the Mingda Hall. Jing Hongqian tentatively inquired. May I ask who this esteemed elder is? Elder Mu laughed heartily, replying, There are not many who know of me in this world. I am Muen. Muen? Jing Hongqian pondered carefully and realized he was indeed unfamiliar with the name. What brings the master here? Elder Mu asked nonchalantly. The esteemed academy has taken possession of an 8th grade soul guide of mine, which is quite valuable. Thus, I am compelled to come and retrieve it, Jing Hongqian stated, striving to keep his voice low and steady. Upon hearing those words, the initially indifferent Lin Qianyi was suddenly filled with indignation. Xiao Xiao, sensing her emotional upheaval, quickly grasped her arm. Lin Qianyi let out a dismissive snort, crossing her arms defiantly, her cold gaze fixed on the scene, eager to witness his empty rhetoric. Chapter 74. The Master of Mingda Hall, Jing Hongqian. A soul-guiding device managed to injure the most outstanding student of our academy. Does a mere object truly hold more value than a human life? Elder Mu's voice remained gentle, yet beneath the calm surface lurked a hidden turbulence, the barely perceptible anger flickering within his words. Jing Hongqian astutely detected the suppressed fury in Elder Mu's tone, although the latter's demeanor was as tranquil as ever. The faint chill in the air caused him to involuntarily shudder. He understood that in this delicate moment, uttering even a single additional word could provoke unforeseen consequences. Thus, he swiftly recalibrated his thoughts and redirected the conversation towards the primary objective of his visit. He intended to discuss a collaborative endeavor with their esteemed institution. He planned to send his grandchildren to engage in an exchange of learning with 2 students from their academy. His gaze occasionally darted towards Mu Lao's disciples, Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianyi. The latter, known for her emotional restraint, wore an expression of utter disdain, refusing even to glance in their direction, as though everything before her was unworthy of her attention. All of this was keenly observed by Jing Hongqian, who merely took note internally, maintaining an outward composure. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Mu responded without hesitation. A visit to the Sun Moon Empire to inspect soul-guiding architecture was indeed a rare opportunity for the soul-guiding division of Shrek Academy. He spoke in a deep voice. In that case, let my 2 students go. Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, do you consent? Both nodded solemnly in response. At this juncture, one might wonder why Lin Qianyi, a disciple of Shinlao, was intertwined with Elder Mu. The reason is not overly complex. In his earlier years, Elder Mu had held Lin Qianyi in high regard. Though he had not formally taken her as a disciple, he had already considered her as his close apprentice. His affection for her rivaled that for his foremost disciple, Yin Shaozhe. In Elder Mu's eyes, Lin Qianyi was not only exceptionally gifted but also possessed a resilient spirit. Truly a rare talent. Jing Hongqian nodded in agreement, saying, very well, since that is the case, I look forward to collaborating with Shrek Academy. We shall take our leave. Elder Mu's voice emerged slowly. Wait a moment. Jing Hongqian's steps faltered slightly as he inquired, may I ask what matter concerns you, esteemed elder? He frowned. Elder Mu chuckled lightly, saying, entering the Sea God Pavilion cannot be without cost. A ticket is required. You must present a soul-guiding device of level 8 or above along with a valid reason to depart. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqian's eyes nearly bulged with rage. Yet he restrained his temper, replying, you did not mention this earlier. Shinlao scoffed dismissively, and now it has been stated, hasn't it? Hurry up. Jing Hongqian's countenance darkened. More so than Cole, as he had not anticipated such cunning from Shrek Academy. He relinquished his soul-guiding device. Jing Hongqian lightly caressed the soul-guiding artifact, his eyes shimmering with pride. This piece, named Red Dust Protection, is the result of my heartfelt dedication. It is a trigger-type defensive soul-guiding artifact that, when placed against the chest, perfectly conforms to the user's body, silently absorbing their soul power and merging into one. Upon sensing imminent danger, it reacts preemptively, constructing a formidable defense. There are several unique aspects of Red Dust Protection that bring me great satisfaction. Firstly, it imposes no restrictions on the user's cultivation level. Even a soul master of the 1st or 2nd ring can easily wield it. Its defensive capability is equivalent to the most powerful strike a user could unleash by concentrating all their soul power without activating a soul skill. Yet it consumes merely 1/5 of the soul power required for that maximum strike. Both novice soul masters and accomplished experts can derive benefits from it. In the hands of a titled Douluo, it can unleash a defense comparable to that of a super Douluo, akin to an impregnable barrier. Moreover, it possesses a special activation method. By actively engaging the core formation, it can generate an invincible shield lasting 15 seconds, with defensive strength reaching up to 3 times the user's own cultivation level. This capability of the invincible shield is precisely what elevates it to a 9th-tier soul-guiding artifact. However, this special activation can only be used once before requiring a recharge. There is no need for deliberate effort during the user's daily cultivation. It will gradually absorb soul power until fully charged, a process that takes approximately 3 days. Of course, should one choose to actively recharge, it necessitates meditating for a day and night, continuously infusing their entire soul power into it. Upon hearing Jing Hongqian's introduction, Elder Xian privately acknowledged that this Jing Hongqian was far more than a mere 93rd level artifact. Jing Hongqian didn't linger for even a moment and turned away to leave. This journey could be described as one fraught with misfortune. Not only had he lost a 9th-tier soul-guiding artifact, but he also failed to reclaim the judgment sword that rightfully belonged to him. Truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. As he stepped out of the academy's gates, the turmoil in his heart had yet to subside when he suddenly discovered that several 8th-tier and above soul-guiding artifacts, previously hidden in ambush, had vanished without a trace. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Duo and Shinlao had long sensed the situation and had secretly orchestrated a plan to dismantle and claim these precious soul-guiding artifacts that originally belonged to the Sun and Moon Academy. Jing Hongqian gazed at the empty hiding place, his already grim expression now darkened further, resembling a stormy cloud, almost dripping with despair. At the Sea God Pavilion, Shinlao and Duo hastened forward, excitement shimmering in Shinlao's eyes. She whispered, barely concealing her exhilaration, to Elder Mu, "Elder Mu, we succeeded." Meanwhile, Lin Xianyi instinctively stepped back a few paces, retreating to a distance where her gaze flickered uncertainly between Duo and Shinlao, filled with confusion. Huo Yuhao wore a perplexed expression as well, frowning slightly, his attention shifting among the group, seeking clues in their behavior. Elder Mu smiled faintly upon hearing this. "I hope there are gains this time, but one must also pay attention to safety. The stronger the soul-guiding artifact, the more catastrophic the explosion may be." Shinlao chuckled, assuring, "Rest assured, Elder Mu, we wouldn't dismantle it without certainty." Lin Xianyi and Huo Yuhao were both left in a state of bewilderment, gazing at Shinlao and Duo with eyes full of confusion, only aware that Elder Mu had assigned the two deans a task. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Lin Xianyi and Huo Yuhao's faces, Duo couldn't help but chuckle. "Little Xianyi, little Yuhao, your curious demeanor is truly amusing. If you continue to stare at us like that, I fear your eyes might just end up on our faces." As her words faded, Lin Xianyi, as if suddenly exposed, instinctively averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. Shinlao smiled gently, playfully nudging Duo, urging her to behave. She then elaborated. "This is due to Jing Hongqian infiltrating Shrek Academy early on, laying numerous traps around, including 4 or 5 8th and 9th grade soul guidance devices. Once we discovered them, we dismantled those devices, resulting in significant losses for the Mingda Hall." Chapter 75. The Awakening of Ma Xiaotao. In the evening, Elder Mu, accompanied by Yin Xiaojia and Kai Meyer, met with Lin Xianyi and Huo Yuhao. Elder Mu's gaze, soft yet resolute, settled on them as he slowly inquired, "Xianyi, Yuhao, are you confident in suppressing Ma Xiaotao's malevolent flames?" Lin Xianyi and Huo Yuhao exchanged a glance, each reading the determination in the other's eyes. Lin Xianyi responded softly, "Teacher, regardless of our certainty, we cannot afford to delay any longer given Xiaotao's current condition. If we do not act soon, she will be in even greater peril. Our soul power may not be profound, but we must attempt this." Huo Yuhao solemnly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, teacher. No matter the outcome, we must make the attempt." Elder Mu nodded slightly, his tone imbued with both reassurance and caution. "Very well. You must be careful." As they pushed open the grand door to the top level of the Sea God Pavilion, they were greeted by the solitary figure of Ma Xiaotao, enveloped in flames as dark as ink, seemingly trapped in a vortex of agony and despair. A shield, symbolizing light, flickered around her, as if striving to dispel the shadows that surrounded her. Lin Xianyi and Huo Yuhao exchanged a glance, their silent understanding prompting them to act separately. Behind Lin Xianyi, a translucent ice crystal butterfly gradually materialized, its wings shedding countless delicate snowflakes that crystallized into a thin frost in the air. A pure, untainted ice attribute aura began to permeate the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao's second martial soul, the ice blue scorpion, awakened, its ethereal yet tangible silhouette appearing behind him. At that moment, a violet soul ring quietly emerged beneath his feet, emanating a soft lavender glow. The collision of these two distinctly powerful ice forces evoked a profound response in Kai Meyer, her eyes reflecting an unmistakable shock. Lin Xianyi raised her delicate hand, forming a seal, and a cerulean ice blue formation materialized beneath her feet. She and Huo Yuhao exchanged a determined glance, both channeling their soul power into Ma Xiaotao in an attempt to suppress the raging malevolence within her. The soul power within Ma Xiaotao began to overflow, the intertwining black and red light illuminating their surroundings, distorting the very air with its sinister energy. Lin Xianyi focused intently, her gaze shifting slightly. The black flames grew increasingly ferocious, threatening to consume everything in their path. Yet, neither she nor Huo Yuhao showed any signs of retreat. They understood all too well that failing to harness this power could lead to unimaginable consequences. In a moment of desperation, Lin Xianyi summoned her soul power to activate her bloodline, forcing forth a drop of crimson blood that merged into the icy blue formation beneath her feet. The pure chill suddenly intensified, surging like a tidal wave into Ma Xiaotao's body, where it violently clashed with the restless evil fire within her. Gradually, the furrowed brow of Ma Xiaotao relaxed. Her face, once twisted in pain, regained a semblance of calm. Though her body trembled slightly, she was no longer tormented by the searing agony. Just as the situation appeared to be shifting for the better, Lin Xianyi and Huo Yuhao worked in tandem to suppress the chaotic fire within Ma Xiaotao, making promising progress. However, at that very moment, the fiery soul power within Ma Xiaotao erupted violently, surging forth like a furious tide, forcing both Huo Yuhao and Lin Xianyi to retreat. Exhausted from prolonged exertion, they found themselves utterly defenseless. In a moment of urgency, Lin Xianyi and Huo Yuhao gritted their teeth and channeled their remaining soul power into Ma Xiaotao, attempting to quell the raging evil fire with their final strength. Yet, the ferocity of the unleashed soul power was overwhelming, and Lin Xianyi was ultimately thrown to the ground. A sweetness filled her throat as a sensation akin to being struck by lightning coursed through her, and the backlash from overexerting her soul power compelled her to spit out a mouthful of crimson blood. Huo Yuhao was not spared either. He knelt on one knee, blood trickling from his mouth, with his soul power nearly depleted. Seeing this, Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer hurried forward to support the two. Although Kai Meyer had only a shallow acquaintance with Lin Xianyi, as an elder, she could not stand idly by. She steadied Lin Xianyi's body, her expression filled with concern. At this moment, Ma Xiaotao gradually regained consciousness. With the assistance of Lin Xianyi and Huo Yuhao, her evil fire was subdued, and her soul power advanced to the 70th level. Have I subdued the evil fire? Ma Xiaotao's voice emerged. Instinctively, she glanced around, spotting the somewhat weakened Huo Yuhao and Lin Xianyi. She hastily bent down, her strength waning, but she nonetheless reached out to support Lin Xianyi. Observing this, Kai Meyer withdrew her hand. Sister. Upon seeing Ma Xiaotao awaken, Lin Xianyi's initial reaction was one of uncontainable excitement as she threw herself into her embrace. Ma Xiaotao instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Xianyi's back, gently patting her and asking, "It was you and Yuhao who helped me. Are you both all right?" "I'm fine, sister," Lin Xianyi replied hurriedly. "Everything is well, Ma Xiaotao. It is wonderful that your evil fire has been subdued and you can awaken again," Huo Yuhao added. A wave of gratitude washed over Ma Xiaotao, and she expressed her heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, Xianyi. Thank you, Yuhao." "Ah, what are you thanking us for?" "It was the least we could do," Lin Xianyi said with a smile. At that moment, Yin Xiaozhe's voice resonated with a hint of reproach and undeniable worry. "Ma Xiaotao, you were far too reckless this time. If the evil fire had spiraled out of control, you would have truly descended into a malevolent soul master. Must we all be on the edge of collapse due to your actions?" With a trace of regret, Ma Xiaotao looked up at Yin Xiaozhe and the others, softly saying, "I'm sorry, Master Mu, teachers, and Director Kai, for causing you all such concern." Her words, though concise, seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 burdens. Each syllable resonated with profound remorse and unease. Yin Xiaozhe, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, felt both a pang of sympathy for Ma Xiaotao's sacrifices and a sense of comfort in her audacious sense of responsibility. Yet, it was precisely this spirit of self-sacrifice that ignited a flicker of anger within him. He turned his gaze towards Ma Xiaotao. "Teacher, I acknowledge my shortcomings. I have failed in my duties as a leader and willingly accept the punishment." Ma Xiaotao's voice was resolute and clear, devoid of any hesitation. Lin Xianyi, standing nearby, interjected anxiously, "Director Yin, this cannot all be blamed on my sister. She acted thoughtlessly for the sake of Shrek Academy. Please do not punish her." Before she could finish her plea, Ma Xiaotao gently tugged at her hand, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of gratitude for Lin Xianyi's concern and a determination to not burden her. Although Lin Xianyi appeared calm, her stubborn nature was hard to conceal, evident from her slightly reddened eyes and tightly pressed lips. "Sister," she called out, her voice filled with reluctance and urgency. In that moment, the air seemed to thicken, and the silhouettes of the three individuals stood out starkly against the interplay of light and shadow. Old Mu, along with Yin Xiaozhe and Kai Meyer, observed Ma Xiaotao's daring actions, while also noticing Lin Xianyi's rare protective sentiment. Lin Xianyi was known for her aversion to conflict, rarely speaking up or taking sides for others. In her view, the matters of the world lacked absolute right or wrong. Everyone possessed their own stance and rationale, which led her to consistently choose neutrality and distance herself from disputes. However, when Ma Xiaotao voluntarily accepted the punishment, the usually composed Lin Xianyi could no longer restrain herself. A surge of impulse welled up within her, urging her to protect this sister she held dear. Old Mu, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile inwardly. Although Kai Meyer was meeting Lin Qianyi for the first time, she had heard of her extraordinary abilities, yet knew little of her personality. At this moment, she felt a subtle shift. This seemingly aloof individual possessed a surprisingly tender side. Typically, Lin Qianyi would bury her grievances and pain deep within, never allowing her emotions to surface. Yet today, she unexpectedly revealed this flicker of warmth. Xiaozhe, you shall determine Ma Xiaodao's punishment, Old Mu stated. His voice calm, yet tinged with amusement. Lin Qianyi lifted her gaze to scan the others before finally resting her eyes on Ma Xiaodao. Noticing her concern, Ma Xiaodao gently patted her hand, as if to reassure her that there was no need for worry. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Xiaozhe feigned seriousness and declared, very well, let the punishment be that Ma Xiaodao accompanies Lin Qianyi and the others to the Star Doe Forest to hunt for soul rings in a couple of days. Lin Qianyi was momentarily taken aback, then looked towards Old Mu, Yin Xiaozhe, and Kai Meyer. All three bore faint smiles, clearly not regarding the situation as a true punishment. Huo Yuhao, observing from the side, thought to himself, this is hardly a severe reprimand. It is merely Yin Xiaozhe's way of playfully intimidating Ma Xiaodao. Infused with a hint of humor, Lin Qianyi too sensed the underlying tone and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah?" As soon as the words left her lips, Kai Meyer could no longer contain herself, letting out a light laugh that shattered the momentary tranquility. Upon hearing Kai Meyer's laughter, Lin Qianyi found herself even more bewildered. Her mind racing. Have I been deceived? She inquired aloud. You, my dear, appear rather clever, yet I never anticipated your lack of acumen, Kai Meyer remarked, a subtle smile dancing in her eyes, though she deliberately emphasized her tone with a hint of feigned seriousness, leaving others uncertain whether she was jesting or earnest. Lin Qianyi was at a loss for words, finally realizing that she had fallen victim to a meticulously crafted ruse. Feeling both chagrined and wronged for having so easily tumbled into this trap. Seeing her expression, Ma Xiaodao couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lin Qianyi hurried to clarify, sister, I meant to speak on your behalf. When I heard Dean Yan's words, I was taken aback, my mind momentarily unable to catch up. Thus I was deceived. This is quite understandable, isn't it? The following morning, as a thin mist enveloped the earth, Ma Xiaodao, Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao set forth together along the path leading to the Star Doe Great Forest. The figure of Elder Xian lurked in the shadows, like an invisible guardian, providing them with protection. The moment they stepped into the Star Doe Great Forest, the atmosphere grew heavy. The five quickly established their formation. Ma Xiaodao stood at the forefront, her bright eyes betraying a hint of vigilance. Lin Qianyi gracefully retreated to the back, her presence steady as a mountain, seemingly prepared for any unexpected circumstances. Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao walked side by side in the middle, their expressions focused, clearly filled with anticipation for this trial. As for Wang Dong, despite not requiring the enhancement of a soul ring, he insisted on accompanying them, driven by an indescribable fervor that he could not refuse. Silently, they advanced, their footsteps muffled by the dense foliage. Before long, they reached the outer core area of the Star Doe Great Forest. Ma Xiaodao halted, turning to her companions and suggesting, let us take a brief rest. Her voice, clear yet authoritative, resonated through the tranquil woods. Huo Yuhao nodded in agreement, responding affirmatively before settling into a cross-legged position. Closing his eyes to meditate, blending seamlessly into the serene greenery around him, akin to a quietly growing plant. The five gathered in a circle, the atmosphere warm and peaceful. Ma Xiaodao directed her gaze toward Lin Qianyi, then glanced at Huo Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, softly inquiring, Xiao Qianyi, have you decided on your new soul skill? Lin Qianyi furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating before replying, among my 4 soul skills, I already possess both offensive and defensive capabilities. Therefore, for this 5th soul ring, I wish to select one with control attributes to compensate for my weaknesses. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement, slowly adding, then I shall choose a soul skill with formidable defensive power for my 3rd soul ring. After all, while my 3-life Towning Cauldron excels in control, it is fundamentally a defensive martial soul, and I must maximize this advantage. Huo Yuhao frowned slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. My spiritual attribute martial soul is rather unique, making it challenging to find suitable soul skills. I shall simply observe for a while longer. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Dong gently patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder, offering words of consolation. Do not fret, Yuhao, for we are here with you. If we truly cannot find a suitable solution, we can always seek the wisdom of Elder Xian. With his vast knowledge, he is sure to lend you a helping hand. As the three engaged in their conversation, a soft breeze swept by, prompting Lin Qianyi and Ma Xiaodao to rise almost simultaneously, their expressions alert. Huo Yuhao Wang Dong. And Xiao Xiao sensed the shift in atmosphere and immediately tightened their nerves, casting vigilant glances around them. At that moment, a flicker of light caught their attention not far away, and a shadowy figure landed silently on a branch approximately 30 meters from them. It was a diminutive creature resembling a raccoon, its body cloaked in dark greenish-black fur that shimmered eerily under the moonlight. Its eyes glowed a fiery crimson, brimming with ferocity, as if harboring an insatiable thirst for blood. The uneven fur bore faint stripes akin to those of a tiger, enhancing its menacing appearance. "Is that a tiger demon cat?" Lin Qianyi murmured, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. "That is merely a 2,000-year-old soul beast," Ma Xiaotao chimed in. "Its fur should be jet black. If it were entirely black, it would signify that it has reached the 10,000-year threshold, possessing terrifying offensive capabilities." Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao furrowed his brow, seemingly attempting to recall something. After a moment's contemplation, he finally remembered a detailed account of the tiger demon cat from an ancient tome he had encountered at Shrek Academy. Suddenly, the tiger demon cat lunged forth, letting out a fearsome roar that reverberated through the air, agilely circling around Huo Yuhao and launching itself at Lin Qianyi. However, she was prepared. Her martial soul awakened in an instant, the wings of the divine Qinghuan unfurling behind her, carving an elegant yet fierce arc in midair. A surge of azure soul power erupted forth, stirring the surrounding air into chaos and forcefully repelling the ferocious tiger demon cat several paces back. Before it could regain its footing, Lin Qianyi seized the initiative, her delicate hand clenched into a fist, delivering a swift and powerful blow to the creature's abdomen. A tremendous force surged forth, causing the tiger demon cat to emit a piercing shriek of agony before collapsing weakly to the ground, unable to move any longer. As Lin Qianyi gracefully landed, she surveyed the battlefield with an indifferent gaze. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaotao, unable to contain herself, was poised to strike down the soul beast. However, Huo Yuhao's voice resonated just in time. "Sister Xiaotao, this soul beast still possesses vitality. To slay it now would be a waste." Lin Qianyi frowned slightly upon hearing this. Her tone edged with a mix of reluctance and sternness. "Yuhao, survival of the fittest is the very law of this continent. If we show mercy and allow it to live, who can guarantee that it will not return to threaten our safety in the future?" Her words struck like a sharp blade, piercing through the harsh realities of their world, sending a chill through their hearts. As they prepared to conclude the life of the tiger demon cat, the sky had darkened completely. The group began to make arrangements to rest temporarily. Lin Qianyi softly suggested, "Sister Xiaotao, you all should sleep. I will keep watch." Ma Xiaotao, upon hearing this, gently tapped her forehead, her tone both tender and resolute. "You, although your strength is commendable, are still the youngest among us. She is but a child. How could one expect a young girl to keep watch?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyi's gaze subtly darted away, a hint of shyness and embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao, witnessing her reaction, could not suppress their laughter. The sound of their amusement made Lin Qianyi's ears flush crimson. She shot them an indignant glare before turning away to sit apart, pretending to be unfazed. Though her stubbornness and charm as a young girl were unmistakable, just as the group was preparing to rest, Lin Qianyi suddenly sensed an unusual presence. She sat up abruptly, locking eyes with Ma Xiaotao, both their expressions laden with gravity. Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao, noticing their demeanor, immediately grew alert and stood as well. A palpable aura of menace lingered in the air. Lin Qianyi spoke softly, her tone edged with caution. "The aura is heavy. It does not bode well." Xiao Xiao furrowed her brow, meticulously attuning to the oppressive atmosphere, and remarked, "This sense of pressure feels far more formidable than that of the 2,000-year-old soul beast we encountered earlier." The air seemed to thicken at that moment, and the group's expressions turned increasingly solemn, as an unknown crisis appeared to loom ominously. Not far off, a jet-black tiger demon cat gradually emerged, its deep, onyx eyes glimmering with a chilling light. Clearly, this was a 10,000-year-old soul beast. It looked down upon the lifeless body of its fallen kin and unleashed a roar that reverberated through the valley. "Meow." Wang Dong frowned and asked, "What is happening?" Lin Qianyi sighed lightly, a tone of resignation evident in her voice. "That must be the offspring of the tiger demon cat we just slain." Xiao Xiao, filled with concern, inquired, "What do we do now?" After a moment of silence, a flicker of resolve crossed Lin Qianyi's eyes as she coldly declared, "We must eliminate it." Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Yet," Ma Xiaotao instantly grasped her intent and added, "This 10,000-year-old soul beast will undoubtedly direct its wrath at us upon seeing its child's corpse, even if it is not a social creature. We cannot rule out the possibility of nearby allies. Slaying it may alleviate our burden." The group exchanged glances, the atmosphere thickening with tension. as the scent of impending battle wafted through the air. Just as the five were about to engage, a deep rumble echoed from afar. They turned to behold a colossal figure advancing toward them. It was a dark golden terraclaw bear, its immense size rendering it breathtaking. With dark golden fur shimmering under the sunlight like polished metal, Lin Qianyi's brow furrowed slightly, her tone tinged with astonishment. A dark golden terraclaw bear? How could such a formidable soul beast appear at the periphery? Xiao Xiao, puzzled, queried, "What kind of soul beast is a dark golden terraclaw bear?" Lin Qianyi lowered her voice, though the seriousness of her tone was unmistakable. "It is one of the top 10 ferocious beasts." Wang Dong was taken aback. "What?" However, the dark golden terraclaw bear did not hesitate. It lunged directly at the nearby tiger demon cat, and within mere moments, the 10,000-year-old soul beast was torn asunder. Blood rained down, saturating the ground and filling the air with a pungent stench of gore. Xiao Xiao gasped in shock. A 1,000-year-old soul beast could actually kill a 10,000-year-old soul beast? Lin Qianyi elaborated. The defensive and offensive capabilities of the dark golden terraclaw bear are exceedingly formidable. As one of the 10 fearsome beasts, it is quite normal for it to challenge opponents beyond its level. Xiao Xiao, would you care to attempt to capture this spirit beast as your third soul ring? Xiao Xiao gazed at the massive creature, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. This giant seems rather formidable. Is it truly feasible? Lin Qianyi patted her shoulder with unwavering confidence, declaring, "Of course it is feasible. Absolutely reliable." At that moment, the dark golden terraclaw bear gradually approached, having keenly sensed the presence of Lin Qianyi and her companions. Ma Xiaotao shielded Lin Qianyi behind her and quickly retreated, while Huo Yuhao and the other two tactfully distanced themselves. The bear raised its broad paw and struck the ground with tremendous force, unleashing an invisible shockwave that surged forth. Even Ma Xiaotao, who had surpassed the 70th level, was forced back several steps by the power of this millennia-old soul beast. Although Lin Qianyi managed to steady herself, she too had to retreat 2 steps. Huo Yuhao and his companions were directly knocked to the ground. The dark golden terraclaw bear did not pause. It launched another attack, its target aimed squarely at Huo Yuhao. However, Huo Yuhao was well prepared, having stealthily set up an ice explosion trigger around them. Upon seeing this, Lin Qianyi exclaimed, "Yuhao." Huo Yuhao nodded slightly, and without the need for further words, they reached a silent understanding. Lin Qianyi knew that Huo Yuhao's ice explosion technique alone would likely struggle to shake this colossal creature, but if they combined their powers of ice, they might just be able to exploit its weaknesses. With swift movements, Lin Qianyi formed intricate hand seals, and an ice-blue magic circle materialized beneath her feet. A translucent ice-blue butterfly hovered at the circle's center, emanating a chilling aura. Simultaneously, Huo Yuhao called out, "Ice explosion from the ice-blue scorpion left arm soul bone skill." As his voice echoed, Lin Qianyi infused her ice-blue soul power into the technique, further amplifying its potency. The group quickly retreated, fearing the impending explosion. With a resounding bang, the immense power of the ice explosion detonated, displaying astonishing might that even startled the distant Shinlao, causing him to spit out the wine he had just sipped. The previous experience had evidently left him with a profound psychological scar regarding explosive sounds. As the dust settled, Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao, being the last to withdraw, were ultimately unable to evade the residual shockwaves entirely and were both sent sprawling to the ground. Chapter 78, The Frost Phoenix. Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao hastily arrived at the hiding place of Ma Xiaotao and the others. Wang Dong, his face a picture of astonishment, remarked, "Yuhao, your ice explosion technique possesses such incredible power." Huo Yuhao elaborated on the potency of the ice explosion technique, noting that its essence is akin to that of the corpse explosion used by the evil soul masters, and with Qianyi's previous enhancement, its range was naturally much broader. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly rang out. "Are you little brats intent on scaring this old man to death?" The 6 of them turned in unison to find Shinlao striding toward Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianyi, gently tapping their foreheads with his wine jug. Lin Qianyi slowly lowered her arms, which had been crossed over her chest, as Shinlao began. "Yuhao, you dare to use the ice explosion technique without testing it first? Do you truly believe you can control its range? And you, Qianyi, while your method was swift, it was rather reckless. You are well aware of the difficulties in controlling the range of the ice explosion technique, yet you chose to amplify its power." Elder Xian reprimanded the two, while Lin Qianyi bore the scolding in silence, and Huo Yuhao rubbed his forehead where he had been struck, glancing towards Ma Xiaotao. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Ma Xiaotao remarked, "Elder Xian, it's not a big deal." Elder Xian's tone turned grave. "If anything were to happen to you too, I would have no way to explain it to old Mu. Should there be even the slightest misstep, you shall see how I deal with you." His gaze fell upon the dark golden clawed bear, which, despite having endured a reinforced ice explosion technique, had only lost an arm and a leg. Xiao Xiao and the others were undeniably astonished. Such resilience exceeded their expectations. With a swift movement, Elder Xian elegantly dispatched the soul beast. Xiao Xiao approached the soul beast cautiously, followed slowly by Lin Qianyi and the others. Elder Xian spoke. Let us see if this soul beast offers any additional benefits. As he examined it closely, he discovered a soul bone on its left paw, an exceedingly rare external soul bone. Elder Xian remarked, "You little ones are indeed fortunate." Xiao Xiao hesitated slightly, saying, "I only need to absorb the soul ring. My physical constitution isn't strong enough to bear the power of this soul bone. Class leader, do you or Qianyi want it?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qianyi replied, "I don't need it. Give it to Yuhao." Huo Yuhao exclaimed in surprise, "Qianyi you." Lin Qianyi gently explained, "It doesn't align with my attributes. You might gain greater enhancement from absorbing it." As Xiao Xiao began to absorb the soul ring, Lin Qianyi perceptively sensed a nearby soul beast that resonated with her essence. Casting a quick glance, she noticed Ma Xiaotao standing not far away and quietly approached her, whispering, "Sister Tao, I've sensed a soul beast nearby that is highly suitable for me. I'll be back shortly. Could you please inform Elder Xian and the others?" Ma Xiaotao turned, concern etched on her face. "Do you need me to accompany you, Qianyi?" Lin Qianyi shook her head, a slight smile gracing her lips. "No need, sister. I can manage on my own." "All right, just be careful," Ma Xiaotao cautioned, her tone laced with worry. "Understood," Lin Qianyi replied, then summoned her martial soul. Behind her, a pair of emerald green wings unfurled, shimmering softly in the sunlight. She glided gracefully toward the aura of the soul beast, leaving in her wake a delicate ripple of emerald soul power in the air, akin to the gentle spring rain. Following the trace of that aura, her eyes beheld a colossal bird cloaked in blue-green feathers. It possessed a beak as sharp as a blade and golden eyes that radiated an ancient and fierce light. Its size was comparable to that of a peacock, yet the aura it exuded was far beyond that of an ordinary creature. Its powerful talons betrayed its identity as a frost phoenix, aged 6,000 years, renowned for its formidable control and explosive power. Just as Lin Qianyi touched down lightly, the frost phoenix suddenly unleashed a thunderous cry that resonated through the heavens. An invisible blade of wind surged forth, hurtling toward Lin Qianyi. Unfazed, she performed a backflip to deftly evade the attack, spinning twice in the air as she declared, "Second soul skill, Qingtuan protection." No sooner had she spoken than a deep azure barrier coalesced before her, deflecting all the razor-sharp wind blades. In the next moment, Lin Qianyi moved her palms, channeling her soul energy to her fingertips, transforming it into several invisible blades of wind that surged forth with unparalleled force in retaliation. The frost phoenix's eyes flickered slightly as it gracefully unfurled its wings, successfully parrying Lin Qianyi's swift assault. Following this was a melodious, piercing cry that resonated into the heavens, as if it could rend the very fabric of one's mental defenses. Instinctively, Lin Qianyi raised her hand to shield her ears, yet she could not withstand the sonic wave's cutting impact. It became evident that the frost phoenix was not relying on the wind to vanquish its foe, but rather employing sound to disrupt its opponent's mental fortitude. Sensing her adversary's vulnerability, the frost phoenix lunged forward with its wings, but Lin Qianyi adeptly sidestepped, exclaiming, "Azure feather." In an instant, a strand of deep azure feather coalesced from the void, materializing into a sharp long sword grasped firmly in her hand. She wielded the sword, stirring her soul energy to dissipate the phoenix's sound waves layer by layer. Subsequently, she pivoted, her sword radiating a verdant glow, drawing the surrounding leaves into a flurry of countless fine cross blades that shot forth. The frost phoenix was forced into a series of hasty retreats, appearing quite disheveled. Nevertheless, it did not concede defeat. The frost phoenix's gaze abruptly turned cold, and a tremendous surge of soul energy erupted from within, conjuring a tempest that bore down upon Lin Qianyi with ferocity. In the face of such might, Lin Qianyi's left leg shimmered with a ghostly blue light, instantly dropping the temperature around her to the freezing point. "Ice crystal vermilion bird, left leg skill, vermilion bird dance," she murmured, as icy blue soul energy spread from her toes, freezing the approaching whirlwind entirely. Concurrently, a phantom of an ice blue vermilion bird quietly emerged, transforming into a formidable ice sword that lunged towards the frost phoenix as she turned. Ultimately, Lin Qianyi executed a swift step forward, delivering a powerful punch to the phoenix's chest, while her longsword unhesitatingly pierced its neck. This decisive strike concluded their exhilarating confrontation. Meanwhile, Ma Xiaotao reported to Elder Xian, "Elder Xian, Qianyi has gone off to hunt a soul beast alone." At that moment, Xiao Xiao had just finished absorbing a soul ring. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian furrowed his brow slightly and sighed. "Why does this child not inform me before venturing forth?" Very well, I can only await her return. At this moment, Lin Qianyi was wholly focused on absorbing the soul ring of the Frost Phoenix. The resentment emanating from this soul beast was extraordinarily heavy, rendering the entire process especially protracted. A gentle breeze caressed her, causing her deep blue hair to flutter gracefully. Her expression was one of concentration and tranquility as she gradually released a wisp of soul energy, attempting to alleviate the profound resentment of the Frost Phoenix. Chapter 79, The Binding of Wind. 8 hours slipped by quietly, and Lin Qianyi slowly awakened from the deep state of soul ring absorption. She gently rose, feeling the tide of soul energy surging within her, bringing a clear sense of elevation. Her cultivation had indeed reached level 51. However, at this moment, her gaze did not betray excessive joy despite her newfound strength. Her second martial spirit, the Ice Crystal Butterfly, harbored the essence of ultimate ice attributes, a power nearly perfect yet exceedingly challenging to master, while her first martial spirit, the Azure Lawn Divine Bird, fused the powers of wind and sound waves, equally rare and extraordinary. Though both martial spirits were immensely powerful, they also foretold a path of arduous and protracted cultivation. The essence of such extreme attributes in martial spirits invariably accompanies greater tribulations. Lin Qianyi gently turned, and behind her suddenly emerged a pair of teal wings, the feathers shimmering with a delicate luster, as if harboring the whispers of nature. As the wings unfurled, a gentle undulation graced the air. She departed silently, her heart resolute with a singular thought, to return and reunite with her companions. This realm receded into the distance, while her figure transformed into a fleeting light, vanishing at the horizon's edge. Just as Huo Yuhao and the others awaited with a hint of anxiety, a fleeting silhouette in green gracefully descended from the sky. It was Lin Qianyi. Xiao Xiao hurried forward, concern evident in her voice. "Qianyi, you have finally returned." Lin Qianyi nodded slightly, her voice soft yet tinged with fatigue. "Yes, I'm back." Ma Xiaotao stepped forward, grasping her wrist and twirling her around, her gaze appraising. "You went out alone. You mustn't have been injured, right?" Lin Qianyi, slightly unsteady from the twirl, helplessly replied. "Sister Xiaotao, please stop spinning. I'm feeling dizzy, but I'm fine." Ma Xiaotao, however, chuckled and released her grip, remarking that being dizzy made her appear even more adorable. Huo Yuhao furrowed his brow, steering the conversation back on track. "Qianyi, what is your fifth soul skill? Is it powerful?" Wang Dong chimed in. "Indeed. After absorbing the soul ring for so long, it should be impressive, right?" Lin Qianyi lifted her head. A glimmer of confidence sparkled in her eyes. "It is indeed a formidable soul skill. My fifth soul skill is called Binding of the Wind. It is a single target control ability that renders the opponent completely immobile, draining 10 soul power per second for 4 seconds. Simultaneously, I gain a 40 increase in speed, with the effect lasting for 15 seconds. Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across the faces of her companions, clearly pleased and eager for the power of this soul skill. At that moment, the previously silent Elder Xian suddenly spoke, his voice deep yet authoritative. "Qianyi, what is the soul beast of your fifth soul ring?" Lin Qianyi casually responded. "Oh, it is the Azure Frost Phoenix." Ma Xiaotao, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she playfully remarked, "The Azure Frost Phoenix? Quite impressive, little Qianyi." Lin Qianyi smiled faintly, replying with an airy tone, "Indeed." Just as her words faded, Elder Xian stepped closer, gently tapping her forehead. Lin Qianyi instinctively touched the spot that had been struck, her expression neutral. Yet a hint of mischief flickered in her eyes. "Feeling quite proud, are we? You left without even a word, proceeding without my consent?" Elder Xian's tone carried a note of reproach. Lin Qianyi blinked, glancing at Ma Xiaotao, her tone slightly accusatory. "Didn't I tell Sister Xiaotao?" Her expression clearly suggested suspicion towards Ma Xiaotao's loyalty. Ma Xiaotao shrugged, raising her hands in feigned innocence. Faced with this, Lin Qianyi could only lower her head in reluctant acceptance. Elder Xian sighed, his tone remaining stern. "You, as always, are a source of worry." Lin Qianyi obediently responded, "Oh." Ma Xiaotao, observing the interaction between the master and disciple, couldn't help but stifle a smile. After a brief respite, the group continued on their journey. Ma Xiaotao successfully acquired her seventh soul ring and absorbed it without incident. After a short rest, she set forth towards the deeper regions of the Star Doe Forest. Huo Yuhao's spiritual martial soul belongs to the mental attribute, a rarity among soul beasts. Only by venturing deep into the heart of the forest might one discover a suitable soul beast. Each step felt as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Yet the fervor within their hearts burned like an unquenchable flame, propelling them ever forward in their quest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the last vestiges of light, Lin Qianyi surveyed her surroundings and suggested, It is getting late. Delving deeper into the Star-Do forest may not be prudent. Let us rest for now. Huo Yuhao nodded in agreement. All right. Ma Xiaotao swiftly gathered some dry branches and kindled a campfire in a clearing. The orange glow dispelling the chill of the night. Lin Qianni and Xiao Xiao busied themselves with foraging for food, while Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao worked in harmony to erect a makeshift tent. Their roles were distinctly defined, and everything proceeded with commendable order. However, the forest transformed into an eerie realm under the cloak of night, shrouded in darkness that concealed myriad unknown dangers. Xiao Xiao instinctively drew closer to Lin Qianni, her voice barely above a whisper. Qianni, why is it so dark? The forest feels so ominous. Do you think a soul beast might suddenly attack us? Lin Qianni cast her a sidelong glance, her tone casual yet imbued with an undeniable confidence. What is there to fear? Should a soul beast dare to show itself, I shall send it back to its home with a single slap. No sooner had she spoken than the treetops in the Star-Do forest began to sway slightly, shadows flitting among the leaves. In the next moment, several night birds flapped their wings and burst forth from the depths of the woods. Lin Qianni raised an eyebrow, her azure soul power coalescing instantaneously into 3 or 5 sharp blades of light that sliced through the air. The night birds, caught unawares, were struck down with precision. Observing this, Xiao Xiao hurriedly crouched to gather a few fruits, unable to suppress her admiration for Lin Qianni's swift and decisive actions. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong completed the tent, while Ma Xiaotao ignited a flame amidst the gathered wood. Lin Qianni returned with a few captured birds, and Xiao Xiao had also procured some fruits. Wang Dong greeted them softly. You're back. Lin Qianni nodded slightly, passing the game to Huo Yuhao. Ma Xiaotao playfully remarked. You were quite fast, little Qianni. Lin Qianni replied nonchalantly. It was just a hunt, not particularly difficult. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao quietly sat by the fire, warming her cool palms by the flickering glow. The night was as tranquil as water, with a gentle breeze rustling through the air. Lin Qianni lazily leaned against Ma Xiaotao's shoulder, who tenderly caressed her dark azure locks. Suddenly, a faint rustle of wind shattered the momentary peace. Lin Qianni straightened abruptly, her cool voice cutting through the silence. Someone is approaching. Chapter 80. 8 Individuals. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao ceased his actions, and both Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong instinctively became alert, scanning their surroundings. Ma Xiaotao furrowed her brow, asking in a hushed tone, what is the situation? Lin Qianni's gaze sharpened, her tone calm, yet laced with an unshakable certainty. There are 8 individuals, 6 men and 2 women. At least 6 possess the strength of a soul emperor or higher, with one being unfathomably powerful, at least a soul sage. The 2 women are of lower cultivation, around the 3rd ring, seemingly here solely to acquire soul rings. Wang Dong voiced his concern. Should we avoid them? Lin Qianni shook her head, a glimmer of calmness flashing in her eyes. There's no need. Since they have ventured into the Star-Do forest, their intent is evidently to acquire soul rings. If we deliberately hide, it may only heighten their vigilance. It is better to feign ignorance and observe the situation. Huo Yuhao nodded in agreement, saying, this plan is feasible. Ma Xiaotao chimed in. Even if there is a threat, what can they do to us? Her words radiated confidence and authority. As her voice fell, 8 figures gracefully landed before the tent of Lin Qianni and her companions. One of the men asked, what are you children doing here? His tone was unremarkable, yet imbued with a hint of inquiry. This man was slender, resembling a bamboo pole, standing at the center of the group. Lin Qianni frowned slightly, responding with caution, who are you? The bamboo pole man smiled and replied, we are merely passing by. Seeing the campfire here, we were curious to take a look. And you young friends, who might you be? Lin Qianni stated plainly, we are here to acquire soul rings. The bamboo pole man's brow arched in amusement, his tone dripping with mockery. You? Xiao Xiao let out a cold snort, her gaze sharp as a blade. Is there a problem? The bamboo pole man curled his lips in a disdainful smile. I merely thought that given your young age, his words trailed off, yet the implication was evident. Lin Qianni's eyes flickered with a cold light as she interjected, must one's age dictate their presence in the Star-Do forest? Though we are young, what issue could there be in traversing this forest? Her voice was icy and resolute, causing the air around them to chill slightly. At that moment, a middle-aged man, past his 40s, stepped forward and asked solemnly, Tang, what is going on? His voice was deep and powerful, quelling the tense atmosphere somewhat. The slender man, witnessing the steady presence of the middle-aged figure, tempered his earlier bravado, responding respectfully, brother, these 5 little ones claim to be here to hunt for soul rings, but there are no guardians accompanying them. I have verified this. Oh, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting towards Huo Yuhao and the others. His eyes lingered momentarily on Lin Qianni and Ma Xiaotao, revealing a hint of astonishment. Though Ma Xiaotao was merely in her 20s, she had already attained the rank of soul sage, a level of power that was truly impressive. Lin Xinyi, appearing no older than 13 or 14, still displayed at least the cultivation of a soul sect, a prodigious talent that was nothing short of remarkable. Among the 8 individuals, it was clear that the middle-aged man who had first spoken was the leader, and he was presumed by Huo Yuhao to be a formidable soul sage of 7 rings. His soul power was overwhelmingly abundant, akin to a surging ocean, rendering Huo Yuhao and Lin Xinyi unable to accurately gauge his depth of strength. Only Ma Xiaodao, with her keen intuition, managed to estimate a rough range. The remaining individuals, though seemingly ordinary in appearance and stature, would likely go unnoticed in a crowd. Yet, the aura they exuded signified a starkly different reality. Their strength was sufficient to uphold a mid-level sect and assert dominance in their domain. What truly captivated the attention of Huo Yuhao and his companions were the 2 young women positioned within the opposing array. Both donned fitted attire, exuding distinct yet equally remarkable qualities. One of the women had long, flowing hair cascading down her shoulders like a silken waterfall. Her beauty was nearly on par with Jiang Nanan's, yet it possessed a delicate fragility. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled with an enchanting light, and even from a distance, one could sense the gentle aura enveloping her. She appeared to be merely 15 or 16, embodying the essence of youth. Although her pale yellow attire was slightly loose, it perfectly accentuated her slender and graceful figure, making her stand out remarkably in the stillness of the night. In stark contrast, the other young woman beside her radiated an entirely different aura. Though similar in age, her countenance was cool and composed. Her dark, lustrous hair was neatly tied back into a ponytail, and her form-fitting white attire showcased her long, proportionate legs to exquisite effect. She stood tall, nearly matching Huo Yuhao's height of almost 1.70 meters, exuding an air of stern detachment with each movement. While her beauty might not rival that of her companion, her distinctive presence was undeniably compelling. Together, they stood side by side, akin to the most resplendent double stars in the night sky, captivating all who beheld them. The middle-aged man regarded Lin Xinyi and her group with a gentle gaze and spoke. "Ladies, may I request a moment of your time?" Lin Xinyi pondered briefly before addressing her companions. "I will go and have a look. Please wait here." Ma Xiaodao cast a worried glance at Lin Xinyi, who, sensing her concern, lightly patted her hand in reassurance, as if to convey that all would be well. Afterward, Lin Xinyi stepped forward, her tone composed and courteous. "Esteemed seniors, may I inquire as to the matter at hand?" The middle-aged man smiled warmly, introducing himself. "I am Mo Yunfei, and these are my companions. We intended to venture into the Douluo forest, but with nightfall upon us, the depths of the forest may harbor considerable dangers. Might we borrow your campfire to warm ourselves momentarily?" Without hesitation, Lin Xinyi nodded in agreement, her response crisp and decisive, devoid of any equivocation. Just as Mo Yunfei and the others settled down, he kindly inquired, "Young ones, may I ask for your names?" Lin Xinyi contemplated briefly. Although unfamiliar with these individuals, the world outside often concealed perils, and caution was paramount. With a gentle smile, she replied, "I am Qianqian." She then proceeded to introduce her companions in turn. "This is Yuhao, this is Xiaodong, and this is Xiaoer." Upon mentioning Ma Xiaotao, she casually added, "And she is called Taozi." Chapter 81, The Three-Eyed Golden Eye. Lin Xinyi's response was remarkably astute. No sooner had she spoken than Ma Xiaotao heard her newfound name. Unable to suppress a smile, she secretly admired the young girl's talent for weaving tales, finding a hint of humor in it. However, when the name Taozi slipped from Lin Xinyi's lips, Ma Xiaotao momentarily froze, as if the name concealed some inexplicable significance. Mo Yunfei nodded slightly, not delving into the peculiar aliases, but instead continued to inquire. Though you all appear quite young, your prowess seems formidable. Did you come here on your own?" It is worth noting that the Douluo forest is not a place to be taken lightly. Lin Xinyi maintained her composure, responding calmly, "Yes, we came here by ourselves. We circled the periphery and found nothing particularly noteworthy." Upon hearing this, Mo Yunfei exhibited a hint of surprise, his brows furrowing as he pressed further. "From which sect or academy do you hail?" With a flash of inspiration, Lin Xinyi replied without hesitation, "Oh, we are from the Douluo Royal Academy." At these words, the surrounding individuals were momentarily taken aback. The prestigious name of the Douluo Royal Academy resonated far and wide, garnering respect even in this vast forest. Their previously burgeoning pride was instantly tempered, and their demeanor shifted to one of deference. Mo Yunfei waved his hand and smiled. "In that case, you may call me Uncle Mo from now on." Huo Yuhao, unable to contain himself, inquired, "Uncle Mo, are you also here to hunt soul beasts?" Mo Yunfei nodded, explaining, "Indeed, one of our companions is breaking through a bottleneck, so we specifically came to seek suitable soul beasts." During their casual conversation, Mo Yunfei introduced the two enchanting girls by his side, the ethereal Vina and the strikingly elegant Mu Shui. After a brief exchange, everyone retreated to their tents to rest. The moonlight cascaded over the tranquil campsite, marking a peaceful conclusion to the day's encounter. The following day, as the group ventured deeper into the Douluo forest, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, followed swiftly by an onslaught of soul beasts. The group quickly assumed battle stances, leveraging their synergy and strength to counter the ambush. Once the skirmish had concluded, Huo Yuhao abruptly spoke up. "Everyone, there is a soul beast ahead that suits me. I shall return shortly." Before his words had fully settled, he had already set off, disappearing down the forest path without granting Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, or the others a chance to respond. Ma Xiaodao frowned slightly, letting out a soft huff. "This kid is far too impatient." Lin Xinyi shook her head, replying softly, "Spirit attribute soul beasts are indeed rare. If he truly finds one, it would be a fortuitous opportunity." Guided by the heavenly dream ice silkworm, Huo Yuhao's gaze fell upon a concealed corner. However, upon witnessing the scene there, he was momentarily stunned. Two soul beasts were fleeing in panic, as if pursued by some terrifying entity. Huo Yuhao furrowed his brows, murmuring softly, "Could it be that a powerful soul beast is chasing them?" He swiftly activated his purple extreme demon eye, piercing through the mist to finally unveil the truth. Before him stood a soul beast radiating a gentle life force, its golden fur gleaming like sunlight, with three eyes sparkling with wisdom and authority. This was the legendary three-eyed golden eye. Yet, just as Huo Yuhao attempted to approach, the Ice Emperor within him suddenly stirred, a chilling voice resonating through his mind. "Tianming, is this the soul beast you deem suitable for Yuhao?" The tone was laden with anger and warning. The heavenly dream ice silkworm was evidently taken aback, breaking into a cold sweat. "I merely sensed its aura and deduced based on theory," it stammered, but was abruptly interrupted by the Ice Emperor's chilling voice. "You had better pray it did not hear your thoughts, otherwise the entire Douluo forest will erupt because of your single utterance." The three-eyed golden eye was no ordinary soul beast. It was an imperial auspicious beast, deserving of utmost reverence from all soul beasts. Even 100,000-year soul beast would choose to steer clear upon encountering it. "If you wish for our demise, just say so." Huo Yuhao, bewildered, could not help but inquire, "Ice Emperor, what exactly is that soul beast?" The Ice Emperor fell silent for a moment, his voice deep yet imbued with a hint of awe. "That is the three-eyed golden eye. Although it possesses merely 10,000 years of cultivation, its strength is comparable to that of a typical 100,000-year soul beast. It embodies the ultimate light and the ultimate fire, rendering it perfect." Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao was profoundly shaken. Yet the Ice Emperor continued his explanation. "What makes it truly terrifying is not its own power, but its identity. The three-eyed golden eye is an ancient, auspicious beast, during the era when soul beasts reigned supreme over the continent. The appearance of an auspicious beast commanded the respect of all creatures, often referred to as the imperial auspicious beast. It is inconceivable for two auspicious beasts to coexist on the same land. In other words, the three-eyed golden eye you just beheld is likely the sole auspicious beast on this land. No matter how formidable a soul beast may be, it must bow in reverence before it, not daring to exhibit any disrespect. Even those soul beasts chosen as its prey dare not resist, save for fleeing desperately." After absorbing the Ice Emperor's elucidation, Huo Yuhao fell into a contemplative silence. The image of that golden soul beast and the sacred, untouchable aura it exuded lingering in his mind. Doubts began to arise within him regarding the reliability of the heavenly dream ice silkworm's actions, which seemed less trustworthy than he had initially presumed. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly employed his simulation soul skill to conceal his presence, quietly retreating to the side. At that instant, two powerful waves of soul power erupted suddenly. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld Shinlao and the 8th-ranked fiery king of the 10 fierce beasts locked in a standoff. Shinlao, boasting 300,000 years of cultivation, emanated a formidable presence, while the fiery king, despite exerting his own pressure, found it challenging to shake the old powerhouse. After a brief stalemate, the fiery king finally snorted coldly, realizing that engaging in combat would yield no favorable outcome, and thus subdued his anger for the time being. Observing this, Huo Yuhao promptly revealed himself, softly calling out, "Shinlao." Shinlao turned to him, his gaze landing on Huo Yuhao with a hint of reproach in his tone. "Where have you been hiding, young man?" Huo Yuhao succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Shinlao nodded slightly upon hearing this. "I see." The fiery king, having listened intently, could not refrain from interjecting. "Now that your student is unharmed, should we not release the auspicious beast?" Hearing this, Shinlao shook his head with a smile. "That will not do. I never engage in losing propositions." The fiery king's eyes flickered, clearly sensing a hidden agenda, and he spoke in a low voice. What do you intend? After a moment of contemplation, Shinlao inquired. Find a soul beast of the mental attribute, at least. How many years do you require, Yuhao? Huo Yuhao, having anticipated this question, replied succinctly, 15,000 years. In our Tang sect, there exists a unique cultivation method that allows one to initially absorb a portion of the soul ring's power, while the remaining energy is stored through specific means, to be absorbed later once the soul power requirements are met. Chapter 82, Emperor Tian. Elder Xian nodded in satisfaction before turning to the Red King. Did you hear that? 15,000 years. The Red King ground his teeth, fully aware that he was no match for Elder Xian, and could only begrudgingly agree. Fine. With that, he turned away in frustration. The three-eyed Jin Ni glared at Elder Xian, his eyes burning with intense fury. How dare you capture me? I will curse you all, bringing misfortune upon your heads. Elder Xian replied with a faint smile, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Little lion, do not simplify the matter so. Were it not for the conspicuous power of fate flowing through you, how could they pursue you so relentlessly? How is that possible? A hint of doubt crept into the voice of the three-eyed Jin Ni. Elder Xian raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. Do you not believe me? Then let your eye of destiny touch its forehead and witness for yourself. Do you dare? The three-eyed Jin Ni blurted out, but before he could finish, the vertical eye on Huo Yuhao's forehead began to slowly materialize, emanating a deep and mysterious light. In the next moment, that eye gently pressed against the forehead of the three-eyed Jin Ni. Instantly, their consciousnesses intertwined, and their memories surged into one another's minds like a tidal wave. After a brief moment, the three-eyed Jin Ni lowered his head, remaining silent as if he had just endured a tremendous shock. Meanwhile, Elder Xian turned to leave, soon returning with Lin Qianyi and others. Upon seeing the magnificent, golden lion, Lin Qianyi's eyes widened in astonishment. The Emperor's auspicious beast? Xiao Xiao was taken aback, asking in confusion, what? However, Lin Qianyi offered no further explanation, merely gazing intently at the three-eyed Jin Ni, as if she had 1,000 words to say, yet ultimately fell silent. After a while, Huo Yuhao slowly retracted the third eye, his gaze reflecting a turbulent galaxy. Wang Dong stepped forward, softly inquiring, Yuhao, are you all right? Huo Yuhao shook his head, remaining silent. Yet, Ma Xiaotao could no longer contain herself and asked, Elder Xian, what is happening? Elder Xian, with a profound gaze, slowly responded, I was just about to coerce the Red King into seeking a suitable soul beast for Huo Yuhao. Before he could finish, a soul beast was tossed forth. Elder Xian casually stepped forward, snorting disdainfully. A purple bell shell? Its aptitude is still lacking. The Red King's expression darkened, ready to protest, when the surrounding air suddenly grew overwhelmingly tense, as if even the heavens and earth held their breath. Elder Xian's expression shifted subtly as he murmured, You have also come. A pressure akin to a mountain bore down upon them, suffocating and unbearable. What is this? Xiao Xiao could not help but ask. Lin Qianyi replied softly, It is Emperor Tian, the foremost of the 10 great fierce beasts. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao's pupils constricted, her face a mask of shock. At that moment, Emperor Tian's voice resonated, deep and commanding. Xuanzi, release that auspicious beast. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian sighed deeply and waved his hand. Very well, very well. Since that is your wish, I shall release the auspicious beast. With that, he turned to lead Lin Qianyi and the others away. The Red King looked at Emperor Tian with remorse. Emperor Tian, I did not protect that auspicious beast well. Emperor Tian's tone was gentle yet tinged with reprimand. It is of no consequence. You, my child, are simply too disobedient. At this moment, the three-eyed golden Ni suddenly spoke, uncertainty and hesitation lacing its voice. Emperor Tian, is your kindness towards me solely due to the advantages my abilities can bestow upon you? After a brief silence, Emperor Tian gazed intently into the eyes of the three-eyed golden Ni and solemnly replied, I shall not conceal the truth. Your abilities are indeed significant. However, you must understand, auspicious beast, that I value more than just your skills. You symbolize good fortune, and it is my duty to protect you. Rest assured, as long as I am present, no one shall harm you. The eyes of the three-eyed golden Ni glistened with unshed tears, its voice trembling slightly. Thank you, Emperor Tian. I apologize for doubting you. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao was alone in the quiet chamber, absorbing soul rings, while Lin Qianyi made her way directly to the Soul Guidance Department's laboratory. At that moment, Hikaitu was deeply engrossed in the study of soul guidance device schematics, entirely focused. However, when he sensed a subtle movement behind him, he lifted his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Junior sister, you have returned. Lin Qianyi nodded gently, a hint of apology in her tone. Yes, second brother. I have been rather busy lately, which has caused me to fall behind in my research on soul guidance devices. I wonder if you could assist me in reinforcing my foundational knowledge? Upon hearing this, Hikato's face brightened with a hearty smile, and he waved his hand dismissively. What a trivial matter. Come here. I happen to have some new ideas to share with you. Lin Qian's lips curled into a faint smile as she responded softly. Thank you, senior brother. With that, she stepped forward, seated herself at the table, and focused intently on the intricate schematics, seemingly immersed in the task. During this time, Lin Qian sat side by side with Hikaito, diligently studying the designs and occasionally engaging in practical sparring. Although she had not devoted herself entirely to the study of soul guidance devices, she had nonetheless attained the level of a fourth-ranked soul master, standing out among her peers. With a graceful movement, she extended her arms, channeling her soul power to form an invisible barrier that firmly blocked the attack launched from Hikato's soul guidance cannon. Subsequently, harnessing the power of her wind attribute martial soul, she skillfully altered the trajectory of the oncoming assault, redirecting it away to avoid a direct hit on Hikaito. In the next instant, the mechanism of her soul guidance device emitted a soft click, and a small cannon emanating a pale yellow glow materialized. Its projectile enveloped in a trace of paralyzing toxin, perfectly calibrated in strength. Observing this, Hikaito couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Well done, junior sister. In response, Lin Qian gently retracted her soul guidance device, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she replied, Thank you, senior brother. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao had completed the absorption of his soul rings, while Lin Qian, along with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao, made their way to the Sea God Pavilion. Upon entering, they overheard a conversation between Elder Mu and Elder Xian. Elder Mu stated, When you left, a malevolent soul master launched a sudden attack on Shrek Academy, featuring over a dozen titled Douluo powerhouses. Were it not for my use of a fragment of my primordial spirit to fend them off, my lifespan is already severely diminished, at most 5 years remain. Lin Qian and the others hurriedly approached upon hearing this. Elder Xian cautioned, such words should not be spoken lightly. To which Elder Mu replied, While I managed to barely eliminate one title Douluo, I sense that within no more than 5 years, a war will erupt between the Sun-Moon Empire and the 3 great empires of Douluo continent. Moreover, the leader of the Mingda Hall, Jing Hongchen, has arrived at Shrek Academy with his own intentions. Wang Dong inquired, Teacher, why not eliminate that mirror of red dust? Lin Qian replied, Teacher, to kill the mirror of red dust would be akin to declaring war. After all, he is a title Douluo from the opposing faction. The loss of a title Douluo may seem trivial, but given his status, should he be slain, it would likely incite a swift conflict. Elder Moon nodded in agreement, asserting, Qian speaks the truth. Although Wang Dong felt reluctant, he could only acquiesce with a nod. Chapter 83, Elder Mu's Final Moments. Elder Mu's gaze slowly traversed Lin Qian, Huo Yuhao, and the other 2 companions, his voice deep, yet imbued with an irrefutable authority. Qian, Yuhao, come forth. The 2 responded promptly, advancing with resolute steps to stand before him. There was a hint of fatigue in Elder Mu's tone, as if each word he uttered drained his vitality. Qian, Yuhao, my time is drawing to a close, and the duration for which I can protect Shrek Academy is dwindling. Lin Qian, typically reserved in displaying her emotions, felt her eyes moisten at this moment. The calmness of her gaze, usually as tranquil as a lake, now rippled with emotion. Teacher, her voice trembled slightly, as if she were struggling to suppress the tumult within. Huo Yuhao's eyes were filled with urgency and reluctance, while Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Elder Mu gently shook his head, attempting to alleviate the somber atmosphere with a soothing tone. Life inevitably has its beginnings and endings. I do not truly wish to depart from you children, but from now on, you shall no longer have the luxury of rest. You must continually elevate yourselves. Yuhao, you and Qian shall go to the Sun-Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy. Though fraught with peril, this is for the future of the academy. Before he could finish, Lin Qian and Huo Yuhao responded in unison, We are willing. Lin Qian's voice, though choked with emotion, was resolute. Teacher, I am a part of Shrek Academy, one of the Shrek 8 monsters, and a disciple of both Elder Qian and yourself. For the sake of Shrek Academy, I am willing to do anything. We shall accomplish our mission. Huo Yuhao followed suit, his gaze intense. Indeed, were it not for Shrek Academy, I would not be who I am today. We are prepared to bear any cost. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Elder Mu's eyes, and a gentle smile graced his lips. Well, truly good children. It brings me immense joy to accept disciples like you in my twilight years. His voice softened, yet brimmed with affection, as if he were drawing a fulfilling conclusion to his life. In the days that followed, Lin Qian, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao found themselves engulfed in relentless busyness. Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao were particularly occupied, with their schedules fully packed. 3 days each week were devoted entirely to courses in the martial soul department, delving into the mysteries of its power, while 2 days were spent in the soul engineering department, absorbing knowledge in the intertwining realms of machinery and technology. The solitary day reserved for themselves was spent under Elder Mu's guidance, focusing on the enhancement of their inner cultivation, seeking deeper sources of strength. In the soul engineering research room, Lin Qianyi busied herself in a corner, meticulously tinkering with soul devices, engrossed in her studies and crafting with utmost care. Despite her limited experience with such devices, and her skills still appearing somewhat unrefined, she always held in her heart the expectations that Master Mu had for her, and understood that Huo Yuhao bore the same heavy hopes. To honor this trust, she resolved to exert herself further, exchanging sweat and focus for growth, hoping that one day she could contribute to Shrek Academy, enhancing its glory. At that moment, a sudden breeze swept through the laboratory, causing Lin Qianyi to pause slightly as she was adjusting the soul guide. In the next instant, she swiftly drew the dagger from her waist and turned to be on guard. However, upon recognizing the visitor, she halted her actions and quickly sheathed the dagger. "Din Xian," Lin Qianyi called softly. Xian Liner looked at her, her eyes sparkling with mirth, though not without a hint of mischief. "Why so tense, my dear girl? Just now, you nearly mistook me for an adversary." Lin Qianyi, somewhat embarrassed, replied in a low voice, "I apologize, Din Xian." Xian Liner waved her hand casually, her tone light. "No need for concern. Caution is a virtue. I merely stopped by to take a look. Please, continue." Lin Qianyi nodded, responding with a simple, "Oh." Though it was a brief reply, her focused gaze quickly returned to the soul guide, as if the earlier interruption was merely a fleeting ripple. Xian Liner silently observed Lin Qianyi as she diligently engaged in the crafting and assembling of the soul guide. It was evident that she had merely glanced at the blueprint before marking a few critical points, yet the entire process appeared remarkably smooth and precise. Raising a hint of suspicion, Xian Liner stepped closer, gently placing her hand on the back of Lin Qianyi's writing hand. This sudden touch startled Lin Qianyi, prompting her to instinctively look up, her expression betraying a hint of surprise. "Dean, focus," Xian Liner said, her voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. At her words, Lin Qianyi quickly nodded, redirecting her attention to the blueprint. However, Xian Liner's gaze lingered on the page, while the markings were clear and concise. The challenging assembly points lacked any additional annotations. She pondered internally, would such an operational method truly avoid complications later on? The night was like flowing water, casting a serene light through the window onto Xian Liner, adding an air of calmness and competence to her presence. Lin Qianyi gazed at the silhouette outlined by the moonlight, her confusion deepening. Xian Liner spoke softly, yet her words carried an undeniable weight. "Your markings on the blueprint are excessively meticulous, as if you wish to dissect every detail to the utmost. From casting to assembly, each step is pursued with a relentless quest for perfection. Today, during your spar with Hikaitu, you appeared somewhat impatient. Pray tell, what is the reason for this?" Lin Qianyi lowered her gaze slightly, her voice clear and resolute. "If time were abundant, I would choose to proceed slowly. Efficiency would, in fact, be greater. However, now, with time constrained, I wish to provide an account for myself and for Master Mu. He has placed such trust in us. How could I ever betray this charge?" A faint smile graced Xian Liner's lips. Though her gaze was shrouded in shadow, it radiated a sense of admiration and depth. "Your ability to think this way indicates your maturity. Nevertheless, Qianyi, while time may be limited, it does not render tasks insurmountable. Learning to prioritize and sometimes slowing one's pace can be far more crucial than an unyielding pursuit of outcomes. Like that meticulously detailed blueprint you have annotated. It appears rigorous, yet ultimately burdensome. The art of letting go, of being able to both grasp and release, is something you, my dear child, excel in every aspect. Save for the ability to forgive yourself. By allowing yourself grace, you may unlock a myriad of possibilities." 3 years have passed, neither rushed nor slow. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qianyi's gaze flickered. Her downcast lashes concealed a whirlpool of complex emotions. After a brief moment, she slightly bowed, her tone respectful. "Thank you, esteemed Academy head, for your guidance." Xian Liner reached out to support her, gently patting her shoulder. Though their acquaintance has been brief, Xian Liner has developed a profound admiration for her. Lin Qianyi, though not eloquent, dedicates herself wholeheartedly to every endeavor, embodying both clarity and resilience. This sense of responsibility and tenacity causes Xian Liner to inwardly sigh, recognizing her as a seemingly delicate girl with an inner stubbornness bordering on obstinacy. Chapter 84, The Master of the Sea God Pavilion. After more than a year of arduous refinement, Lin Qianyi's soul power has finally ascended to level 55, while her mastery of soul guide devices has reached the realm of a level 5 soul master. Not to be outdone, Huo Yuhao has also advanced, his soul power breaking through to level 39, matching Lin Qianyi's level in soul guide mastery. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong emerge like two newly rising stars, both on the brink of surpassing the threshold of level 40, showcasing boundless potential. Inside the Sea God Pavilion, a weighty silence hangs like a mountain upon the hearts of all present. Elder Mu sits composedly in the main seat, surrounded by the senior elders, faculty, and students from both the inner and outer academies, all standing quietly in attendance. Elder Mu's gaze slowly sweeps over the assembly, finally resting upon Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, as well as Kai Tu, Bei Bei, Su Sanshi, and Zhang Nanan. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Struggling to contain their sorrow, Lin Qianyi bows her head in silence, her moist eyes betraying an unmistakable grief. Although she is the cherished disciple of Elder Xian, Elder Mu regards her as family. Elder Mu's voice is calm and resonant, cutting through the stillness with clarity. Yuhao, Wang Dong, Qianyi, step forward. The three, burdened by heavy hearts, approach, each step feeling likened to 1,000 pounds. Lin Qianyi is the first to kneel, followed closely by Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. All three bowing deeply, their actions imbued with respect and reluctance. Children, do not cry. Elder Mu smiles gently, his tone warm yet resolute. The remaining 5 companions kneel as well, and Huo Yuhao, his voice trembling, calls out, "Teacher." The impending departure of Elder Mu strikes Huo Yuhao like thunder, leaving him momentarily unable to comprehend. In his childhood, his mother had showered him with tenderness, but since her passing, Elder Mu has become the source of warmth and care in his life. Now, with that kindness still unreciprocated, how could he bear to part? Lin Qianyi stifles her tears and softly inquires, "Teacher, is there truly no way to retain you?" Usually clear-headed, she now disregards logic and fate, instinctively yearning to grasp at the last thread of hope. Elder Mu smiles kindly, murmuring, "Silly child," as he slowly extends his hand, gently patting Lin Qianyi's hand, and then resting a comforting hand on Huo Yuhao's shoulder, his rough yet warm palms seemingly imparting a final solace and strength. Standing behind Elder Mu, Yin Xiaozhe, Kai Meyer, Xian Liner, and Qian Duo all knelt before him, their eyes brimming with tears. Beside them, Bei Bei also wept silently. Upon hearing Bei Bei's call, Huo Yuhao and the others were astonished to discover that Bei Bei was indeed a descendant of Elder Mu. Elder Mu gazed upon the tear-streaked faces before him and smiled gently. "Silly children, why do you weep? Life has its beginnings and endings, much like the petals outside, blooming in abundance before eventually withering away. This is the natural order. A human life spans merely a few decades, yet we, having cultivated to the rank of title Douluo, can live for 200 years. I am truly content." His gaze swept across the crowd, his tone soft yet resolute. "I have spent my life at Shrek Academy, watching you vibrant children grow and thrive, which brings me the utmost solace. But I hope you can bid me farewell with joy, without tears." Huo Yuhao was already overwhelmed with emotion. To him, Elder Mu was not just a mentor, but also a figure akin to a loving father or grandfather. Tears finally streamed down Lin Qianyi's cheeks. Unlike Huo Yuhao, who sobbed openly, she knelt quietly, allowing her tears to flow as if silently expressing her reluctance, almost pleading with the heavens for more time. Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and several others were similarly moved, their eyes glistening as they silently gazed at the beloved figure who was about to depart. Elder Mu turned to the side, addressing Elder Xian, "Xuanzi, before I leave, there is something I wish to remind you of." Hearing the call, Elder Xian nearly instantly moved to Elder Mu's side, half squatting, his eyes slightly reddened and glistening with tears. Elder Mu coughed lightly, his tone imbued with a hint of helplessness, yet rich with significance. "Xuanzi, you are no longer young. Why are you still so emotional? Remember to temper your arrogance and impatience. You must change that impulsive nature of yours. But fret not, my old bones have yet to be laid to rest. Even when that day comes, I will surely protect Shrek Academy." After a brief pause, his gaze swept over the crowd, his voice low yet resonant. "From this day forth, the position of Sea God Pavilion Master shall be assumed by Elder Xian. Huo Yuhao will be the heir to the next generation of Sea God Pavilion Masters, while Lin Qianyi shall become a candidate for the succeeding Pavilion Master." The assembled elders bowed in unison, replying, "Yes, Elder Mu." Lin Qianyi seemed somewhat incredulous, opening her mouth to speak, "Teacher, I." But Elder Mu interrupted her with a wave of his hand, his gaze gentle yet firm. "Child, you are deserving. This responsibility and trust are yours to bear." Elder Xian's gaze met Elder Mu's, who spoke with gravity. Xuanzi, I know you have a hasty temperament, but the burden you carry extends beyond your own affairs. You are capable of shouldering the responsibilities of the Sea God Pavilion Master, which speaks to your exceptional qualities. However, I must remind you, you must control your emotions. Do not allow a moment of impulsiveness to jeopardize the greater good. Think thrice before acting. This is the demeanor expected of you as the Sea God Pavilion Master. Elder Mu then slowly turned his attention to Yan Xiaojia and Kai Meyer. His tone tinged with complex emotions. Meyer, Xiaojia, come here. Upon hearing the summons, Kai Meyer and Yan Xiaojia felt a tightening in their hearts and rushed forward without hesitation, kneeling before Elder Mu. Elder Mu's gaze gradually settled upon Yan Xiaojia, and with a tone imbued with gravity, he spoke. Xiaojia, throughout my life, my greatest concern has been you. While your disposition is commendably steady, it lacks a certain grandeur and vision. Today, I grant you a decade to cultivate and transform yourself. After 10 years, you shall return to the Sea God Pavilion to face my assessment. Should you fail, you must relinquish your position as the Dean of the Soul Spirit Department. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. Yet he ultimately refrained from voicing any rebuttal, responding softly, Yes, Master. Elder Mu then turned his attention to Kai Meyer, his tone softening considerably as he gently called out, Meyer. Kai Meyer stepped forward, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Elder Mu, her voice choked with emotion, yet hesitant to speak further. Elder Mu continued, Over the years, you have toiled diligently at Shrek Academy, consistently dedicated to your duties. Should Xiaojia fail to pass the assessment, the position of Dean of the Soul Spirit Department shall be entrusted to you. Master Yu. Kai Meyer could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed into Elder Mu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Elder Mu tenderly patted her back, as if wishing to convey all his care and exhortations through this silent gesture. Chapter 85, The Assignment. Elder Mu fixed his gaze upon Yan Xiaojia, his tone profound, yet filled with expectation. Xiaojia, I hope you grasp the depth of care concealed behind this strictness. A decade passes in the blink of an eye, and you must seize this opportunity. Do you understand? Yan Xiaojia sensed the weight of his words, waves of emotion surging within him as he earnestly replied, Yes, Master. Meanwhile, Kai Meyer slowly rose, her eyes shimmering with tears, her reluctance palpable, as if 1,000 unspoken sentiments coalesced into a profound attachment to Elder Mu. Elder Mu's gaze then drifted to Xian Liner and Qian Duo, his tone heavy. Duo, Liner. The two immediately rose and hurried to kneel before Elder Mu, tears glistening in their eyes, yet held back with great effort. Elder Mu regarded Xian Liner, sighing. Liner, do you know what your greatest weakness is? Xian Liner felt a lump in her throat, nearly overwhelmed with tears, but she steadfastly met Elder Mu's gaze. My dear child, you are overly swayed by your emotions. Elder Mu's words dripped with regret. Had you been a man, I would have appointed you to inherit Xiaojia's position and shoulder the responsibilities of Shrek Academy. Yet, as a woman, this flaw in your character is magnified. If not for the burdens of emotional entanglements, how could your soul power remain stagnant at level 96? Your potential undoubtedly surpasses that of Xiaojia. After a brief pause, his eyes grew resolute. With you and Duo in the Soul Guidance Department, I can rest easy. The integration of Soul Masters and Soul Guidance technology is an inevitable trend. After my departure, let Fan Yu serve as the Vice Dean of the Soul Guidance Department. He shall also lead the exchange student program at Mind Hall 3 months hence. Xian Liner and Qian Duo nodded fervently, their throats constricted as if choked by an unseen force, unable to utter a word, while silent tears cascaded down their cheeks. Elder Mu spoke solemnly. As the Lord of the Sea God Pavilion, I shall issue my final command. As his words echoed, the elders within the Sea God Pavilion knelt on one knee, their expressions solemn. Elder Mu's voice reverberated through the silent hall. From this day forth, we shall fully promote the development of the Soul Guidance Department, fostering a profound integration between the Soul Spirit and Soul Guidance Departments. Given the immense demand for resources from the Soul Guidance Department, 50% of the income from all colleges within Shrek City shall henceforth be allocated to its oversight. Should a rank 10 Soul Master arise from this department one day, the position of the Sea God Pavilion Master shall be bequeathed to him. The assembled elders responded in unison, their voices resonating powerfully throughout the grand hall. Subsequently, Elder Mu's gaze slowly traversed the figures of Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Bei Bei, Kai Tu, Su Sanshi, and Jiang Nan. With a calm demeanor yet tinged with an imperceptible sense of nostalgia, he addressed them. Children, please rise. The kneeling individuals complied, save for Huo Yuhao, who, overwhelmed by grief, swayed slightly. It was only Wang Dong's timely support that enabled him to regain his balance. Elder Mu paused momentarily, his gaze shifting to Su Sanshi and Jiang Nan Nan, as he solemnly declared, Sanshi, Nan Nan, I have a request to make. The room fell silent in astonishment. The Sea God Pavilion Master was using the word request. Such decorum sent a tremor through the hearts of the two, who hastily bowed in response. Elder Mu, please speak. Whatever is within our capabilities, we shall endeavor to achieve. Elder Mu nodded, speaking with earnest gravity. I hope you can join Tang's sect alongside Qianni and Yuhao. Shrek Academy has deep-rooted ties with Tang's sect, and although it has waned, its techniques have never been extinguished. If we can add a few more talents today, it may very well herald a revival. Su Sanshi and Jiang Nan Nan exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they replied in unison, we are willing. No sooner had the words left their lips than Elder Mu's gaze fell upon the sobbing Bei Bei. With a gentle sigh, he called out, Bei Bei, come forth. Bei Bei quickly approached, kneeling on one knee, his voice choked yet clear, Grand Ancestor. Elder Mu regarded him with a complex expression, murmuring, Bei Bei, do you remember the mission and honor passed down through the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon lineage? Your parents perished at the hands of the inspection team, and my heart aches deeply for your loss. Now, I sense your martial soul is at a critical juncture of transformation. If left unguided, it may lead to perilous consequences. Come, allow me to assist you in completing this metamorphosis. As he spoke, Elder Mu slowly raised his right hand, placing his palm atop Bei Bei's head. In an instant, a surge of potent energy coursed into Bei Bei's being, causing him to grunt as he clenched his fists, veins bulging at his temples. The turmoil within his martial soul surged like a tempest, ultimately stabilizing under Elder Mu's control, culminating in a qualitative leap. Elder Mu then cast his profound gaze upon Lin Qianni, softly saying, Qianni, come here to your teacher. Typically resolute and unyielding, Lin Qianni could no longer contain the turmoil within her, hastening to Elder Mu's side. Her knees giving way as tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Her usually clear eyes were now clouded with pain and reluctance. Qianni, Elder Mu's voice was gentle yet steady. Have you ever pondered why you perceive things so clearly? Lin Qianni merely gazed at him in silence, refraining from verbal response. With a soft sigh, Elder Mu spoke with heartfelt sincerity. It is precisely because you see too clearly that you bear too much. You recognize the value of opportunity. Hence you wish to seize every moment. You understand that each step is crucial, thus you never relent. But dear child, do you know? This clarity is both your virtue and the shackle that binds you. Your indomitable spirit refuses to concede, taking upon yourself all responsibilities without ever uttering a word of fatigue or complaint. Yet, the teacher hopes you will learn to express your feelings instead of concealing them within. In your pursuit of the utmost results, you have pushed yourself too hard. Mu paused, his gaze softening, and imparted a message. Grant yourself the opportunity to embrace the innocence of childhood once more and learn to let go. Should you continue to be so harsh on yourself one day, the teacher will personally impose a penalty upon you. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianni was on the brink of emotional collapse, choking back tears as she implored, Teacher, I would rather you punish me now than leave. Mu gently shook his head, his voice soft yet resolute. The final lesson I impart to you is to learn to let go. In that moment, the air was thick with poignant sorrow and reluctance. As if even time itself had paused, Mu's voice became barely audible as he softly called out, Yuhao, Wang Dong, come here. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, upon hearing this, knelt down with a thud, grasping Mu's hands tightly, and cried out in unison, Teacher. Mu labored to open his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his face. Children, do not be disheartened. Throughout my life, I have taken in many disciples, but to encounter students like you in my twilight years is a true blessing. Chapter 86, The Fall of Mu. Yuhao, your cultivation of the ultimate ice martial soul may be slightly slower than others, but do not lose heart or become impatient. Know that haste leads only to peril. You have exerted sufficient effort. It is time to learn to relax appropriately. After a brief pause, Mu's tone grew serious. In 3 months, you will embark on your studies at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. This next 3 years will be crucial for you. It not only pertains to your personal future, but also affects the rise and fall of the Soul Engineer Department at Shrek Academy. Remember, during this period, unless your life is at stake, do not resort to the Eye of Destiny. Huo Yuhao replied resolutely, Yes, teacher. Mu continued to advise, furthermore, Yuhao, you must assist Bei Bei in retrieving Tangya to restore past glories. In 5 years, the Sun Moon Empire will initiate hostilities. Douluo continent must not fall into their grasp. By then, I hope you and Qianni will shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding Shrek Academy, becoming the Lord of the Sea God Pavilion and an elder. Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianni nodded earnestly, their eyes filled with determination. Mu's gaze turned profound as he looked at Wang Dong and slowly inquired, Do you feel that the teacher is too biased towards Yuhao and Qinyi? Wang Dong remained silent for a moment before gently nodding. Mu sighed deeply and spoke earnestly. This is because the teacher cannot see through your capabilities, nor can he predict your future. But you must believe that your strength and talent are no less than theirs. The secrets you harbor are numerous, making it difficult for even the teacher to glimpse the whole picture. Your future. His words suddenly halted, revealing a complex emotion in his eyes. Only you can write it. Mu's gaze swept over Wang Dong. His voice low yet firm. I have made it clear regarding matters between you, Yuhao, and Qinyi. For the next few years, focus on your cultivation and await their return. As the words faded, his body suddenly radiated a soft, golden glow, enveloping the surrounding air in a layer of sacred essence. The ancestors of Shrek Academy. Master Mu has arrived. The voice of Master Mu resonated with solemnity and gravity, as if announcing a grand ceremony. The golden light erupted violently, repelling Lin Qinyi, Huo Yuhao, and Wang Dong. In quick succession, 6 soul rings manifested, 2 yellow, 1 purple, 3 black, and 3 red, each exuding unparalleled power. Accompanied by a crisp and lingering dragon's roar, Master Mu's figure gradually became ethereal, ultimately dissipating into countless specks of golden light amidst the heavens and the earth. Yin Xiaozhi stood nearby, his eyes reddened, choking back his emotions as he commanded, "Everyone, sit cross-legged and meditate." In that moment, a profound sense of reverence and sorrow filled the hearts of all, while the weight of responsibility upon their shoulders grew ever heavier. Following Master Mu's passing, Huo Yuhao found it exceedingly difficult to accept this harsh reality. In an attempt to escape the torment within, he devoted all his energy to cultivation, as if this were the only way to momentarily numb his heart. On that day, Wang Dong sought out Lin Qinyi. "Qinyi, you must help Yuhao." Wang Dong spoke urgently, his tone laced with concern. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinyi furrowed her brow slightly, yet her voice remained as tranquil as water. "Do not rush, speak slowly. What has transpired? Ever since our teacher departed, Yuhao has transformed entirely. He is either fervently cultivating or tinkering with soul tools. I fear that if this continues, he may drive himself to madness. Qinyi, you must assist him." Wang Dong's voice trembled slightly, revealing his deep concern for his dear friend. Lin Qinyi gently patted Wang Dong's shoulder, offering him a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, I will handle it." Her gaze was imbued with determination, as though she had already devised a plan. In the mist-laden mountains behind Shrek Academy, Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged, immersed in his cultivation. Lin Qinyi's silhouette appeared quietly, and she spoke. "Yuhao, Elder Xian wishes to see you. Please make your way to the Sea God Pavilion." Huo Yuhao, however, did not turn around, merely responding with mild indifference. "I am in the midst of cultivation. We can discuss it later." Lin Qinyi's brow knitted slightly as she stepped forward, positioning herself before him. "This is an order. You must comply." Huo Yuhao's voice remained calm, yet tinged with impatience. "I have stated that I wish to cultivate. Do you believe that this will fulfill our teacher's final wishes?" Lin Qinyi's tone suddenly sharpened. "If you continue down this path, how can our teacher rest in peace beneath the 9 springs? It matters not if you drive yourself mad. You are a member of Shrek Academy, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, and Master Mu's most cherished disciple. Have you forgotten the responsibilities and expectations that accompany these identities?" Her words pierced Huo Yuhao's heart like a dagger. He sprang to his feet, fists clenched, his eyes glinting with a crimson hue, as though he had lost his reason. In the next instant, he swung a fist violently, causing the temperature around them to plummet, as ice-blue frost emanated from his body, hurtling towards Lin Qinyi. "Step aside. I must cultivate." His voice was hoarse and resolute. Yet Lin Qinyi did not flinch. Azure soul power erupted from her palm, merging with the air to form a gentle yet resilient force that deflected Huo Yuhao's attack. Immediately after, she raised her hand and struck towards Huo Yuhao, her power precisely targeting his pressure points. Huo Yuhao let out a muffled groan, his consciousness rapidly fading, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Lin Qinyi brought the unconscious Huo Yuhao to Fan Yu's office, where Shinlao and Hikaidu happened to be present. The trio frowned simultaneously upon seeing Huo Yuhao's pallid complexion. Hikaidu was the first to speak. "Junior sister, what has happened to junior brother?" Fan Yu, his brow slightly furrowed and his voice tinged with concern, inquired. "Qinyi, what is wrong with Yuhao?" Meanwhile, Shinlao remained silent, his gaze deeply fixed upon Huo Yuhao. Hikaidu gently laid Huo Yuhao on the bed, prompting Lin Qinyi to softly explain. "The impact of our teacher's departure has been too great for Yuhao. He is on the brink of losing himself in his cultivation. I advised him to take a break, but he was completely unresponsive, even resorting to violence against me. In my desperation, I had no choice but to render him unconscious to allow him a moment of calm." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three grew increasingly complex. Shinlao sighed, his tone imbued with helplessness and sorrow. This child, Yuhao. Although Master Mu has not truly departed, he clings to this pain so fervently. It seems his capacity to bear such burdens is still rather frail. Fan Yu shook his head gently, responding with warmth. Shinlao. After all, Yuhao is merely a child. Such emotional turmoil is entirely understandable. We must exercise more patience. A heavy silence enveloped the air, as all eyes were filled with concern for the frail figure lying on the bed, as if they could read the profound pain and stubbornness buried deep within his tightly shut eyes. As night descended, Lin Qianyi pushed open the dormitory door, only to find Xiao Xiao sitting by the bedside, her expression a mix of complexity as she gazed at her. "Qianyi, I heard you knocked Yuhao out. What happened?" Xiao Xiao's voice carried a hint of confusion and worry. Chapter 87, The Exchange Student. Lin Qianyi did not rush to explain. Instead, she slowly approached the bedside and sat down, lifting a water cup to her lips. The crisp water flowed down her throat, seemingly soothing the turmoil within her heart. After a gentle sigh, she began to speak. On the day of our teacher's passing, Yuhao found it hard to accept the reality, exhibiting signs of losing himself during his cultivation. I had no choice but to restrain him and bring him to Shinlao. Once Yuhao awakens, Shinlao will surely reprimand him. Although it may be harsh, it is ultimately for his own good. Xiao Xiao furrowed her brows, probing further. Losing himself? Is this situation serious? Lin Qianyi shook her head, her tone calm, yet resolute. With Shinlao present, there will naturally be no mishaps. She paused for a moment before adding, "Indeed, as long as our teacher is here, nothing truly catastrophic can occur." As her words lingered, a brief silence fell between them, the only sound being the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze outside, adding a touch of tranquility to the night. Xiao Xiao softly settled beside Lin Qianyi, her voice laced with reluctance. "Qianyi, tomorrow you will be going to the Sun and Moon Royal Academy as an exchange student. I truly will miss you all." Lin Qianyi patted her shoulder, attempting to comfort her in a light-hearted tone. "It's not like I won TB back. It's just 2 years. You must continue to cultivate well and keep an eye on Wang Dong, Ming Hanchun, and Xiao Hanchun." Xiao Xiao nodded. Yet her eyes could not conceal her disappointment. "I understand, but 2 years is quite a long time. I really will miss you all." Lin Qianyi said little more, merely giving her shoulder another reassuring pat. Though she was the youngest among the 8, having turned 14, she was no longer the naive girl she had once been 5 years ago. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong, and Huo Yuhao were all 15. Xiao Xiao's concern for her had long surpassed that of an ordinary friend, often treating her more like a younger sister. Lin Qianyi smiled gently and said softly, "All right. Don't worry, everything is fine." Xiao Xiao bit her lip, summoning her courage to speak. "Then you must promise me one thing." Lin Qianyi raised an eyebrow and readily replied, "What is it?" "I will agree to anything." Xiao Xiao looked at her earnestly, enunciating each word. "You must stay safe." "All right. I understand. Is there anything else?" Lin Qianyi asked with a smile. "No." Xiao Xiao sighed softly, her gaze filled with concern and care. Rather than rushing back to her dormitory to rest, Lin Qianyi walked directly to Ma Xiaotao's room, gently knocking on the door, as if anticipating her arrival. Ma Xiaotao quickly opened the door, a warm smile gracing her face. "Little Qianyi, what brings you here?" Lin Qianyi's lips curved into a playful grin as she replied, "Sister, you're still pretending to be clueless. Tomorrow, I am going to the Sun and Moon Royal Academy as an exchange student. How could I not come find you?" With that, she allowed Ma Xiaotao to lead her inside, where they sat side by side, a silent understanding and warmth flowing between them in that moment. Ma Xiaotao poured a glass of warm water for Lin Qianyi, gently placing it beside her, her tone tender yet tinged with complex emotions. "Qianyi, I have seen your efforts and progress to elevate your soul power to a level far exceeding that of your peers in such a short time. Reaching the realm of a soul king, the hardships you've endured are evident. Over the years, your relentless practice with soul-guiding devices, day and night, has not gone unnoticed. I can only imagine how difficult it has been for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyi smiled faintly, grasped Ma Xiaotao's hand, and gave it a gentle pat, her gaze resolute and bright. "Sister, I don't find it arduous. It's just that tomorrow I will be leaving as an exchange student, and I want to be back for 2 years. Don't you have anything to say to me before I go?" Ma Xiaotao's eyes flickered with a hint of reluctance, yet she feigned nonchalance as she ruffled Lin Qianyi's hair, her tone laced with affection and helplessness. "You, my dear, have left so much unsaid, yet your sigh carries countless unspoken words." Raising her delicate hand, Ma Xiaotao conjured a finely crafted bracelet with her soul power. The bracelet was a soft pink, adorned with a fiery red phoenix feather at its center, flanked by shimmering gemstones that seemed to hold endless mysteries. "What is this, sister?" Lin Qianyi inquired with curiosity. Ma Xiaotao smiled gently, taking Lin Qianyi's wrist and carefully fastening the cool, delicate bracelet around it. Lin Qianyi felt its chilly touch, but did not shy away. This contains a part of my soul power. Ma Xiaotao's voice was calm yet firm. Given the historically tense relations between the Sun and Moon Empire and the three great empires of Douluo continent, particularly their disdain for Shrek Academy, should you encounter insurmountable dangers, it will offer you an additional means of self-protection. As the words left her lips, Lin Qianyi's eyes brimmed with tears, and she suddenly threw herself into Ma Xiaotao's embrace, choking back her emotions as she uttered, "Thank you, sister." Ma Xiaotao offered a gentle smile, her hand tenderly patting Lin Qianyi's back, her gaze filled with affection and concern. The following morning, a delicate mist enveloped the earth as Shinlao and Yan Xiaozhe led the members of Shrek Academy to the designated meeting place. Jing Hongchen, Ming Hongchen, and Xiao Hongchen from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy had been waiting there for some time. With a hollow laugh, Jing Hongchen expressed a feigned enthusiasm. "It is indeed our honor to collaborate with Shrek Academy." Yan Xiaozhe nodded slightly, a polite smile gracing his lips as he replied. "It is also a privilege for Shrek Academy to join hands with the Sun and Moon Royal Academy." On the surface, their exchange seemed amicable, yet beneath it lay a current of tension. A barely perceptible smirk appeared at the corner of Jing Hongchen's mouth as she lightly remarked, "I have heard of the late Mu Lao from your esteemed academy. It is truly a pity." Her words struck like thunder, resonating deep within the hearts of Shrek's members. Yan Xiaozhe's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, responding coolly, "Director Jing, it would be best to refrain from such trivial remarks. Since we have an agreement in place, let us proceed with the student exchange. I hope that Director Jing will extend her guidance in the future." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao stepped forward from behind Yan Xiaozhe, brushing past Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen. Xiao Hongchen scoffed, her voice dripping with provocation. "Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, just you wait. In the next competition, I will ensure that you fall from your position at the top." Ming Hongchen, equally defiant, added coldly, "You'd best be careful." Lin Qianyi arched an eyebrow and retorted without hesitation, "How many times have you uttered such words over the years? And what has been the outcome? It's not as if you haven't been consistently bested by us, forever relegated to second place. Indeed, those who look up to others can do little more than spout empty threats." Her words pierced like a blade, striking at their vulnerabilities. Huo Yuhao feigned fear, dramatically retracting his neck and jesting, "Oh, I am so scared." The faces of Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen turned ashen, yet they could only suppress their fury, watching helplessly as Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao strode directly towards Jing Hongchen. Chapter 88. Physical Examination. Yan Xiaozhe turned to Jing Hongchen, his tone neutral, saying, "Director Jing, until we meet again." Jing Hongchen's smile was more strained than sincere as she replied, "Safe travels, Brother Yan." As Yan Xiaozhe departed, Jing Hongchen addressed the members of Shrek Academy, "Please, everyone, follow me." Behind Jing Hongchen, a soul-guided flying vehicle materialized, appearing sleek and lightweight, capable of significantly enhancing speed while conserving soul power. Lin Qianyi, Huo Yuhao, and Fan Yu followed suit, keeping pace with Jing Hongchen. Golden light cascaded down as they gently descended onto the central square. At that moment, a stout middle-aged man suddenly appeared before them, slightly bowing as he respectfully announced, "Director Hongchen, everything has been arranged." Jing Hongchen's gaze swept over Fan Yu, Lin Qianyi, and Huo Yuhao before she spoke. "Everyone, this is Lin Jiai, the director of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. For the next 2 years, your studies and lives will be closely intertwined with him. Jiai, please assist them with their accommodation. Teacher Fan Yu, kindly follow me." As soon as the words were spoken, Jing Hongchen turned and led Fan Yu away, while Lin Jiai lowered his head once more and replied, "Yes." His voice was steady, yet it betrayed a hint of unmasked seriousness. Lin Jiai guided Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao on a tour of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, elaborating on the educational model employed here. Suddenly, 2 trays materialized in his hands, which he extended towards Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao. Upon receiving them, Lin Jiai remarked, "These are the Academy's uniforms, along with a map to help you acclimate to your surroundings more swiftly. This exchange program is organized by us, and we shall provide the finest educational resources. Every 2 weeks, you may enter the Mingda Hall for study, and those who pass the assessment will be granted membership until the conclusion of the exchange." Lin Qianyi glanced at the map in her hands and noted that the Academy's layout was quite straightforward, divided into 3 areas: the teaching zone, the dormitory zone, and the experimental zone. The classification rules were uniquely crafted, not based on age, but entirely on strength. Level 1 corresponded to the 2nd grade, Level 2 to the 3rd grade, and so forth. Such a system inspired respect, yet also concealed inherent challenges. Lin Jiai led Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao towards the 1st grade teaching building, where at the eastern end, the words "physical examination" hung prominently on a wooden sign. As Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao exchanged glances, Huo Yuhao quietly expressed his confusion. Why is there a need for a physical examination? Lin Qianyi subtly conveyed through thought. What appears to be an ordinary physical examination may hold deeper significance. It could be a test set by the head of the Mingda Hall. Although the Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire seem calm on the surface, the Empire has always eyed Shrek with keen interest. It would be rather strange if they did not conduct such a test. Lin Jia, unaware of their private exchange, continued to explain calmly. Every new student must undergo a physical assessment, which is not only for the student's benefit, but also for the academies. His tone carried an air of inevitability, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. As the assessment commenced, Lin Qianyi approached with a composed demeanor. Her data was displayed one by one. Bone age 14, physical strength at level 58, and soul power fluctuation stable at level 55. Standing at 163 meters tall and weighing merely 81 pounds, she already possessed 3 pieces of millennia-grade soul bones, elevating her overall strength to the rank of Soul King. This astonishing array of data left the examining instructor and Lin Jia utterly dumbfounded. Who had ever witnessed such a prodigy? Achieving level 55 at the age of 14, while possessing 3 soul bones, surpassed everyone's comprehension. Lin Qianyi quietly stepped aside as Huo Yuhao subsequently approached the testing apparatus. His data instantaneously captured the attention of all present. Bone age 14, height 181 meters, weight 74 kilograms. Even more astonishing was the fact that he possessed a torso soul bone, an exceedingly rare enhancement. This revelation once again left the examining instructor in a state of utter shock. Just as Huo Yuhao was undergoing the assessment, the device suddenly emitted a cacophonous noise, followed by a complete halt, leaving the screen shrouded in darkness. This occurrence left the assembled instructors in a state of disbelief and alarm. One of the mentors murmured in disbelief. A 14-year-old Soul King, possessing 3 soul bones that are over 10,000 years old. What on earth is this? Lin Qianyi stood beside him, a faint, serene smile gracing her lips. She cast a casual glance at the now-defunct testing device and spoke with a calmness akin to still water. Teachers, we hail from Shrek Academy, which has long been renowned as the Academy of Monsters. Hence we are inherently different from ordinary students. In just a few sentences, her words resonated with clarity, vividly portraying the unique pride and composure of the world's foremost academy. After a brief moment, Lin Jia discreetly departed with Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao. Although Lin Qianyi had demonstrated her soul power, she was still merely a girl of about 14, having remarkably cultivated her soul power to the realm of a 55th level Soul King. This achievement far surpassed her peers, yet she still exuded an air of mystery, enveloped in a thin veil of enigmatic fog. Huo Yuhao, on the other hand, was even more inscrutable, resembling a profound night sky, difficult to fathom in its true depth. In the dimly lit dining hall, Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao unexpectedly encountered Fan Yu. Almost simultaneously, they uttered, "Teacher Fan Yu," their voices tinged with respect. Fan Yu smiled gently, his gaze sweeping over the two, and he inquired softly, "How do you feel?" After exchanging glances, Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao took their seats opposite him. Lin Qianyi shook her head with a hint of helplessness, remarking, "It's just as it is, but indeed, the gap is considerable." Fan Yu nodded in response, his tone warm yet resolute. "If there were no gap, we would not have come here. In the coming 2 years, feel free to learn from them without worry. They will not show any leniency. After all, the grandchildren of the Hall Master are at Shrek Academy. And if you do not learn anything, they will not gain anything either. Ming Hongxin will certainly take all these considerations into account." Lin Qianyi nodded gently, her tone steady and assured. "Rest assured, Teacher Fan Yu, we are fully aware of this. The operational efficiency of the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon has always been commendable." Having just finished breakfast and donned their neat uniforms, the students assembled neatly in front of the 6th grade teaching building. Before them stood a serious-looking middle-aged man, the director of the Academy's cognitive instruction. For the next 2 years, he would guide their learning and growth. He casually picked up a document, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his voice deep and clear. "Lin Qianyi." In the throng, Lin Qianyi paused momentarily before quickly responding, "Present." He then switched to another document, his tone remaining flat. "Huo Yuhao." "Present." Huo Yuhao's voice, though not loud, carried a distinct firmness. Chapter 89, Tang Sect. The man nodded slightly, returning the document to his chest, and turned to say, "Follow me." His steps were steady and powerful. As the two behind him followed in unison, their footsteps echoing in the corridor, as if heralding the commencement of this new journey. Under the guidance of the young teacher, they arrived at the 2nd teaching building for the 6th grade. The faint furrow of concern that had briefly crossed his brow earlier now lingered vividly in his mind. For this teacher appeared remarkably youthful. At just over 30, he had already ascended to the ranks of a 7th-level soul master, a remarkable achievement not to be underestimated. Upon reflection, one might surmise that such individuals devote their entire lives to the pursuit of cultivation and the study of soul-guiding devices. Can a teacher of this nature truly comprehend the perplexities of their students and impart knowledge effectively? What further fueled his doubts was the distinct impression that this teacher harbored no fondness for him. As he stepped out from the group, he keenly observed the brief furrow of the teacher's brow, which did not escape his notice. The teacher, without uttering much, led them directly to their destination. The words "third laboratory" came into view, and he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Were they to enter the laboratory immediately upon their first meeting? This pace seemed rather swift. Upon entering, the young instructor spoke with clarity and succinctness. This laboratory was far more expansive than the one Feng Yu had encountered at Shrek Academy, with a spacious interior neatly arranged with various soul-guiding devices and metallic materials. A massive experimental table occupied the central position of the room, its area exceeding 30 square meters, leaving one in awe. The matte silver surface of the table was impeccably clean, devoid of any dust, and the industrial aesthetic exuded a sense of simplicity and efficiency that was pleasing to the senses. At that moment, only the three of them occupied the laboratory. The young mentor, Xian Ziwen, spoke slowly, his voice deep yet undeniably resolute. "My name is Xian Ziwen, and from this day forth, I shall serve as your guide. Regardless of the soul mentor level you have attained at Shrek Academy, you must commence anew according to my evaluation standards. Should you fail to meet these, I suggest you take it upon yourselves to study in the library." Huo Yuhao was about to protest when he was gently halted by Lin Qianyi. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze serene yet sharp, her tone laced with an edge. "Teacher Xian, is this the attitude all mentors adopt towards exchange students?" Xian Ziwen raised an eyebrow at her words, maintaining a calm demeanor while revealing a hint of rigidity. "I do not concern myself with your identities or backgrounds. Once you stand in my classroom, you must adhere to my rules. If you find this unfair, feel free to seek Lin Jiai to request a change of homeroom teacher." Xian Ziwen's stern expression evoked in Lin Qianyi a memory of teacher Zhou Yi, whose presence commanded respect even in silence. However, upon deeper reflection, their temperaments were starkly different. While teacher Zhou's severity carried an awe-inspiring fierceness, Xian Ziwen's solemnity seemed to embody a quiet, concealed intensity, which appeared somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, a test is a test, and an assessment is an assessment. Though Lin Qianyi had tempered her demeanor over the past 2 years, the stubbornness and indomitable spirit within her had never waned. Provoked by Xian Ziwen's slightly challenging tone, her fighting spirit ignited. Huo Yuhao shared a similar sentiment, his gaze reflecting a resolute defiance. "Please guide us, Teacher Xian," Lin Qianyi stated, her voice calm to the point of being aloof. Yet each word resonated with a formidable resolve. "I am willing to accept the evaluation." Huo Yuhao followed suit, his tone unwavering and resolute. Xian Ziwen's gaze shifted between the two, a fleeting glimmer of surprise crossing his typically placid eyes. He observed Lin Qianyi, who appeared calm on the surface, yet exuded an innate pride. He also caught a glimpse of the unrestrained stubbornness and indomitable spirit reflected in Huo Yuhao's eyes. A faint smile graced his lips as he slowly proposed, "I shall grant you a quarter of an hour to craft a soul guide device. What say you?" "Very well." Lin Qianyi responded without hesitation, her single word bearing the weight of 1,000. Both Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao had undergone rigorous training through the Extreme Solo Soldier program. Thus, the creation of a soul guide device within a short span was hardly a challenge for them. A radiant greenish-blue wave of soul power emanated from Lin Qianyi's hands as she meticulously selected an exceptionally resilient metal, gradually weakening its molecular structure with her wind attribute soul power. Simultaneously, the dark golden claw soul bone on Huo Yuhao's left arm materialized suddenly, causing Xian Ziwen's pupils to constrict in surprise. In mere moments, both individuals completed their respective soul guide devices almost in unison. Lin Qianyi fashioned a fixed soul guide device, imbued with the power of wind and ingeniously laced with a hint of anesthetic toxin. Once triggered, it would unexpectedly shoot arrows, catching foes off guard. Huo Yuhao, on the other hand, ingeniously integrated the principles of Tang Sect's hidden weapons into the creation of a unique soul guide device. Xian Ziwen, witnessing this marvel, was utterly astonished. He hurriedly approached, his voice filled with urgency. "How could you craft such exquisite soul guide devices in such a brief time? Might you share the method of creation? Could you perhaps sell them to me?" As an individual deeply enamored with soul guide devices, he was profoundly moved by the brilliance displayed before him. Lin Qianyi offered a slight smile, replying with composure, "Teacher Xian, the principles behind our Tang Sect's creations are unique. Should you wish to uncover their secrets, I would suggest you join the Tang Sect." Otherwise, I am afraid I cannot divulge further. She was acutely aware that Xian Ziwen was not an ordinary individual. His fervent obsession with soul guide devices hinted at his remarkable potential. If they could recruit such a talent from the Sun-Moon Empire into the Tang sect, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. Xian Ziwen paused, momentarily taken aback, before inquiring with curiosity, Tang sect? Could it be the illustrious first sect of the continent from a millennium ago? Huo Yuhao nodded gently, affirmatively responding, indeed. But why has the Tang sect now fallen into decline? Xian Ziwen still found it hard to believe. Lin Qianyi gazed resolutely, her tone warm, yet imbued with strength. Though the Tang sect may appear diminished, our cultivation methods have never perished. This is merely a period of accumulation for a future resurgence. One day, the Tang sect shall rise anew, showcasing its splendor. After passing Xian Ziwen's assessment, they officially became his students. Xian Ziwen glanced at Lin Qianyi. Recognizing the unique and proud aura she possessed, a blend of tenacity and the wisdom to temper her brilliance at the appropriate moments. As for Huo Yuhao, he radiated resilience and courage, exuding a reassuring confidence. These two young individuals were indeed exceptional, brimming with untapped potential. Chapter 90. The Significance of Soul Guide Devices. Pray tell, what is a soul guide device? Xian Ziwen inquired, directing his gaze towards Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianyi. Lin Qianyi softly replied, a soul guide device is a marvelous instrument birthed from a soul master's own soul power. It is capable of engaging in all facets of daily life. Whether assisting individuals in managing trivial matters or enhancing work efficiency, playing an irreplaceable role. Upon hearing Lin Qianyi's response, Xian Ziwen gently shook his head. While Huo Yuhao found no fault in her words, he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qianyi, observing her serene demeanor as she subtly shook her head, her tranquil expression seemingly whispering unspoken truths, as if burying all doubts deep within her heart. Teacher, is Qianyi's answer incorrect? Huo Yuhao inquired, perplexed. I must point out that your Shrek Academy appears to be somewhat lagging behind in the research of soul-guiding devices. Xian Ziwen remarked with a calm tone that carried an undeniable sharpness. Allow me to broaden your horizons, you two youngsters. The essence of a soul-guiding device is not directly related to soul masters. So, I ask you, what is the true significance of a soul-guiding device? He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sparkling like stars as it rested upon Lin Qianyi, seemingly waiting, yet also scrutinizing. The significance of a soul-guiding device lies in making the rhythm and manner of life more comprehensive, Lin Qianyi replied softly. Her tone steady yet imbued with a hint of determination, as if each word had been meticulously considered. Her gaze flickered slightly, as if articulating a belief, or perhaps conveying some unexpressed sentiment. You are correct, but not entirely so. Xian Ziwen's tone carried a faint dissatisfaction, evidently indicating that Lin Qianyi's answer had not touched upon the entirety of the truth he held. After a brief pause, his gaze shifted to Huo Yuhao, his eyes seemingly harboring deeper meaning and anticipation. Is the emergence of soul-guiding devices merely to alter lifestyles? Perhaps it is also a force propelling human evolution? Huo Yuhao's voice wavered with uncertainty, yet bore the essence of self-inquiry. You are indeed correct. At its core, the purpose of researching soul-guiding devices is to advance human society, enabling humanity to become a more exceptional and formidable existence. Xian Ziwen's voice was low and resolute, as if each word carried immense weight. I have always believed that in the not-so-distant future, humanity will ultimately conquer all races with the power of soul-guiding devices, even transcending the boundaries of our known world to explore the unknown realms. Though our vision remains narrow for now, as soul-guiding devices continue to evolve, humanity itself will undergo a transformation. Do you believe that one day, even those devoid of soul power will be able to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts with the aid of soul-guiding devices? Xian Ziwen's words resonated powerfully, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of his listeners. Huo Yuhao, though astonished, remained focused, diligently recording each crucial point, the tip of his pen swiftly gliding across the pages without pause. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyi appeared unfazed, her expression calm as water. Yet her clear eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge and contemplation. She did not write, yet had already etched these words into her heart. When Xian Ziwen spoke of soul-guiding devices, his phrases seemed to encapsulate a profound weight of knowledge. Over the past several millennia, humanity's development had progressed at a snail's pace. Had it not been for the collision between the Sun and Moon continent and the Douluo continent, the latter might have continued along its established trajectory, advancing slowly and silently. Even in these modern times, the three great empires of the Douluo continent have yet to bestow sufficient attention upon the soul-guiding devices. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Sun-Moon continent was born for these devices, unified through their existence. This declaration left all present in profound astonishment. Some may presume he was merely boasting. However, both Huo Yuhao and Lin Qiandai understood the underlying truth. Even Lin Qiandai, who typically refrained from expressing her emotions, could not help but reveal a trace of sentiment in her brow. She recognized that Xian Ziwen's words were not mere fabrications, but rather grounded in a profound understanding of reality. As Xian Ziwen's voice reverberated through the room, it seemed as if the very air itself momentarily froze. He spoke slowly. Throughout the lengthy journey of researching soul-guiding devices, our explorations have consistently revolved around the needs of soul masters. For millennia, all wisdom and effort have been devoted to harnessing soul power to drive these devices. Yet, this limitation has birthed an undeniable issue. The soul-guiding devices have failed to genuinely integrate into the lives of ordinary people. After all, soul masters are merely the elite among humanity, a rare existence, not the common populace. If the development of soul-guiding devices remains confined to the realm of soul masters, they are destined to become mere tools for a select few, incapable of serving as a transformative force for the evolution of human society as a whole. He paused, his gaze penetrating as he looked at his companions. The more powerful the soul-guiding device, the greater the need for a formidable soul master to wield it, creating a bottleneck in the research of these devices. What we now pursue is the means to enable the ordinary populace to utilize soul-guiding devices. This is why I felt such awe upon witnessing the device you created earlier. Although you have not entirely resolved this issue, your design has taken a crucial step forward. By allowing soul masters to serve as a conduit for charging rather than the core manipulators, you have successfully enabled ordinary individuals to employ this soul-guiding device. This is what I value most, rather than its sheer power. In other words, the pivotal breakthrough of your device lies in guiding the charging formation through mechanisms, rather than relying on soul power for propulsion. Thus, if you wish to truly impress me, you must delve deeper into the potential for civilian-oriented soul-guiding devices. At this point, Xian Ziwen lowered his voice slightly, imparting a tone of seriousness. As it stands, the fixed soul-guiding device is a relatively successful case in this regard. However, its production costs are exorbitantly high, particularly for high-grade fixed devices. Even for top-tier forces like the Ming De Hall, few can bear the associated expenses. Regarding the Sun Moon Empire, he suddenly realized his words had been somewhat inappropriate and turned to Huo Yuhao and Lin Qiandai with a slight smile. Let us pretend that last remark was never uttered. Huo Yuhao nodded gently, a faint smile gracing his lips, while Lin Qiandai remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. At that moment, the door to the laboratory emitted a soft click. Huo Yuhao and Lin Qiandai instinctively turned their heads simultaneously. A woman came into view, but Lin Qiandai merely cast a casual glance before redirecting her attention back to her thoughts. However, the girl before him seemed to possess an innate allure that momentarily captivated Huo Yuhao. Chapter 91, Senior Orange. Her long, cascading black hair flowed gracefully over her shoulders, accentuating her youthful visage, which appeared remarkably delicate and enchanting at the age of 17 or 18. Her large, dreamy eyes sparkled with a hint of languor, and her porcelain skin was so flawless that it seemed devoid of pores. The school uniform she wore did not exude any semblance of a typical student. Rather, it elegantly highlighted her slender, yet gracefully feminine waist. Lin Qiandai, noticing Huo Yuhao's prolonged gaze, gently nudged him. Startled, Huo Yuhao swiftly averted his gaze, pretending to be nonchalant. "Teacher, how is it that you arrived so early?" "This is quite a rarity." The girl's voice, laced with a hint of fatigue, drifted lazily through the air. Oblivious to Lin Qiandai and Huo Yuhao, who lingered in the corner, she approached the desk, resting her arms upon it as if she intended to catch a few more moments of slumber. The sunlight poured through the window, casting a serene glow upon her profile, enhancing her tranquil and natural beauty. Xian Ziwen cleared his throat, shattering the room's silence. "Orange, do not sleep any longer. We have newcomers." At his words, the girl, still resting her head on her arms, mumbled indistinctly without lifting her eyelids, "Stop bothering me. Let me sleep a little longer. You know how late I worked last night." With that, she buried her head deeper, drifting back into dreams. Xian Ziwen shook his head in resignation and softly elaborated, "This is Orange. You may call her senior or by her name from now on. Additionally, I have brought 3 other students, but they are currently out on a training expedition and will return in a few days." Huo Yuhao, intrigued, inquired about the training. Xian Ziwen paused briefly, his tone calm, yet imbued with a deeper significance. "Once the soul-guiding device is completed, it naturally requires testing. Since you have already transcended to the 4th ring, it would be beneficial for your future development to hunt for a suitable soul ring as soon as possible." Huo Yuhao chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "It's not that I am unwilling to seek one. It's just that my martial soul belongs to the spiritual attribute, and such soul beasts are exceedingly rare. Xianzuan contemplated for a moment before responding. Though scarce, they are not entirely impossible to find. The number and quality of soul beasts in the Sun Moon Empire cannot compare to those in the Stardow Forest near your Shrek Academy. Yet each region's soul beasts possess their own unique characteristics. If the opportunity arises, I could accompany you in your search, should we encounter a suitable one. We could directly bond with it. Well then, it's getting late. I shall leave the remaining matters for you to discuss amongst yourselves. With this, Xianzuan turned his attention to Lin Qianni and Huo Yuhao. He then approached the still slumbering Orange, softly calling, "Orange, it's time for a meal." As soon as he spoke, Orange abruptly opened her eyes, groggily asking, "Is it time to eat?" Upon noticing Xianzuan's teasing smile, she quickly realized she had been jested with and retorted indignantly, "You tricked me." However, as she became aware of the other two individuals in the room, she curiously inquired, "Who are they?" Xianzuan explained, "These are your junior classmates, Lin Qianni and Huo Yuhao. I trust you will look after them well." Orange nodded, her gaze flitting between the two. As her gaze fell upon Lin Qianni, a momentary pause ensued. What a strikingly delicate and enchanting young lady she was. Her long hair, a gradient of dark azure and cerulean, cascaded like a waterfall onto her shoulders, adorned with a few minimalist yet exquisite hairpins. Her porcelain-like complexion contrasted beautifully with her profound azure blue eyes, and the school uniform she wore accentuated her slender and graceful figure. Orange withdrew her gaze, responding with a nonchalant "Mm." Huo Yuhao, on the other hand, bowed respectfully and greeted, "Hello, Senior Orange." His demeanor radiated humility. Meanwhile, Lin Qianni remained silent, standing quietly without uttering a word. It was only then that Orange scrutinized Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianni for a moment before saying, "I don't have the luxury of time to chat with you both. I must continue my research on my soul guide. Well, I must take my leave now. I truly need to find something to eat. I completely forgot to have breakfast and am nearly starving." With that, she casually waved her hand and hurried out of the research room. Xianzuan shrugged helplessly and explained, "The learning atmosphere here is quite relaxed, actually. Although Orange doesn't often engage in conversation, her talent in the field of soul guides is exceptional. She has already reached the level of a level 5 soul master. However, due to insufficient soul power, she has been unable to advance further. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Qianni inquired, "Teacher Xian, I've heard that some students at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy can break through level 60 before the age of 20. Isn't that remarkably rare? Could it be that they consumed some extraordinary herbs?" Huo Yuhao echoed her confusion. Indeed, how can their cultivation speed be so rapid? Upon hearing this, Xianzuan sighed and replied, "Ah, that is merely a case of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. The Academy does, indeed, allow some talented soul masters to take certain herbs to enhance their cultivation. While it may accelerate their progress in the short term, it is detrimental to their future growth. I would advise against it." With that, Xianzuan turned to leave, leaving only Huo Yuhao and Lin Qianni behind. Huo Yuhao glanced at Lin Qianni and asked, "I'm heading to the cafeteria for a bite to eat. Would you like to come?" Lin Qianni gently shook her head and replied softly, "I think I'll pass for now." Huo Yuhao inquired further, "Would you like me to bring you something back?" Lin Qianni smiled faintly in response, "That's fine. You go ahead." Huo Yuhao nodded and turned towards the direction of the cafeteria. Left alone in the research room, Lin Qianni sat in meditation, her soul power rippling gently around her. The azure waves of soul power were soft and prolonged, even calming the gentle breeze outside. Her martial soul, the Qinghuan, a fusion of wind and sound waves, not only enhanced her soul power cultivation speed, but also brought her tantalizingly close to her next breakthrough. At that moment, she was striving to advance from level 55 to level 56, and the process felt unusually smooth. However, just then, the door to the laboratory was quietly pushed open. Lin Qianni promptly withdrew her soul power and lifted her head, her eyes meeting the figure of Senior Orange. "Senior Orange," she called softly. Initially, Orange had not noticed Lin Qianni's presence, but upon hearing her greeting, she paused slightly, surprised. What astonished her was that, despite sensing the fluctuations of soul power, she found it impossible to discern the depth of strength possessed by this younger girl before her. This sensation conveyed to her that Lin Qianni's prowess had indeed surpassed her own. Zhou Yi retrieved 2 tokens from the soul guiding device and handed them to Lin Qianni, who, upon receiving them, inquired with curiosity, "What are these?" "These are to be delivered to you by Teacher Xian, along with those belonging to that fellow," Zhou Yi explained nonchalantly. "With these, you may enter and exit the laboratory at will." "Thank you," Lin Qianni replied in a composed tone. Chapter 92, Innocently Seeking Trouble? Zhou Yi, upon hearing this, stifled a yawn and remarked, "Quite polite, aren't we?" Lin Qianni chose to ignore Zhou Yi, sitting at the laboratory table, engrossed in the crafting of the soul guiding device. She reviewed the material previously explained by teacher Xin Zaiwen, immersing herself in her own world. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi began her own work, a stark contrast to her earlier languid demeanor. At this moment, she was entirely focused, her movements deft and fluid. Noticing Zhou Yi's meticulous actions, Lin Qianyi quietly approached from behind to observe. Zhou Yi's carving knife danced with agility, her entire being seemingly absorbed in this moment of concentration, oblivious to her surroundings. Even Lin Qianyi's presence behind her went unnoticed. At this juncture, Zhou Yi's left hand held a piece of silvery metal firmly, while her right wielded a peculiar carving knife. This knife was translucent, as if sculpted from crystal, its handle a vibrant orange-red that faded to near transparency towards the blade. It was nearly imperceptible unless one observed it closely. As Zhou Yi wielded the knife, her movements were graceful and fluid. The fiery orange knife barely touched the surface of the metal, never lingering. Her technique flowed effortlessly, as if she were tenderly caressing the metal surface with the knife. Metal shavings fell like autumn leaves, yet remained neatly contained without drifting away. The intricate patterns etched by the knife were nothing short of breathtaking, appearing as if crafted by divine hands. As night fell, Zhou Yi finally completed her creation. Stretching her limbs, a hint of fatigue mingled with relief, she remarked, "Ah, at last, I am done." Observing this, Lin Qianyi could not help but inquire, "Why do you not utilize any other auxiliary tools?" Lin Qianyi's voice bore a sharp edge, startling Zhou Yi into a radiant orange glow. Before she could react, a barrage of Zhou Yi's energy surged toward Lin Qianyi. Instinctively, Lin Qianyi stepped back, channeling her soul power, an azure light enveloping her form. The Qingtuan protective aura was activated, and with a gentle but unyielding force, it dissipated Zhou Yi's assault entirely. However, Zhou Yi did not relent. A flicker of stubbornness gleamed in her eyes. Lin Qianyi raised an eyebrow, swiftly closing the distance to confront her, her palm deftly landing on Zhou Yi's neck. Zhou Yi emitted a muffled groan as her body slumped gently to the ground. At that moment, Huo Yuhao hurriedly returned. "Qianyi, what is happening?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. Lin Qianyi maintained her calm demeanor, her tone steady. "She suddenly attacked me. I had no choice but to subdue her first. Can you ask Teacher Xian where her dormitory is? It would be better to escort her back than to leave her lying here." Huo Yuhao responded promptly, "Oh, yes," and hurried forward to assist. Lin Qianyi gently lifted the orange, and despite the adversarial circumstances, her movements remained steady and composed as she escorted the individual to the dormitory. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed at the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. In this brief period, both Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao had gained significant insights, deepening their understanding of soul guides. On this day, they arrived at the laboratory as promised, only to find 4 individuals already present. Leading the group was a robust young man, towering over 2 meters, with a physique that could rival that of Hikaitu. His skin a deep shade of ebony. In the Sun-Moon Empire, such dark-skinned individuals were often regarded as symbols of nobility. His short brown hair was neatly styled, and his piercing eyes radiated intensity, while his well-defined muscles strained against his school uniform, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. Following closely behind him was a petite girl, who, though not as breathtakingly beautiful as the orange, possessed a playful and spirited charm. Standing at approximately 1.60 meters, her eyes narrowed slightly, sharp and keen, emanating a hint of aggressiveness, a quintessential mother tiger demeanor that commanded respect. The third individual was a tall male student, slightly taller than Huo Yuhao, with golden hair cascading casually over his shoulders. His high nose and deep blue eyes exuded a sense of elegance and poise, his striking features harmonizing unexpectedly with the orange standing behind him. Noticing the scene, Huo Yuhao quickly stepped forward, adopting a humble and courteous demeanor. "Hello, senior Sister Orange. These two must also be seniors, correct? We are the exchange students. I am Huo Yuhao, and this is Lin Qianyi." Lin Qianyi remained silent, standing quietly beside him, her beautiful eyes scanning the group with an air of calm indifference, particularly fixating on the girl who scrutinized her intently. This tranquil demeanor inadvertently caused a flicker of uncertainty in the girl's heart, momentarily quelling her desire to provoke. At that moment, an abrupt series of urgent beeping sounds echoed within the laboratory. A man strolled forward, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his tone laced with insouciance. "Ah, it seems there is a minor issue in the laboratory. Would you two mind stepping outside for a moment?" His expression and tone were rife with provocation and intent. Just as Huo Yuhao was about to comply, Lin Qianyi grasped his arm firmly. He halted and turned to look at her. Lin Qianyi's eyes glimmered with sharpness as she spoke with a cool, resolute voice. Whether there is a malfunction can be determined with a single probe of soul power. Everything was functioning perfectly until we entered. Could this truly be mere coincidence? Or is it a deliberate act on your part? A girl from the opposing group immediately retorted, "We simply do not welcome you. Who allowed you to come in?" Even if Teacher Xian agreed, "We do not. So what can you do about it? You have no say here." Just as Huo Yuhao was about to respond, Lin Xianyi stepped forward, her gaze cutting through the floor like a blade. Her tone was calm, yet imposing. "We are students from Shrek Academy, here at the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire for an exchange program. A matter personally negotiated by Master Jing Hanqian with the higher-ups of Shrek Academy. Even without considering our status as exchange students, we are esteemed guests. Your actions, do they not instill within you a fear of losing decorum and inciting the ire of Master Jing and Shrek Academy? Surely you have heard of the esteemed title of the world's foremost academy. If we were to suffer grievances within your institution, do you believe Master Jing Hanqian would simply let it pass? Not to mention whether the higher-ups of Shrek Academy could tolerate such a lack of hospitality." The three individuals were instantly rendered speechless, exchanging glances in confusion. Lin Xianyi's gaze ultimately settled on Zhou Yi, who hastily turned her head away, deliberately evading her gaze. As Lin Xianyi provided her examples, one girl stepped forward, raising her chin defiantly, declaring, "Regardless of your identities, since I am your senior, you must heed my words." A nearby boy echoed her sentiment. "Indeed, if you two little brats are unaware of your place, we shall show you our might." Chapter 93, Unfair Treatment. As the group advanced menacingly, Lin Xianyi's patience evaporated. In an instant, she moved with astonishing speed, leaving the four momentarily stunned. She seized the girl by the neck. Her voice icy as she inquired, "Do you still believe you have the right to command me?" The boy, unwilling to yield, scoffed, "Humph. Do you think you can act with impunity on our territory? Truly ignorant of your own limitations." Before he could finish, the other two boys began to stir. But the temperature around them plummeted as Huo Yuhao unleashed the domain of eternal frost. His left hand revealed the external soul bone of the dark gold fearsome bear, which then launched an attack. One boy let out a muffled groan and collapsed. Huo Yuhao's expression hardened as he turned towards the dark-skinned boy, commanding, "Soul shock." Although Lin Xianyi held the girl firmly, she did not apply excessive force. She merely sought to impart a lesson for their provocation. At that moment, Zhou Yi cried out, "Stop!" Lin Xianyi released her grip, and the girl clutched her scratched neck, coughing several times. Zhou Yi hastily supported her, while the girl named Kiki glared with resentment, gritting her teeth as she vowed, "I will not let this go." Rising to her feet, she summoned a Soul Engineer battle platform, surrounded by numerous Soul Engineer cannons, all aimed at Lin Xianyi. Yet Lin Xianyi remained unfazed, her body emanating a cyan wave of soul power. Behind her, the ethereal figure of the divine Feather Qingwan flickered into view, her left eye glistening like a sapphire, while her right eye shimmered with a frosty blue hue. As the two purple and three black soul rings manifested, both Kiki and Zhou Yi were utterly astonished. They had never encountered such a young soul king, nor such a formidable configuration of soul power. Lin Xianyi's cyan soul power swirled in her hands, gradually coalescing into a fist. With a swift step, the divine Feather Qingwan transformed into a streak of blue light, a technique imparted to her and Huo Yuhao by Elder Mu, which she had uniquely interpreted. With a subtle movement of her fingers, a resounding crash echoed as the Soul Engineer battle platform shattered instantaneously. Kiki and Zhou Yi were jolted backward, while the boy who had fallen attempted to rise and retaliate, only to be sent flying by Lin Xianyi's soul power. Just as the situation appeared to spiral out of control, a steady voice resonated, effectively halting the farce. It was Xian Ziwen. "Teacher Xian." Huo Yuhao slightly bowed his head, his tone calm and respectful, as if he had undergone a transformation. The previously tense atmosphere gradually settled. Upon witnessing the situation, Lin Xianyi gradually retracted her soul power, returning to a state of tranquility. She clasped her fists and performed a bow, her movements precise and elegant. However, Orange, gritting his teeth, muttered under his breath, "Damn it. These two truly know how to put on a show." Xian Ziwen cast a glance around the scene. 3 unconscious students lay sprawled on the ground, while Orange stood nearby, his expression marked by embarrassment. He turned to Lin Xianyi and Huo Yuhao, inquiring in a calm tone, "What transpired?" Lin Xianyi cast a brief glance at them, her tone steady yet articulate. "Teacher, it was they who first provoked Huo Yuhao and me, attempting to drive us out of the laboratory. I merely acted in self-defense. Although I did not consider that they were your students, causing you unnecessary trouble and chaos here was my oversight. If punishment is to be meted out, I shall accept it. However, we will not acknowledge any fault regarding the altercation." Her words, though seemingly humble, concealed a sharp edge. On the surface, she appeared to admit her mistakes and express compliance with the rules, yet her assertion of not admitting fault in the confrontation struck like an invisible blade, piercing to the core. Orange's face darkened further upon hearing this. His hands instinctively clenched into fists, Yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. Xian Ziwen narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Lin Qianyi, and after a moment, he let out a soft sigh. He could distinctly sense the waves of soul power emanating from her and Huo Yuhao. Lin Qianyi's strength was beyond question, even in the face of a soul emperor. Her divine feathered Qingluan martial soul, coupled with a terrifying arrangement of soul rings, allowed her to exert dominance across levels. Her martial soul belonged to the pinnacle of wind attributes, adept at employing wind and sound waves as offensive measures, making her formidable in both offense and defense. As for Huo Yuhao, despite his relatively low soul power, his dual supreme martial souls and the enhancements provided by his external soul bone rendered his combat prowess formidable. Though they were still young, both possessed the strength to instill awe in their peers. Xian Ziwen remained silent for a moment before shifting his gaze to Orange. Despite his inner frustration, Orange lowered his head, feeling a sense of guilt. After a brief reprimand, Xian Ziwen addressed Lin Qianyi and Huo Yuhao, saying, "You may step forward." Lin Qianyi refrained from further comment, her calm visage betraying a disdainful glance at Orange before she followed Xian Ziwen away, initially expecting to face admonishment. Lin Qianyi was surprised when Xian Ziwen remarked, "Those 3 students are also my pupils. I understand your personalities. You would not strike without cause. And it seems you have faced unfair treatment." Lin Qianyi had anticipated being reprimanded for the altercation in the laboratory, especially given that the other party were Xian Ziwen's students, who he would likely favor. To her astonishment, he approached the matter with such nonchalance. However, Xian Ziwen continued, "Nevertheless, engaging in conflict within the laboratory indeed contravenes school regulations. As exchange students, regardless of their actions, they are still seniors. You should assist in treating their injuries to prevent further escalation." Lin Qianyi responded, "Teacher Xian, I am not well versed in the regulations here, but I acknowledge that our altercation did disrupt the proceedings, for which I apologize. However, while we can tolerate their provocations, there are certain boundaries that, once crossed, necessitate a response. As for the matter of treatment, anyone can render aid, but I shall not assist that boy. He will not perish from this, merely slumber for a day or 2. This is my utmost forbearance. I hope for your understanding." Huo Yuhao echoed, "Indeed. I am an orphan, bereft of a mother. That individual named Wang Xiaojia has struck a chord of pain within me, hence I cannot offer assistance in this matter." Lin Qianyi utilized her spiritual energy to tend to the wounds of Cuckoo, the latter gazing at her with vehement resentment, gritting her teeth and retorting, "Do you think yourself remarkable? Just you wait." Lin Qianyi cast a fleeting glance her way, her voice cold as ice. "Wait for what? Do you wish to be struck again?" Cuckoo was momentarily rendered speechless, her face flushed with indignation, poised to retort when a deep male voice interjected, "Enough, Cuckoo." Xian Ziwen approached with measured steps, his gaze slicing through the crowd. Cuckoo, feeling wronged, cried out, "Teacher Xian, they initiated the conflict. How can you side with them?" Xian Ziwen's brow furrowed, his tone imbued with authority. "Do you think I am unaware of who instigated this? And you, Zimu, are you also complicit in this folly?" Zhu Yi murmured an apology, "I'm sorry, Teacher Xian." Zimu silently lifted the injured Wang Xiaojia onto his back. Xian Ziwen turned to Lin Qianyi, his tone gentle yet imbued with unyielding conviction. "Qianyi, Wang Xiaojia, despite not being a direct royal descendant, belongs to the aristocracy. This matter must ultimately be addressed for the sake of the academy." Upon hearing this, Lin Qianyi softly replied, "As you see fit, teacher." Her voice was devoid of emotion, betraying no hint of turmoil.